Kevin and his team of Dalton, Sasha, and Phoebe foiled billionaire Quentin Covington's evil plan to turn part of Zambia into a desert in order to mine it for sand. But now they have to find and stop his original sand mining operation in the Serengeti and retrieve the next piece of the mysterious blueprint to figure out Quentin's master plan. After arriving in Arusha in Tanzania, Kevin realizes Covington has been moving the sand on trains, one of which is just leaving the train station on its return trip to the hidden mining operation. "We have to get on that train," Kevin yelled.
"How?"
Dalton demanded. The train yard was a jumbled mess of tracks, train cars, locomotives, cargo, and even stockyards. There wasn't a motorized vehicle in sight. Kevin scanned the area, his mind racing. He spotted just what they needed and pointed. "There!" He ran to a temporary corral. Inside were half a dozen zebras.
"I see my pretty zebras caught your eye."
A greasy-looking man approached Kevin.
"Wouldn't their skins look great in front of your fireplace?"
Kevin focused on the zebras. They were scared and angry. He caught images of wide grassy plains under a blazing sun and cool evenings by wild, free-flowing streams. The greasy man went on.
"I'm the best animal breeder in the country. A very rich and powerful man just bought one of my best animals. It left on that train. I could make you a deal on these zebras."
Kevin glared at the greasy man. "You're not a breeder, you're a poacher. You stole these animals." Kevin drew back his fist and punched the poacher in the face, knocking him out with one punch. He didn't even need his levels to take out a piece of poaching scum like this. The zebras whinnied their approval. Dalton, Phoebe, and Sasha ran up as Kevin opened the corral.
"Kevin, what's going on?"
Sasha wanted to know. Kevin placed his hands on the lead zebra's nose and concentrated. He instantly felt the zebra's gratitude and goodwill toward Kevin for taking out the man who had stolen her and her little herd from their home on the African plains. "They're going to help us catch that train," Kevin told the team. "Mount up. Phoebe, do you need a hand?" Phoebe had already grabbed onto the stubby mane of one of the zebras and pulled herself astride. "Are you kidding?" she asked Kevin, grinning. "I was the top junior equestrian in Chicago for 3 years running." She tapped her heels to the zebra's sides and it immediately sprinted after the train. Kevin and Sasha smoothly mounted their own zebras and took off after her. Dalton clambered onto the biggest zebra. His legs were so long they nearly touched the ground on either side of the zebra, which galloped after its herd mates before Dalton had a chance to get comfortable. The remaining zebras followed. The train was slow leaving the station. Kevin and his zebra riding crew caught up and were only a dozen yards behind the last car. Kevin rode easily, his body naturally in tune with the animal. Phoebe's equestrian skills shone, and Sasha was competent, if not confident. But Dalton was nearly jolted off his zebra with every stride, his fists white-knuckled in its short mane. It was hard to tell who was enjoying the ride less, Dalton or the zebra.
"I always wanted to do something like this when I was a kid."
Sasha waved his hat in the air.
"Yippee-ki-yay!"
"Heads up," Phoebe yelled. She pointed to a low fence marking the end of the train yard. Kevin's zebra cleared it with easy grace. Phoebe and Sasha followed. Dalton's zebra didn't even try. It plowed directly into the fence, shattering it into splinters. Dalton grunted as a few splinters pierced his face. The train picked up speed as they came to the outskirts of the city. "Now!" Kevin yelled. "We have to make our move now!" His zebra understood and put on a burst of speed. Kevin reached out and grabbed onto the railing of the little platform on the last train car. He easily swung aboard as the zebra veered away. He reached out a hand and grabbed Phoebe's next, pulling her onto the platform. Sasha made a daring leap and landed without needing to touch the railing. He raised his hands in the air like an Olympic gymnast. Perfect 10, he awarded himself. But Dalton lagged behind. "Come on, Dalton," Kevin yelled.
"I'm trying,"
Dalton puffed. Even on the biggest zebra, his weight was slowing the animal down. Dalton reached for Kevin's outstretched hand but couldn't quite reach. Dalton tried again and again but couldn't make contact. Finally, the zebra had enough. It was ready to be rid of its burden. The big zebra took a massive leap forward, planted its front hooves, and bucked its hindquarters. Dalton lost his grip entirely and went flying over the zebra's head. Dalton crashed directly into Kevin, Sasha, and Phoebe on the little platform. They all fell backward into the car's door, which burst open and spilled them into the darkened train car.
Ugh!
Sasha exclaimed, having absorbed most of Dalton's bulk. Kevin had considerably rolled to the side with Phoebe so she wouldn't be hurt by Dalton's weight.
That was fun!
Sasha smiled as he got to his feet and dusted himself off.
"Speak for yourself," grumbled Dalton. "From now on, I wouldn't even pet the nose of one of those beasts if you paid me."
"Let's see where we are." Kevin groped and found the light string. He pulled and the light came on. They gazed around.
"Huh, that's unexpected,"
Sasha remarked. The boxcar was full of board games, DVDs, cheap paperback books featuring unlikely adventures, and typical beach equipment, like umbrellas, beach balls, and sand pails. "Let's check the next car," Kevin suggested. The next car held boxes and crates. Dalton pried a few open.
"It's all food," he announced.
"That looks like enough to feed an army," Phoebe observed. The third car held just one object, a heavy-duty front-end loader. Dalton gave it a pat.
"Now this is what I always wanted when I was a kid."
Phoebe smiled and shook her head. "All I wanted when I was a kid was a Louis XIV looking glass with a matching comb and brush." Phoebe came from a family of antique experts, and her interest in the family business had started young. Phoebe looked at Kevin. "What did you want when you were a kid, Kevin?" Kevin shrugged. "To have a family and be happy." And that came true. "But I have to make sure some evil person like Quentin Covington and his crazy schemes don't compromise my happiness and bring harm to my beloved wife and child." Kevin's answer touched Phoebe. He had such a good heart. No wonder he adored Lily so much. Phoebe could only hope someday she'd meet a man who'd feel the same way about her. Kevin directed their attention back to their mission. These train cars must all be bringing supplies back to the mining operation. Dalton nodded.
"Makes sense. The train leaves the mining operation full of sand and takes it to the city to be refined. The train returns full of anything the miners need so the trip isn't a waste."
Sasha's eyes lit up.
"Maybe there's something on the train we can hide in to get access to the mining operation."
Sasha opened the door at the far side of the car and carefully stepped over the coupling connecting one boxcar to the next. "Like a Trojan horse," Phoebe nodded, instantly understanding. She followed him.
"Nothing more horse-related, please."
Dalton rubbed his backside. He was sure it was black and blue after the rough ride on the zebra. "It's not a bad idea," Kevin agreed as he brought up the rear. "But let's not forget that the Mavericks are dangerous, and surely Quentin has another lieutenant overseeing this compound just like his others. We have to be careful and cautious."
"Of course,"
Sasha agreed. Then he threw open the door to the next boxcar and stepped inside. The car was gloomy and shadowy. The center section had been turned into a cage, with bars as thick as Kevin's wrist, but widely set. Something in the cage moved. It was very large and gray. Sasha squinted, trying to get a better look.
"Is that an elephant or a rhino?"
he asked.
"Hell if I know," answered Dalton.
The door at the far end of the boxcar opened. Light spilled in, showing Kevin and his team the caged animal was indeed a rhinoceros. Unfortunately, it also showed them the person who had opened the door was dressed in a Mavericks uniform. He saw Kevin and the others instantly. "We have to stop him before he alerts the others," Kevin yelled. He darted between the widely set bars of the rhino's cage. Dalton was too big to fit, but Sasha tried to follow Kevin. The surprised rhino snorted and stomped, blocking Sasha from following.
"Kevin, wait!"
called Sasha. But Kevin was already gone, pursuing the Maverick into the next car. Kevin grabbed the Maverick before he got more than a few steps. Got you, Kevin crowed. Suddenly, a thick cable dropped around Kevin's neck, pulled tight, and lifted him until his toes barely touched the floor of the boxcar. Kevin looked and saw another Maverick holding a zookeeper's catch pole used to control animals. Only the Maverick was using it to control Kevin with the loop around his neck. The Maverick smiled and menacingly said, "No, got you," as he pulled the wire around Kevin's neck tighter and tighter. After foiling billionaire Quentin Covington's evil plan in Zambia, Kevin and his team of Dalton, Sasha, and Phoebe have ridden zebras to catch up to and leap onto a train bound for Quentin's original sand mining operation in the Serengeti. There they hope to retrieve the next piece of the mysterious blueprint to figure out Quentin's master plan. Aboard the train, Sasha's enthusiasm led to Kevin getting captured by a gang of Maverick agents. Kevin felt the noose of the zookeeper's catchpole tighten around his neck. The Maverick at the other end of the pole grinned and raised the pole higher. Kevin's toes barely touched the floor of the boxcar as the other Mavericks gathered closer. Kevin could sense they were all high-level 5s.
"Look here, boys,"
called the Maverick with the catchpole.
"Looks like we got ourselves a stowaway."
Another Maverick peered closer.
"He looks familiar. Haven't I seen you on TV?"
Kevin would have answered, but he was busy running out of air. No matter how he kicked and struggled, he couldn't get the catchpole's noose to loosen.
"You know," the Maverick continued, "I think he was on TV. On the Epic Clash. You guys must have seen it. It was the most watched TV event ever. I think this is the guy who won. I think this is Kevin Williams."
"Kevin Williams?"
sneered the Maverick with the catchpole.
"You're crazy. This little runt couldn't be the master herbalist who won the Epic Clash. That Kevin Williams was practically a god, and by now he would have gotten to the upper realm and become a master. This pipsqueak sure isn't a master."
He gave the catchpole a hard shake, making Kevin's head whip to the left and the right. Kevin knew he had less than a minute before his brain started to take damage from the lack of oxygen. He blinked, trying to clear the spots from his vision, and looked around for another solution.
"They say the camera adds 15 pounds. Maybe it adds inches, too,"
the TV-watching Maverick theorized. He looked closer at Kevin. Kevin's face was red and swollen. At this point, even Kevin's mother, Susan Williams, might not have recognized him. Finally, the TV-watching Maverick shook his head.
"Nah, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking. This guy's just some weird stowaway. There's not a chance in hell this is the real Kevin Williams."
Just then, Kevin saw his chance. He reached up and grabbed onto the boxcar's low ceiling beam. Then he swung his legs up and over the beam. Without his weight on the noose, it finally loosened. Kevin ducked his head as his body continued to swing around the beam and the noose swept free. Kevin took deep breaths, working to restore his body's oxygen levels as quickly as possible. He would have taken the time to swallow a recovery pill from his satchel, but Kevin knew that his level 7 powers were not going to be taxed in dealing with these two Maverick punks who had underestimated his skills and resolve. He allowed his body's momentum to carry him over the boxcar's low ceiling beam to land in a fighting crouch on the floorboards. The Maverick stared, amazed.
"Who is this guy?"
Right then, the boxcar's roof hatch was flung wide, and Dalton and Sasha dropped inside. Dalton punched the TV-watching Maverick.
"You had it right the first time, idiot. He's the Kevin Williams," Dalton yelled.
Instantly, all the Mavericks were on high alert. They knew they'd have to put everything they had into stopping a level 7 expert like Kevin. But the Mavericks were nothing if not fanatical. 4 of them charged Kevin at once. "Way to blow my cover," Kevin yelled to Dalton. He delivered a devastating roundhouse kick to the lead Maverick's head. The blow sent the Maverick flying into his other 3 compatriots. They all went down in a heap, but they wouldn't stay down there long.
"Sorry,"
Dalton apologized to Kevin, his heavy fist flying.
"And sorry it took us so long to get here,"
Sasha added.
"We had to go up and over the top of the train cars. Dalton wouldn't fit through the rhino's cage.
Sasha had been taken out of the Epic Clash early and his levels were still lower than he liked, but he wisely took up a defensible position between two stacks of crates, forcing the Mavericks to come at him one at a time.
Phoebe stayed behind on the far side of the cage where it's safe,
Dalton reassured Kevin. Dalton automatically knew Kevin would be concerned for Phoebe's safety. Phoebe was an ordinary with no levels of her own and not a lot of fighting skills. This trip gave her plenty of opportunities for on-the-mission training. Kevin systematically delivered blows to the downed Mavericks, knocking them unconscious one by one. The boxcar was too cramped for his more efficient fighting styles, and any of his major techniques, like the 10 directions, might derail the entire train. The mission would be a bust if they never even got to Quentin Covington's secret sand mining operation in the Serengeti. Kevin shouted to Dalton and Sasha, "We can't let any of these Mavericks warn Quentin's lieutenant and his workers that I'm in the area. He'd be sure to move the you-know-what instantly." The you-know-what was the third piece of the mysterious blueprint of Quentin's master plan. Kevin didn't know what Quentin's master plan was yet, but Kevin was sure it was no good. Dalton always favored the simplest solution.
"So we have to kill them all,"
he crowed as he yanked a wicked knife from an attacking Maverick and put it to the Maverick's throat. "Only if we have to," Kevin answered Dalton.
"I have an idea,"
Sasha offered. He leapt over the stack of crates to his left and grabbed the handle of the boxcar sliding cargo door. Sasha threw the cargo door wide. Suddenly, there was a 10-foot break in the boxcar's wall. Kevin could see the Tanzania countryside flying by at a high rate of speed. "Good idea," Kevin yelled. He grabbed an industrial length of chain from an open crate and handed one end to Dalton. "Stand at the far side of the boxcar door and hold this," Kevin commanded Dalton.
"Whatever you say, Kevin,"
Dalton agreed. He whipped the free end of the chain around, forcing the approaching Mavericks to step back and keep their distance. Kevin ran around the perimeter of the boxcar, bashing Mavericks with the chain he was still reeling out. He needed to make sure they were all between the chain and the gaping boxcar door for this to work. Kevin met Sasha on the far side of the boxcar cargo door. Sasha dispatched his latest attacker by carefully timing a blow from his elbow for when the Maverick dropped his guard. "Good work," Kevin praised Sasha. "You'll be leveling up before you know it." He called over to Dalton, including him in his next instructions. "Now on my mark, hold this chain taut," Kevin told them. He and Sasha both gripped the end of the chain. The Mavericks Kevin had knocked out were recovering from their brief naps and stumbling to their feet. Kevin waited until all of them were up again. "Mark!" Kevin yelled. He and Sasha pulled one end of the chain, circling the Mavericks, and Dalton used his tremendous strength to pull on the other end of the chain. As the chain went taut across the boxcar's open cargo door, all the Mavericks were swept out of the boxcar.
"Tuck and roll,"
Sasha yelled after them. The train was going fast, but with their levels, most of the Mavericks would survive the fall. He slid the boxcar's sliding cargo door shut. Kevin smiled with satisfaction. It'll take them days to walk back to civilization and get help. He looked at Dalton and Sasha. "We should check on the engineer and make sure they didn't notice anything. Sasha, you and Dalton do a forward sweep of the cars. Make sure there are no more Mavericks around and check on the engineer." Dalton nodded.
"What about you and Phoebe?"
"I'll see if I can settle that rhino down and bring Phoebe through to this car." Kevin looked around. The Mavericks were obviously using it for their headquarters on the train, so we should too. Let's meet back here in no more than 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, Kevin, Phoebe, Dalton, and Sasha had gathered in the boxcar the Mavericks had been using as their headquarters. Kevin had no trouble convincing the rhino to allow Phoebe to come through its cage unharmed. Dalton and Sasha found no other Mavericks on the train.
"The engineer hadn't noticed a thing and isn't likely to,"
Sasha informed Kevin.
"He's listening to one of those audio series on his phone. You know how they go on forever."
Kevin mused. Maybe Williams Media should look into doing some audio series. I heard they're getting quite popular. With nothing else to do, the team settled into waiting and broke out several of the board games to pass the time.
Yahtzee!
Yelled Sasha triumphantly when his roll of the dice netted him a full set of sixes.
You owe me $12 trillion,
he informed Dalton. Dalton looked over his wad of Monopoly money.
Don't think I have enough, Dalton grumbled. Would you take a couple of checkers, an old maid card, and this little car of blue and pink pegs?
The car and pegs were from a game of life. Dalton, Phoebe exclaimed, those are supposed to be your children.
You can keep those, Sasha said quickly. I'm not ready to be a father yet, but I'll take the rest and we can call it even.
Kevin cut the deal-making short. I feel the train slowing down. We must be getting close. Kevin opened the boxcar's cargo door and looked out. The rolling expanse of Tanzania countryside had been replaced by steep canyon walls. The train chugged along the bottom of the canyon, noticeably losing speed. The others joined Kevin. What is this place? Phoebe wanted to know. We didn't see anything like it in any of our research. The train came to a stop. Kevin peered out the door. He saw the engineer swing down from the locomotive and walk away. The engineer still had his earbuds in, his attention on nothing but his audio series. Come on, Kevin told the others. While no one is around, let's get to the top of that canyon and have a look around. Kevin helped Phoebe down from the boxcar while Sasha and Dalton jumped. They hurried up the side of the canyon, anxious not to be spotted. The canyon wall wasn't sheer, but it was steep and very loose. For every 3 steps they took, they slid back one. Finally, they reached the top and peered down. They were astounded.
I didn't know the Grand Canyon was in Tanzania, Dalton said.
The pit below them wasn't actually the Grand Canyon, but it was comparable in size. Heavy machinery so far below they looked like insects carved more sand away from the walls of the pit. This is definitely the sand mine, Kevin declared. Below and to Kevin's left was a large complex surrounded by high walls, barbed wire, in a deep trench of its own. Armed guards walked the walls.
Bet you 12 trillion Monopoly dollars that's where they're keeping the piece of the blueprint, Dalton said to Sasha.
No bet, replied Sasha.
He turned worried eyes on Kevin.
How are we ever going to get inside that place? It looks like Fort Knox's big brother.
Kevin didn't know, at least not yet. But Kevin loved nothing more than an impossible challenge, and there was one staring right at him in the searing heat of the African desert. After foiling billionaire Quentin Covington's evil plan in Zambia, Kevin and his team of Dalton, Sasha, and Phoebe stole away on a train bound for Quentin's original sand mining operation in the Serengeti. Kevin avoided capture by a group of high-level mavericks by ejecting them from the moving train. But once they arrived at the sand mining operation, Kevin realized the destruction of the Serengeti was bigger than he ever imagined. And getting into the compound where he believed the next piece of Quentin's mysterious blueprint was stored would require more creativity than he expected. Kevin, Dalton, Sasha, and Phoebe stood on the top of what they thought was a canyon wall. It turned out to actually be a gigantic pile of sand excavated from the floor of the Serengeti and waiting to be loaded into a train. Below them was a hole in the earth the size of the Grand Canyon with hundreds of mavericks running heavy machinery, scraping the last of the sand into piles, which were then loaded onto conveyor belts for stockpiling. To the left was a heavily guarded compound. Kevin needed to figure out a way to get in and retrieve the next piece of the blueprint that detailed Quentin Covington's plan, whatever it was.
What the hell is that thing?
Dalton pointed. A large vehicle careened across the floor of the pit. It was faster than its bulky size would suggest, and instead of wheels, it had an air cushion supporting the body. Kevin squinted. His eyesight was beyond excellent, but the bottom of the canyon was very far away. It's some kind of hovercraft or hydroplane.
You mean a sand plane?
Sasha just had to add. The hovercraft stopped at the compound. A large man in a helmet with glasses jumped out. He shouldered an elephant rifle big enough to be mistaken for a bazooka. He spoke to the guard at the compound's gate.
How much Monopoly money do you want to bet that's Quentin's lieutenant, the one they call Attila the Hun?
Sasha asked Dalton.
No bet on that one either, Dalton replied.
Phoebe had pulled a pair of antique opera glasses from her bag and peered at Attila. I wish we knew what they were saying. It might give us a clue on how to get into that compound. Do any of you read lips? She asked them. I should be able to do better than that. Kevin scanned the skies looking for a likely helper. Far above, he saw a dark shape in the sky riding the thermal waves. He reached out with his mind to the bird. It was a tawny eagle, strong and quick. Kevin communicated his wishes to the eagle. The eagle was angry and hungry. This giant sand mine had disrupted its feeding grounds. The eagle was happy to do anything that would punish the humans and their noisy, stinking machines that had ruined the eagle's home. As Kevin and his team watched, the tawny eagle circled lower and lower, finally coming to land on a floodlight positioned directly over Attila the Hun's head. It perched there, cocking its head one way and then the other. Is that eagle eavesdropping for you, Kevin? The admiration in Phoebe's voice was obvious. That's what I'm hoping for, Kevin replied. Suddenly he stiffened. But I think my friend needs to get out of there now. Attila the Hun had shifted his giant rifle off of his shoulder and was holding it casually across his body. But Kevin could tell from his posture he was on alert and watching the beautiful tawny eagle. Kevin reached out mentally to the eagle again, giving it a warning. It flapped its wings and took flight just as Attila the Hun snapped the rifle into firing position and squeezed the trigger. The rifle roared, and the light pole the tawny eagle had been perched on exploded into 1,000 fragments from the .50 caliber round. Sparks flew everywhere. Several of the Mavericks ducked as electrical fire rained down on their heads. The Mavericks patted their uniforms before embers could cause burns.
Oh no, Sasha yelled. Did he get the eagle? Tell me he didn't get the eagle.
But as the smoke from the shattered light cleared, they saw the eagle had returned to circling high above their heads and out of range. The eagle is fine, Phoebe said as she relaxed. Good thing you warned it in time, Kevin. Did it get any of Attila the Hun's conversation? Mentally, Kevin reached out to the eagle again and nodded. It did. Apparently, Attila wanted to know if the train with the supplies had returned yet.
Is he in a big hurry to start a Parcheesi tournament or something?
Dalton asked, referring to the large number of board and card games they had found on the train. No, Kevin replied thoughtfully. He's in a big hurry to get his rhinoceros, and that gives me an idea. Kevin smiled at his friends, a plan already coming together. When the team of Mavericks opened the sliding door of the train car, they found 4 people dressed in overalls busily working to prepare the rhino for departure. The leader of the Maverick team frowned.
Who in the hell are you people?
He demanded. Kevin pulled the brim of his cap lower. He'd already been recognized once this trip from his televised appearances on the Epic Clash. He didn't need it to happen a second time. We're here to make sure the rhino gets delivered correctly, Kevin lied smoothly. All part of the white glove experience included in the purchase price. The Maverick leader frowned suspiciously.
And that takes 4 people?
No, Kevin replied. It really just takes 1. But rhinos eat up to 100 pounds of grass and plants a day. That's a lot of roughage. Dalton and Sasha waved big shovels to help demonstrate. The leader cocked a thumb at Phoebe.
What about her?
Phoebe was scratching the rhino behind the ears. Kevin had communicated with the rhino earlier. It said its name was Tilly and it loved ear scratches. Phoebe's elegant nails were perfect for this, and she didn't even mind that the rhino's tough skin was hard on her manicure. She's the rhino's emotional support human, Kevin answered.
That's not a real thing,
argued the Maverick leader. If you say so, Kevin said. He pretended to check a clipboard. According to my instructions, were to deliver the animal to Mr. the Hun personally.
No way,
the leader crossed his arms.
No outsiders in the compound, not ever.
Kevin gave an amused smile. No problem. he waved to the others. Let's go, everyone. We can leave it to these guys. Dalton and Sasha put down their shovels and Phoebe stopped scratching Tilly's ears. Tilly stomped a foot the size of a discus to show her displeasure and snorted. The entire rail car shook. The Mavericks all took a few steps back. An unhappy Rhino was a terrifying glory.
Wait a minute, the leader said quickly. I think we can make an exception.
I thought you might, Kevin agreed. The Mavericks led Kevin, his team, and the Rhinoceros into the compound and up the steps of a sprawling white villa. Inside, the hallways were wide enough for even the Rhino to amble down. Tilly didn't even put any of the furnishings in jeopardy. Outside the compound commander's office, the lead Maverick left them to duck inside. Phoebe leaned toward Kevin. Do we have any idea what a man overseeing a sand mining operation wants with a Rhino? Kevin shook his head. No idea. Maybe he wants it as an alternative to heavy machinery? The double doors of the office were flung wide by the man they saw getting out of the hovercraft earlier. He still had a helmet on, and up close Kevin could see his glasses were very thick. Attila the Hun would be nearly blind without them. Come in! Come in! Attila welcomed them cheerfully. Everyone, including Tilly the Rhino, trooped inside. The office was big enough to play basketball in. And every inch of the walls was covered in taxidermied heads of wildlife, from a lion with a full mane to a tiny snarling marmot. Tilly was no fool of a Rhino and started snorting and stamping. Kevin laid a hand on her neck and sent her messages of comfort and safety. He wasn't going to let her wind up as another head on Attila's trophy walls. Attila kept grinning. At last! At last! I've been waiting so long for this day. So long! He turned to the leader of the team of Mavericks. Prepare my really big hunting gun. I don't want to wait until tomorrow. I'm going to hunt this beauty down today. But you can't hunt her down, Phoebe protested. She's standing right here. Attila noticed her for the first time. He stood taller and sucked in his gut. It's quite all right, he assured her. We'll turn her out into one of the sand pits. She'll have a fighting chance. A poor defenseless creature like Tilly has a fighting chance against someone like you? A big man with a big gun? Attila stood tall and proud at Phoebe's words. Ah, well, thank you for noticing, my dear. But this noble Rhino has a definite advantage over someone like me. Attila tapped his glasses. Peripheral vision. But you already have a Rhino. Phoebe pointed to a head on the wall. It was a Rhino, though for some reason, its horn had been shorn away. At the same time, Dalton tapped Kevin and pointed out what Kevin had noticed the moment they had walked into the office. Over Attila the Hun's desk was a framed piece of blueprint. Now Kevin just had to figure out how to retrieve it and make their escape out of the Serengeti without leaving Tilly to Attila's not-so-tender mercies. Kevin motioned to Attila to step to the side with him. Sir, is it possible you want to hunt the Rhino not just for the challenge to your skills, but for more personal reasons? Some believe rhino horn is quite a help in certain health matters. Attila blushed behind his thick glasses. It's true that I've found ground-up rhino horn mixed with 100 proof vodka and a little marmot gall to be a powerful health tonic. Kevin fought the sickness roiling in his stomach. It was disgusting and ridiculous when people thought killing endangered animals would give them health benefits. As a master herbalist, Kevin knew any results Attila had been experiencing were purely in his imagination. But right now, Kevin had to make sure to protect Tilly while not endangering their mission. There's a saying in my line of work, Kevin lied. Sell a man a rhino, and he has rhino horn for a year. Teach a man to take care of a rhino, and he has a rhino horn for life. Attila frowned. I don't get it. Kevin sighed at the man's ignorance. A rhino's horn keeps growing throughout its lifetime. By keeping it alive, you enable its horn to keep growing. You just harvest what you need from time to time. Attila shook his head. I have no idea how to care for a rhino. They seem rather high maintenance, like a Porsche or a third wife. Not at all, Kevin assured him. Mostly what they need is room. And you have a lot of that here. Why not let us stay for a few days and show you the ropes of rhino care? It's not that difficult. You'll see. Attila stroked his chin, considering. Hey, that's a good idea. Kevin relaxed. He just bought them a couple of days at least. But then Attila continued. And if taking care of a rhino is too much work, I can always shoot her then. After foiling billionaire Quentin Covington's evil plan in Zambia, Kevin and his team of Dalton, Sasha, and Phoebe made their way to Quentin's original sand mining operation in the Serengeti. Once there, they pretended to be animal handlers bringing in a rhino for the hunting pleasure of Quentin's lieutenant at the sand mine, Attila the Hun. This led them to discover the next piece of the mysterious blueprint on display in Attila's office inside his sprawling white villa. After convincing Attila the Hun to try to take care of the rhino instead of hunting and killing it for its horn, Kevin and his team of animal handlers were shown to a set of barracks to rest after their long train ride. They made sure none of the Mavericks were listening in before gathering around a table to speak in low voices. Kevin started. The good news is we know right where the blueprint is, hanging over his office desk. Dalton cracked his knuckles. I tried to get a good look at that frame. Looked like it's bolted to the wall, but we know how to solve that problem. In Cambodia, Dalton had used his levels to rip a safe Kevin and he had thought contained a piece of blueprint right from the wall. I've been keeping an eye on the trains, Sasha spoke up. They depart every 8 hours. If we time it right, we sneak into one of the cars holding sand and ride it all the way back to Arusha. It's just sand. They won't be guarding it heavily. But what about Tilly the rhino? Phoebe wanted to know. We can't leave her here. What if Attila decides to shoot her after all? We're definitely not leaving Tilly, Kevin promised. He thought back, remembering the maps they'd gone over when they were trying to figure out where the secret sand mining operation was located. Now that they were here, he had a pretty good idea of where the mining operation was in relation to the rest of the Serengeti region. Kevin snapped his fingers, remembering something. There's a wildlife sanctuary only 100 miles due east. Once we free Tilly, I'll give her directions. They'll be simple enough to follow and she can make her own way there. They continued to discuss their plans for the next few hours and then split up to gather everything they'd need and make preparations. The next train would depart at midnight. At 11 o'clock, Kevin and his team slipped from the barracks under the cover of dark. Sasha climbed to the top of the wall surrounding Attila the Hun's white villa. Using Phoebe's opera glasses, Sasha scanned the door leading from the pool area into Attila's gigantic office. A security patrol of Mavericks strolled by. There they go, Sasha told Kevin and Dalton, who were still waiting. It takes the guards 20 minutes to walk the perimeter of the villa. Our time starts now. Kevin took a few running steps, planted one foot and then the other on the wall, running smoothly up it. Dalton jumped, caught the top with his longer arms, and levered himself up. Kevin and his team bolted across the back lawn, using the occasional shrub trimmed to look like a rearing grizzly bear or a charging muskox for cover. Once at the villa, Sasha covered a window, including the sill, with strips of duct tape. Kevin took a deep breath, focused his energy, and delivered a short, sharp tap with the heel of his palm to the window. The window quietly shattered, with every piece leaving the frame, but none of it fell to the ground because of the tape. Sasha peeled the tape away from the windowsill, the glass still clinging to the tape, and hid it in a bush. Okay, here we go, Kevin whispered as he climbed through the window. Dalton followed and then Sasha. The lights were off. The furniture was little more than shadows. Dozens of taxidermied animal heads, trophies from Attila the Hun's hunting trips, hung on the walls and made strange, creepy shapes and shadows. Over the desk, Kevin could see the piece of blueprint in its case, lit by a picture light. They were almost there. Kevin and the others crept forward.
Okay, you guys, Dalton said, flexing his muscles. This is where I do my part. Stand back.
He stepped forward and reached for the case holding the blueprint. The alarm blared as all the lights came on. Mavericks, all of them holding assault rifles and armed to the teeth, sprang from their hiding spots behind sofas and tables.
What did I do? What did I do? Dalton wanted to know. I didn't even touch the case yet.
Hands up,
the Maverick leader yelled. Kevin and his team raised their hands.
Kevin, we can take these guys,
Sasha hissed.
There's not that many of them. We could still grab the blueprint and get out the window.
But just then, bars descended from every window and door frame. They clunked into place, sealing off every possible exit.
We should at least still get the blueprint, Dalton muttered from the side of his mouth. Cover me.
Sasha and Kevin stepped closer together to hide Dalton's movements, but just as Dalton reached for the case and the blueprint inside, the blueprint disappeared.
What the hell? Dalton exclaimed. Where did the blueprint go?
Kevin's eyes went wide. It was never there to begin with, he realized. It was a hologram, which means this whole setup was
a trap,
a voice declared, echoing around the room. Where the blueprint had been, the hologram of a man's face appeared. He was middle-aged, pale, and average-looking, with soft cheeks and a double chin. His hair was thinning but with noticeable failed hair plugs.
That's right, the man continued. You didn't think I'd let you get away with something like this again, did you? You disrupted my operations in Greenland and then stole pieces of my blueprint from Cambodia and the Cayman Islands. It wasn't hard to guess where you'd strike next.
Actually, you only had a 1 in 4 chance of being right, Sasha pointed out.
And then after a beat, he asked,
And who are you?
The man in the hologram went red with rage.
I'm Quentin Covington, of course.
Even Dalton and Kevin shook their heads at Sasha.
What?
Said Sasha defensively.
How was I supposed to know? He's a reclusive billionaire. It's not like he puts his picture out everywhere.
Dalton eyed the hologram.
And I can see why. Woof.
Quentin went even redder.
Attila,
he bellowed. Quentin's lieutenant, known as Attila the Hun, popped up from his hiding place behind a divan.
Here, sir.
Attila still wore his helmet and Coke bottle glasses.
Tell our guests the surprise we have in store for them, commanded Quentin.
Yes, well, this is really something special.
Attila pushed his thick glasses up his nose.
We're going to take you to the deepest pit in the whole mining operation. There we've used pile drivers to embed steel beams, one for each of you, into the underlying bedrock, and then...
We're going to drown you,
Quentin interrupted with an evil laugh.
Drown us? Dalton asked. How can you drown us? There's not enough water out here to fill a kiddie pool, much less a mining excavation. I didn't say we were going to use water, Quentin pointed out. We're going to use the sand. Tons and tons of sand. And I'm going to film the whole thing. People will see what happens when you try to steal from Quentin Covington.
Attila chuckled along.
And we're going to tape your eyes open before we do it. That's the part I added. There's no worse torture than when sand gets in your eyes.
Beside him, Kevin felt Sasha give a little shiver.
You know, he's kind of right.
Dalton stepped closer, fists up and ready to fight to his last breath.
I never even liked the beach.
We're not going to go easy, Kevin declared. He glared at the Mavericks around the room. The three of us took out an entire train of Mavericks on our way here. We can take out all of you, too. The Mavericks traded uneasy glances.
He's right, one of them yelled. None of the guys who were supposed to come back from R&R on that last train made it.
Shut him up already,
Quentin commanded. The Mavericks all raised their weapons. Kevin and his team raised their hands higher and braced for bullets. But there was no gunfire. Kevin felt a sharp pain in his leg. He looked down to see 3 tranquilizer darts sticking out of his thigh. Sasha had 2 in his shoulder and 1 in his arm. Dalton had 6. His torso looked like a pincushion. The Mavericks were taking no chances with the big man. Kevin reached for a satchel of herbal remedies, already knowing it was too late. He felt his consciousness fading away as he fell to the floor. The last thing he was aware of was Attila the Hun leaning over him and grinning,
and I'm going to shoot that rhino anyway, you undersized tree hugger."
Then everything went black for Kevin. When Kevin awoke, he found out that Quentin Covington was not always a liar. Kevin was indeed in a narrow mining pit about 7 feet deep, chained to a steel post pounded into the underlying bedrock. The chain was as thick as his wrist. Looking up, he saw the edge of a stack conveyor sticking over the edge of the pit. A few grains of sand fell from its conveyor belt and into Kevin's eye. He blinked, trying to get the grit out.
"None of that now,"
Attila the Hun said, coming up to Kevin.
"You keep those eyes wide open."
Attila tore off 2 pieces of medical tape from a roll and used them to tape Kevin's eyes wide open.
"Much better."
Attila did the same to Dalton and Sasha, who were just waking up and still groggy. Attila stepped back to admire his work.
"I think we're about ready. Wait, something's missing."
Kevin looked, his eyes already watering from being held open. Dalton was on one side and Sasha was on the other. Beside Sasha was a 4th steel beam, and it was empty.
"Where is that woman who was with you?" Attila demanded. "Where? Where?"
The more Attila ranted and raved, the more Kevin Williams smiled. After discovering Quentin Covington's original sand mining operation in the Serengeti, Kevin and his team made a daring attempt to steal the next piece of the mysterious blueprint detailing Quentin's evil plan from Quentin's lieutenant, Attila the Hun. However, Quentin and Attila set a clever trap for Kevin, Sasha, and Dalton. They were captured and were about to be buried under tons of sand. But then Attila the Hun noticed a member of Kevin's team was missing. Phoebe crouched near the enclosure where Tilly the rhinoceros was sleepily munching hay. Phoebe was hidden from view from any casually passing Maverick agents. In addition to being an expert in art and antiquities, Phoebe was brave, smart, and resourceful. Otherwise, Kevin never would have brought her on this mission. But she was still an ordinary with no levels of her own. She had agreed to wait with Tilly the rhino while Kevin, Dalton, and Sasha broke into the compound to steal the piece of the blueprint Attila foolishly kept on display. Phoebe checked the time. Kevin and the others were very late. "Come on, Kevin," she whispered to herself. "Where are you?" She risked peeking her head out to see if she could see any of her friends coming. Phoebe was getting worried. Kevin and the others should have been back half an hour ago. According to the plan, after they secured the blueprint, Kevin and the others would come back to Tilly's enclosure. Then Kevin would free the friendly rhino and direct it to the nearest wildlife refuge for its own safety. Phoebe, along with Kevin, Sasha, and Dalton, would stow away on the next train, leaving to haul this rare type of Serengeti sand to wherever Quentin Covington was having it refined. Phoebe could see the train from here. Conveyor belts filled open hopper rail cars with tons and tons of sand. The train was almost finished being loaded. If Kevin, Dalton, and Sasha didn't return soon, they wouldn't have time to sneak on the train and make a clean getaway from the sand mining operation. And if they missed the train, Phoebe had no idea how they could possibly escape from this isolated location, hours from the nearest city or town. Kevin, Dalton, and Sasha were late meeting Phoebe because they had gotten a little tied up, or rather very tied up by Quentin Covington's lieutenant, codenamed Attila the Hun. "Tell me where the woman is," Attila screamed at Kevin. Attila was so angry his thick Coke bottle glasses were starting to fog up, and the pith helmet he wore constantly was tipped at a crazy angle. "Never," Kevin smiled, glad he had the forethought to have Phoebe wait with Tilly the rhino. "You're just going to have to be satisfied with killing the 3 of us." Kevin, Dalton, and Sasha were each tied to steel posts, driven into the bedrock of an empty mining pit 7 feet deep. Above them, a stacked conveyor stood ready to channel thousands of pounds of sand on top of them, smothering Kevin and his friends. To add agony to the assassination, Attila had personally taped Kevin, Sasha, and Dalton's eyes open so they would know the torment of sand in their eyes while they died of asphyxiation. Attila turned to the Mavericks surrounding the pit. "Don't just stand there, you idiots.
Spread out and find that woman. We're in the middle of nowhere. She couldn't have left on her own. Find her and bring her to me."
The Mavericks trotted off to do his bidding. Attila glared back at Kevin and his friends.
"As for you three, let's get this party rolling."
He climbed out of the pit to the stack conveyor's controls and turned a key. Attila threw a few levers and sand began pouring down on Kevin, Sasha, and Dalton from the stack conveyor's belt. They turned their heads, trying to protect their eyes.
"Hey!" yelled Sasha weakly. "Don't you want to torture Phoebe by making her watch our slow, painful deaths or something?"
"Jesus, Sasha," Dalton scolded. "That's a hell of a thing to say."
Dalton flexed his massive muscles and rolled his shoulders, but the chains didn't loosen an inch.
"I'm just trying to buy us some time,"
Sasha protested. The sand was already up to their knees and rising fast.
"Don't worry,"
Attila called down as he brought out his phone.
"I'm going to video the whole thing." "What are we going to do?"
Sasha looked at Kevin. Sasha's eyes were watering and turning red from the grit he couldn't keep out of them. Kevin bowed his head. It might look like defeat to Attila the Hun, but really he was concentrating, focusing his mind, and reaching out. Phoebe stared in horror as she saw the train's last hopper car loaded with sand. She could hear the engineer and a few others calling back and forth to each other, going over their pre-trip checks. In less than 15 minutes, the train would be departing. Where were Kevin and the others? Phoebe had just made up her mind to go and look for them when Tilly the rhino gave a sudden snort and shook her head, her sharp horn slicing through the night air like a saber. Phoebe looked everywhere for a sign of what had disturbed the friendly rhino. There was nothing. Phoebe opened the door to the enclosure and stepped inside. "What is it, Tilly?" Phoebe asked softly. "Did something scare you?" Tilly gave another snort and shook her head in a way that was almost human. Phoebe remembered Kevin's unique ability to reach out and communicate with animals. He'd communicated with Tilly before so the rhino could help them get access to Attila the Hun's compound. Maybe he was doing it again. "Is it Kevin?" Phoebe felt a little silly talking to a rhino like this, but Tilly gave an unmistakable nod. "Does he need help? Do we have to get to him?" Phoebe continued. Again, a nod, and Tilly gave her great horned head a jerk indicating her own back. Phoebe's eyes went wide. Tilly wanted Phoebe to ride her. The daughter of a wealthy family, Phoebe was an accomplished equestrian and had even ridden a zebra on the trip already. The wide, humped back of Tilly was another thing entirely, but there was no time to think of that now. Phoebe pulled herself astride as best as she could. Tilly took off out of the enclosure gate Phoebe had left open. Rhinos can run up to 35 miles per hour. Tilly was one of the fastest, though hardly the most graceful. Phoebe was sure she was going to fly off with every stride. Fortunately, they didn't go far, just to the edge of the most recent digging where floodlights had been set up. As they approached, Phoebe instantly saw what was going on. Kevin, Dalton, and Sasha's heads were just sticking out of a pit that was rapidly filling with sand from a stacking conveyor. On the far side of the stack conveyor, Attila the Hun held up a phone as he videoed the slow and agonizing death of her friends. He was smiling with glee. "There, Tilly." Phoebe pointed to the stack conveyor spewing sand into the pit. "We have to take out the conveyor." Either Phoebe's bond with Tilly had grown exponentially or Kevin was still telepathically giving her instructions. Phoebe knew it was more than likely the latter, though Kevin looked like he was in mortal danger. He had, of course, complete control of the situation, and he was not about to let himself or anyone on his team die a sandy death. Tilly lowered her head and charged full speed at the base of the stack loader. Tilly smashed her double-horned head into the side of the loader. Cables snapped and steel buckled. The stack loader swung wildly away, spraying sand in a wide arc. Attila the Hun looked up shocked. The suspended conveyor belt slammed into him and sent him flying off into the darkness. Phoebe heard him yell and the thud of his body as he fell down into some other excavated pit. Phoebe hoped it was a deep one. "Fantastic, Phoebe!" Kevin yelled. "I knew you and Tilly could do it." Phoebe ran to them, her feet sliding and sinking into the soft sand. I couldn't have done it without you, Kevin. Your ability to communicate with animals gets more amazing every day. She quickly dug the sand away from Kevin until she had access to his chains. How are we going to get you out of these chains? Phoebe wailed. I'm sure Attila has the keys. Tilly's better than any key. Kevin gave the rhino a nod, guiding her nearer. She was a huge, magnificent animal, but also built for sandy river bottoms and navigated the unstable footing easily.
Hurry up, Dalton begged. My eyes are killing me.
Mine too, Sasha added. Phoebe helped Tilly the rhino slip her front horn between the chains and Kevin's body. Then, with one sharp jerk of her head, the chain snapped, and Kevin was free. He tore the tape holding his eyelids open away. In minutes, they had Sasha and Dalton unchained as well. That was the worst, Sasha pawned at his burning eyes. Don't rub them. It'll just make it worse, Kevin advised. Phoebe brought him his satchel full of his herbal remedies. I saw it left near the stack conveyor, Phoebe explained. Fortunately, Kevin had the foresight to mix up several herbal remedies he thought might be useful at a sand mine. A soothing eye wash was one of them. He administered drops to Dalton, Sasha, and then himself. Kevin knew a good leader always took care of his people first. What about the blueprint, though? Phoebe wrung her hands. Kevin shook his head. It was only a hologram to bait the trap that caught us. It was never here at all. Then we better hurry. We only have a few minutes until... The train leaves, she finished. That was the train whistle. We have to catch that train. It's our only chance for escape. Especially with all the Mavericks looking for you, Phoebe, Kevin added. Quick, everybody on Tilly's back. They piled on. Even with a very full load on her back, Tilly the rhino made an excellent time back to the train tracks. Just in time for them to see the light on the last train car disappear into the night. There was no way to catch up with the train this time. Kevin and his team were trapped at Quentin's sand mining operation with hundreds of Mavericks looking for them, and no way out. Kevin and his team of Phoebe, Dalton, and Sasha discovered Quentin Covington's secret sand mining operation in the Serengeti. A daring nighttime attempt to steal the next piece of the mysterious blueprint detailing Quentin's evil plan resulted in Kevin, Dalton, and Sasha being kidnapped by Quentin's lieutenant, Attila the Hun. Kevin communicated with a nearby rhinoceros to aid Phoebe in saving Kevin and the others from a sandy death. But the team has just missed their chance to escape the sand mining operation on a train. Now they are stranded with Maverick agents hunting for them. Dalton looked down the train tracks where the train hauling the Serengeti sand off to Quentin's secret refinery had disappeared into the night.
I can't believe we missed the train.
Dalton shook his head. And there won't be another one for 8 hours, Sasha added. Think we can hide out until then? Kevin, Dalton, and Sasha were bruised and dirty from nearly being buried alive in a sand pit, but were otherwise unharmed. They heard shouts from the Maverick agents. The voices were coming from the pit Phoebe and Tilly the rhino had rescued Kevin, Dalton, and Sasha from. Sounds like the Mavericks have realized we escaped. Kevin tightened the strap on his trusty satchel. This is the first place they'll look for us. We need to hide. Hide with a 3,000-pound rhino? How? We can't leave Tilly behind, and she's... Phoebe stopped and looked around. Wait, where did she go? The huge rhino was nowhere in sight, though the area was very dark. The railroad tracks ran along the bottom of a canyon formed by the sand mounds waiting for transportation. Now that the train had left, the Mavericks had turned off the train yard lights mounted to the depot to their left.
No idea.
Dalton tried to peer through the inky night.
I can barely see my hand in front of my face out here.
Maybe she got hungry and went to look for some grub. Sasha patted his own flat stomach. I know I missed dinner. Kevin suddenly held up his hand. Shh, what's that noise? But as soon as Kevin said it, the sound of the motor died away. There was only a soft whooshing noise that slowed as it got closer. Suddenly, a bright light came on, shining in their eyes. Blinded, the team squinted and held up hands to block the light.
"I've got you now."
Kevin recognized the voice as that of Attila the Hun, Quentin's lieutenant.
"You're trapped like deer in the headlights."
Kevin blinked rapidly. His superior eyesight adjusted to the change in light faster than normal. He could see Attila climbing from his favorite hovercraft. The hunting spotlight was attached to the side. Attila must have cut the engine and glided in to sneak up on them. Attila looked even worse than Kevin and his team. He'd been thrown into another pit when Phoebe and Tilly the rhino rescued the others. Attila was filthy and bleeding. He'd lost one of the lenses from his thick glasses, his pith helmet, and several teeth. But he was, unexpectedly, still alive. And somehow he'd gotten his signature .50 caliber elephant rifle.
"Okay, that's it," Attila declared. "You may think you're so smart escaping from me, but I'm not going to let that happen again. I don't care if that spoiled idiot billionaire Kevington wants your death on video. I'm going to kill you now and send him a picture of your corpse."
He raised the gun. There was nowhere for Kevin to go. The train depot was on one side, and across the tracks was a steep side of the other sand pile. Attila aimed at Kevin and applied pressure to the trigger. And that's when Tilly the rhino came charging around the corner of the depot, bellowing a roar. Attila didn't even have time to switch his aim to the enraged rhino as she slammed into him. Tilly's horns drove into his side, splintering ribs and goring vital organs. Attila screamed as Tilly the rhino shook her head. The elephant rifle went flying, but Attila remained impaled on Tilly's horns. A second head shake dislodged Attila, and he fell to the ground. Tilly trampled what was left of Attila. The sound of breaking bones and stomping rhino feet filled the night. Phoebe had to look away from the carnage. Fascinated, Sasha could not have looked away if he wanted to.
"Looks like old Attila the Hun is now Attila the Dun. He's rhino kill for sure."
Phoebe looked at Kevin, her eyes pleading. "Tell me you didn't order Tilly to murder him." Kevin shook his head. "She did that all on her own, though I can't say I blame her." Attila's office was full of disgusting hunting trophies. Attila had planned to add Tilly's head to the collection. "As far as I'm concerned," Kevin added, "Tilly was just acting in self-defense of her species." Light appeared on the far side of one of the sand piles. Kevin immediately noticed them. "The rest of the Mavericks are here. Get in the hovercraft. We can escape in that." Kevin and his team ran for the hovercraft. Kevin waved an arm at Tilly. "Come on, Tilly. Follow us." Tilly ran beside the hovercraft for half an hour until Kevin was sure they had lost the Mavericks. The hovercraft was state-of-the-art and came equipped with night vision monitors so Kevin could run it without turning on the headlights. They finally stopped by a watering hole so Tilly could drink and rest. The moon had come up, lighting up the night. Kevin, Dalton, and Sasha splashed water on their hands and faces to wash away the last of the sand. "I wish I had gotten a bigger sample of the sand." Kevin rubbed a few grains between his fingers. "It could be vital in figuring out how Quentin is making that highly reflective glass. It's much stronger than regular glass, too."
"But not unbreakable," Dalton smiled at the memory. "Remember how you ran that jeep through a wall of that glass at the temple in Cambodia?"
"I got good news for you, Kevin."
Sasha pulled off one of his shoes.
"I still got all the samples you need right here."
Sasha opened Kevin's satchel and turned his shoe upside down over it. Sand poured out and into Kevin's bag.
"I got another shoe if you need more."
"Thanks. That's enough," Kevin said dryly. Good thing he always kept his herbal components safely sealed and organized. Kevin left Sasha and Dalton to join Phoebe, who was scratching Tilly behind the ears just the way the rhino liked. Kevin gave Tilly a pat. "Thanks for all your help, Tilly. But it's time you got yourself to safety." Kevin reached out with his mind. He showed the rhino the big mountain rising in the distance, visible in the full moon's light. He conveyed to Tilly that if she traveled in that direction, she would come to a place where she'd be safe from hunters and would find more of her own kind. It was a wildlife sanctuary. Tilly gave a snort and a friendly butt with her head that nearly knocked Kevin off his feet. Then she turned in the direction of the big mountain and trotted off. "Goodbye, Tilly," Phoebe waved after her. "I hope she does okay at the wildlife sanctuary." "She'll do great." Kevin gave Phoebe a brotherly pat on the shoulder and made a mental note to donate a few spare millions of dollars to the sanctuary to help with Tilly and the rest of the animals' care. Dalton and Sasha joined them. "Where do we go from here?" Sasha wanted to know. Kevin smiled. He had good news. This hovercraft really is state-of-the-art. Kevin walked them over to the hovercraft to show them. Not just the night vision cameras, there's air conditioning, bucket seats, fully stocked weapons lockers.
"Don't forget the snack bar and drinks cabinet,"
Dalton added, passing around bottles of waters and snacks. Dalton would have liked to break into the top-shelf scotch in the drinks cabinet, but he would never drink on a mission. And it also has this GPS. Kevin punched a few buttons on the screen, complete with logs of every trip this hovercraft has ever made. A man appeared on the screen showing the hovercraft's movements.
"What's with all those trips?"
Sasha pointed to a thick red line indicating many trips had been made to a location 100 miles from where they currently were. "I was looking at that. Look what happens when I overlay a map of the major railroad lines in the area." Kevin punched a few more buttons. A triangle appeared overlaid on the map. 2 of the triangle's sides were rail lines. The third side was the thick line showing the repeated hovercraft trips. "They've been shipping the sand to the refinery by rail," Kevin explained. "So they had to use the railroad lines. But with the hovercraft, Attila the Hun could go directly overland." Phoebe pointed to the map. "So that's where the refinery is." Kevin nodded. "Which means it's the best bet for the real location of the next piece of Quentin Covington's blueprint." It was still dark when Kevin and the others arrived at the refinery. The refinery was a huge structure with storage silos, furnaces, cooling bays, and rail lines going in and out. The whole thing was surrounded by a double chain-link fence, which was patrolled by more Mavericks in uniform. Using her trusty opera glasses, Phoebe also spotted additional guards on top of the buildings and silos. "That place is going to be tough to get into," Phoebe said as she eyed the guards. "Maybe we need another disguise and try and talk our way in." Dalton looked at the railroad cars scattered around the outside of the refinery.
"We could use some of these old railroad cars and set up a distraction," Dalton offered.
"There might be a back way in,"
Sasha added. "Or maybe we could tunnel under the fence." Kevin shook his head. "It doesn't look like they're on any kind of high alert. They must not have gotten word yet from the sand mining operation that we've escaped." Kevin threw the hovercraft into gear. "But that could change at any second. There's only one way in that we have time for." "What's your plan, Kevin?" Phoebe hadn't seen that grim determination in Kevin's eyes in quite a while. "Full frontal attack." Kevin leaned on the throttle. The hovercraft leapt forward on a direct collision course with the refinery's heavy front gates. Kevin, Phoebe, Dalton, and Sasha escaped from Quentin Covington's secret sand mining operation in the Serengeti by stealing a hovercraft belonging to Quentin's lieutenant, Attila the Hun. But they still didn't have the next piece of the mysterious blueprint detailing Quentin's evil plan. Kevin discovered the location of the refinery that turned the sand into the extraordinary glass they saw at the Cambodian temple. Sure that the blueprint fragment was being held in the glass refinery, Kevin launched a frontal attack. It was still the middle of the night as Kevin leaned on the hovercraft's throttle. The hovercraft leapt forward. They were on a direct collision course with the refinery's heavy front gates. Phoebe ducked low for cover as Dalton grabbed weapons from the hovercraft's well-stocked munitions locker. Sasha let out a redneck war cry and waved his head excitedly. The gate burst open upon impact, and the hovercraft skidded sideways into the refinery's yard. Shouts of alarm went up from the Maverick guards who had been patrolling the fence line and had been stationed on top of the refinery's storage silos, furnaces, and cooling bays. The hovercraft came to a stop against the refinery's loading doors. Kevin leapt from the hovercraft to meet the Mavericks with Dalton and Sasha on his heels. Phoebe stayed in the safety of the hovercraft. Kevin reached out with his senses. These Maverick guards were level 4s and 5s, but there were dozens and dozens of them pouring out of the refinery base. There was an entire battalion of them, surely at least 200, and they were heavily armed. But for once, Kevin had all the room to work with that he could wish. He didn't have to worry about damaging structures or bystanders. He could use his powers to their fullest. He was going to enjoy this. The Mavericks stopped well back from Kevin and his team, but still within rifle fire range. They fell into precise lines. The Mavericks in front dropped to one knee and took aim, while the line of Mavericks behind them staggered themselves between the men in front. The Maverick commander called out, "Surrender immediately or we open fire." Sasha took a step back. He trusted Kevin entirely, but staring down a double line of firearms was enough to dampen even his enthusiasm.
Kevin? Maybe this wasn't such a good idea."
Kevin surveyed the Maverick battalion arrayed against them. "You're right, Sasha. This wasn't a good idea," Kevin said as he smiled. "This was a great idea." He took a deep breath and centered himself. There was a gentle ruffle of air as Kevin gathered the full strength of his immense level 7 powers around him. Then Kevin charged forward and slammed a fist into the ground. A cold blue light flared from the place he struck. It grew brighter and the Mavericks had to force themselves not to look away. An unbearable tension filled the air. Then all at once it broke, and a brain-rattling shockwave shot out from the blue light and slammed like a typhoon into the Mavericks. As one, they cried out at the impact and fell to the ground. The bullets in their guns exploded, ruining the weapons and injuring the Mavericks' hands, faces, and eyes.
"Damn, Kevin,"
Sasha cheered.
"Yeah, cool move," Dalton agreed. "But how are Sasha and I supposed to level up when you've taken out all the Mavericks?"
"Don't worry, there's plenty more where they came from." Kevin pointed to where fresh troops were already pouring from across the refinery's yard. These Mavericks were also heavily armed.
"Stop, you idiots,"
yelled the Maverick commander. His right hand had been ruined by his exploding handgun.
"They've some way to make bullets explode. Put down the guns. Hand-to-hand combat only."
The well-trained Mavericks dropped their guns and started to prepare for hand-to-hand combat.
"That's more like it."
Dalton stepped forward. He loved a good brawl. "Think you and Sasha can hold them off while Phoebe and I go look for the blueprint?" Kevin was already helping Phoebe climb down from the hovercraft.
"You betcha."
Sasha grabbed a long pipe and twirled it like a quarterstaff. Dalton picked up a discarded length of heavy chain and gave it a swing. He smiled at Sasha.
"Come on, Sash. You and I will be breathing down Kevin's level before you know it."
Kevin laughed. "Don't get ahead of yourselves, but have fun." With that, he and Phoebe ran inside the refinery. Inside, it was very bright. Machines whispered as large glass panels whisked up and down wide conveyor belts. Each pane had a slight glowing sheen to it. Secondary furnaces and cutting machines cycled on and off without any apparent help from humans. "It looks like the whole place is automated," Phoebe noticed. She tried to make her footsteps quieter on the polished concrete floor. Kevin nodded. "I think Quentin uses most of his personnel for security." Phoebe looked around the cavernous space. "How are we going to find one piece of blueprint in a place this big? It could be anywhere." A flutter of movement caught Kevin's eye. There was someone on the platform next to the mouth of a huge molten vat of liquid glass. In a flash, Kevin scaled the scaffolding 3 floors up and landed with silent feet on the platform. There he found a tall, handsome tech in a lab coat kneeling at the edge. The tech had a heavy, clear rod in one hand and was using it to test the molten glass in the vat. He looked up as Kevin approached and scowled.
"Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?"
Kevin stuffed his hands in his pockets and tried to look disarming. "Hi, I'm looking for the foreman's office. Someone told me it was over this way, but I think I got turned around." The tech in the lab coat smiled. "Oh, sure, no problem." But then the tech suddenly turned and jabbed the clear rod at Kevin. The tip was white hot with dripping molten glass. Kevin quickly backed up from the superheated rod. The glass dripped off the rod and melted tiny holes in the platform. Kevin's heels met the edge of the platform. There was no safety railing. "Nice try," sneered the tech. "I heard the security alarms go off. Did your buddies send you in here while they stayed outside and did the real fighting?" But Kevin had the tech's measure. Yes, the tech was tall, but his muscles were the kind forged in a gym, and mostly for show. This guy didn't even have levels. Faster than the eye could follow, Kevin snapped out a hand, grabbed the tech's wrist, and twisted until the tech dropped the rod. Kevin caught the rod before it could hit the platform. The rod was also made of glass and was surprisingly cool, given that the other end of it was still white hot. "You must be right," Kevin told the whimpering tech. "The real fighting must be outside because there's certainly no real fighting in here. Take me to the office. Now." The tech clutched his wrist and nodded. The tech led Kevin and Phoebe through the factory. Kevin kept the glass rod handy and was prepared to use it to prod the tech if the tech tried to stall. But Quentin Covington had only ever been able to buy people. He'd never bothered to earn their loyalty the way Kevin had. At last, they arrived at an office high at the front of the refinery, with a window overlooking the manufacturing floor. The door had a keypad lock. "What's the combination?" Kevin demanded. "I don't know," the tech said as he put up his hands defensively. "Seriously, I don't. I just know my job. I don't even know the whole process of making this weird glass or what it's for." "There go my next two questions," Phoebe said wryly. "Kevin, should we look for a key or a code to the door?" Kevin looked at the glass rod. It was still white hot on one end and cool on the other. It was a remarkable lack of heat transference. Kevin could see how it could have all kinds of technological applications. But he had a simpler application in mind right now. "I think I already have a key," Kevin told Phoebe. Kevin pressed the hot end of the rod against the door jamb. Immediately, the paint bubbled and the wood popped and splintered. A light blow from Kevin's shoulder sent the door swinging open. "Thanks for your help," Kevin told the tech and knocked him out with one sharp blow to the temple.
"Kevin? Phoebe?"
Dalton called from the refinery floor. "We're up here." Phoebe waved to get Dalton and Sasha's attention. Moments later, Dalton and Sasha joined them. Both showed signs of scuffs and scrapes, but they were also grinning proudly.
"The rest of the Mavericks have been handled," Dalton declared.
"We locked up the rest of the refinery workers in the break room."
Sasha pointed across the refinery to another high room well above the manufacturing floor.
"That takes care of everyone here. The place is ours."
"That was quick work," Kevin praised them. "I can tell you're both leveling up fast."
"We couldn't have done it without you, Kevin."
Dalton wasn't one much for modesty, but he knew to give credit where it was due.
"Now let's see if that blueprint is in this office."
The blueprint was in the office. It was also encased in a glass orb bigger than a basketball. Kevin noticed it had the same strange pearl-like sheen as the glass on the manufacturing floor.
"Wow,"
Sasha tapped on the orb.
"This must be the world's biggest marble."
"Wrong," Dalton declared. "This was the world's biggest marble."
He scooped up the orb from its solid gold display and smashed it onto the desk as if he were cracking an egg. Nothing happened. "I think you spoke too soon," Phoebe told Dalton. Dalton scowled.
"I just need to put a little more effort into it."
Dalton picked up the heavy display base and smashed it into the orb. Still nothing. He tried hitting the orb with a chair and then one of the heavy curtain rods. He tried crushing it in a steel filing cabinet's door, hurling it onto a marble-topped side table, and climbing on top of a bookcase and slamming it down to the floor. The glass orb didn't even take a scratch.
What the hell is going on with this orb? Dalton demanded.
It's unbreakable, a voice declared.
Everyone turned to see Quentin Covington standing in the doorway, a superior smile on his face.
Where did you come from? Sasha demanded. We searched the whole factory.
Quentin rolled his eyes.
I'm not going to dignify that with a response. We know this crazy glass of yours isn't unbreakable, Covington. Dalton glared at the orb. Kevin smashed through a wall of it in Cambodia.
Quentin gave a dismissive wave.
That was then. This is now.
You've perfected the formula for the glass, didn't you? Quentin refused to answer Kevin's question. Kevin narrowed his eyes. Fine. We'll just take the orb and the blueprint inside with us when we go. There's nothing you can do to stop us.
I wouldn't be too sure.
Quentin tapped a few keys on his phone. Warning lights flashed on the manufacturing floor. Phoebe looked out the door. Oh my God. All the vats and furnaces began to empty out onto the factory floor, flooding it with millions of gallons of superheated molten glass. Quentin laughed.
I guess I can stop you after all. That glass is over 2,000 degrees and will melt anything it touches.
You damn fool, roared Dalton. Now you're trapped too.
No, Dalton, don't, yelled Kevin, just as Dalton threw the glass orb directly at Quentin's head. It passed harmlessly through Quentin, who was just a hologram, and shattered the window overlooking the manufacturing floor. The glass orb and that piece of blueprint disappeared into the lake of molten glass below, a burning hot lake of liquid glass that might soon consume and melt Kevin and his team. Kevin discovered the location of Quentin Covington's secret refinery that turned sand into the extraordinary glass they saw at the Cambodian temple. Kevin believed it's also where the next piece of the mysterious blueprint he's been searching for with Phoebe, Dalton, and Sasha is being kept. After defeating the bulk of the Maverick agents guarding the refinery, Kevin discovered Quentin had developed new properties for his glass. It's both unbreakable and does not conduct heat. Quentin had the piece of the blueprint encased in an orb of this super glass and laughed as Dalton tried to break it. Frustrated, Dalton threw the orb at Quentin, only to discover that Quentin was only a hologram. Quentin had the refinery release all the molten glass onto the refinery floor, trapping Kevin and his team in the manager's office. Dalton blinked in disbelief and pointed at Quentin, who looked as real and as solid as Dalton, Kevin, Phoebe, or Sasha.
He's a hologram? Again?
That's what I was trying to tell you, exclaimed Kevin, exasperated. Quentin roared.
You may be one of the smartest men on the planet, Kevin Williams, but your associates leave something to be desired. Tough words for a guy who's too chicken to show his face, Sasha said as he crossed his arms. His real face, I mean.
I may be a chicken, Quentin sneered, but you're the ones whose goose is cooked. Even as I speak, that superheated molten glass is filling up the refinery floor. There's no escape.
Phoebe looked out the office door again. The office overlooked the refinery's floor. She could see white-hot glass pouring out of furnaces and vats. Equipment creaked and groaned as it buckled from the heat as the molten glass oozed around iron and steel. The temperature in the refinery had already risen noticeably. Phoebe's heart sank. I think he's right, Kevin. There's no other way out of here.
Not only that, Quentin continued, you don't even have the piece of the blueprint you came for, thanks to this gorilla throwing it at me. Good thing I didn't have that office window upgraded. That orb is now down there with the rest of the molten glass.
Kevin had enough of Quentin's gloating. He scanned the room and reached for a brass paperweight. Quentin's grin widened, proving that even billionaires still need regular dental cleanings.
I'm almost sorry I'm not there to see this in person after you've been such a thorn in my side, Kevin Williams. I almost wish.
Kevin threw the paperweight at the holographic projector hidden in the ceiling tile. The projector shattered. Sparks flew everywhere.
"Way to go, Kevin," Sasha cheered. "That guy was getting on my nerves."
Kevin, Sasha, and Dalton joined Phoebe at the door and surveyed the floor below. The refinery floor now looked like a lake of volcanic lava. Phoebe turned pleading eyes on Kevin. "Please tell me you know some way out of here. There are no other exits out of this office, and the only window is the one Dalton broke that overlooks the refinery." "I have an idea." Kevin patted her arm comfortingly. "But first, let's make sure there's no other way out of this office," he said as he looked at them all. "Spread out and search the office." Sasha examined the air vents while Phoebe tapped on the walls and bookshelves, looking for secret passages. Dalton threw everything out of the coat closet while Kevin checked the executive bathroom. Sasha shut the cover of the air vent.
"Nothing bigger than a raccoon is getting out this way."
"No sign of secret passages on any of the walls or bookshelves," Phoebe added. Dalton threw down an umbrella stand in disgust.
"Nothing in here either, Kevin. You find a way out over there?"
Kevin came out of the bathroom. "No way out through the bathroom." He raised a toilet plunger. "But I did find what I needed." Sasha's eyes went wide.
"Oh, I get it."
But then he frowned.
"No, wait. I have no idea what you're thinking."
"I noticed something about Quentin's new and improved glass," Kevin explained. "It hardly conducts heat, even from other molten glass. That's going to be our way out of here. Come on." He led them out of the office and headed down the stairs, still carrying the toilet plunger. On the way, he picked up the glass rod he had used to melt the office's lock and handed it to Dalton. Below, the white-hot melted glass filled the refinery floor to a depth of at least 8 feet. The heat was incredible. Sweat popped out on their faces. Kevin led them as far down the stairs as he could. Beside the stairs, finished panes of glass were waiting for shipping. The upper racks were still above the level of the liquid glass. "Help me with this," Kevin ordered as he reached over the stair railing and grabbed a pane. It was easily 4 inches thick and heavy. With Dalton and Sasha's help, he maneuvered it onto the stairs.
"Now what?"
Dalton wanted to know. Instead of replying, Kevin eased the pane out and down onto the molten glass. It floated on the surface of the superheated liquid like a raft. Kevin stepped out onto the pane. It rocked slightly, but it held. It was even noticeably cooler there since the pane blocked the rising heat. "Kevin, you're brilliant," Phoebe cheered. Suddenly, the metal staircase under Phoebe, Dalton, and Sasha shuddered and shook. "What I need to be is faster." Kevin waved for them to join him. "The heat from this molten glass is weakening the whole refinery structure. It could come down on our heads any minute." Phoebe, Dalton, and Sasha stepped onto the pane, which rocked under their weight. Dalton was about to push off the stairs using the glass rod Kevin had given him when Kevin yelled, "Wait!" He jumped off the pane and back onto the stairs, which shook alarmingly under his weight. "Where are you going?" Phoebe demanded. "I have to get that lab tech," Kevin called. "Dalton, can you use that rod to pry open the main door?"
"Yeah, sure," Dalton replied. "It's like the pedal board from hell. What about you?"
"We won't all fit on that panel." Kevin was already running up the stairs, his soft footsteps being the only thing that kept them from breaking away from the wall. "And I still have to get the orb." At the top of the stairs, Kevin scooped up the snotty lab tech who had led him and Phoebe to the office and threw him over his shoulder. Fortunately, the tech was still unconscious from the blow Kevin had given him when the tech tried to double-cross them. Kevin eased them both back down the stairs. Kevin could see the lower supports of the staircase had melted away entirely. He found a smaller sheet of glass and laid it on the surface. He stepped onto it and set the tech at his feet. Kevin looked around. Dalton had led Sasha and Phoebe across the refinery floor. He could see them working to get the big doors open. But Kevin still couldn't join them. He had to find the orb containing the third piece of Quentin's mysterious blueprint. They had come too far and gone through too much to lose it now. He scanned the area and quickly located the orb. It had drifted into a narrow gap between 2 pieces of machinery nearby. Without a second rod, Kevin had to shove off from the stairs. The glass pane under his feet shot forward. But the strength of the push was enough to send the staircase crashing down into the molten glass. The superheated glass splashed up as the stairs crashed down. Kevin felt tiny droplets singe holes into his clothes. Kevin didn't experience much pain, but the light burns would be easily fixed later with a recovery pill. The stairs created waves in the lake of molten glass. The pane rocked under Kevin's feet and shot forward. He shifted to keep upright and balanced. The pane knocked against the equipment, which swayed, as unsteady as the stairs had been. Kevin could see the orb, somewhat larger than a basketball, floating between the two pieces, but the gap was too narrow for the pane to fit. It was also too far for him to reach it, even if he could somehow pluck it up from the molten glass without getting burned. But Kevin had come prepared for this problem. He stepped over the unconscious tech to the edge of the pane and knelt down. He reached out with the toilet plunger and pressed the plunger against the orb. The suction worked. The orb was now stuck to the plunger. Kevin drew it back to himself. Now he only had to join the others. "Kevin, look out," Phoebe called. Kevin looked up to where she was pointing. Overhanging machinery rocked as their support cables snapped one by one. Kevin was directly under them. Kevin reversed his hold on the plunger. The orb was firmly attached to the end and he used it as a paddle, propelling the pane that he was kneeling on forward through the molten glass as quickly as he could. "Get those doors open," he yelled to Dalton and Sasha. "This place won't last much longer." Dalton and Sasha had been trying to release the latches on the main shipping doors with no luck.
"Step back there, Sasha," Dalton advised. "We're done tiptoeing around."
Dalton raised the rod of unbreakable glass and brought it down hard on the shipping door latch. All at once, the latch gave away. The doors burst open, propelling the pane with Dalton, Sasha, and Phoebe into the refinery's yard on a wave of superheated glass. The pane rocked and dipped like a surfboard. "Hang there, dudes," Sasha yelled as they all fought for balance. A slip or a stumble into the molten glass would result in instant death. The pane came to an abrupt stop as it hit the high curb on the far side of the yard. Phoebe, Dalton, and Sasha all tumbled off onto the sidewalk. Fortunately, the molten glass didn't rise higher than the curb, instead spreading throughout the refinery's huge yard. "Where's Kevin?" Phoebe looked back. Crashes and bangs came from the refinery as more machinery and equipment collapsed in a domino effect. "I lost sight of him while we were riding the wave." Sasha couldn't hide the worry in his voice as he whispered, "Do you think he—" But just then, Kevin came sailing out of the refinery on the last of the tide of molten glass. He was perfectly balanced on the pane with the tech still unconscious at his feet. He raised the plunger, showing them the orb still attached to the end. Dalton laughed with relief as Sasha cheered and Phoebe waved. They handed the tech to the other refinery workers. Dalton and Sasha had locked the refinery workers in a break room. The workers had broken a window and escaped down the side of the building once they realized Quentin had remotely released the vats of liquid glass onto the factory floor.
"Son of a bitch could have killed us all if we'd been on the floor," exclaimed the refinery foreman. "You boys did us a favor locking us up out of the way."
He was so grateful he offered his personal car so Kevin and his team could get back to Arusha in order to charter a private plane.
"We'll be back in Chicago this time tomorrow," reflected Sasha. "It's going to seem so boring after all of this."
"You and Dalton are taking the orb back to Chicago," Kevin informed him. "Get it to my lab. Have them run an analysis on that glass and see if it has any chemical or structural weaknesses." "What about you and me, Kevin?" Phoebe wanted to know. "We're going to New York," he told her. "It's time we take a closer look at Starry Night and see how it relates to the upper realm." Kevin obtained the third piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint from a refinery making superglass in the wilds of the Serengeti. He sent Dalton and Sasha with the blueprint back to Chicago, while Kevin and Phoebe would head to New York's Museum of Modern Art. There, Kevin hoped to take a closer look at the painting Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh. Phoebe had heard a rumor that there was an earlier painting under the famous one that matched the image she and Kevin saw on the piece of paper that was supposed to guide Kevin to the upper realm. Phoebe trailed on Kevin's heels through the wide halls of the Museum of Modern Art in New York. "Kevin, I told you, we can't just steal Van Gogh's Starry Night. It's one of the most recognizable pieces of Western art in the entire world." Kevin didn't slow his pace. "I'll do whatever I have to, Phoebe. If the stories you learned while you were studying art are true, then there's an earlier painting under Starry Night, just like the image we saw on the paper I won at the Epic Clash. It's the key to me reaching the upper realm." Kevin turned the corner into the gallery showing impressionist paintings. "I know, Kevin, but we need to stop and think and make some kind of plan. You can't just grab Starry Night off the wall and walk out of here with it under your arm." Kevin suddenly stopped short. Phoebe, being only an ordinary without any levels or martial arts training to enhance her reflexes, nearly ran into him. "You're right," Kevin growled. "I can't just walk out of this gallery with Starry Night. It's not here." He pointed to a blank stretch of wall. There was a permanent plaque bolted to the wall with information about the famous blue and yellow painting of swirling nighttime skies over rolling countryside. Beside it was a small card. Phoebe read the card aloud. "This work is temporarily unavailable." Kevin and Phoebe retraced their steps to the doors leading to the administrative wing of the Museum of Modern Art. A security guard sat at a desk watching a hockey game on his phone. "I need to speak to the head curator, please," Kevin told the guard. The guard looked Kevin up and down, from Kevin's favorite Keds to his haircut, which should have seen a barber several weeks ago. The guard went back to his hockey game. "Deliveries are around the back." Phoebe scoffed and shook her head. "He isn't a delivery man," she informed the guard. "This is Kevin Williams. He's one of the best antiquarians and art historians in the country." "Sure." The guard didn't even look up from his phone. "And I'm Jackson Pollock. I'm just taking a break here before getting back to my splatter art." Kevin covered the guard's phone with his hand. "I'll prove it." "How?" the guard wanted to know. Kevin pointed to the picture hanging beside the guard's desk. "How well do you know this picture?" In great detail, it showed a mostly empty lunch counter seen through large plate glass windows from the outside. The guard smirked. "Buddy, I've worked at this desk for 15 years and I've seen that photograph every day of those 15 years. I know it like the back of my hand." "Good. Then you know this work is by Richard Estes, was created in 1976, and is entitled Double Self-Portrait. It was shown at the Making Choices exhibition here and again at the Here Is Every 4 Decades of Contemporary Art exhibit." The guard flapped his hand. "You could have gotten that information online. I'm not surprised you know it." Kevin narrowed his eyes at the guard. "But I'm surprised you didn't know that's not a photograph." "The hell you say?" The guard leaned in to look closer. "This can't be a painting. Look at all that detail, all that chrome and glass and reflections." Richard Estes was a leader in the photorealistic movement that started in the 60s. This is characteristic of his style. Kevin waved at the guard's phone. "Look it up if you don't believe me." Glaring, the guard picked up his phone and typed with his thumbs. A moment later, his face fell and he picked up the phone. "Hey, it's the front desk." The guard told the person on the other end. "I got someone here to see the head curator. I think she better meet with him." The guard walked them to meet the curator, Mildred Hopper. He didn't take them to a fancy office overlooking the Manhattan skyline as Kevin expected. Instead, Kevin and Phoebe were shown to the basement where archivists and art historians worked to clean, preserve, and catalog the museum's vast and very valuable collection. Mildred met them just outside one of the labs, closing the door firmly behind her. Kevin saw she had intelligent eyes and a warm smile, even if it was a bit strained at the moment. She stretched out her hand. "Mr. Williams, I'm honored you chose to drop by the museum. Your reputation precedes you, of course." Mildred was used to dealing with artists of all kinds and was wise enough not to judge Kevin by his appearance. Kevin shook her hand firmly but gently. "I'm delighted to meet you. This is my colleague, Phoebe Anderson." "Of course, I met Miss Anderson at the Met Gala a few years ago. Nice to see you again." Mildred and Phoebe shook hands. Mildred smiled at them both. "How can I help you today? Can I hope that you've come to discuss a donation to the museum's collection?" Not today, though Kevin made a mental note he would send a check for $25 million to support the museum's work when he got back to Chicago. "Today we came to look at Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh, but then we saw it had been withdrawn from where it was on permanent display," Kevin explained. "Yes," the strained look was back in Mildred's smile. "It's been temporarily removed for advanced study." Mildred glanced at the room behind her. "But we do have several other of Van Gogh's works in our archives. I'd be happy to give you a private viewing. They're rarely seen by the public." Mildred held out her hand to indicate the way. Kevin and Phoebe didn't move. What kind of advanced study? Kevin wanted to know. "Oh, just a closer look at the techniques Van Gogh used, the materials, the canvas itself. You know, science has progressed so fast that we can learn more than ever before about how works were created." Mildred glanced at the room behind her. Her smile was more strained by the moment. "That's exactly what I'm interested in, too," Kevin assured her. "I'd love to see what techniques and technology you're using." "I'm afraid that won't be possible," Mildred said through gritted teeth. Kevin and Phoebe exchanged looks. Something was obviously going on here. The only question was exactly what. Kevin gave a slight tilt of his head and raised an eyebrow. Phoebe instantly knew what he wanted. "You know, I would like to see those other Van Goghs," Phoebe said as she smiled brightly. "Which way did you say they were?" Mildred relaxed and indicated the direction. "Right this way. I think you'll find them fascinating." As soon as she stepped away from the door, Kevin darted around Mildred, opened the door, and ducked into the art lab. "No, wait! You can't do that!" wailed Mildred. The lab was spotlessly white, which made the vibrant yellows and blues of Starry Night stand out even brighter. The famous painting was propped on an easel in front of a lighted magnifying glass on a stand. Kevin turned on the light, took one look, and turned it off again, just as Mildred ran in with Phoebe on her heels. "Please, Mr. Williams, I must ask you to leave," Mildred begged. "Where's Starry Night?" Kevin demanded. Phoebe was confused. "What are you talking about, Kevin? Starry Night is right there." She pointed at the painting. "That is a forgery!" Kevin glared at Mildred. "Where is the real Starry Night?" "I don't know. None of us know." Mildred buried her head in her hands and burst into tears. Kevin took pity on the lady. She was obviously genuinely distressed. He helped her to a seat and handed her a bottle of water. Moments later, Kevin's soothing presence had done its work. Mildred was calm again. "We had no idea anything was wrong. Then a few weeks ago, a school group came on a tour. One of the students took a picture and forgot to turn off their flash. They saw something strange in the picture and showed it to their art teacher. The art teacher contacted us. We thought it was a joke until we put the painting under strong light." Kevin turned on the lighted magnifying lens and showed Phoebe. The glowing moon in the picture showed something faintly behind it, as if it was bleeding through the paint. Phoebe peered closer. "Is that a tooth?" Mildred nodded. "We put the painting under an X-ray, and this is what we found under all that paint." She clicked a few keys on a nearby computer. An X-ray popped up showing a smiling woman. "What is that?" Phoebe wanted to know. "It's part of an advertising campaign for a dentist," Mildred said dully. "Whoever made this forgery painted it on a piece of canvas from a billboard. We have no idea when the paintings were switched or by whom." Kevin's heart went out to Mildred. If word of this got out, her career would be ruined, not to mention the reputation of the museum as a whole. Kevin took her hand. "Miss Hopper, If I can recover Starry Night for you, would you be willing to put the real painting of Starry Night under the X-ray? There's something there I need to see." "Yes, of course." Hope lit Mildred's face. "I'd be happy to do anything I could for you, Mr. Williams, but how will you ever find Starry Night? We have no clues at all to help you." "I don't need any clues." Kevin gave her hand a pat. "I already know who the forger is. I recognize his style." Phoebe looked at the forgery closer and slapped her forehead. "Of course. I should have seen it immediately." Kevin nodded. "The forger is your old friend, Phoebe, Theo Parrish." Kevin and Phoebe have just learned their best lead to the path to the upper realm, the painting Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh, has been replaced by a forgery in New York's Museum of Modern Art. They think the infamous forger Theo Parrish is responsible. At the same time, back in Chicago, Nancy is in a panic. Sid, the man hired to pretend to be Nancy's abusive ex-boyfriend, was humiliated when Lily beat him to a bloody pulp. Now Sid is out for revenge for his own sake. Although Lily easily pummeled Sid a second time, Nancy worries he may come back again and that Lily's unborn baby could be in danger, which would ruin Nancy's plans to soak Juanita Hernandez and Lily for money during the pregnancy that both obviously want to see go to full term with success. Heart beating fast, Nancy retreated to her office in the soup kitchen. She paced back and forth, wringing her hands. She never dreamed Sid would be enough of an idiot to come back again after Lily had unexpectedly smashed his face the first time. But there was no underestimating the stupidity of some people. Nancy wouldn't underestimate Sid's craziness twice. She hated to admit a mistake, but there was nothing for it. She picked up her phone and started a video call with Juanita Hernandez. "This better be good," Juanita barked at Nancy when she finally picked up. "It's important," Nancy assured her. But there was something strange about Juanita's image on Nancy's phone. Juanita? I think you're holding your phone the wrong way. Your face is upside down." "That's because I am upside down," Juanita shot back. "I'm having an inversion table beauty treatment. It allows for more blood to reach the skin cells for optimum regeneration." "I can see that." And Nancy could see it. Juanita's face was getting redder by the moment as all the blood in Juanita's body rushed to her head. "I'm paying you a lot of money to keep an eye on Lily Williams and make sure her baby is as healthy as possible. What I'm not paying you for is constant interruptions to my day. What do you want?" Juanita demanded again. "It's Sid," Nancy sighed. "He showed up again outside Lily's clinic today. He was lying in wait for her. He was out for revenge after Lily beat him up outside the Williams' house." Juanita's image suddenly whirled around as she sat up. Nancy got a dizzying look at a fancy medical spa that made her slightly sick to her stomach. Nancy hated feeling nauseated. Good thing Nancy's pregnancy was fake, or else she never could have tolerated the morning sickness. Juanita's glaring face came back into view. This time it was red from rage and not from hanging upside down. "Sid did what? Did he get to Lily? Has the baby been injured?" "No, Lily and the baby are just fine," Nancy assured her. "Lily beat the shit out of Sid again and he ran off like a whipped puppy with his tail between his legs." Juanita exhaled. "You should thank your lucky stars. If anything had happened to Lily, I would make sure they'd be finding pieces of your body scattered over 3 time zones." Nancy wondered if all the money she was extorting from Juanita was worth it. But Nancy also knew she had to fight back or else Juanita would walk all over her. "This isn't my fault," Nancy hissed. "You're the one who hired Sid in the first place." "Only because you came up with that ridiculous story about being in danger from your abusive ex-boyfriend who wanted you and your fake baby back," Juanita snapped back. "I had to do something so Lily would let me stay with her in her home, so I could keep a closer eye on her." Nancy took a deep breath. This wasn't solving the problem. "Look, the point is something has to be done about Sid. Lily has trounced him twice without even breaking a sweat, but there's nothing to say he won't get lucky next time or even bring a group of friends to help him take out Lily."
"You're right about that,"
Juanita conceded. She thought fast. Her sons, whose deaths Juanita blamed on Kevin, had gotten their evil minds from their mother. Juanita hit on the perfect plan.
"I'll take care of Sid,"
Juanita decided.
"but I don't want it to be connected to you, so I need to make sure it happens while you're in public. Plan a shopping trip for pregnancy clothes or something. Let me know exactly where and when you'll be. I'll take care of the rest."
If I'm going shopping for maternity clothes, I'm going to need some money. Nancy's greed had once again overcome even her fear. Juanita rolled her eyes.
"Someday you're going to have to get over constantly asking me for money, Nancy."
She clicked a few buttons on her phone. Nancy checked her phone. There was a notice from her bank. Juanita had just sent her enough money to buy maternity clothes, an entire boutique's worth, in fact. Nancy nodded. "Okay, I'll set something up and let you know where and when I'll be."
"Make it fast,"
Juanita demanded and hung up. Juanita was suddenly in a terrible mood. Not only did she have to arrange for Sid to be taken out of the picture, she had to do something about Nancy. Nancy was getting to be too much of a liability. Sid was sitting in the darkest corner of a dive bar, hoping no one would notice his face, which still showed the bruises he'd taken from that awful woman, Lily Williams. How a tiny woman beat him up twice he didn't know, but he wouldn't let it happen a third time. A fresh drink was slammed out beside him. He looked up to see a woman in dark glasses with a silk scarf over her hair standing beside him. "Who the hell are you?" Sid demanded. "I'm the woman who's buying you a drink. Now drink up," Juanita ordered. Juanita lowered her sunglasses and lifted her scarf just long enough for Sid to recognize her. The dive bar made her skin crawl, and she'd never live it down if anyone saw her there. But some things had to be done personally. You. I don't know if getting a $50,000 debt forgotten was enough to deal with that nutcase, Lily Williams. Look at my eye." Sid pushed his bruised face toward Juanita, but she didn't care about his wounds. "Shut up and drink your whiskey," Juanita said firmly. Sid glared down, the whiskey in a gulp. Something caught in his throat, and he coughed once or twice. He slammed the glass onto the table. Juanita held up a piece of paper. "You haven't done too well so far, but I'm going to give you another chance. I'm going to help you get revenge on Lily Williams by going through her friend Nancy." Sid couldn't help but be interested. "Nancy did get me into this mess, I guess," he said as he reached for the paper. Juanita drew it back. "You only get this if you promise you're going to take out Nancy permanently. And I want to watch." She handed him a pair of sunglasses with a camera in the frame. Sid tried the sunglasses on. They looked good. He smiled. "Sure, I promise. Cross my heart and hope to die." "That's right." Juanita smiled and handed him the paper detailing where and when Nancy would be. Nancy was almost out of the Williams' front door for her shopping trip when Lily hailed her. "Nancy, where are you going?" "Just a little maternity shopping. My pants are already getting a little too snug." Nancy stuck her stomach out and gave it a pat. She had to keep moving. She wanted to make sure she was safely in the public eye for the time when Juanita planned to have Sid killed. "I'll go with you." Lily reached for her coat. "I've been stuck inside all day working on my charity, the Lily Pad. Some fresh air will be good for me." Nancy considered. There was no reason to talk Lily out of coming along. She'd just be one more person to give Nancy an alibi. "Okay," Nancy agreed, "but I'm kind of in a hurry. Okay if I drive us?" "Sure." Lily linked her arm through Nancy's as they left. Half an hour later, Nancy brought the car to a stop in front of the most luxurious maternity boutique in Chicago. "Is there anything in particular you're shopping for today?" Lily asked as they gathered their purses. "Not really," Nancy replied. "Maybe just some—" Suddenly, her car door was thrown open, and Nancy was yanked out by her throat. Nancy kicked and struggled, but couldn't break her assailant's iron grip. He wore dark sunglasses and a scarf pulled up over his mouth and nose. "Hello, Nancy," he growled. "Goodbye, Nancy," he added as his grip tightened on her neck. Nancy saw spots and her vision began to dim. But then, just as suddenly, her attacker howled and let go. Nancy hit the pavement, gasping and trying to catch her breath. Nancy looked over to see Lily yanking the attacker off of her. The attacker was holding his arm. "How the hell did you do that?" he demanded. "I think you broke my arm with one blow." Lily flipped her hair out of her eyes. She was feeling good and powerful, just as she had on previous occasions. The attacker hadn't even noticed she had been in the car. Getting the drop on him had been easy. "I'll break more than your arm if you don't get out of here right now," she told him. Juanita watched the video feed from Sid's camera sunglasses on her phone. Things had been going perfectly when he had been choking Nancy, but now here was Lily. Lily wasn't supposed to be there at all. Juanita couldn't risk anything happening to Lily's baby even if Sid hadn't finished the job of killing Nancy yet. She picked up a transmitter beside her and pushed the big red button. The transmitter sent a signal to the micro-explosive Juanita had slipped into the drink she had given Sid. "I'm going to finish you this time," roared Sid, who was, of course, the attacker at Lily. Lily just smirked and made a come-on gesture. Sid lunged for Lily, but suddenly stopped and grabbed his stomach. He let out an agonized scream and fell to the ground. Lily stared, stunned. People started running up to help. Some helped Nancy to a seat on a nearby bench where Lily joined her. Someone called the police. Within minutes, the scene was swarming with cops. Officer Kelly Emmett pulled up on a motorcycle. The corrupt Chicago policewoman spoke with the EMTs and other officers briefly. Then she smiled in a way Lily didn't like at all. Officer Kelly sauntered up to Lily and Nancy. "Heard you had some trouble here today, Mrs. Williams." Under normal circumstances, Lily would have been frightened to come face to face with Officer Kelly Emmett again. After all, the last extended confrontation Lily and Kelly had was when Kelly helped the Union to kidnap Lily. But Lily's newfound empowerment enabled her to stay calm and rational. Lily put her arm around Nancy. "Yes, that masked attacker nearly choked Nancy here to death. We've identified the attacker. His name is Sid Mangolia. Do you know him?" Nancy cringed. What had gone wrong with Juanita's plan? "He's my ex-boyfriend," Nancy lied, keeping up the pretense. "He was abusive and was stalking Nancy." Lily glared at Officer Kelly. "It's terrible how dangerous the police have allowed this city to become," Lily said pointedly, hoping that her words would remind Kelly Emmett that the two were enemies, and that Lily knew about Kelly's illegal activities. "Good thing I'm here to do something about that." Officer Kelly grabbed Lily by the arm and hauled her up. Lily was too surprised to resist, although she could have done so easily. "He's not just your friend's ex. That guy is dead." "Dead?" exclaimed Lily, shocked. Officer Kelly slapped the handcuffs on Lily. "Lily Williams, you're under arrest for the murder of Sid Mangolia." In Chicago, Juanita Hernandez planned to have Nancy killed, fearing Nancy had become a liability after Sid began targeting Lily. Juanita planned to have Sid kill Nancy in an apparent carjacking, but hadn't planned on Lily accompanying Nancy that day. Lily broke Sid's arm, but then Sid mysteriously dropped dead. Juanita had implanted an explosive device in him, and because her plan was going awry, she detonated it. Corrupt Chicago policewoman Officer Kelly Emmett arrested Lily for Sid's murder. Officer Kelly Emmett yanked Lily's hands forward and secured the handcuffs to the table in the middle of the interrogation room. "These really aren't necessary," Lily told Officer Kelly, indicating the handcuffs. "I think they are," Officer Kelly shot back. You just killed a man twice your size with your bare hands." "I didn't kill him," Lily shot back. "I barely touched him." Officer Kelly tossed a pile of reports onto the table. "I have witness reports that say you broke his arm." Lily cringed. That didn't sound good, especially since it was the truth. "Okay, I hit him once. I had to. He was strangling my friend Nancy. He was going to kill her." "So instead you killed him?" Officer Kelly raised an eyebrow, not believing a word Lily said. "Nobody dies of a broken arm. Not that fast. I didn't touch him after that first punch." Lily reached for the reports. "Do any of your witness statements report that?" Officer Kelly moved the reports out of Lily's reach. "Witnesses are notoriously unreliable. We're also gathering security footage from businesses in the area as well as traffic camera videos." Lily spread her hands. "And I'm just supposed to sit here while you do that?" "You're the one who wanted dangerous criminals off the streets, Mrs. Williams, and now here you are." "I want to call my lawyer," Lily demanded. "Why? Are you guilty?" Officer Kelly smirked, knowing she had Lily cornered. "It's my right," Lily glared back at her. These two women had a long history that was dangerous and dark, and wasn't going to be spoken about in the middle of a police precinct. "It sure is. A lawyer is a right guaranteed to all Americans." Officer Kelly took out her phone and toyed with it. "And so is freedom of the press. I think the press would be very interested to know that Lily Williams, wife of billionaire herbalist magnate Kevin Williams, is under arrest for cold-blooded murder." "You can't do that," exclaimed Lily. "Afraid to dirty your lily-white image, Lily?" "I don't care what the press thinks about me," Lily declared. "But if my mother finds out I've been arrested, she'll be frantic. Kevin's parents, Alan and Susan Williams, will be even worse. You don't want to put them through that." Officer Kelly laughed. "I don't think you really understand how deep a hole you're in here. I think you have more to worry about than just your family. What about that cute little charity of yours I keep reading about in the papers?" "It's called the Lily Pad," Lily ground out between her teeth. "We're doing a lot of good for the people of Chicago, especially the most vulnerable women and children. It would be a shame if all your donors and public support went away because people found out the Lily Pad's founder was a brutal killer." Officer Kelly gave her phone a spin. "You'd be amazed how many reporters you get to know when you're an officer of the law." Lily knew she was cornered. "What do you want?" "I want time to build my case against you without your fancy rich lawyers breathing down my neck," Officer Kelly declared. "You put off calling your family and lawyers, and I put off calling the press." Lily didn't like this. She didn't want to spend any time in jail. Apart from the unpleasantness, the stress, poor food, and terrible conditions couldn't be good for her precious unborn baby. But she also didn't want to put the Lily Pad's mission at risk. "I'll put off calling my lawyer for 6 hours, Lily offered. Officer Kelly scoffed. "It's not worth the paperwork of booking you in for just 6 hours. I want 3 days." Lily's jaw dropped. She couldn't spend 3 days in jail. 12 hours, Lily countered. 48 hours. Officer Kelly waved the phone at Lily. Lily could see she had already brought up the phone number for Chicago's biggest newspaper tip line. 18 hours. That should give you plenty of time. Lily leaned back, trying to show it was the best Officer Kelly would get. Officer Kelly considered. She was used to being able to steamroll over rich ladies. They were always weak and scared under their 24-karat gold shells. But Lily was a tougher nut than Officer Kelly had expected. She respected Lily a little more despite herself. 1 day, Officer Kelly declared. You don't call your lawyers for 24 hours and I don't call the press. That's extortion, Lily declared. That's my final offer, Officer Kelly countered. Take it or leave it. Lily sighed. Fine. We have a deal." Nancy returned to the Williams' home in the lush suburbs as fast as she could once the police had stopped questioning her. She had expected the house to be in an uproar over Lily's arrest for murder, but everything was peaceful and sleepy. The Radiance members quietly did their patrols, waving to Nancy as they passed. Susan Williams read a magazine in the study while her husband Alan napped on the sofa. Even Missy the cat and Hank the dog were quietly curled into their pet beds, happy to relax in the sunshine for once. Nancy was confused. What was going on here? She had to talk to Dorothy. Surely Lily's mother would know that her daughter was under arrest and would be in a frantic state. Nancy knocked on the door of the huge guest house Dorothy had been relegated to when Nancy moved in. Dorothy immediately opened it. "What are you pounding on my door for? You're going to ruin the paint." Nancy held in her anger. She needed information from Dorothy and had to play nice. "Sorry to bother you, Dorothy. I was just wondering if you, heard anything about Lily today." Dorothy sniffed in an injured manner. "My daughter lives 800 feet away and she can't even be bothered to visit the woman who gave birth to her. After everything I've done for that girl. Did you know that I was in labor with her for over 100 hours? No, I didn't know that." Nancy wasn't even sure if it was possible to take that long giving birth, but it certainly sounded horrible if it was true. Once again, she was glad her own pregnancy was fake. "So you haven't heard about what happened today while we were shopping for maternity clothes?" "She went shopping for maternity clothes without me?" wailed Dorothy. "It's like she's trying to cut me out of my grandchild's life already." "I'll take that as a no." Nancy began to back away from Dorothy, who didn't seem to notice. "My friend's daughter wouldn't even look at maternity clothes catalogs without her mother right there beside her to advise her on what to get her and what to wear." Dorothy went on. "But does my daughter want to take advantage of my experience, my wisdom, my impeccable good taste? No! Instead, she—" Nancy stopped to think as soon as she was away from Dorothy and her complaints. Nancy realized no one in the Williams house knew about Lily's arrest, which probably meant Lily hadn't contacted her lawyers either, and Lily would be stuck in jail indefinitely, possibly for life if she was found guilty of murdering that idiot Sid. Nancy was only pretending to be friends with Lily because Juanita Hernandez was paying Nancy to keep an eye on Lily and make sure her baby was healthy. But if Lily was in jail, Juanita would either stop paying Nancy or demand Nancy find a way to join Lily in the slammer. Nancy didn't like either option. Nancy had to get Lily out of jail as fast as possible. She had no idea where Kevin was or how she could get a hold of him. She called the only other person she could think of who could help. "Juanita, it's Nancy again," Nancy said when Juanita answered her video call. Juanita glared at Nancy over the video call. "Yes," Juanita sneered. "It's you again." Nancy glared back. "Whatever plan you had for Sid to die didn't work. I mean, it did work, but not the way you expected. He nearly killed me." "Yes, I know." Juanita gritted out through clenched teeth. Juanita had planned for Sid to kill Nancy. Then Juanita would detonate a micro-explosive she tricked Sid into swallowing, thus taking out these two problematic people at once. When Juanita realized Lily was going to try to stop Sid from killing Nancy, she detonated the micro-explosive early. Juanita wouldn't do anything to risk the health and welfare of Lily's baby. She had big plans for that kid. "Then you know Lily was arrested for Sid's murder?" Nancy asked Juanita. Juanita's jaw dropped. "What? That's ridiculous." "That's Officer Kelly Emmett in the Chicago PD for you," Nancy retorted. "And for some reason, Lily hasn't contacted her family or her lawyers to try to get free." Juanita wondered what else could go wrong on this day. "You have to go down to the police station and bail Lily out of there right now. Jail is the last place a pregnant woman should be." "It's going to be expensive," Nancy warned. She only just concealed her glee. After agreeing that Lily wouldn't contact her family and lawyers for a day if Officer Kelly wouldn't tip off the press about Lily's shameful arrest, Officer Kelly took Lily to a holding cell. Officer Kelly shoved Lily inside and locked the door behind her. "Hey," Lily called through the bars, "what about the handcuffs?" "You didn't bargain to have those taken off." Officer Kelly laughed as she walked away. "Next time you decide to commit murder, work on your negotiation skills first."
"Did she say you were in here for murder?"
a voice said behind Lily. Lily turned to see a woman who looked big enough to play defense for the Chicago Bears standing over her. Around the cell, other women had backed away to the edges of the large barred room. Some looked scared, some looked bored, and some looked angry. None of them looked like they would help Lily if it came down to a fight. Lily was alone in jail, pregnant, handcuffed, and had no way to call for help. Juanita Hernandez plotted to have Sid, the man she had hired to pose as Nancy's abusive ex-boyfriend, kill Nancy. Lily fought Sid off, breaking his arm. Fearing for the safety of Lily's unborn child, Juanita killed Sid remotely by detonating a micro-explosive that Juanita had tricked Sid into swallowing. In the aftermath, corrupt Chicago policewoman Officer Kelly Emmett mistakenly arrested Lily for Sid's death and blackmailed Lily into delaying contacting her family and lawyers. In the jail holding cell, Lily took a step back from the very large, scowling woman looming over her. Officer Kelly had conveniently forgotten to remove Lily's handcuffs before locking her in with the other prisoners. Lily's hands were still cuffed in front of her. Lily had gained a lot of confidence after running down a pair of purse-snatching teenagers and after her many fights with Sid. But she'd had her hands free for those encounters. Better yet, she'd known in the back of her mind that help wasn't ever far away during those fights. Now she didn't even have that. Lily was very sure Officer Kelly would think it a wonderful joke to let Lily get beaten up by the other prisoners. Lily glanced around the cell again, hoping something had changed, that maybe one of the other women would step in and defend her from whatever the big woman in front of her had planned. None of them moved.
"Didn't you hear me?"
the big woman bellowed.
"I asked if you were in here for murder."
Yes. Lily tried to keep the fear from her voice. She knew fear would just attract more bullies. "That's right. I am accused of murder. Just accused, mind you." The woman stepped closer. Lily backed up, but her back hit the holding cell's bars. A few other women tittered.
"Who'd you kill?"
the big woman wanted to know. There were a lot of times Lily had wished Kevin was by her side, through all of the kidnappings and murder plots and hospital stays. This was definitely one of those times. But instead of just wishing, this time Lily reached out to her dear, sweet, strong Kevin. Not with her senses, but with her heart. She thought about his power and his kindness, his courage and his intelligence, his warmth and his love. Lily felt stronger by the moment, as if Kevin was sharing his strength from afar. She was the luckiest woman in the world to have a man like Kevin as her husband. Lily stood taller and looked the big woman in the eye. "A man attacked a good friend of mine. She's pregnant just like I am. He tried to strangle her to death, but I made him stop hurting her. I didn't kill him. I don't know how he died, but I would have killed him myself if I had to make him stop hurting my friend." A murmur went around the room from the other women. The large woman looked down her nose at the much smaller Lily.
"Good for you, honey,"
the big woman declared, and shook Lily by the hand. Juanita made a few calls to the courts to find out what it would take to get Lily out of jail. Emergency bonds had been set at $500 million. It was well known that Kevin Williams was rich and powerful. No amount of money would stop him from bailing his wife out of jail. Of course, no one knew that Kevin didn't even know that his wife was in jail, and that bail was being paid by someone else. Juanita wired Nancy the money with strict instructions to let Juanita know when Lily and her unborn baby were safe at home. Nancy hurried to the jail. Nancy was sure that Lily would be so grateful to be strung from a scary cell full of dangerous criminals that Lily would be willing to do something extravagant to show her appreciation for Nancy bailing her out. Nancy was debating whether she would rather have Lily show her gratitude with a private jet or a super yacht as the desk sergeant showed her to the holding cell. "Lily," Nancy called, "I'm here to save you. I raised your bail. It was so difficult, but what are friends for?" Lily looked up from where she was sitting with a group of women, all happily chatting and sharing pregnancy stories and tips. Lily smiled. "Nancy, you didn't have to do that." Nancy privately rolled her eyes. Of course, super-friendly Lily had made friends with all these terrible female prisoners. You'd think these women with so little would resent Lily for everything she had, but no. Lily was just too nice. "Well, I did do it, and it was very difficult, so you should be grateful," Nancy informed Lily. "I am, Nancy," Lily assured her. "I'll be glad to get home before my mom or Kevin's parents get worried." The desk sergeant opened the cell and took off Lily's handcuffs. Lily waved goodbye to her new friends as the desk sergeant showed them back out. On the way out, they passed Officer Kelly Emmett, who stared at them. "Hey," Officer Kelly yelled. "I thought we had a deal." "We did." Lily smiled wider and showed her her free hands. "I didn't call my lawyer at all." At the same time, Kevin and Phoebe were continuing on their quest in New York. Kevin thought Vincent van Gogh's famous Starry Night held the clue beneath its paint that would get Kevin to the upper realm. But they learned from the curator that the Starry Night the Museum of Modern Art had on display was a forgery. Kevin's excellent eye instantly detected the forgery was by Theo Parrish, who had recently tried to trick Phoebe into buying a fake Basquiat. Kevin looked around as he stepped into the grand auction hall of Merriweather's, one of the most exclusive auction houses in the world. Plush seats were filled with well-dressed buyers, while auction house workers manned banks of computers and phones to take additional bids. An auctioneer stood on a dais where a beautiful 17th century still life was displayed. "Are you sure Theo Parrish will be here?" Kevin asked Phoebe. Since Theo had forged the copy of Vincent van Gogh's famous Starry Night the Museum of Modern Art had thought was real, the forger was their best bet for finding the real painting. Phoebe shrugged. "This is the most important auction of the season. It's our best bet for finding Theo."
"Excuse me," a large man in a tux interrupted them. His evening wear contrasted with the credit card machine he held in his hand. "Only registered bidders are allowed at this auction. I have to ask you to leave. Now."
Phoebe stood taller. "I'm Phoebe Anderson, president of the Anderson Auction House in Chicago. I was hoping Merriweather's would extend to us the professional courtesy of allowing us to sit in." The man in the tux shook his head. "I'm sorry, Miss Anderson. I'm under strict orders that it's only registered bidders today. We have some very valuable pieces." Phoebe's face fell. Kevin could tell she felt like she had let him down. "It's okay, Phoebe. We'll just register as bidders." The man in the tux looked Kevin up and down and scoffed. "This is a very exclusive auction. The registration fees alone are..." But Kevin had already waved his black Amex at the man's credit card machine. The man looked at the credit card machine with surprise. Whatever he saw there made him smile. "Welcome, Mr. Williams. Best of luck at the auction today." The man handed Kevin and Phoebe a bidding paddle each and personally escorted them to the best seats at the front of the house. "The next item up for bid," announced the auctioneer, "is this very rare work by Goya. It comes from a personal collection and has not been seen publicly for almost 100 years. We will start the bidding at $10 million. Kevin didn't even look at the painting. Instead, he craned his neck to look around the room, but it was difficult to see with so many people and waving paddles. "Do you see Theo anywhere?" he asked Phoebe. "No. These seats are great for bidding, but terrible for people watching," Phoebe grumbled. "He could be anywhere." Bidding was hot and heavy. Kevin finally gave up looking for Theo and glanced at the painting. He immediately stopped. Heaven smiled. "I know how we can draw Theo out," he told Phoebe. "Bidding is up to $793 million, the auctioneer announced. "Do we have any more bids? If there are no more bids, this magnificent and rare work will go to the lady in the third row." The lady smiled and nodded graciously. She wore so many diamonds she looked like a walking chandelier. The auctioneer raised his gavel. Going once, going twice, going. Kevin's hand with the bidding paddle shot up. The auctioneer suddenly stopped. "Yes, sir? What is your bid?" Kevin dug through his pockets and threw a few coins on the dais. 2 cents, Kevin announced. The crowd roared in outrage. The auctioneer banged his gavel. "Is this some kind of joke?" he demanded. "Not at all," Kevin declared. "That's all that painting is worth." The crowd went silent in shock. "That building in the background is the Cathedral of Saint Simone del Corazon," Kevin continued, pointing at the painting. "It wasn't completed until 10 years after Goya's death. This painting is clearly a forgery." "That's a lie!" A man in the back jumped up. He was well-dressed and well-groomed, but still had the air of a used car salesman. "That's the forger!" Kevin pointed at the man. "That's Theo Parrish!" Theo gasped and turned and ran down the nearest corridor. Kevin raced after Theo, jumping over chairs and vaulting over tables. But it was a big room, and a lot of people were in Kevin's way. By the time Kevin made it to the end of the corridor, Theo had turned a corner. Theo slammed into a fire exit door and shoved it open. Kevin chased Theo down the alley the fire door led into. Kevin knew he'd catch Theo easily. "You can't get away," Kevin yelled at him. "You might as well stop running and save your breath to answer my questions." At the end of the alley, Theo did stop. He was panting for breath and knew Kevin could outrun him easily. Theo put up his hands. Okay, you got me. I'll tell you anything you want." "That's more like it." Kevin ambled forward. "The first thing I want to know is..." A black Hummer pulled up behind Theo. Hands reached out and grabbed Theo, yanking him into the car. Theo yelled with surprise and fright as thugs inside the car silenced him. Kevin raced to the end of the alley, but by the time he got there was no sign of the Hummer or Theo. Kevin's best link to the real Starry Night was gone. After traveling to New York and learning that the Starry Night painting hanging in the Museum of Modern Art was a fake, Kevin and his good friend Phoebe Anderson set their sights on tracking down the infamous paint forger Theo Parrish. But just as Kevin was about to confront Parrish outside a high art auction downtown, the slimy forger was taken by a group of intimidating thugs who drove off with him in their expensive-looking Hummer. "They took him," Phoebe cried out. "Theo Parrish, they just ripped him off the street. Who was that? Did you see?" Kevin's eyes remained focused. "I'm not sure. Not yet. But don't worry," Kevin offered. "I got the license plate." Kevin quickly jotted down the numbers he had seen. ARTME23. ARTME23? Phoebe repeated curiously. "That's right," Kevin noted. And a bumper sticker that read, "I'm an artist, not the smartest." A joke? Is that a joke? Phoebe, still frazzled from the abduction, couldn't believe what she was hearing. "So we've got the license plate, what do we do with that?" "We call Stanley Cooper." Kevin pulled out his phone and quickly made a call to the head of the Reaper Squad. Stanley promptly picked up on the other side. "Stanley, this is Kevin Williams. I was hoping you could run a background check on a license plate for me." Kevin and Phoebe were soon informed that the Humvee belonged to an eccentric Russian oligarch known only as the Boris. The Boris had a reputation as an art lover and had recently made some news upon discovering that one of his prized Picassos was a forgery. Kevin wondered if the oligarch might be responsible for the MoMA's stolen Starry Night painting, but the only way he would know for sure was when he finally got a chance to talk to Theo Parrish. Kevin and Phoebe sat down at the local coffee shop across the street from the auction house. "So, what's the plan?" Phoebe inquired. "If we want answers, we'll have to rescue Theo," Kevin offered. "Rescue him?" Phoebe questioned. "We don't even know where he is." Stanley said that the Boris uses a mansion in Monaco as his tax haven. It's his primary residence. If the Boris has Theo, that's where they'd be. So what does that mean? Phoebe probed deeper. Kevin sipped his coffee. It means that first thing tomorrow morning, we're going to Monaco. The shimmering waters of the Mediterranean stretched out before them as Kevin and Phoebe disembarked from their plane onto the sun-soaked tarmac of Monaco's airport. The scent of salt lingered in the air as they headed toward the opulent city-state, nestled between the cliffs and the sea. The mission to rescue Theo Parrish and uncover the truth behind the forged Starry Night had led them to the playground of the rich and powerful, a playground Kevin and Phoebe both knew all too well. Kevin and Phoebe checked into a luxurious hotel overlooking the harbor, where yachts bobbed gently on the azure waves. Kevin rented the most basic room for himself, but he gifted Phoebe her own suite with double bathrooms and a seaside view. "Kevin, this is too nice," Phoebe stated as she looked through the fridge and cabinets of her luxurious sleeping space. "It's the least I could do," Kevin offered. "Thank you for letting me drag you around the world. Again." Phoebe put her hand on Kevin's shoulder. "I wouldn't have it any other way." As they regrouped after a long day of travel, Kevin went back over their top priorities. "We need to find Theo and see what he knows about that Starry Night forgery hanging in the Museum of Modern Art. With any luck, he'll lead us right to the actual painting." Phoebe looked over a pamphlet of information Stanley Cooper had sent over. "The Boris's mansion is on the outskirts of the city, on the beach, connected to an extravagant casino." Kevin paced around the room. "We need to get a closer look at that mansion, see what we're up against. Do you have any dinner plans, or are you free to run a little reconnaissance with me?" Phoebe's eyes sparked with a glimmer of mischief. "Well, we can't go in our travel attire, that's for sure. We'll stand out like a couple of sore thumbs. We need something that allows us to move about unnoticed. We have to fit in with the Monaco elite." Kevin frowned quizzically. "What did you have in mind?" Phoebe unzipped her luggage bag and a dozen fancy dresses fell out. "I brought options." The night air in Monaco was thick with intrigue as Kevin and Phoebe strolled inside the Boris's glitzy casino. Their destination loomed nearby, a mansion nestled against the sea connected to the casino. The gambling den of the Boris, the eccentric art investor and former Russian oligarch, pulsed like a heartbeat. Kevin and Phoebe made their way through the casino floor. Kevin donned a rented tuxedo while Phoebe draped herself in a full-length gown that exuded grace and mystery. The casino's patrons barely spared them a glance, their focus firmly fixed on the spin of the roulette wheel and the clinking of champagne glasses. The oligarch's reputation painted him as a shadowy figure, a puppet master with strings attached to the highest echelons of society. Kevin and Phoebe took in the space when two bouncers approached.
"Excuse me, sir, but the waitstaff has to enter from the back."
Kevin turned to Phoebe, confused. He turned back to the bouncers. "The waitstaff? I'm a patron of this casino." The second bouncer chimed in.
If you're trying to deliver a package, we have a slot on the side of the building for that. We ask that all delivery personnel not bother any of our actual guests."
"I'm not a delivery person," Kevin pushed back. "I'm staying at a luxurious hotel nearby. I came to gamble."
"Wait!"
A third bouncer approached. He motioned for his coworkers to meet him a few steps back. He whispered,
"I think that's Kevin Williams."
"The Kevin Williams?" the first bouncer asked. "The rich Chicago business tycoon?"
"And media mogul?"
the second bouncer added. They all turned back to Kevin. They had made a terrible mistake. The lead bouncer stepped back over to Kevin.
"Our apologies, Mr. Williams. Enjoy your night."
Kevin didn't like to dress up, and even though he was wearing a tuxedo, it was a rental that he felt was a fair price. Kevin turned to Phoebe, who looked on in amusement. "Sorry about that. Should we check out the balcony?" "Please," Phoebe responded. She could use some air. Outside, the sea breeze carried the echoes of distant laughter. Kevin's eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of surveillance or looming danger. Phoebe, however, seemed more preoccupied with the dazzling lights of the casinos and the vibrant energy that infused Monaco's thriving nightlife. According to Stanley's intel, the entrance to the Boris's mansion is just beyond the shoreline, Kevin noted. They too made their way down the secluded beach. In the distance, the rhythmic lull of waves embraced the night. Just then, Kevin spotted a boat pulling up on the sand. "Look," Kevin motioned forward. The two watched as a large shadowy figure stepped off the boat and walked right up to the mansion's main front doors. "That must be the Boris," Phoebe noted. Kevin scanned the area. There were guards everywhere. Towers with snipers, cameras on every palm tree. "Heavy security," Kevin noted. "And this looks like this is the only entrance." "What do we do?" Phoebe asked. "We need to get inside the Boris's lair," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the ocean symphony. "If Theo Parrish is here, that's where we'll find him." "Easier said than done. What's your plan?" Phoebe inquired. Kevin considered the possibilities. "I could fight my way in. I have friends in the area, Radiance warriors. If we get into a pinch, I could call on them for help. But a battle on the beach would bring a lot of attention and casualties." "And if Theo isn't there, then our cover will be blown for good," Phoebe added. "It's a fair point," Kevin noted. "We need to figure out a more conspicuous way in." Phoebe furrowed her brow. "Let me make a call." Phoebe stepped off and pulled out her phone. She dialed. "Lucille, it's Phoebe. I'm in Monaco for the night and looking for a little excitement. What have you heard?" A few moments later, Phoebe got off the phone and stepped back over to Kevin excitedly. "You're not going to believe this. My high art contacts are telling me that the Boris is hosting a masked ball in his mansion." "When?" Kevin asked, his curiosity piqued. "Tomorrow night," Phoebe exclaimed. "That could be our ticket in." "A masked ball?" Kevin repeated. "That's perfect. We can blend in and gather information without raising suspicion. Do you think you could get us an invite?" Phoebe grinned, her mind already racing with possibilities. "Don't worry about that. I can get us into basically any party. It's all about who you know, right?" "We'll need disguises," Kevin said as he paced. "A solid backstory." "So we're doing this? We're actually going to the masked ball?" Phoebe prodded, her excitement growing. "I think we have to," Kevin offered. "It's time we go undercover." After heading to New York and learning that the Starry Night painting hanging in the Museum of Modern Art was a fake, Kevin and Phoebe tracked down the infamous paint forger Theo Parrish. But just as Kevin was about to confront Parrish outside a high art auction downtown, the slimy forger was taken by a group of thugs who drove off with him in their Hummer. Kevin soon learned that the Hummer was owned by an eccentric Russian oligarch known only as the Boris. Kevin and Phoebe traveled to Monaco to investigate the Boris, but soon discovered that the only way inside the oligarch's exclusive mansion was by attending the masked ball he was hosting later that night. A gold-trimmed envelope arrived at the hotel. The concierge delivered it to Phoebe's suite. "For you, Miss Anderson." The concierge exited and Phoebe closed the door behind him. Kevin sat in the room planning their next move. "What's that?" "Our golden ticket into Boris's masked ball," Phoebe boasted as she held up the invitation. "I told you I could get us into that party." Kevin nodded. "Nice work. Now let's get ready." The anticipation hung in the air as the two dressed for the occasion in their separate rooms. Kevin decided it would be safest if he attended the ball as his alter ego, Kenneth Wilkinson. When Kevin worked with the members of Radiance, the group he'd formed long ago to carry out acts of justice, he'd learned it was best not to be revealed as his own self. He had formed his alter ego as a way of escaping notice and enabling him to perform heroic acts without intervention. He donned the white mask he wore as Kenneth and dressed as the Phantom of the Opera. Phoebe wore a more elegant blue velvet dress with a matching blue mask. She was the Phantom's Christine. Now dressed and ready, Kevin and Phoebe met in the hotel lobby and headed down the beach towards the Boris's lavish mansion. If we get inside, what exactly are we looking for? Phoebe asked as they approached the guards at the check-in station just outside the entrance. Keep your eyes open for anything. Theo could be anywhere. We need to find reasons to search every room, bathrooms, bedrooms. No stone left unturned. Sounds like fun, Phoebe quipped as they finally reached the front doors. The bouncers, massive men with icy expressions, eyed Phoebe skeptically. She flashed a winning smile, producing an invitation with the Boris's emblem. I'm Phoebe Anderson, and this is my +1, Kenneth Wilkinson. We have an invitation. Years earlier, Phoebe had sold a piece of art to a local Moroccan businessman, an acquisition that had sparked a deep friendship and, in turn, a debt of gratitude. The invitation had come from him, and Phoebe hoped there wouldn't be any problems. The bouncers exchanged glances before parting to allow them entry. "Thank you so much," Phoebe exclaimed as she headed through the gold and jewel-encrusted front doors with Kevin. Inside, the atmosphere shifted from the polished exterior to a dark undercurrent. The throng of people, rather than resembling glamorous art aficionados, gave off an air of danger. Men in sharp suits with bulging biceps and bad neck tattoos, mixed with women adorned with too many diamonds and too much cleavage, their eyes calculating and predatory. This was not the typical art world gathering. These were criminals, and Phoebe felt a chill run down her spine as she took them all in. Kevin could sense her fear. He squeezed her hand for reassurance. "I'm here," he whispered. "I won't let anyone hurt you." Masks of all shapes and colors floated around like monsters, concealing the true faces of Monaco's criminal elite. The scent of roses mingled with the hushed conversations, creating an atmosphere of looming danger. Kevin glided through the crowd, his eyes absorbing every detail. Phoebe, following in his wake, navigated the dance of deception as best she could. The two discreetly made their way through the maze of corridors of the estate, their eyes sharp. The opulent decor masked the underbelly of the establishment, a shadowy realm where power and danger coexisted on equal levels. As they went deeper into the heart of the mansion, Phoebe and Kevin noted the opulent display of rare antiquities lining the walls. Priceless artifacts from bygone eras gleamed under the soft glow of chandeliers. Kevin, with an eye honed by years of expertise, quietly appraised each piece. "Real, fake, real, fake," he murmured to Phoebe, who nodded in agreement. The art world was rife with deception, and tonight's gathering seemed to amplify that reality. The air crackled with tension as they approached the heart of the gathering. The hall opened into a grand gallery adorned with priceless art from centuries past. A cascade of whispers surrounded a particular painting. As Kevin and Phoebe pushed forward, their eyes came to rest on the painting in question. "Kevin," Phoebe whispered, "it's the Starry Night." The stolen masterpiece stood proudly on an easel, the focal point of the masked ball. Kevin nodded, scanning the room for Theo Parrish or any sign of the Boris. The crowd swirled around them, masked faces concealing motives unknown. He couldn't spot either. Kevin stepped closer to the painting, and as he did, he realized the shocking truth. "It's another fake." "What?" Phoebe responded. "The brushstrokes are wrong," Kevin noted. "This is another modern forgery, just like at MoMA." "But then where is the real painting?" Phoebe wondered aloud.
"Enjoying the masterpiece, are we?"
A figure emerged from the shadows, a giant man in a red-tailored suit, his face hidden behind a grotesque reindeer-horned mask. Kevin's instincts bristled as the man spoke, his voice a low, menacing growl. Phoebe's grip tightened on Kevin's arm, her eyes narrowing at the ominous figure.
"My apologies," the man offered. "I haven't introduced myself. I'm the host of this grand event. People call me the Boris."
"Phoebe," she offered, "and this is my good friend Kenneth Wilkinson."
"Friend?" the Boris repeated. "So you two aren't together?"
In a flash, Phoebe realized Boris's true intentions. He was flirting. Just then, an announcement echoed through the hall.
"Ladies and gentlemen, the dance floor is now open."
"We were just leaving," Kevin stated firmly. He turned to leave, but Phoebe pulled back. She leaned in towards Kevin and whispered, "Theo has to be here. I can buy you some time. Find him. Come back for me."
"Come back for you?"
Kevin responded curiously. Phoebe turned back to Boris with a big smile. "Such an amazing party. Care to dance, Mr. Boris?"
"You're very forward," the Boris mused. "I like that in a woman."
Phoebe and Boris glided onto the dance floor, the rhythmic music guiding their movements. Kevin felt a blend of nervous energy and concern as he watched Phoebe distract the giant. But Kevin knew what he had to do. He took off in search of Theo. Kevin quickly scoured restrooms and closets. He checked the bedrooms upstairs and the kitchen in the back. Just as Kevin was about to head back into the main gallery, he took note of a single guard standing in front of the cellar door. This was the only room with a dedicated guard, and Kevin naturally wondered why. Kevin shot a makeshift tranquilizer dart into the guard's neck, and he collapsed onto the floor. Kevin dragged the guard out of view and then slowly crept down into the cellar. The distant hum of revelry faded as he descended the stairs, the air growing colder with each step. The dim light revealed row upon row of organized wine racks, but it was the sound of muffled cries that drew him further into the depths.
Please, I'm sorry. Get these hungry dogs away from me," the voice pleaded.
As Kevin turned the corner, he spotted Theo Parrish, trapped inside a small metal cage. His disheveled appearance spoke of both physical and emotional suffering. His left leg was bleeding, and he was covered in wet dog food. A dozen hungry canines surrounded the cage, desperate to take a bite. Kevin didn't want to fight the dogs. Instead, he settled his mind and focused. He connected with the beasts, desperate and starving. Kevin felt so bad for the creatures. The animals could sense Kevin's good intentions. He let them know that he would get them food and freedom as soon as he could. But first, he needed to talk to Theo. The dogs backed off.
"What the?"
Theo gasped. Kevin lifted his white mask to allow Theo to see exactly who he was.
"Kevin Williams?"
Theo exclaimed in shock. But soon he was worrying again about the hungry dogs terrorizing him.
"I'm injured. My leg. Please save me."
"I can get you out of here," Kevin countered, "under one condition."
"Name it. Anything,"
Theo exclaimed. "The Starry Night. The authentic Starry Night. Where is it?"
"Upstairs in the Boris's gallery."
Theo lied. Kevin grinned. "We both know that's not true. If you lie to me again, I'll open this cage door and let the dogs feast."
No, don't," Theo pleaded. "If you get me out of here, I'll bring you to it directly."
Kevin considered the offer. He put up his finger. "Wait." Theo watched as Kevin disappeared up the cellar stairs and reappeared a moment later carrying a huge armful of steaks from the kitchen. Dinner for tonight's masked guests. Kevin lowered the food onto the ground for the dogs who came and ate gratefully. The animals now taken care of, Kevin turned his focus on Theo's prison. Kevin pulled out a small wire and quickly unlocked the cage. Theo limped out, still dripping with dog food. "Why does the Boris want you? What did you do?" Kevin interrogated. As Theo recounted the events, Kevin's mind raced. The Ogliarch had paid a staggering sum, $800 million, for the Starry Night, which he soon discovered was a forgery. His fury had turned to vengeance, and Theo bore the focus of that rage. Rightly so. Kevin released Theo from his cage. The forger limped badly. Kevin helped him back on his feet.
"How are we going to get out of here? There are guards everywhere,"
Theo nervously prodded. Kevin grinned. "I guess we'll have to fight our way to freedom." After learning that the Starry Night painting hanging in the Museum of Modern Art was actually a fake, Kevin set his sights on tracking down the infamous paint forger Theo Parrish. But after Parrish was kidnapped by an eccentric Russian Ogliarch known only as the Boris, Kevin and his good friend Phoebe Anderson traveled to the beaches of Monaco. and discovered that Theo was being tortured in the Ogliarch's wine cellar while a masked ball took place upstairs. Phoebe distracted the Ogliarch as Kevin set Theo free, but with Theo heavily wounded and the mansion crawling with guards, Kevin worried that he might not be able to escape without leaving a massive body count. The damp scent of aged wine hung heavy in the air as Kevin lifted a wounded Theo Parrish onto his shoulders, doing his best to navigate the rows of bottles in the wine cellar beneath the opulent mansion in Monaco as quickly and as carefully as possible. The muffled sounds of laughter and music from the masked ball above could be heard creeping through the floorboards. Theo clung to Kevin's shoulders, his breath labored as he complained.
I'm injured. My leg. You have to go slower and more gently. More gently.
Quiet, Kevin commanded. I'm going to get you out of here, but we have to be careful not to tip off any. But before he could finish the thought, Kevin spotted a pair of guards in tailor suits standing at the end of the dimly lit corridor, their eyes hidden behind sleek black masks.
"What are you doing down there?"
one of the guards barked, a gloved hand reaching for a concealed weapon. Kevin sensed immediately that these guards working in the basement of the Boris's fabulous estate didn't have levels, and in fact they looked to Kevin like the types whom he could beat without even using much of his cunning and skills. Still, Kevin's reflexes kicked in. With a single swift motion, he grabbed a vintage bottle of Merlot from a nearby wine shelf and sent it hurtling towards the guards. The bottle shattered against the brick wall, spraying the guards in the face.
"It's Merlot!" the guard shouted. "Vintage Merlot! I can't see!"
With the guard momentarily blinded, Kevin ran up and used Theo's wounded body as a weapon, swinging him around and using his legs as a makeshift mace.
Hey, no!
Theo screamed. The guards were knocked unconscious in an instant.
How about that?
Theo exclaimed as Kevin carried him up the stairs.
I've never won a fight before.
Upstairs, the masked ball was in full swing, an extravagant display of greed and debauchery. The revelers wore fancy masks, their identities concealed as they danced and caroused. As Kevin and Theo burst into the main hall, the grandeur was replaced by chaos. The music screeched to a halt, and the masked faces turned toward the unexpected intruders. At the center of the room, the Boris, the eccentric Russian Ogliarch whose party had just been interrupted, stood still, flirting with Phoebe. In a flash, his full focus turned to Kevin and Theo.
Kill them both,
he yelled to his staff. Phoebe punched the Ogliarch in the gut and made a break for it. The masked ball transformed into a battlefield. Hundreds of guards, dozens of thugs, and even a few masked prostitutes converged on Kevin and Theo. Kevin dropped Theo to the ground and focused on the fight at hand. A level 7 fighter, Kevin assessed the situation quickly. The mansion was lined with antiques. Ancient ceramic vases, suits of armor, and ornate furniture became improvised weapons in Kevin's skilled hands. Each swing, parry, and counterattack was executed with precision. Phoebe maneuvered through all the fighting and rejoined Kevin. "What can I do?" she called out. "Take Theo. Head for the exit. I'll cover you both." Kevin shouted in reply as he lunged at 36 masked guests, many of whom were obviously the Boris's fleet of guards and who went from dancing to wielding knives. Phoebe took hold of Theo and helped him limp towards the exit as Kevin fought through the thugs and guards. "We need to get you out of here," Phoebe shouted over the din of the battle.
"I fought off 2 guards myself," Theo boasted, "just downstairs."
Kevin, Phoebe, and Theo fought their way toward the exit, leaving carnage in their wake. Tables overturned, masks discarded. The once elegant ballroom now resembled a war zone. As they reached the front doors, a new threat emerged. The Boris himself, flanked by his remaining guards.
"My party, my antiques,"
Boris sneered.
"You've ruined everything. I'll destroy you."
Dozens of guards swarmed Kevin from every angle. Kevin wasn't afraid, but he had to keep Phoebe and Theo safe. The odds seemed insurmountable, but just then the front doors kicked open and a trio of Radiance fighters stormed into the mansion and tipped the scales.
"We got your message. Radiance is here to fight and to die for you.
Troy Evans, with his level 5 skills, engaged Boris's guards with calculated precision. Happy to have you here, but none of us are going to die today, Kevin called back. Violet Sweeney and Dustin Newman, the two other Radiance fighters, fought alongside Kevin, their combined efforts creating a whirlwind of destruction. The group sprinted out of the mansion and onto the beach. The moonlit shores of Monaco welcomed them, but the danger was far from over. As they reached the sandy expanse, a sleek boat bobbed in the gentle waves, manned by more familiar faces from the Radiance.
"We've got your escape route ready," one of Kevin's comrades shouted.
The beach became a battleground anew as the Boris's guards pursued them. The Radiance team, now reinforced with Kevin's expertise, fought with coordinated efficiency. Troy, in particular, showcased his prowess, dispatching foes with the skill of a seasoned warrior. The Boris exited the mansion and focused all his attention on Kevin. The two men found themselves face to face on the beach.
"You and me,"
the Boris shouted as he pulled out an antique sword. Kevin faced off against the Boris, a mountain of a man with a cold, calculating gaze, but a man who may have sought to raise his levels but who had too little integrity and moral fiber to do so. Kevin could see he had never gotten beyond being a low-stage level 3. The Ogliarch's fingers curled around his sword. A tense standoff ensued as the two men circled each other.
"I'm going to feed you to my dogs,"
the Boris shouted. He swung his sword and Kevin dodged. "The only dog here is you," Kevin countered. "I fed those poor beasts downstairs and set them free." Kevin drop-kicked the Ogliarch in the face, knocking him back onto the sand. Kevin wasn't about to waste any more of his talents on the Boris, who had clearly given up. He laid in the sand and let his guards attempt to win the battle that continued to swirl around him. The clash continued, a symphony of punches, kicks, and the occasional gunshot as Kevin pushed his team towards the waiting boat. "Get Theo onto the boat," Kevin called out. "We're not leaving without you," Phoebe called back, pulling Theo into the water towards the waiting sea vessel. "He won't have to," Kevin responded gleefully. Kevin continued to fight, his determination matched by the skilled fighters of the Radiance. The sand became a battleground and the moon overhead bore witness to the struggle for escape. Troy Evans, his movements fluid and precise, now fought alongside Kevin. The two had faced numerous challenges together, their camaraderie forged in the crucible of danger. Dustin's sniper rifle echoed in the night, taking out guards with deadly accuracy. The tide began to turn and the Radiance team pressed forward, driving the opposition back towards the darkened halls of the Boris's mansion. A final surge of determination propelled the group towards the waiting boat. The Ogliarch's guards launched a final assault. The battle reached its climax, a crescendo of clashes and shouts echoing across the beach. But the Radiance team stood firm, and with a final coordinated effort, they overwhelmed the remaining opposition. The Ogliarch's guards, outmatched, finally retreated. The sound of the engine roared to life as the boat sped off. As the boat raced away from the tumultuous shores of Monaco, Kevin surveyed the scene behind them. The mansion and its mass ball were now distant memories, replaced by the open sea and the promise of safety. "Thank you all for coming." Kevin shook hands with the Radiance team. Troy, Violet, and Dustin shared triumphant glances, the adrenaline of battle still coursing through their veins.
"Good to fight alongside you again, Kevin," Troy responded.
Phoebe allowed a small smile to form across her lips. "Nice work, Mr. Wilkinson," she said to Kevin playfully. "Thank you for keeping the Boris busy," Kevin retorted. Theo Parrish, still limping, reached into his pants and pulled out a wrapped painting. Phoebe took note. "What is that?" Theo unraveled the paper. Phoebe's eyes widened as he caught sight of a Rembrandt sketch lying unprotected in Theo's hands. "Is that an actual Rembrandt?" Phoebe exclaimed. Theo blushed. "It was hanging on the Boris's bathroom wall. It's a magnificent piece. One of the few actual priceless works in his mansion. I had to take it to keep it safe. I just couldn't resist." Theo exclaimed, a mixture of guilt and exhilaration in his eyes. "Kevin, can you believe this guy?" Phoebe joked. But Kevin's thoughts were already turning to the next challenge. He needed to find the real Starry Night. Only then would he learn the next clue in his efforts to reach the upper realm. As the boat sliced through the dark waters, the lights of Monaco dwindling in the distance, Kevin braced himself for the unknown. The night may have been won, but the war was far from over. After battling an evil Russian Ogliarch known only as the Boris during the Ogliarch's lavish masked ball in Monaco, Kevin and Phoebe returned to the shores of New York City with infamous art forger Theo Parrish, who promised to hand over the real Starry Night as payment for saving him from the Russian goon. The air in Theo's apartment was thick with the scent of aging canvas and the distant hum of the New York City subway trains, which ran every hour of every day. The space was cramped and the walls seemed to rattle every time a subway car clattered nearby. "This is where you live?" Phoebe asked pointedly.
What's that supposed to mean?
Theo pushed back. "Nothing," Phoebe countered. "It's just for such a famous art forger I thought you might be doing better."
Well, this isn't my only apartment, Theo tried to explain, now sweaty and embarrassed. I have tiny one-bedroom apartments all over the world, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, well, at least on the outskirts of those cities.
Kevin and Phoebe shared a look. What an odd man. "The Starry Night is in here somewhere, right?" Kevin probed, getting right to the point.
That's what I was just about to show you, Theo said as he smiled. My apartment might not be the nicest, but the bedroom is truly spectacular.
Theo opened the bedroom door, revealing an astonishing collection of art. The walls were adorned with an eclectic array of framed classics. There were Picassos, O'Keeffes, Pollocks. Kevin and Phoebe exchanged a second glance. So much priceless art in such a small space. Theo, the enigmatic art thief and master forger, waved Kevin and Phoebe closer.
Over here.
Starry Night, the famous masterpiece, had a place of prominence amidst the collection.
There she is,
Theo declared, a sly smile playing on his lips. He turned to face Kevin, his eyes gleaming with pride.
Our deal is complete. The Starry Night is yours.
Theo took down the painting and wrapped it in a simple protective cloth before handing it over to Kevin. Kevin lifted the cloth and looked over the painting. His gaze lingered on the masterpiece. "It's breathtaking," Kevin offered.
"Absolutely. I'm sorry to see it go, but a deal is a deal."
Theo shrugged in disappointment.
"Thank you for saving my life, but it is getting late, so if our business is complete, I must be getting to bed and—"
Kevin cut in. "No, I'm sorry I hadn't finished. This painting is breathtaking. A breathtaking forgery." Kevin smashed the framed painting onto the floor, destroying it in an instant. Phoebe jumped back, startled. "Kevin, what are you doing?" Kevin took hold of Theo, pressed his hands into the thief's still wounded leg. "It's a fake. Another forgery. How many of these fake Starry Nights do you have? Where's the real one?"
"I'll never tell you," Theo cried out. "It's my painting, my love, it's mine, mine! Please, I could never give it up."
Kevin squeezed Theo's wound. Theo winced in pain.
"Okay, I'll tell you it's there, right there."
Theo motioned to a rug resting on the floor. Kevin turned to Phoebe. "I've got him. Check the floor." Curious, Phoebe stepped over and pulled back the rug, revealing a small safe with a metal handle resting amongst the floorboards. "What's the combination?" Phoebe asked. Theo hesitated. Kevin squeezed his wound once again.
1, 1, 1, 2.
Phoebe shook her head in disbelief and then put in the combination. A lock inside the safe clicked. Phoebe pulled up the handle and looked down in awe at the actual Starry Night. "What do you see?" Kevin asked, still holding Theo. Phoebe smiled. "A beautiful Starry Night." She held it up for Kevin to see. He nodded agreeably. "All right, now our deal is done." Kevin released Theo. They finally had the right painting and they could finally return it to its proper owners. Theo sobbed silently on the floor of his bedroom, and Kevin and Phoebe exchanged looks of pity and left Theo alone in his despair. The Museum of Modern Art, bathed in the glow of the busy city lights, was brimming with eager patrons. Kevin walked through the polished halls carrying the Starry Night. The security personnel nodded at him as he passed, their recognition a testament to everything Kevin had gone through to return the classic piece of art to the museum. Mildred, the MoMA curator whose love for Scotch had grown even greater during the crisis of the Stolen Starry Night saga, awaited Kevin in her office. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude as he entered, and she gestured for him to take a seat. "Kevin," Mildred began, her voice a mix of relief and anticipation, "I can't thank you enough for everything you've done. Is that our girl?" Mildred motioned to the painting Kevin was carrying. "It is." Kevin placed the painting on her desk and removed the cloth he had draped over it. Mildred's eyes watered as she looked at the actual Starry Night, back in safe hands after so much turmoil. "It's beautiful. It's really, truly beautiful," Mildred whispered wistfully to herself. "Kevin, you're my hero." Kevin nodded, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Just doing what needed to be done. That painting is more than just strokes on a canvas. It's a piece of history. Mildred leaned forward, her eyes searching his. "You're a man of your word, and I haven't forgotten our bargain. Full access to the MoMA lab is yours. Analyze the Starry Night to your heart's content." The MoMA lab, a realm of cutting-edge technology developed for the curation and examination of all things relating to art, awaited Kevin like a playground. As he stepped into the workspace, the sterile scent of chemicals and the hum of machinery surrounded him. It reminded him of his labs back in Chicago. He was in his element. A young MoMA lab tech named Ishmael approached and extended his hand in greeting. "Hello, Kevin. Mildred asked that I stay and assist you in anything you might need. My name is Ishmael, but everyone just calls me Ish." Kevin shook the young lab tech's hand. "Ish, a pleasure. I do have one question." "What?" Ish replied. "Where's a good spot to order us a couple of strong black coffees?" Kevin grinned. "I think it's going to be a long night." Over the next 12 hours, Kevin and Ish delved into the heart of the Starry Night. Armed with an assortment of tools and his unyielding determination, Kevin meticulously studied every inch of the painting, looking for answers. "Spot anything yet?" Ish asked, now sipping on that tall black coffee. "Not yet," Kevin responded begrudgingly, "but the night is young." Kevin went back to work. Under the careful scrutiny of infrared light, he suddenly made an astonishing discovery. "I see something," Kevin called out. "I'll pull it up on the monitors." Ish powered on the multiple CRT monitors hooked up to the infrared scanner. It was there that they both saw it. Ish looked on in amazement. "Is that another painting? Under the Starry Night?" It was another painting. The same as the image Kevin had seen appear on the parchment during the lunar rainbow. The same image he had seen in his dream. A monstrously tall mountain pierced through the clouds. Phoebe was right. The legends were true. Van Gogh had painted the same image onto the parchment before his brother Theo forced him to cover it over. But why? What was Kevin meant to find here? What clue to reaching the upper realm had the Night King been trying to show him by leading him to the lunar rainbow? "There's something else." Ish pointed to the monitor. Kevin watched as he magnified the image several times. "What is that?" Ish wondered aloud. Kevin moved toward the monitors and took a closer look. A string of translucent numbers revealed themselves. They danced across the canvas like whispers, hidden from the naked eye. Kevin's eyes widened as he realized the significance of his discovery. "Numbers!" Kevin exclaimed. A random series of numbers etched into the very fabric of the Starry Night. But what did they mean? Were they a code? Coordinates? A math puzzle? Or perhaps something more evil? "What does it mean?" Ish asked innocently. "I'm not sure," Kevin responded, "but I can't leave here until I know." The lab became a cocoon of concentration as Kevin worked tirelessly to decipher the unusual sequence. Days turned into nights, and Mildred and Ish, sensing the gravity of the situation, offered their support. Mildred brought Kevin meals while Ish made sure Kevin had a steady supply of coffee. As Kevin pieced together the puzzle, a pattern emerged. "How strange," Kevin whispered quietly to himself. "What is it?" Ish inquired. "Did you find something new?" The numbers, it seemed, were coordinates. The realization sent a shiver down Kevin's spine. What did the Starry Night have to do with a location seemingly unrelated to the art world? What was Van Gogh trying to tell him from beyond the grave? What did these coordinates have to do with the upper realm? Kevin wasn't sure, but he knew at some point very soon he was going to have to find out. After recovering Van Gogh's Starry Night and returning it to the Museum of Modern Art in New York, Kevin was able to unlock the next clue in his quest to reach the upper realm. But after being away from home for several days, Kevin decided to take a much-needed break from his journeys and head home to Chicago to check in on Lily and the baby growing in her belly. The airplane's descent into O'Hare International was smooth. Kevin stared out the window. His thoughts now were only on his beloved Lily and their child. His adventures with good friend Phoebe Anderson had taken him to Monaco and New York, but he couldn't shake the excitement of returning home to his wife, for whom he did everything and who was always in his thoughts, even when he was halfway around the world. As the plane taxied to the gate, Phoebe turned to Kevin with a grin. "Well, Kevin, here we are, back in Chicago. When does the next thrilling escapade begin?" Kevin chuckled, the weariness momentarily lifting from his shoulders. "Soon, I'm sure. But right now I get the simple joy of dealing with the greatest adventure of all, becoming a father. It'll be good to see Lily." As Kevin and Phoebe parted ways at the airport, Kevin felt a wave of anticipation wash over him. He was almost home. Lily's sweet smile and the promise of their reunion filled his soul. He hailed the cab, the city lights blaring outside the window as he headed out of the city. The key turned in the lock and Kevin stepped into the warm glow of his cozy suburban home. He called out, "Lily, I'm back." The sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears, and then Lily was in his arms. "Kevin, you're finally home. I missed you so much." Lily cooed as she kissed her husband warmly. "Where's everyone else?" Kevin inquired. "My parents, your new friend Nancy, Dorothy, I guess." "I made sure they were all out of the house when you got home," Lily explained. "I wanted us to have some quality time together, just you and me." They kissed again and reveled in this perfect moment. As they settled onto the couch, Lily curled against him, her fingers tracing absent patterns on his hand. Kevin recounted his New York adventures, Monaco, and the Starry Night, all while stealing glances at the soft curve of Lily's belly. There, a new life was growing, their child, a testament to their love. They kissed again. As the embrace ended, Lily's eyes searched Kevin's. "Kevin, there's something I need to tell you," Lily mentioned. "Something that happened while you were away." A chill ran down Kevin's spine. "Happened? What is it?" Lily recounted the harrowing tale of the attempted carjacking, the struggle, and Sid dropping dead mysteriously, right in front of Lily's and Nancy's eyes. Kevin listened, his mind racing to comprehend the darkness that had touched his beautiful wife's life while he was away. "I'm proud of you," Kevin finally said. "You did what you had to do. You protected Nancy. You were brave and strong." He kissed her forehead, the weight of the revelation sinking in. "You've gone through so much lately, but we'll get through this, Lily, together, and we'll make sure Nancy is safe too." "Thank you for understanding, Kevin," Lily murmured. "I love you so much." "But we should get you a checkup soon," Kevin noted. "You and the baby have been through quite a bit, and it wouldn't hurt to stop by Dr. Serafina Willow's office and get you a full checkup." "Already on the books," Lily noted. "Our appointment is first thing tomorrow morning, but tonight it's just you and me." They kissed again and looked forward to a night together, alone. Meanwhile, the brisk wind off Lake Michigan whipped through the streets. Nancy pulled her coat tighter around her body as she strolled down a bustling sidewalk. The city's rhythm seemed to beat in time with her anxious heart. Her secret weighed heavily on her mind, and with every step, she felt the weight of deception press against her chest. Nancy had gone for a walk, doing her best to give Lily and Kevin some much-needed time alone. In the last few weeks, Nancy had noticed a new glow about Lily. She was more confident and fearless, but Nancy had woven a fiction around herself, a phantom pregnancy to get closer to Lily, and that lie threatened to unravel at any moment. Nancy's mind swirled with worry and doubt. Would Lily notice the absence of a true baby bump beneath Nancy's loose-fitting clothes? Would Kevin see through the facade of maternal bliss? A department store loomed ahead, a sanctuary where Nancy hoped to find a solution to her predicament. She stepped through the glass doors and the warmth enveloped her, momentarily easing the chill that clung to her skin. Her eyes scanned the aisles and she sized up an array of products. In the heart of the women's clothing section, Nancy felt the eyes of a peppy store clerk who was eager to assist. "Need help with anything?" the clerk asked with a cheery smile. "Just looking," Nancy said sharply as a way to get rid of her. Anxiety twisted in her gut as she pretended to be a bored shopper who was casually interested in a counter full of scarves. Nancy moved away from the watchful eyes of the clerk and approached a display of pillows. Soft and plump, they beckoned to her like a collection of secrets waiting to be unraveled. With a quick glance over her shoulder, Nancy seized the opportunity to explore her options. The first pillow she grabbed was too small, barely filling the space between her abdomen and the fabric of her shirt. She discarded it with a frown, her eyes darting to the ever-watchful clerk. The next one, larger but still insufficient, met the same fate. Nancy's pulse quickened as she continued her secret search. As she selected pillows of varying sizes, the store clerk could be heard edging closer. The tension in the air thickened, but Nancy pressed on. Her fingers fumbled with the pillows, testing their density and pliability. Each rejection left her more desperate, the weight of her lie threatening to buckle her knees. With a final longing glance at the display, Nancy gathered an armful of pillows and made her way to the fitting rooms. The clerk's eyes followed her. In the confined space of the fitting room, Nancy locked the door behind her, a thin barrier between her and the world outside. The pillows lay before Nancy, each one a potential lifeline to maintaining the illusion of impending motherhood. With a shaky breath, she began the task of arranging them beneath her coat. The first attempt was a disaster, the pillows shifting awkwardly and distorting the fabric of her shirt. Panic clawed at her throat as she considered the consequences of exposure. Lily's trust, the fragile thread that bound them, could unravel with a single misstep. Nancy's hands trembled as she adjusted the pillows, the pressure of deceit threatening to crush her. Time slipped away as Nancy experimented with different combinations, each attempt more desperate than the last. Her reflection in the mirror became a distorted image of a woman losing herself in a lie. In a moment of clarity, Nancy selected a pillow that seemed to mold to the contours of her body, creating a convincing illusion of a baby bump. Relief washed over her, but it was short-lived. The nagging fear persisted. What if Lily noticed the subtle nuances, the inconsistencies in Nancy's fake pregnancy? Calling upon her last shreds of courage, Nancy emerged from the fitting room, the clerk waiting just outside. With a sugary smile, Nancy returned the unused pillows to the display, the evidence of her deception neatly concealed. Exiting the department store, Nancy clutched the bag containing her chosen pillow, a secret weapon in her bag of tricks. The city's pulse continued around her, oblivious to the internal struggle that threatened to eat at her. The truth remained hidden beneath layers of fabric and false promises. The faint scent of antiseptic mingled with the warm aroma of coffee in the waiting room of Dr. Serafina Willow's upscale obstetrics and gynecology clinic. It was early as Kevin and Lily sat together, hand in hand, waiting. Dr. Willow emerged from her office with a big smile, happy to see both Lily and Kevin. She extended a warm greeting to the couple she had grown very close to, guiding them into her office. "How has everything been since our last visit?" Dr. Willow asked, settling into her chair and glancing at Lily's medical chart. Lily beamed. "Everything's been great, Serafina. I've been feeling really good, strong, no issues at all." "Always fantastic to hear," Dr. Willow replied, tapping her pen against the clipboard. "Now, shall we check on the little one?" Lily reclined on the examination table and Dr. Willow applied the cool gel to her abdomen for the ultrasound. Kevin's eyes were fixed on the monitor where the grainy image of their unborn child came into focus. "Everything looks perfectly normal," Dr. Willow assured them, her eyes softening. Now, the question of the day. Are you interested in finding out the gender? Kevin exchanged a glance with Lily. He cleared his throat, his voice confident. Is it really possible to know for sure this early in the pregnancy? Dr. Willow nodded, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Yes, we can determine the gender if you'd like. Some parents prefer the surprise while others want to prepare. It's entirely up to you. Lily looked at Kevin, her expression thoughtful. What do you think, my love? A mischievous smile played on Kevin's lips. How about we keep it a surprise? Make things a bit more interesting. All right, Lily smiled. Dr. Serafina chuckled. A wise choice. The anticipation can be a special part of the experience. As they left the clinic, the sun dipped below the Chicago skyline, casting a warm glow over the city. Kevin and Lily walked hand in hand. I was thinking, Lily began, her mind buzzing with excitement. What if we throw a reveal party for the baby's gender? That could be fun, Kevin offered. Whatever makes you happy makes me happy, my love. We could make it an event, Lily continued. Throw a big party? Make it a spectacle. Something unforgettable that everyone in Chicago could attend. We could turn it into a charity event and raise funds for the clinic in Nancy's soup kitchen. It'll be a win-win. Kevin couldn't hold back his approval. My beautiful wife, that sounds like a wonderful idea. I'll get Williams Media on it. They can help you plan out all the fun events. I can use all my connections to get us some unexpected guests. We'll have a blast. Lily nodded, her enthusiasm matching his. And then at the end, we'll get a glimpse of the future. Our baby, girl, boy, do you have a preference? Kevin nodded. As long as you and the baby are happy and healthy, it doesn't make a difference to me what gender it is. Do you have a preference? Lily playfully jotted something down on a loose napkin. I do, and I wrote it down on this piece of paper. But you can't see until we know the answer already. Agreed? Kevin grinned at his wife's playful charm as they continued down the cobblestone path arm in arm, the future awaiting for them, together. But in the distance, a shadowy figure was watching them, Juanita Hernandez. She smirked with delight. Everything she had planned was finally coming to fruition. While Lily focused on getting ready for the big gender reveal party, Kevin turned his attention back towards the upper realm. After recovering Van Gogh's Starry Night and returning it to the Museum of Modern Art, Kevin successfully unlocked the next clue in his quest to reach the upper realm. But wanting more information regarding the next stage of his journey, Kevin reached out to his mentors Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard in hopes of eliciting their sage advice. Kevin cruised down the winding road leading to the Healing Arts School. As he approached, the stone walls of the school emerged, cloaked in ivy and a rich history. The scent of herbs and incense greeted Kevin as he parked his motorcycle. He took in the smell. It had been too long since his last visit. Kevin found Wayne and Harley tending to their vast herbal garden in the back of the school. Wayne was planting a bed of rare caraway seeds while Harley picked an even more rare patch of sneezewort from the soil.
Kevin, Wayne called out, a warm smile breaking across his weathered face. You made it.
Harley gave a cold nod of acknowledgement. What did you find? Quite a bit, Kevin offered with a warm grin, happy to see his old friends. Is there somewhere we can talk in private? Later, Kevin stood across from Wayne and Harvey inside their personal study, explaining everything he had learned about his potential journey to the upper realm. And then during the lunar rainbow, an image appeared on the blank parchment you had given me, Kevin explained. The image was of a mountain and clouds, the same mountain and clouds I had dreamed about a few weeks earlier. Wayne smirked.
That's something, all right.
But that's not all, Kevin continued. It turns out that same image was drawn by Van Gogh just before he went mad, and then that painting was covered up by his brother. Covered up? Harvey asked. He literally placed the Starry Night over it, Kevin responded. But I was able to see the original image, and that's when the numbers appeared. I think they're coordinates. I assume that's where I'm meant to go if I want to begin my journey to the upper realm. Wayne and Harley exchanged glances tinged with concern. Kevin sensed the hesitation but couldn't clearly read either man because of their heightened status. "What?" Kevin inquired. "What don't I know?"
"What do any of us not know?" Wayne joked. "If I could answer that, I would know."
Harley was far more serious.
"The upper realm is a place of infinite possibilities, Kevin, and dangers. A place where warriors seek to elevate their skills, but it's also a realm that could break the strongest of minds."
Wayne placed a hand on Kevin's shoulder, his touch heavy with both reassurance and caution.
"The path to the upper realm is treacherous, my friend. It's not just about strength and will. It's far more complex than that."
"Why are you trying to talk me out of this now? You've both known of many who have been there and prospered," Kevin countered. "Many have returned far more enlightened, haven't they?" Wayne sighed. A deep sense of worry was etched across his face.
"Kevin, we've known many who sought the upper realm with noble intentions. Some returned enlightened, but others,"
Harley finished the thought, his voice somber,
"became shadows of their former selves."
Kevin's gaze hardened. "I have to try. I can't let fear dictate my choices. The Night King told me I would need to ascend to the upper realm if I have any chance of defeating Quentin Covington and protecting Lily." Harley broke into a rare smile.
"You're like a son to us, Kevin. We want to see you succeed, not just in the upper realm, but in life. We just want you to know what you're getting into."
"I appreciate that," Kevin offered, "but I still don't understand why you're having this sudden change of heart. You two were among the first who inspired me to try to reach the upper realm."
"True," Harley noted, "but there's been some new developments since then."
"New developments?" Kevin echoed. "Like what?"
"We're not sure. Not exactly. And that's the issue," Wayne interjected. "There's someone you should meet. Her name is Beatrice. She returned from the upper realm not long ago, and her experience was different."
Kevin raised an eyebrow. "Different how?"
"It's easier if you just go see for yourself," Wayne noted. "This is the address where you can find her. She'll be expecting you. And Kevin, be careful."
Kevin nodded in thanks, then headed out. Back at the Williams home, Lily was busy sifting through a sea of baby clothes. Rows of tiny socks adorned with playful patterns greeted her at every turn, and the sweet scent of baby powder lingered in the air. The baby's room, very much still in progress, had become Lily's refuge amid the swirling chaos that accompanied her recent life and her eager anticipation of motherhood. She looked over two very different baby outfits, one blue, one pink. Lily couldn't help but imagine her future child wrapped snugly in the soft fabric. But which color? Her excitement about the question of what gender her baby might be bubbled over like a freshly uncorked bottle of champagne, and she couldn't wait to share the joy of this discovery with her friends and family at the upcoming gender reveal party. As Lily excitedly considered potential decorations for the party, Dorothy, her disapproving mother, stepped into the doorway. Her sour expression hit Lily like a bucket of cold water. Dorothy had always been a firm believer in privacy, especially when it came to family matters. Her stoic demeanor clashed with Lily's recent vitality, creating a strained relationship, one that only intensified with the first mention of Lily and Kevin's big gender reveal party.
"You seem cheery. What's the occasion?"
Dorothy questioned her daughter. "Just starting to make some choices for the party," Lily responded. Dorothy sighed.
"Lily, darling, you know how I feel about these extravagant affairs. Personal matters should be celebrated within the confines of the immediate family, if celebrated at all."
Lily did her best to win Dorothy over. "Mom, it's just a bit of fun. Plus, we're raising money for the clinic in Nancy's soup kitchen. It's all for a good cause." Dorothy's disapproving gaze intensified.
"Charity is admirable, but there are more discreet ways to contribute without turning your personal life into a public spectacle."
Dorothy's disapproval extended beyond the party. It seeped into her perception of Kevin.
"And why isn't your little ant of a husband here helping you plan?"
Dorothy asked, her tone accusatory. Despite Kevin's massive success as a businessman, Dorothy couldn't find it within herself to accept him. She often questioned Lily about Kevin's absence from the party planning, subtly hinting that his lack of involvement was a sign of his disinterest in fatherhood. Lily rolled her eyes, struggling to find the right words. "I wish you wouldn't call him that, Mother. He has been helping with the planning, not to mention the fact that he's also paying for literally everything." Lily was long past letting any of Dorothy's doubts and bitter words about Kevin affect her. Lily was firm in her belief that everything Kevin did was for her safety and for the establishment of their future family as a powerful force in Chicago and beyond. Dorothy's disapproving gaze lingered. Lily grew tired of the interrogation and retired to the kitchen. While she dined on some tasty treats, Alan and Susan, Kevin's parents, stepped into view and provided a contrasting opinion on the looming gender reveal party. "Lily, we're so excited for the big party," Alan noted. "But Susan and I have been talking, and we think it's important that you invite everyone from the family." Unlike Dorothy, Alan and Susan embraced the idea of a grand celebration, eager to contribute in any way they could. Alan, with his salt and pepper hair and a warm smile that mirrored Kevin's, took charge of organizing the family guest list. "Even those who you might have some negative history with," Alan added. Lily wasn't quite sure what Alan meant. Luckily, Susan was quick to clarify. "Which means, as much as we know it could be a real headache for you and Kevin, we think it's important you include Uncle Thomas and Cousin Ethan on the invitation list." Lily hesitated, memories of the past resurfacing like ghosts from a long-forgotten nightmare. Ethan Williams was a cousin by marriage whose name made Lily's spine shiver. Alan and Susan exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Ethan's name was a touchy subject, a reminder of a harrowing ordeal for Lily and their entire family. "What do you think, Lily?" Susan probed gently. "Is that something you would be comfortable with?" Lily didn't respond, her mind racing. Alan stepped forward, his expression earnest. He took Lily's hand. "Lily, I understand your hesitation, but Ethan was going through a rough patch then. He's been seeking therapy, trying to get his life back on track. Inviting him would mean a lot to his recovery. Family is family, after all." Lily's internal struggle was evident. She knew the importance of compassion and forgiveness, but the scars from that traumatic experience ran deep. She finally relented. "You're right. Family is family. I don't want to hold on to the past forever." And with that, the decision to include Ethan on the invitation list became inevitable, a reluctant nod to the complexities of familial ties. Lily knew that in the grand tapestry of life, some threads were darker than others, but they were woven together nonetheless. Alan and Susan smiled, grateful. "Thank you, Lily," Susan exclaimed. "I just know it's going to be a wonderful occasion." Lily turned back to her 2 sets of baby clothes, blue and pink, but now more worried than excited. What had she gotten herself into? Hoping to learn more about his quest to finally reach the upper realm, Kevin visited mentors Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard, who cautioned him about all the possible outcomes. They suggested he visit a woman named Beatrice, who had recently returned from the upper realm, to get a better idea of what could be waiting for him, should he choose to continue his journey. At the same time, Lily was busy at home planning the big baby gender reveal party. Lily was excited about the grand charity event, but became distressed when Kevin's parents asked her to invite cousin Ethan, with whom Lily had a disturbing history. Desperate to talk to someone about her concerns, Lily turned to her new best friend and housemate, Nancy. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the living room. As Lily nervously sipped from her cup, her hands wrapped around it like a life raft, keeping her afloat. "Good coffee, Nancy." "Thank you," Lily offered, doing her best to seem pleasant. "Is that a hint of hazelnut I detect?" Nancy, Lily's new best friend and pregnancy pal, studied Lily's troubled face. "All right, spill it. You look like you've seen a ghost. Why did you really want to talk? I know it can't just be about my amazing coffee choices." Lily took a deep breath, her eyes fixed on the swirling patterns of her warm drink. "It's Kevin's parents, Alan and Susan. They're insisting on inviting the entire extended family to the baby gender reveal party." Nancy raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a good thing? I mean, family is important, especially when there's a new baby on the way. I wish I had that kind of support. Nancy was also expecting, at least that's what Lily had been trained to believe. The truth was far more sinister, but at the moment Lily was blissfully unaware. Instead of a conniving villain, Lily just saw Nancy as a friend in need. Oh, Nancy, you know I'm here for you always. Lily offered a comforting smile along with her kind words. I know, thank you, Nancy replied, doing her best to always play to Lily's sympathies. So let's get back to it, Nancy offered. What's the problem with inviting the whole family? Kevin clearly has enough money to cover the expense. Lily sighed, setting her cup down. Yes, of course. It's not about the money, it's just they want me to invite Kevin's cousin Ethan. And you're not a fan, I assume? Nancy asked, curious. He kidnapped me, Lily blurted out in a gush of words. What? Nancy exclaimed, spitting out her coffee in surprise. I know, it's crazy, Lily continued. He and a woman named Juanita Hernandez. Nancy's eyes widened at the name Juanita Hernandez. The truth was Nancy had also been hired by Juanita. Lily continued. They were trying to use me as leverage against Kevin. They wanted money or something. I hate talking about this. This Juanita woman sounds pretty terrible, too, Nancy offered, probing more than comforting. She was, Lily offered. But Kevin's parents aren't asking me to invite her to the party, just cousin Ethan. Nancy was suddenly very curious about this cousin Ethan. She faked disbelief in Lily's story. This is insane. He kidnapped you and they want him at your baby's gender reveal party? I don't know all the details, but even at its most harmless, that sounds incredibly insensitive. Lily shrugged. Family is family, right? At least that's what everyone keeps telling me. Nancy leaned back in her chair, studying Lily's reactions carefully. You can't seriously be considering this. It's so odd. I tried to be so agreeable, but something inside me did want to push back, to say no. Lily's momentary confidence faded. But they are Kevin's parents, so what else could I say but yes? Nancy's mind was already racing. You always have a choice, Lily. You can't let them manipulate you like this. It's not healthy, for you or the baby. Lily glanced at Nancy. I know, but it's not manipulation, it's my choice. I want Kevin to have a happy family, so I'm choosing to forgive and forget. Nancy's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something more than concern crossing her features. Forgiving and forgetting is one thing, but inviting danger into your home is another. You can't let your guard down. Lily nodded slowly, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee cup. I just need to find a way to make it work for Kevin's sake. And the baby's. Why don't I go talk to this Ethan fellow? Nancy offered. I can get a sense of where he's at, if he's changed or if he still seems off. I can't ask you to do that, Lily pushed back. Nonsense, Nancy countered. You've done so much for me. I would love a chance to return the favor for you and the baby. Lily considered the offer. All right, but be careful. Don't worry about me, Nancy laughed. No one messes with the pregnancy pals. Lily smiled. It had been a while since something truly made her happy now that she had to fill her thoughts with seeing Ethan again. At the same time, Kevin navigated the maze of halls of an assisted living home downtown. The air felt heavy with the scent of antiseptic, mingling with the muted sounds of shuffling feet and mumbled conversations. Wayne and Harley's warning echoed in his mind, but he pressed forward, determined to uncover all the truths of the upper realm. He walked up to the front desk. Hello, I'm looking for a woman named Beatrice. I was told I could find her here. The receptionist pointed towards the other side of the waiting room where a hobbled older woman busied herself by setting and resetting a cart of dirty dishes in the corner. Kevin studied the woman for a prolonged beat before finally walking over and introducing himself. Beatrice, I'm Kevin Williams. Wayne, Ford, and Harley Shepard thought we should talk. Kevin extended his hand in greeting, but Beatrice just stared at it.
Wayne and Harley? I don't know any Wayne or Harley.
Beatrice countered. "Oh, my apologies. You are Beatrice, correct?" Kevin probed.
Yes. And who are you again?
Beatrice asked, clearly confused. "Kevin Williams, Wayne and Harley from the Healing Arts School sent me."
Yes, I know,
Beatrice replied, now with a pleasant tone.
They called and told me to expect you. So nice to finally meet the legendary Kevin Williams.
Kevin considered the woman for a moment. Was she playing with him, or just crazy? He would have to find out.
Let's find a quiet place to talk,
Beatrice suggested, noting the curious glances from the elderly residents who ambled by.
Stop looking at me, Claude,
Beatrice erratically shouted at one of the older tenants, sitting idly in a wheelchair nearby. Beatrice's pleasant demeanor suddenly returned. "Hungry?" Beatrice led Kevin to the cafeteria. The fluorescent lights above cast a sterile glow over the linoleum floors, and the hum of conversation provided a backdrop to their meeting. They settled at a corner table, trays of gelatin wobbling in front of them. Kevin raised an eyebrow as he noticed Beatrice's uncharacteristic eating habits. She poked at the jello, each movement deliberate yet oddly disconnected. "So Wayne and Harley told me that you recently returned from the upper realm," Kevin commented, doing his best to spark up conversation. Beatrice continued to poke her jello, her thoughts distant.
That's right.
"What was it like? Do you feel more enlightened, or was the journey difficult for you?" Kevin pressed, hoping for a glimpse into the mysteries that awaited him.
It's hard to find the words,
Beatrice offered, clearly having issues recounting.
The upper realm is all the things we know and all the things we don't know. It's all the flavors of Jell-O there will ever be. And some of that Jell-O is very tasty, but some of that Jell-O can be unexpected. And some of the Jell-O is just bad. Bad Jell-O, Kevin. Do you understand? The worst.
Kevin furrowed his brow, a sense of unease settling in the pit of his stomach. But what exactly did you experience? What did you gain? Beatrice's eyes met his, and for a moment Kevin glimpsed the haunting depth within.
Knowledge comes at a cost, Kevin. Some truths are better left unknown.
A flicker of vulnerability crossed Beatrice's face, her shoulders slumping.
I can't go back there. I can't face it again.
No one is asking you to, Kevin offered. And face what, exactly? Beatrice's eyes pleaded with him, a glimpse of the shattered spirit beneath the facade.
The upper realm, it takes more than it gives. I'm not the person that I used to be.
Why? Kevin pleaded. What happened? Beatrice's resolve suddenly firmed. She looked right at Kevin.
Don't go, she whispered. You won't come back the same.
Don't go, Kevin repeated. That doesn't make any sense. The upper realm is about heightening skills, about walking away with an enlightened sense of yourself and the world around you. How could that ever be a bad thing?
Beatrice smirked. If you knew that, then you'd know everything.
Beatrice's demeanor suddenly shifted. She lunged at Kevin, her movements fueled by an unseen force. Kevin, caught off guard by the attack, barely had time to react as he was knocked to the floor. All eyes in the cafeteria turned suddenly toward the unexpected commotion. Kevin climbed back onto his feet as Beatrice circled him like a rabid animal.
You shouldn't have come here,
Beatrice hissed. Don't do this, Beatrice, Kevin shouted. I'm not your enemy. I don't want to fight.
You're not going to fight, Beatrice taunted. You're going to die.
Hoping to learn everything he could about the upper realm, Kevin visited mentors Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard, who cautioned him about the possible outcomes. They suggested he visit a woman named Beatrice, who had recently returned from the upper realm. From Beatrice, Kevin could get a better idea of what could be waiting for him if he chose to continue his journey. Kevin went to see Beatrice, who at first seemed confused and unwell, but when Kevin asked about the upper realm, she unexpectedly lunged at him with ferocious power. The stale scent of the assisted living facility mingled with the charged atmosphere of battle. Beatrice, older and seemingly more disheveled, cackled with laughter, bursting with confidence. Kevin was a level 7 fighter, but Beatrice, as strange as she had appeared, had been to the upper realm, which technically made her more proficient and skilled in the art of combat. Kevin had been warned by the Night King long ago that he shouldn't use his level 7 skills too freely. If he did, they would be diluted before he learned how to tap their potential fully. But Beatrice was going to be an enemy who might require Kevin to allow all of his skills to be used to their fullest extent. Nevertheless, Kevin didn't want to fight. He didn't know why it had suddenly come to this. "Beatrice, stop. We don't need to do this. I'm not your enemy," Kevin called out as Beatrice circled him.
"That's right. You're not my enemy," Beatrice taunted. "You're my plaything."
She lunged forward with a flurry of punches. Kevin evaded most, but a few landed, each strike carrying the weight of her experiences in the upper realm.
"You can't stop me!"
Beatrice's voice was a twisted melody, her words laced with a hint of madness.
"I've seen beyond this world, and you can't comprehend what awaits."
Kevin gritted his teeth, determined to protect himself and the elderly residents who shuffled nervously in the background. He couldn't let Beatrice's chaotic power endanger them. Each punch he threw was calculated, each block strategic, but Beatrice's strength seemed boundless. Kevin wasn't sure how long he could keep defending himself and everyone else around him. The cafeteria's fluorescent lights flickered, casting erratic shadows across the linoleum floor as Kevin and Beatrice clashed in a dance of combat. Beatrice's movements were unpredictable, a frenzied display of power and instability fueled by the fractured echoes of the upper realm. Kevin parried and dodged with precision, his every move calculated, to avoid causing harm to the elderly residents caught in the crossfire. "Why are you doing this?" Kevin shouted.
"You want to go to the upper realm? I won't let that happen. No one else can go."
Beatrice screamed in a voice that was a harsh melody of anguish.
"It takes everything from you."
She charged at him with a deadly ferocity. Kevin used all of his strength to block. He couldn't keep this up. "Beatrice, we can talk about this," Kevin called out. Beatrice stared at him blankly.
"My words won't convince you, but my fists will."
She charged yet again. The walls of the assisted living facility seemed to close in on Kevin as he squared off against Beatrice, whose crazed demeanor masked a power that surpassed even Kevin's own level 7 fighting skills. The other elderly residents watched from the sidelines, their eyes wide with fear. Beatrice advanced towards Kevin. Her movements were erratic and unpredictable, and Kevin struggled to counter her strikes. The cafeteria became an arena, the elderly spectators gasping as the two combatants exchanged powerful body blows. Kevin, normally calm and calculated, found himself on the defensive, forced to adapt to Beatrice's off-the-wall fighting style. The stalemate continued until Kevin sensed an opening. With one swift move, he knocked Beatrice back and finally gave himself some distance from her crazed attacks. He scanned the room, assessing the situation, looking for a weapon or an escape. Beatrice was back on her feet in an instant. She reached over to a balancing pole cemented into the wall for those who needed help walking and pulled it out with ease. She raised the weapon into the air in a threatening manner.
"Now we end this,"
Beatrice taunted. Kevin sighed. This wasn't going to get any easier. But just as Kevin prepared for another round, a surprising ally entered the scene.
"Why don't you pick on someone your own age?"
Claude, the wheelchair-bound codger Beatrice had yelled at randomly earlier, rolled into view. "Stay clear, sir," Kevin shouted.
"It's not what you think," Claude called back. "I am an old man, but that doesn't mean I can't help you. It just means I've had a lifetime to get ready."
Claude focused his mind and stood. Kevin suddenly took him in for a more prolonged beat. Kevin could see into Claude's heart, and he realized that Claude was a level 5 fighter. Claude joined Kevin, his eyes glinting with a hidden strength, as he surveyed the battlefield. Kevin, relieved to find assistance, nodded in gratitude. The old man's level 5 abilities might be waning, but in this critical moment, any support was invaluable.
"I won't let you go there, Kevin!"
Beatrice, unfazed by the newcomer, thrust forward once more. But this time, Claude unleashed a burst of level 5 energy that temporarily disrupted Beatrice's chaotic aura. The room trembled with the collision of powers. Kevin seized the opportunity, striking Beatrice with newfound vigor. The clash between the three became a dance of strength and strategy, each participant pushing their abilities to the limit. Claude proved to be a formidable ally. His level 5 powers, though waning, provided the crucial edge needed to tip the scales. Together, he and Kevin managed to subdue Beatrice, at least momentarily. The elderly residents watched in awe as the unexpected duo overcame their upper realm-powered adversary. As Beatrice lay temporarily incapacitated, Kevin turned to Claude. "Get everyone out of here." Claude understood. He ushered the other assisted living residents out the exit door and down the hall away from the danger that oddly was currently in their cafeteria. Kevin and Beatrice remained. The two, tired and bleeding, circled each other once again. Beatrice's tone turned somber.
"I made a promise to myself. Once I returned from the upper realm, once I realized I had survived, I vowed to prevent anyone else from experiencing the horrors I had experienced. No one else will suffer like me."
As Beatrice rose, her eyes locked onto Kevin with a renewed determination. The assisted living facility became a battleground once again. As Kevin battled, he continued to try to reason with Beatrice. "What you're saying doesn't make any sense. The upper realm is a place of enlightenment. It's supposed to be positive." Beatrice smirked sadly.
"They say hell is other people, and that's true. Maybe the upper realm has been a wondrous place, but I wasn't there alone. They've ruined it, ruined everything. And I can't let you go."
As the battle raged on, Kevin could sense Beatrice's power growing. The upper realm had left a dark mark on her, and despite his best efforts, the tide of the battle began to shift. Beatrice knocked Kevin to the ground. Now his nose was bleeding. He processed for a moment. He hadn't struggled in a fight like this in a long time, and he hadn't lost a fight in what felt like forever. Not since he had been Kevin Williams, the put-upon newlywed who had not yet learned about all of the powers he possessed. But he was outmatched, overpowered, and in that moment the strangest thing happened. His mind went to Lily, his beautiful wife, home, waiting for him. He couldn't lose. He couldn't leave her unprotected. He had to keep fighting. He had to will himself to victory. He had to win. A sudden burst of energy surged through Kevin. He felt a strength that surpassed his usual level 7 capabilities. Confused but empowered, he channeled this newfound energy into a final decisive strike against Beatrice. The room trembled as their powers collided one last time. Beatrice, overcome by the unexpected surge, faltered. In that crucial moment, Kevin seized the opportunity to disarm her once more. He pulled the makeshift pole from her hands and tossed it aside. With a calculated move, he knocked Beatrice to the ground. She muttered to herself,
"I won't let others suffer like she did. Don't go there, Kevin. Turn back before it's too late."
Beatrice sprung to her feet and crashed through the window. Kevin turned and watched as she hit the ground and sprinted out of view, fleeing the fight instead of being defeated. The room fell silent, the echoes of the battle fading away. The elderly residents, sensing the calm, began to creep back into the cafeteria. Was it safe now? Claude, now back in his wheelchair, rolled over to Kevin, a knowing smile on his face.
"Looks like you've got some untapped potential, my friend. Not bad for a level 7.
Claude said as a way of praising Kevin's great skills and making a joke with his new warrior friend. Kevin, still catching his breath, nodded in gratitude. The battle had taken its toll, but they had emerged victorious, at least for now. As the adrenaline subsided, Kevin couldn't shake the lingering question, what had Beatrice experienced in the upper realm? And would Kevin face a similar fate if he decided to go? Kevin left the assisted living facility. The upper realm beckoned, its mysteries intertwined with the perilous journey that lay ahead. Beatrice's warning resonated, a haunting reminder of the toll the upper realm exacted on those who dared to tread its unknown path. After gathering the next clue in his quest to ascend to the upper realm and helping Lily start to plan their baby's gender reveal party, Kevin turned his focus back to Quentin Covington. Kevin and his team had already assembled 3 of the 6 pieces of the evil billionaire's mysterious circular blueprint, but there were still 3 pieces left to find, and no telling how much time they had before it was too late to stop him. One thing Kevin did know was that the Night King had made it clear he would not be able to counter Quentin Covington's evil without gaining entry to the upper realm. And yet now Kevin was getting strange information from his mentors, Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard, about the nature of the upper realm. And he'd seen evidence that the upper realm could have a terrible effect on those who traveled there. Beatrice, a level 7 fighter, had gone positively insane since her trek to the upper realm and had vowed not to let anyone else go there lest they face the same fate. Kevin, though, was secure in his mental capacities and in his level 7 strength. He was going to continue his grail to undermine Quentin Covington, and that led him back to the newly outfitted war room just down the hall from his herbal lab. There, Kevin surveyed the screens displaying data streams from across the globe. Dalton Steele and Kyle Thompson helped Kevin set up a permanent holographic projector in the center of the room. The air buzzed with excitement as Kevin dialed a secure line to the Interpol agent Karen Stone. The image of a woman with a no-nonsense demeanor suddenly materialized before him, the flickering blue hues of the hologram casting an ethereal glow in the dimly lit room. "Stone," Kevin greeted with a curt nod. "What's the latest?" "Can you see my whole body?" Karen asked coldly. "Yes," Kyle answered. Karen stepped to her right. "What about now?" Kyle and Dalton shared a curious look. Kyle responded yet again. "Yes." "All right. Just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. Ridiculous holograms." Stone's holographic form leaned forward, her eyes scanning the room as if she could see the information displayed on Kevin's monitors. "As I'm sure you already know, everything I'm about to tell you is highly classified. So if the information gets out, we'll know who leaked it, and there'll be problems. Understood?" "Understood, Stone," Kevin noted. "What do you have for us?" "We've got a new lead on Covington," Stone announced, her voice gravelly and stern. Kevin's interest went into high gear. "Have you found him?" Stone nodded, her expression grim. "Not him, not exactly, but his presence, yes, in Tokyo. We've learned he's set up shop there." Kevin's mind raced as he processed the information. Tokyo was a sprawling metropolis, a perfect place for someone like Quentin Covington to hide in plain sight. "What's he doing there?" Kevin asked, his eyes narrowing. "That's the million-dollar question," Stone replied. "We don't know the specifics, but our intel suggests he's into something high-tech."
"High-tech? How high-tech?" Dalton asked.
"You tell me, Junior," Stone continued. Stone enjoyed putting macho men like Dalton in their place. She knew that nothing scared a man like Dalton Steele, unless it was a woman who was just as tough as he was. "Now this is where it gets interesting. Covington's son Q seems to be running the show at this new compound. He's his old man's new lieutenant," Agent Stone related. "Q? That's funny," Kyle noted. No one laughed. Kevin furrowed his brow, absorbing the facts. The Covington legacy was notorious, a shadowy empire with connections in every corner of the world. "Any idea what the son's exact location is, or the compound's location?" Kevin asked, his curiosity growing. Stone's hologram shrugged a gesture that seemed almost too real. "Not exactly. That's where we're hoping you come in. We know that the kid is a tech genius, and he's heavy into the underground world of robot fighting, but that's all the information we have. Think you can track him down?" "Absolutely," Kevin agreed. "I'll need eyes on the ground. If I can locate Q, hopefully he can lead us to the hidden compound and we can figure out what they're up to in Tokyo." Stone nodded, her holographic image conveying a sense of quiet thanks. "Sounds good, but be careful. Covington's security is always tight and Tokyo can be a maze." Kevin's mind raced through the possibilities. Whatever they're up to, we can't let it happen. The world can't afford another Covington catastrophe. Stone's hologram flickered, a subtle acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. "Agreed. Contact me if you need anything, and maybe try a phone next time." As the holographic transmission ended, Kevin's war room remained bathed in the glow of countless screens, each now displaying a piece of the puzzle that lay ahead. Tokyo, a city of neon lights and hidden secrets, awaited Kevin's scrutiny. Later that night, in the heart of Kevin's lab, a diverse group gathered for the mission ahead. Kevin called on Zara, the brilliant mechanical tech whiz who helped Kevin create Athena, the fighting machine against whom Kevin trained for the epic clash. She stood along Yuki and Hiro, the enigmatic Japanese twins he had taken on as assistants in his lab after they got their first training at the Healing Arts School. Kevin outlined the gravity of the situation to them. "Thank you all for being here," Kevin began. "Our mission is Tokyo-based. Dalton and Kyle will stay back in the war room ready to relay any intel we might need. Quentin Covington's up to something big, and we need answers. Zara, you're our tech expert. We know that Quentin's son Q is big into the underground robot fighting world, so your expertise might come in handy. Yuki, Hiro, your knowledge of the local scene will be invaluable." "Sounds good, Kevin," Zara stated. "We're with you all the way," Yuki offered. "Me too," Hiro countered. Yuri hit his twin in the shoulder. "I already said we." "Get some sleep. We'll meet at O'Hare Airport first thing tomorrow morning," Kevin told his team. Dalton turned to Kevin.
"You're not leaving tonight?"
Kevin nodded. "Family first, Dalton. I need a night to say my goodbyes." Dalton understood.
"Give Lily my best, and good luck in Tokyo."
Kevin stood just outside his cozy suburban home. He looked through the large front windows, taking in his beautiful wife as she ran around the kitchen trying to cook dinner. Kevin took a few moments just to enjoy the view. He loved his wife, and he was going to miss her. Kevin finally stepped inside. Lily, radiant with pregnancy, rushed over to him with genuine excitement. "Kevin, my love, are you all packed up for Tokyo?" "Not yet," Kevin responded as he kissed his wife on the forehead. "I thought I'd shower up first." "Perfect," Lily noted. "I thought we could have one last big meal as a family before you have to go." "That sounds amazing." Kevin wrapped his wife in his arms and gave her a big squeeze. A feeling of regret ate at Kevin. This wasn't the first time he had to bid farewell to Lily, and the weight of leaving her again for any amount of time weighed on him. He knew he had to go. The world was literally depending on him to uncover Quentin Covington's master plan and his mysterious partnership with the Pinnacle. But that didn't stop him from not wanting to leave his pregnant wife's side. Lily, however, wore a reassuring smile. "I picked out a few decorations for the gender reveal," Lily exclaimed. "I want to see all of them," Kevin responded, excited to see what Lily had chosen. The atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted. The warm glow of the fireplace was blocked as Dorothy, Lily's disapproving mother-in-law, emerged from the kitchen with a big spoon and a scowl etched across her face. "Kevin, my dear, do you have any idea what it means to be a husband?" Dorothy's words cut through the air like a cold wind. Kevin took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure. "Yes, Dorothy, of course. I'm doing this for Lily and the baby. It's just a short trip." Dorothy crossed her arms, the disapproval never leaving her eyes. "Short trip or not, you should be here supporting your wife. This constant desertion is unacceptable." She poked him with her big spoon. Lily, ever the voice of reason, broke into the conversation between her mother and husband. "Mom, Kevin is not deserting me. We've already made most of the arrangements for the big baby reveal. This trip is important for the business, and Kevin has been working so hard to provide for us and the world." Dorothy huffed, dismissing Lily's words. "A real man doesn't abandon his family for business, dear. Kevin needs to get a real job, not play around with whatever it is he does." Lily's eyes flashed with frustration. "Mom, Kevin is one of the richest men in the world. He owns a company that employs over 5,000 people and provides medicines and herbal remedies and vaccines for the sick people of Chicago and now for the entire country and soon for the world. His work is essential, and he does all of it for me and the baby." "He smells like cheese," Dorothy complained oddly. "And rich or not, I always thought you could have married someone better. Someone who could offer you more stability and money and prestige.
not a pill maker.
Kevin clenched his jaw, not wanting to make the situation worse. Before he could respond, the front door swung open and Nancy, Lily's new housemate and pregnancy pal, walked in, her presence a breath of fresh air, at least compared to the atmosphere that Dorothy created. "Nancy, you're home," Lily exclaimed, trying to switch focus. "We're going to have a big family dinner. You have to join us."
"I apologize, Lily, but I can't tonight," Nancy announced, her eyes sparkling. "I've got a date."
Lily's face lit up with genuine happiness. "That's wonderful. Who's the lucky guy?" Nancy grinned mischievously.
"Oh, you might know him. It's your cousin Ethan."
The room fell silent, the revelation hitting like a bomb detonating in the air. Lily turned to Kevin. Things were about to get more complicated. After learning from Interpol agent Karen Stone that evil billionaire Quentin Covington's new secret compound was located somewhere in Tokyo, Kevin and his team, including tech whiz Zara and the twins Yuki and Hiro, prepared to head to Japan in the hope of finding the next piece in the circular blueprint that would finally unveil Quentin Covington's master plan. The vibrant chaos of Tokyo unfurled before Kevin like a kaleidoscope. Neon lights flickered, casting an otherworldly glow upon the bustling streets. The air was thick with a mix of savory aromas from street vendors. Kevin and his team had just landed and they were on the lookout for Q, Quentin Covington's son and chief Tokyo lieutenant, though Kevin knew that it wouldn't be easy to find the tech genius son of a crazed and evil billionaire in the club, offices, and streets of one of the world's capitals. What Kevin and his team did know about the young man who went by the name Q was that he was a renowned tech nerd, a genius with a penchant for the latest toys, and he was big into the world of underground robot fighting, a world Kevin had only heard about from agent Karen Stone just before he and his team left Chicago for Japan. "Did you see your contact?" Kevin asked Hiro as he scanned the crowds.
"He said he would meet us by the Noodle Hut at 10 p.m. This is the Noodle Hut and it's 10 p.m., but no, I don't see him,"
Hiro answered. Zara stood with Yuki nearby, taking in the sights. Their Tokyo contact, a friend of Hiro's with a past as tangled as the neon-lit alleyways of Shibuya, had promised information. But Kevin knew the price of such knowledge in this city could be high.
"There!"
Hiro pointed toward where Takeshi, a jocular Japanese 20-something, with a wicked mohawk and heavy leather jacket, could be seen.
"Takeshi, good to see you, brother,"
Hiro exclaimed as he gave his friend a hug. Kevin and the rest of the team approached. "Hello, Takeshi. I'm Kevin Williams." Kevin extended his hand in greeting. Takeshi didn't accept the offer. The two didn't shake hands. "Well, Hiro speaks very highly of you," Kevin continued as he tried to figure out why Takeshi would be outwardly rude. Or was it some sort of cultural difference that Kevin would quickly learn? "Should we all get some noodles and talk?" As the group sat eating noodles, Kevin took in their new informant. The scars on Takeshi's face told tales of a life spent navigating the dangerous underbelly of Tokyo. Takeshi sized up the would-be heroes warily, the flicker of caution in his eyes betraying the gravity of the information he held. "So what can you tell us about Q?" Kevin asked.
"Not so loud," Takeshi warned. "I've seen things you wouldn't believe. But what I know about Q is not something you just spill out in a noodle hut. Last time Q found out I was talking about him, he took more than just noodles."
Takeshi pulled up the sleeve of his leather jacket, revealing a robotic arm and hand. That's why he didn't want to shake hands with Kevin earlier. He had lost his appendages for revealing information about Q, and the missing arm was a grim reminder of the ruthless forces at play.
"At least you got that sick robotic arm,"
Yuki noted. Takeshi shrugged.
"Yeah, it looks cool, but it's broken. It's basically a big paperweight now."
Kevin pushed forward. "Word on the street is that the person we're trying to locate is deep in the underground robot fighting world. Hiro says you know a lot about that world. What can you tell us?" Takeshi considered the question.
"You ever wonder what happens to all those delivery robots once they become obsolete?"
Takeshi began, twirling his chopsticks between the fingers in his non-robotic hand.
"You know, the ones replaced by the shinier, newer models."
Yuki shrugged, sipping the hot broth.
I guess they end up in a junkyard somewhere, right?
Takeshi chuckled, a sound as sharp as his gaze.
Not all of them, my friend. Some find a second life, a life that's a bit more combative.
Takeshi leaned in, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper.
I started in this business by liberating one of those poor abandoned bots, Takeshi said, a nostalgic glint in his eye. Back then it was just about survival. But as I tinkered with the circuits and upgraded its programming, I saw the potential for something more.
Takeshi's story unfolded like a black market tech manifesto, each word a pixel in a larger, more dangerous picture. He described the thrill of finding his first delivery bot, a clunky relic left to rust in a forgotten alley. With a mischievous grin, Takeshi painted a vivid picture of his conversion process, turning a mundane machine into a metallic gladiator ready to face the underground arena.
The first time I watched my creation step into the ring, Takeshi's eyes gleamed with a fervor that bordered on madness. I knew I had found my calling. The clash of steel, the sparks flying, the crowd roaring. It was a symphony of chaos, and I was the conductor.
Zara listened, captivated by Takeshi's tale. He was a tech whiz, so was Zara. They spoke a similar language. The noodle shop around them faded into the background, replaced by the vivid imagery of the clandestine world Takeshi inhabited.
I never looked back after that first night, Takeshi continued. My reputation grew, and so did the stakes. People started betting on my bots, and I earned more than I ever did in a month of honest work.
As Takeshi spoke, Kevin couldn't help but feel sorry for the kid. The allure of the underground world was undeniable, the promise of quick riches and the intoxicating scent of danger wafting through the air.
So all we got to do is build our own fighting robot and we're in? Zara asked. It's not as simple as building a bot and waltzing into a fight, Takeshi cautioned, breaking Zara's reverie. There are rules, unwritten laws that keep this world from spiraling into chaos, and there are places where the fights happen hidden from prying eyes.
Kevin leaned forward, sensing an opportunity. Do you know where the next fight is? Takeshi's eyes flickered with fear.
I do, but I can't just tell you. You're outsiders. This world took my arm. One more wrong move and it'll swallow me whole.
That's fair, Kevin offered. But there must be some kind of arrangement we can come to.
I don't see how,
Takeshi countered. Kevin couldn't help but stare at Takeshi's robotic arm, a marvel of technology that blended seamlessly with the young man's flesh. The polished metal gleamed under the restaurant's fluorescent lights. Takeshi, do you mind if I take a closer look at that arm of yours? Kevin asked, gesturing toward the cybernetic limb.
Whatever, bro.
Takeshi nodded without breaking his focus on the noodles. Kevin gently took Takeshi's hand, examining the intricate design and craftsmanship. It was a piece of art, a testament to the advanced technology that permeated every corner of Tokyo. As Kevin traced the contours of the robotic hand, his eyes caught something unusual. A gap where the synapses between Takeshi's head and the robotic hand should have been. It was a minute detail, but Kevin's perceptive eyes didn't miss a beat. Something is missing here. A connection, Kevin remarked. Takeshi looked up from his noodles, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He extended his arm, turning it to examine the spot Kevin had pointed out.
You have a keen eye. Not many people would notice that detail, Takeshi said, a hint of admiration in his voice. Yeah, the synapses is broken. That's why the arm won't work. It's Q's tech and he won't give me a replacement. He's still punishing me.
Kevin leaned back, sipping his green tea as he pondered the situation. I could fix it with a poultice, he suggested with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Takeshi raised an eyebrow, the corner of his lips curling into a faint smile.
A poultice? What is that?
The hair of a deer. It's herbal, not technical, but it could in theory connect the two, crafting a makeshift synapsis, Kevin explained. Takeshi glanced at Kevin, a silent understanding passing between them.
If you can fix my arm, I'll give you the info you're asking for.
Kevin grinned, accepting the challenge. Deal. This time they shook on it. Kevin stepped out of the noodle hut with Zara, Hiro, and Yuki. He turned to the group. I need to get the fuzz off the growing horns of a deer.
That's a random request, Yuki joked. We're in the middle of Tokyo, not a lot of deer in the city. Yuki's right.
Hiro was actually being helpful and not joking for once.
If you want to find a deer in Japan, you go to Nara.
Nara, a city steeped in history and tradition. It seemed that Kevin's journey was about to take an unexpected turn into the heart of ancient landscapes. Kevin nodded agreeably. Then let's move. The quartet followed the neon lights of Tokyo, guiding them towards the train station and the next phase of their quest. Only Kevin Williams would travel from Chicago to Tokyo and then find himself immediately leaving the city in search of the fuzz from a deer's antler to cure the broken robotic arm of his contact. But to Kevin, this was all in a day's work, and he knew that it was a crucial task in finding Q, evil Quentin Covington's son, and ending Quentin's reign of evil. After traveling to Japan to try to locate Quentin Covington's new secret compound, Kevin and his team, including tech whiz Zara and the twins Yuki and Hiro, engaged with a local contact, Takeshi, in the hope of getting information about where the team could find Quentin's son and new Lieutenant Q. But Takeshi, who had a non-functioning robotic arm after losing his real arm for revealing secrets in the past, was hesitant to tell Kevin anything. Kevin made a deal. He would fix Takeshi's broken robotic arm for the information they needed. Takeshi agreed, and with that, Kevin and the team set off for Nara to get the poultice ingredient Kevin needed to fulfill his end of the bargain. Kevin sat on the bullet train whipping from Tokyo to Nara. The twins, Yuki and Hiro, sat across from him. Zara paced nearby, killing time by reading a travel brochure.
Nara is known for its vast deer park, a place where deer roam freely among the tourists. The deer are considered sacred, messengers of the gods.
Kevin nodded agreeably. A place where they go out of their way to treat their animal friends with respect. That's always nice to hear. Hopefully we'll be able to find what we're looking for. Kevin had made a deal with their Tokyo contact, Takeshi. If Kevin could fix the synaptic interface between Takeshi's mind and his robotic arm, he would give Kevin and his team the location of the next underground robot battle, and in turn possibly the location of Quentin Covington's son, Q. But Kevin needed a specific poultice to fix the interface, one that came from the velvet fur of a deer horn. The city of Nara greeted Kevin and his team with the tranquility of ancient temples and the excitement of bustling crowds. The deer park, a haven for the sacred animals, became their first destination. Kevin observed the creatures as they grazed, their gentle demeanor a stark contrast to the city's urban chaos.
This should be easy, Yuki noted. We just need a sample from those horns, right?
In theory, yes, Kevin responded. But it's important that the animals feel no stress. Stress could affect the inhibitors and thus weaken the poultice I need to craft.
So keep it chill,
Hiro offered.
Crazy chill,
Yuki chimed in. The team blended in with the tourists. As Kevin approached a particular buck with impressive antlers, he discreetly snipped a small sample from the velvet coating the growing horns. The others kept watch, ensuring their operation went unnoticed. Got it, Kevin affirmed. Let's move. Back at their rental cabin, Kevin began the refining process. Yuki and Hiro did their best to help. Kevin finished his work, but as he examined the sample, disappointment flashed across his face. No, this is wrong.
Wrong how?
Yuki asked.
Yeah, what's the problem, boss?
Hiro chimed in. It's the pigmentation, Kevin explained. It's softening the mix. I need one without color.
Without color?
Zara repeated from across the room, her curiosity piqued.
How are we going to find a deer without color?
We need an albino deer, Kevin offered.
That's rare,
Hiro noted.
Crazy rare,
Yuki added. We'll go at night after the park is closed, Kevin planned. That way I can try to connect with the deer and get the answers that we need. Nightfall draped Nara in shadows as Kevin, Zara, Hiro, and Yuki snuck back into the deer park. With a single swift move, Kevin leapt over the barriers and disappeared into the darkness ahead. The others followed suit. Desperate for answers, Kevin approached a pack of deer. He focused his mind and connected with the beasts. His ability to communicate intuitively with animals continued to grow, and it had been invaluable in many past missions that were helping to bring down Quentin Covington. Kevin was glad that his skills were not letting him down now.
What if we can't find one?
Yuki asked.
Don't be so negative,
Hiro pushed back. Zara watched as the animals began to surround Kevin, moving closer and closer to him. Spectacular, Zara whispered to herself. Kevin finished convening with the deer and stepped back over to his team.
What did you find out?
Hiro asked.
Were they helpful?
Yuki prodded. Kevin nodded in affirmation. There is an albino, but it's not anywhere near the park. Its family was killed and its strange appearance scared the tourists. The last anyone saw the poor creature was way up on Mount Fuji. He lives in a cave there alone. At least he did.
So we don't even know if this albino deer is still alive,
Yuki complained.
And we gotta climb Mount Fuji just to find out?
Hiro added. Kevin smiled. That's right. Let's go. The biting wind howled through the icy crevices of Mount Fuji, whipping through the team's layered clothing. Kevin squinted against the relentless assault, his gaze fixed on the distant, snow-covered summit. The mission had taken an unexpected turn, thrusting them into the unforgiving heart of Japan's iconic peak. The team trudged through the snow, their every move a battle against the elements. Zara, the tech prodigy, tapped away at her tablet, her gloved fingers dancing over the screen. She had turned it into a makeshift GPS, guiding them through the array of treacherous paths, hidden crevices, and blinding white expanses. Kevin glanced over at her, grateful for the thin thread of technology that connected them to the modern world amid the ancient serenity of the mountain. Zara, how close are we to the caves? Kevin shouted above the wind, his words snatched away by the relentless gale. Zara shook her head, her eyes focused on the screen. Almost there. But the signal's weak up here. Don't know how long it'll last. Despite their shared determination, the climb was taking its toll on everyone. The thin air left them breathless, their muscles protesting every move. As they ascended, the landscape transformed into a frozen dreamscape. The team halted as Zara held up her tablet, her eyes narrowing. There! The caves are just over there! Kevin scanned the horizon, his eyes scanning the landscape for any sign of movement. There, on the edge of his vision, a flash of white moved. Kevin squinted, his eyes widening with disbelief. The albino deer stood against the backdrop of snow, its coat gleaming like a rare jewel. Look! Kevin's voice echoed through the mountain air. The team all saw what Kevin saw. The albino deer! They converged on the location, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten. There before them was the elusive creature they had risked life and limb to find. The team approached carefully and cautiously, not wanting to scare the creature. The albino seemed haggard and scared. It had lived alone along the mountain, and its fear was matched only by its loneliness. Hiro's eyes went wide at the rare sight.
This is awesome! We found one! We're unstoppable!
Yuki shouted. The momentary triumph was short-lived. The mountain stirred. A distant rumble vibrated through the frozen ground, and the team exchanged uneasy glances.
What is that?
Hiro's voice wavered. Kevin's eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings. The once serene mountain now seemed to awaken, threatening to unleash its wrath. We need to get out of here. Now! Why? What's happening? Zara cried out. Kevin pointed up toward the mountain peak. Avalanche! The albino deer, sensing the impending danger, darted away into the snow-covered wilderness. Kevin turned to Zara. Get Hiro and Yuki clear of danger. I'm going after the albino. Zara and the twins scrambled downhill, their boots sinking into the soft powder with each hurried step. The rumble grew louder and a cloud of snow billowed from the mountain's peak. The avalanche descended like an unstoppable force of nature, a wall of white obliterating everything in its path. Zara and the twins raced against time, their breaths labored, muscles burning. Zara's tablet lay forgotten in the snow as they navigated the treacherous descent. Yuki stumbled, but Hiro grabbed his arm, steadying him. Together they pressed on, their survival instincts propelling them forward. The team reached a narrow outcrop just as the avalanche crashed below, the sound of a thunderous symphony of destruction. They were safe. The twins shared a look.
"We're clear,"
Hiro stated.
"We're lucky,"
Yuki added.
"But what about Kevin?"
Zara wondered aloud as she looked back up at the path they had just descended, now completely covered in thick snow. On the other side of the mountain, a wave of snow was crashing down on Kevin and the albino deer. The albino had been terrified, and at the last possible moment, Kevin grabbed hold of the beast and pulled it behind a massive boulder, shielding them from the onslaught of snow and debris. The air became thick with a blinding, swirling whiteness, and the world seemed to vanish around them. When the avalanche finally subsided, Kevin and the albino emerged from their makeshift sanctuary, their bodies battered but miraculously intact. The landscape had transformed once more, the mountain's face scarred by the remnants of the avalanche. Silence followed as Kevin turned to the albino with a warm smile. "We made it." In a flash, the albino bolted, still terrified, darting across the snowy landscape and disappearing into the now even thicker whiteness ahead. Kevin sighed. "We're not down yet." He headed off in pursuit, fully understanding that the deer had been through a traumatic event, and Kevin would have to find the terrified beast and calm her before he could get the sample he so desperately needed from her antlers. After traveling to Japan to try to locate Quentin Covington's new secret compound, Kevin and his team, including tech whiz Zara and the twins Yuki and Hiro, engaged with a local contact, Takeshi, in the hope of getting information about where the team could find Quentin's son and new Lieutenant Q. But their contact, who had a non-functioning robotic arm after losing his real arm for revealing secrets in the past, was hesitant to tell Kevin anything, until Kevin told Takeshi he would fix his arm, in exchange for information about Q and his activities. Takeshi agreed, and with that, Kevin and the team set off to find an all-important and elusive albino deer, believed to be somewhere atop the snow-covered peaks of Mount Fuji. The crisp mountain air carried the scent of freshly fallen snow. Kevin stood near the edge of a cliff overlooking the vast landscape. The albino deer he was desperate to track down had bolted into the night, but Kevin could make out the beast's tracks in the snow and was ready to follow. Kevin navigated the treacherous terrain in pursuit of the rare, almost mythical creature. The albino deer's tracks led Kevin through dense snow-covered forest and rocky overhangs. The search intensified as Kevin approached a powerful river at the summit. The albino deer was halted at the water's edge, its chest heaving with exhaustion. It was freezing cold and terrified. "There you are," Kevin whispered to the deer, hoping his words would calm the scared animal. "Don't be afraid. I'm a friend." The albino deer cowered, its fear making every inch of its body tremble. Kevin approached slowly, speaking in soothing tones. His connection to the animal world was more than just words, it was a silent understanding that transcended language. He focused, making sure his energy was calm and soothing. He extended a hand, and to his surprise, the deer didn't flinch away. With patience and care, Kevin coaxed the albino deer closer. The animal was shivering, its delicate frame weakened by the harsh conditions. Kevin wrapped his jacket around the creature, providing some warmth against the biting cold. It was a gesture of reassurance, a promise that it wasn't alone. The deer, sensing the sincerity, finally calmed. In the quietude that enveloped them, Kevin carefully obtained the velvet sample, mindful not to compromise its purity by causing stress to the bearer, the deer. The albino began to rub its head against Kevin. Kevin pet the beast. It seemed grateful for the interaction. With the sample he needed finally retrieved, Kevin's focus turned back to the albino. The deer, he realized, was an outcast, much like he had felt in certain chapters of his life. Kevin's heart swelled with empathy, and he vowed to change the deer's fate. "Don't worry," Kevin assured. "We're leaving, but we're leaving together." Kevin's new mission was clear. He had to help the lonely albino deer that had somehow found itself stranded on the unforgiving slopes of Mount Fuji. Navigating through the treacherous terrain, Kevin couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility. His connection with the animal world was more than just a gift. It was a calling. As they descended the mountain, the forest below offered a welcome refuge. The trees stood tall, their branches forming a protective canopy against the elements. Kevin felt a surge of relief, knowing that they were out of immediate danger, but the journey was far from over. The albino deer, though no longer in imminent danger from the snow and cold, remained skittish and unsure. It was clear that the creature had endured hardships, its lonely existence etched in the weariness of its eyes. Kevin understood that this journey went beyond mere survival. It was about finding companionship for a creature that had known only isolation. Kevin locked eyes with the creature. "You're not alone. I'll prove it." Drawing on his unique connection to the animal world, Kevin closed his eyes and extended his senses. He felt the pulse of life around him, the rhythmic heartbeat of the forest. In the distance, he sensed a family of non-albino deer grazing peacefully beneath the ancient trees. With a focused intent, Kevin guided the albino deer toward the heart of the forest. The family of deer lifted their heads, sensing the approach of an outsider. The albino deer trembled, unsure of its reception. But Kevin's quiet assurance and the subtle language of the wild communicated a different message. "This poor deer was all alone atop the mountain," Kevin communicated non-verbally. "Humans have treated him as an outcast, but he is strong and loving. If only there were others willing to give him an opportunity." The non-albino deer approached cautiously, their eyes fixed on the newcomer. Kevin stood at the center, a bridge between two worlds. With a gentle nudge from Kevin, the albino deer took a tentative step forward. The others sniffed the air, exchanging silent signals among themselves. Minutes stretched into moments, and then a shift occurred. The non-albino deer accepted the albino into their midst, forming a protective circle around their newest member. Kevin watched with a sense of satisfaction as the once lonely creature found solace in the company of its kind. "Good," Kevin nodded. "Good." The new mixed family of deer moved together, a harmonious blend of different colored coats. Kevin observed from a distance, content in the knowledge that he had played a part in forging a connection, breaking the chains of solitude that had bound the albino deer. As the deer family disappeared into the depths of the woods, Kevin felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a sense of gratitude. He knew that he had made a difference, not just for one deer, but for an entire family. With a final glance at the disappearing forms, Kevin turned back to the mountain. The storm had passed, leaving behind a blanket of pristine snow. Kevin took a deep breath and hiked back towards Nara, towards his waiting team. The journey felt lighter, the burden of responsibility replaced by the warmth of a shared moment. Kevin knew that the connection he shared with the animal world was a gift, a responsibility to be wielded with care. As he reached the Nara border, Kevin carried with him the satisfaction of knowing that, at least for one albino deer, the solitude had come to an end. Kevin rejoined his team back at the rental house. "I was scared you didn't survive the avalanche," Hiro exclaimed. "I knew you were safe," Yuki countered. The house in Nara was a haven of contrasts. Lavish rooms awaited Zara, Yuki, and Hiro, but Kevin was content with sleeping on the floor. His connection with nature had made him appreciative of the simplicity found in the natural world. The makeshift herbal lab he had set up in the bathroom spoke volumes about his dedication to his craft. In the dim light of the restroom, Kevin worked swiftly, refining the velvet sample with meticulous care. The herbal concoction took shape, a testament to Kevin's profound understanding of nature's mysteries. His hands moved with the precision of a seasoned herbalist, transforming the raw materials into a powerful poultice. The next day, Kevin and the team took the bullet train back to the bustling cityscape of Tokyo. Their contact, Takeshi, a man with a broken robotic limb in dire need of repair, awaited them behind the noodle hut where they had first met. Kevin, armed with his newly crafted herbal mix, approached the challenge with confidence. The meeting with Takeshi was a blend of technology and nature, a convergence of the modern and the ancient. As Kevin applied the herbal concoction to the broken synapses linking Takeshi's mind to his robotic arm, a subtle transformation occurred. The once static hand now moved with newfound vitality, a testament to the symbiosis of science and nature. "It worked," Takeshi exclaimed. "My hand! I could feel my hand!" Takeshi, overwhelmed with gratitude, tested the functionality of his hand with a wide grin. The robotic fingers dance across the keys of his phone, and the familiar sounds of a digital world unfolded. Takeshi could play World of Warcraft with both hands once more, a simple joy made possible by the alchemical fusion of Kevin's herbal skills and the wonders of technology. The team celebrated their success, but now it was time to get their payment. "We kept up our end of the deal," Kevin noted. "Now it's time for you to keep yours. What's the location of the next underground robot fight?" Takeshi hesitated. "Don't back out now," Hiro taunted. "Yeah, keep your word," Yuki added. "I can't tell you exactly where or when the next underground robot fight is," Takeshi offered, "because I don't exactly know. They give a weekly clue, and you have to decipher it to find the battles." Kevin considered this. "All right, what's the clue?" Takeshi pulled out a tiny business card with 3 numbers and 3 times written on it. "What is that?" Hiro asked. "Numbers and times? What does it mean?" Yuki chimed in. Kevin looked over the information. "I'm not sure. Not yet. But I'm going to figure it out, because if I know, Quentin Covington is going to be one step closer to putting his evil play into action." After traveling to Japan to try to locate Quentin Covington's new secret compound, Kevin and his team, including tech whiz Zara and the twins Yuki and Hiro, engaged with a local contact, Takeshi, in hopes of getting information about where the team could find Quentin's son and new Lieutenant Q. Takeshi told them about the underground robot battles Q was known to frequent and handed over a small card with a clue about where the next match would be taking place. Kevin looked at the card Takeshi had given them. On the paper were 6 things, 3 single numbers, and 3 specific times: 5, 9, 13, 7:42, 8:15, 8:45. But what did it mean? Takeshi's clue was a puzzle, a mathematical riddle that the team had to crack. The equation seemed like an insurmountable barrier, but Kevin's mind, sharp as a blade, dissected it with ease. "It's the trains," Kevin offered. "You think?" Hiro questioned. "The subway trains?" Yuki echoed. "The numbers are subway cars and the times are when we have to board each," Kevin theorized. "It's an underground map, a unique Tokyo navigation code." "So which train is first?" Zara asked, curious. Kevin pulled up the Tokyo subway map on his satellite phone. "If my theory is correct, we need to catch the 7:42 on line 5, followed by the 8:15 on line 9, and finally the 8:45 on line 13. Zara did the math. "That gives us 2 hours to hop on the first car. Plenty of time." "We can't go dressed like this," Kevin chimed in. "Why not?" Hiro questioned. "Yeah, what gives?" Yuki added. "If Q is there, he might know my face," Kevin replied. "If any of Covington's men are there, they could know what I look like. Our cover would be blown. We need a disguise, something that blends into the underground robot fighting culture, something that can hide our faces, and something that won't set off any red flags." Hiro and Yuki shared a look. They had an idea. The Tokyo subway system was a crazy maze, a pulsing network of arteries carrying the lifeblood of the city. For Kevin and his strange team of misfits, it was both their means of transportation and the key to unraveling the mystery of the underground robot fights. Takeshi's cryptic clue lingered in Kevin's mind as they navigated the crowded stations. The buzz of the city above ground was replaced by the hum of fluorescent lights and the distant rumble of passing trains. Kevin and his team, now wearing full-body stormtrooper outfits with face coverings, rode the train together. "Sick," Hiro noted. "So sick," Yuki agreed. They bumped fists. 2 happy stormtroopers. As they exited the last train, Kevin glanced at his watch. "This is it, the last stop." "So where to now?" Zara asked. Zara was right. They were standing in a subway station, not an underground robot arena. "Look!" Hiro pointed to a group of men dressed as Boba Fett's, the bounty hunters from Star Wars. Kevin watched as the group headed down a darkened stairwell even deeper into the Tokyo underground. Kevin and his team followed. The narrow stairway opened up into a vast underground space, a hidden arena concealed beneath the bustling city. The atmosphere was charged with energy. Strange yet intense-looking nerds gathered. Kevin's crew, still disguised as stormtroopers, surveyed the scene. Hackers and D&D players engaged in underground battles for money while a symphony of clanking metal and sparks filled the air. Dozens of robots awaited their turn to enter the ring and battle to the death. Zara whispered, "This place is crazier than I imagined." Just then, a group of massive sumo warriors acting as bouncers for the event stepped over to Kevin and his team in an aggressive manner. "Do you have a fighting robot?" one of the sumo warriors asked coldly. "We just came to watch," Kevin countered. "No one gets in without a robot," a grizzled sumo declared, blocking their path. The challenge was laid out before them: build a robot or leave. "Sounds good," Kevin accepted. "We'll go get our robot." Hiro turned to Yuki. "Our robot?" Kevin headed back up the stairs and turned to his team. "We don't have much time. Zara, how fast can you build us something based on my schematics?" Kevin asked. "I guess we'll find out," Zara grinned. "But I'll need every type of part possible. Sometimes things break, sometimes they don't work as planned. Get anything you can get your hands on." Kevin and the twins set out to scavenge the scraps scattered throughout the subway tunnels. The crew's mechanical prowess came to the forefront as they gathered discarded parts and salvaged wires. Amid the chaos, Kevin sketched a robotic design as Yuki and Hiro huddled together, brainstorming ideas and melding metal with determination. After a time, Zara, who was taking the parts and pieces Kevin, Hiro, and Yuki handed her, took in her work, still in progress. "Okay, this is a good start, but it needs a brain, a control panel." "Use my phone," Hiro offered. "Or my tablet," Yuki countered. Kevin, able to assess the situation in an instant, said, "Take them both." Zara took them both. She transformed a heap of scrap into a mechanical marvel. With each clang of her makeshift hammer and each twist of her makeshift wrench, her creation took shape. She had created a very basic but fully functioning warrior robot. "It's not perfect, but what do we think?" Zara asked. "Good enough to get us access," Kevin noted. "Let's do this." The stormtrooper crew, now the center of attention, rolled their creation into the registration area. Skepticism and laughter followed them. Their robots, a testament to ingenuity and resourcefulness, gained them nominal entry into the battle area. "Good luck with that hunk of scrap," a local goon shouted. As the first round commenced, the creation forged by Zara through Kevin's design and direction faced off against a formidable opponent. Kevin wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes fixed on the colossal robot standing opposite him. Smasher, a sleek and high-tech behemoth, gleamed under the harsh fluorescent lights. Its every joint and limb bespoke precision engineering and cutting-edge design. Besides Kevin, Zara tapped furiously on her tablet, her fingers a blur of efficiency. The makeshift robot, cobbled together from salvaged parts and held together by sheer willpower, was an oddity in this arena of technological marvels. The crowd jeered, ridiculing the mismatched creation, but Kevin's team stood undeterred. Hiro and Yuki tightened and retightened loose bolts, their eyes reflecting determination. Zara handed Kevin the controls. "You take the wheel, Captain." Kevin nodded. His hand grasped the control console, a makeshift apparatus of buttons and levers. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the tech nerd referee signaled the start of the match. The initial moments were a blur of motion. Smasher, with its state-of-the-art sensors and lightning reflexes, lunged forward, a metallic beast, hungry for victory. Kevin's robot, on the other hand, moved with an awkward grace, a testament to its improvised construction. The crowd erupted in laughter as Smasher's sleek appendage swung, aiming for a swift knockout. But to everyone's surprise, Kevin's robot sidestepped with an uncanny agility. A ripple of unease spread through the spectators. The laughter died down, replaced by a murmuring uncertainty. The makeshift robot, far from being the laughingstock, began to weave a dance of evasion that left Smasher grasping at thin air. The tide turned. Kevin seized the opportunity. With every punch and countermove, his robot exhibited an unexpected resilience. The mismatched armor absorbed Smasher's precision blows, the cobbled limbs moved with a strange synergy, and Kevin the puppeteer orchestrated the ballet of combat. As the fight unfolded, Kevin's eyes glowed with satisfaction, adapting to predict Smasher's next move. The once ridiculed robot became an unpredictable force, countering and adapting with a fluidity that belied its crude appearance. Kevin and Zara exchanged knowing glances. This was very much like a quickly constructed twin to Athena, the fabulous creation the two had made in Kevin's Chicago lab, which helped him to train for his successful battle in the epic clash. Kevin was sure that this hastily built robot would be just as useful for him as Athena had been. The crowd shifted uncomfortably, torn between disbelief and excitement. The underground arena, accustomed to the sleek spectacle of high-tech clashes, now witnessed an underdog story unfolding before their eyes. In the control booth, a shadowy figure observed the unfolding drama with a mix of curiosity and concern. Kevin, his eyes locked on the opponent, danced around Smasher with a grace born of instinct and skill. Kevin wasn't a tech nerd who pretended to be someone living out a vicarious fantasy. He was a fighter, and his hands worked the controls like an artist wielding a brush, each movement a stroke in the canvas of combat. The makeshift robot, a reflection of its creator's determination, absorbed the blows and retaliated with a stubborn resolve. The final moments of the match approached, tension thick in the air. Smasher, its once confident movements reduced to hesitant reactions, faltered under the relentless assault. The crowd, initially skeptical, erupted into cheers as Kevin's team, against all odds, guided their unconventional creation to victory. The underdog's triumph echoed through the underground arena, a testament to ingenuity, skill, and the underestimated power of determination. Kevin, Zara, Hiro, and Yuki stood in the center of the arena, their makeshift robot battered but victorious, a symbol of resilience in the face of adversity. As the cheers and applause echoed in the underground cavern, Kevin glanced at his team, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. They had defied expectations, proving that sometimes in the realm of steel and circuits, heart and skill could triumph over the gloss of technology. Little did they know, but their victory had attracted the attention of forces beyond the dimly lit confines of the underground arena. The shadows of intrigue and ambition lurked in the corners, and the curtain had just lifted on a much larger stage where the dance of robots was just beginning. Kevin, along with computer programmer Zara and the twins Hiro and Yuki, traveled to Japan in search of the next piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint. Disguised in video game character outfits, Kevin and his team snuck into Tokyo's underground battle robot scene, in an unused part of the subway system. Once there, they hoped to get close to Quentin's Lieutenant Q, who was also Quentin's son. Kevin and Zara designed a battle robot that smashed the competition, and because of their victory, they were attracting attention, some of which might be of an evil sort. Kevin and Zara were led through the crowd of BattleBot fans and competitors to a section cordoned off with velvet ropes. There, luxurious leather banquets and tables had been set up with monitors, showing close-ups of the robot battle arena, and full bar service complete with smiling hostesses. Kevin and Zara were led to a table occupied by a single young man. Kevin instantly recognized him as the person they were searching for, Q. He had an obvious physical similarity to his father, Quentin Covington, but unlike many other people at the event, including Kevin and Zara, he didn't wear a costume or disguise. In fact, Q's clothes were almost as unassuming as Kevin's normal clothes were. "That was a hell of a fight you put up," he said as he invited Zara and Kevin to sit down with a wave of his hand. "I go by the name Q, by the way. And of course, I know you are the creator of the robot who took out Smasher. That's quite an unexpected accomplishment." Zara shifted uneasily, and Kevin knew that she was worried that Q had been warned by his father to be on the lookout for anyone matching Kevin's description. Kevin had already raided 3 of Quentin Covington's compounds and stolen away pieces of the master blueprint to Quentin's mysterious plan. But Kevin knew the costumes they wore as part of their disguise as competitors made them unrecognizable. "Thanks for inviting us to sit with you," Kevin said. "We're newcomers, and we don't know anybody else here yet." Q looked surprised. "But your robot was so good. I thought you must surely be veterans of the sport. Have you been competing in other cities?" Kevin smiled. "You could say that, in a way. Did you have a robot competing tonight?" Q shook his head. "No, I'm here in more of a recruitment capacity as part of my job." Zara looked confused. "I thought you had to have a bot in the battles to get admitted." Q shrugged. "Well, it's kind of different for me. I've sponsored teams in the past, so you could say I'm grandfathered in." Unlike his father, Q seemed much more modest and unassuming. Kevin liked him and hoped he wouldn't have to kill the young man. People weren't responsible for who their families were. Kevin knew that, if anyone did. And he could sense immediately that Q was ordinary. Kevin would not be able to use his levels when battling this opponent, though he could tell that despite Q's brilliant mind, he was no fighter. Toppling Q might not be all that big of a challenge. "What kind of business are you recruiting for?" Kevin tried to bring the conversation around to the real reason he and his team had come here tonight. "Let's not talk about boring work stuff tonight," Q said as he motioned to the hostess attending his table. Smiling, she stepped forward and poured Kevin and Zara glasses of sake. Zara only pretended to sip at hers, and Kevin nodded his approval. Anything could happen tonight, and it was best they both kept clear heads. "So, tell me what other cities you've been competing in," Q continued. "I know most cities can't sustain a competition like this one." Zara's eyes went wide. She and Kevin had no idea. This battle robot competition had been there first. What if Kevin gave a wrong answer? Would they get caught before they ever even got close to the next piece of the blueprint? Kevin opened his mouth to reply when suddenly, the enormous underground space began echoing with alarms and yells. Kevin heard somebody shout in Japanese, "It's a raid! It's a police raid! Everybody run!" Around them, people suddenly looked panicked, including Q. "I can't be caught here," he gasped. "My family's business is very important, but my residency status is very shaky. If I get into any kind of trouble at all, I could be kicked out of the country. My father would be so disappointed." And if the police kicked Q out of the country, Kevin might lose his only chance to get the next piece of the blueprint. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you get out of here." Kevin stood up and scanned the room. Already, people were running everywhere. Contestants had snatched up their robots and scrambled for the doors. There was so much confusion that several people got trampled. Kevin glanced at the hostess who had been attending their table. Kevin thought it was a pretty safe guess that the hostess knew her way around the space better than any of the attendees. She surely knew all the back entrances and exits. She was just disappearing behind a door concealed in the steel paneling of a nearby wall. "Come on," Kevin urged. He grabbed Q and yanked him to his feet. Kevin used his own body as a shield to protect Q and Zara as he fought against the flow of the crowd. Behind them, Tokyo police officers were already flooding the room, blowing whistles and aiming blows at any of the criminals who tried to run. Kevin yanked open the door the hostess had used and pushed Q and Zara through. The door led to a short access tunnel and another door that brought them to one of the many dark subway tunnels crisscrossing Tokyo's underground. "Thanks," Q said, sighing with relief. "You really saved my bacon there." Before Kevin could tell him it was nothing, the access door they had entered was suddenly thrown wide open. Police officers with flashlights started pouring through. "Don't thank me yet," Kevin said as he grabbed Q, and they ran further down the tunnel with Zara on their heels. But Kevin instantly knew he had a problem. In the gloom, Kevin could barely see his hand in front of his face. But as far as he could tell, the bare tunnel looked like a straight shot with no place to turn off and nowhere to hide. To make matters worse, Q was no more athletic than his overweight father. Q was already tired and tripped over his feet with every other step. Kevin could hear the police officers getting closer by the second. Kevin knew he could easily defeat the Tokyo police officers in a fight, even without using his level 7 powers against the ordinaries. But Kevin didn't want to hurt any of the officers. They were only doing their jobs, and the robot battles were part of an underground network of illegal betting and fighting. Kevin had to get them out of this main branch. Kevin reached out with his senses, seeking out the tiny sparks of life that had to be there. If there was one thing that was common to every subway system the world over, it was that there was always a rat around somewhere. There was one. The rat was just up ahead. Kevin honed in on the tiny creature, communicating with his mind. The rat understood what Kevin needed and directed him to a tiny maintenance store just ahead to the left. Kevin would have missed it in the shadows for sure. He sent a wave of gratitude to the rodent. Not wanting to give their location away, Kevin simply grabbed Q and Zara and swung them around to the door. Kevin eased it open and silently thanked the maintenance crews for keeping the hinges oiled and silent. He shoved Q and Zara inside and shut the door behind them. Hopefully, the police officers would miss the small door in the shadows. Kevin, Q, and Zara were in another access tunnel. This one was so narrow they had to walk single file. Now that they were out of sight of the pursuing officers, Zara turned on her phone and used the flashlight app to look around the space. "I can't believe you found this place, Kevin," she whispered. "I thought the police would get us for sure. You're amazing." "Totally," Q added. "How did you know this was here?" Kevin thought of his rodent friend and smiled. Call it an instinct. Now let's keep moving and see where this access tunnel takes us. They found out very quickly that it took them exactly nowhere. Less than a minute later, they were staring at a dead end. "Maybe we can wait here until the police stop looking for us," suggested Q hopefully. "I don't think we can rely on that," Zara said reluctantly. "I mean, once they realize we're not ahead of them, they'll retrace their steps and find that door." "I'm sure you're right." But Kevin's brilliant mind had already come up with another plan. The only problem was that he didn't want Q to witness what he was about to try, in case Quentin Covington had learned of his ability with animals and told his son about it. If so, Q would be sure to realize who Kevin was if he saw Kevin getting animals to do his bidding. Kevin wanted to minimize the risk as much as possible. Here, Kevin slid an unused packing case out from the wall and motioned Q and Zara behind it. "Hide behind this. Q, put your jacket over both your heads. It's dark enough that it will help camouflage you. Keep your heads down while I try something." Zara had a sense of what Kevin was planning and why he didn't want Q to see it. She nodded and got behind the crate, but Q didn't move. "But what about you?" Q asked for genuine concern. "Just trust me," Kevin told Q, holding his gaze. Q felt an instant sense of comfort and reassurance from Kevin's intelligence and decency. "Okay, I will." Q joined Zara. Once they were in position, Kevin reached out with his mind again. He instantly connected to his furry rat friend from earlier. But this time he needed to connect with more rats, a lot more, and fast. With his enhanced hearing, Kevin heard that the police officers had found the door and were cautiously approaching. Kevin put more power into his call to the rats. Soon they were pouring into the corridor, flooding in through ventilation ducts and climbing up through drainage grates. Kevin heard the police officers talking to each other in Japanese. "Did you hear that? What's that noise?" Kevin waited until the beams of their flashlights hit the mass of rats, which was still growing in number. "Oh my God, so many rats! That's disgusting!" one officer yelled. Kevin urged all the rats forward toward the officers. As one giant mass, thousands of rats leapt at the officers in a roiling, furious wave of furry bodies and naked tails. The officers screamed, dropped their flashlights, and ran away as fast as they could. The rats gleefully chased after them. Too often they had been attacked or killed by humans. They were happy to have a chance to get some of their own back now. Kevin waited until the last rat was out of sight and then went back to Zara and Q. Zara had kept a hand over Q's head to make sure he kept it down. She removed it, and they both joined Kevin. "I heard the noise and the yelling. Just what the hell did you do to those police officers?" Q asked with a smile. Kevin smiled back. Q wasn't perfect, but he seemed nice enough. Kevin hoped he wouldn't become an enemy. "Ask me again in a year and I'll tell you," Kevin offered. Q nodded. "A man of mystery. I can appreciate that. You have a deal. I'll tell you all about my business operation here, but on one condition." Zara and Kevin traded looks. "What now?" Q smiled wider. "You come back to my apartment for a nightcap." Kevin clapped Q on the back. "You've got a deal." Kevin and his team of Zara and the twins Hiro and Yuki arrived in Tokyo intent on finding Quentin Covington's son and Lieutenant Q. Kevin believed Q was in charge of Quentin's robotics operations in the country. In order to get close to Q, Kevin and his team designed a battle robot and entered it into Tokyo's underground battle robot scene while wearing outfits to disguise their identities. The ploy worked and got them the introduction to Q that they wanted. But Tokyo police officers raided the underground club. Kevin was able to save Q from getting arrested and possibly deported. Q then invited Kevin and Zara back to his penthouse apartment for a nightcap. Q happily showed his new friends into his penthouse apartment at the top of one of Tokyo's most luxurious and glamorous skyscraper apartment buildings. Zara had gotten word from the twins Hiro and Yuki that they also had safely evaded the police raid. Kevin ordered them to go back to the hotel to await further instructions. At the door to Q's penthouse, they were greeted by a robot butler only 3.5 feet tall. It had delicate treads instead of wheels or feet, arms with more joints than a human's, and a blank black dome for a head. "Welcome home, sir," it greeted Q in a voice like an English gentleman's gentleman. "Hello, Jeeves," Q said as he handed the butler his jacket. "I trust you had an enjoyable evening with the BattleBots, sir." Jeeves smoothly took Q's jacket. Jeeves' many arm joints made the movement like a spider grasping at a fly. "It was a pretty exciting night. Let's just leave it at that. These are my new friends," Q said as he motioned toward Kevin and Zara. "Greetings, sir, madam. May I make you a cocktail?" Jeeves asked as if he were the world's most perfect host. Zara and Kevin traded looks. They needed to keep clear heads. "Actually," Kevin said, "we would really appreciate some coffee if that would be possible." "Certainly," Jeeves replied. "I will serve it in the living room momentarily." Q showed them into the penthouse's sunken living room. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered impressive views across Tokyo's nighttime skyline, full of glittering lights, neon signs, and billboard-sized LED lights. "This view is incredible," Zara exclaimed, stepping closer to get a better view, but Kevin was more interested in Q's decor. Everything in the apartment was decorated with robot motifs. The walls displayed large frame prints of schematics and artist renderings of various kinds of robots. The bookshelves were littered with working miniature robots that performed their duties on a small scale. Even the throw pillow seemed to have a pattern inspired by circuit boards. "Wow, you really do like robots," Kevin noted. Q smiled. "They've been my passion ever since I was a little kid. That's why my dad put me in charge of all of our family's business here in Japan. We have several large-scale robotics design centers and factories in Tokyo." "That's a lot of responsibility," Zara noted. "You're telling me." Q ran his hand through his hair. He didn't show any signs of the male pattern baldness that his father had tried to cover with cheap hair plugs. "But the faith my dad has shown in me has really boosted my confidence. I can't tell you how excited and grateful I am. My dad is the best guy ever." Kevin was stunned that Q had such a distorted view of his own father. Quentin Covington was a narcissistic and egomaniacal billionaire who had enslaved whole communities, destroyed priceless archaeological sites, and devastated entire ecosystems in his mad quest to do whatever it was he was planning to do. Kevin wasn't sure yet what Quentin's endgame was, but with each piece of the blueprint, he was getting closer to figuring it out and stopping it. But before they went any further, Kevin needed to know if Q had been told by his father about Kevin and his other raids on Quentin's compounds and the theft of the other pieces of blueprints. "That sounds like a pretty big operation," Kevin started. "Has your father had any trouble with security issues or espionage? I've been reading a lot about factory break-ins and stuff like that in the news lately." "Yeah," Zara added pointedly. "It's been happening all over the world." Q frowned. "No, I haven't heard anything about that. My father's security is top-notch and he hasn't mentioned any problems." Kevin smiled. "Well, that's really good to hear. Hey, do you mind if we take off these outfits?" He indicated the costumes he and Zara were still wearing. They were great for the robot battles, but after a while they get a little bit uncomfortable. Of course. Please, make yourself at home." Q said just then. Jeeves, the robot butler, returned bearing a tray with a coffee service of fine antique porcelain. His tread smoothly rotated so the robot could descend the 3 steps into the sunken living room. "Here is the coffee, sir and madame. May I fix you a cup? Cream? Sugar?" Jeeves's blank black dome of a head swiveled between Kevin and Zara. Kevin took his coffee black, but Zara requested hers with extra milk and sugar. Jeeves poured a coffee expertly, adding milk and sugar from tiny porcelain vessels. He didn't spill so much as a single grain of sugar or damage any of the delicate porcelain. He delivered the cups to Kevin and Zara with a little bow of his head. "Is there anything else I can bring you this evening, sir?" "Thank you, Jeeves." Q waved the robot butler away. "That will be all for now. Have a good night." Q treated his robotic butler far better than his father treated his human servants. Jeeves guided himself back up the 3 steps out of the living room. His treads rotated smoothly to make the climb again. There wasn't a single rattle from the delicate coffee service on the tray. "He's amazing," Zara exclaimed. "I know there have been a lot of advancements in robotic technology, but that fine motor control is amazing." Kevin had to agree. He'd seen androids that looked far more human than Jeeves, but they had been clunky and clumsy and ultimately self-destructed. Q smiled with pleasure. "Thank you. Jeeves was developed at our factory here. He's actually more of a prototype. We're working on scaling his model up in size and strength significantly, but keep all his precision and delicacy." Kevin leaned forward. This could be a major clue to Quentin's master plan. "How large a scale are you aiming for?" "Much, much bigger," Q nodded. "Say by a power of at least 7 or 8. Zara and Kevin traded looks. That would mean the end product robots Q was producing here in Japan would be more than 20 feet tall. "Is that really possible?" Zara wondered. "I mean, to scale up to such a degree but still maintain such a fine sense of motor control?" "Absolutely," Q exclaimed. "It's all part of my father's vision for the future. He's going to change the world. Actually, not just the world, he's going to change the universe, the whole galaxy." Q motioned to another frame schematic on his wall. Kevin stepped closer to get a better look. He saw that it was of a domed city. Kevin couldn't figure out where the city was supposed to be located. The landscape was strange and alien. Nothing like anything Kevin had ever seen in any of his travels around the planet. Surrounding the domed city were robots. Were they guarding it? Kevin looked closer. No, they were building it. Kevin nodded to himself. The pieces of Quentin Covington's blueprints were starting to make sense. "Honey, is that you?" called a voice from the next room. A moment later, a tiny Japanese woman stepped into the living room. She wore a silk kimono that beautified her very pregnant belly. Q hurried to her. "Anata, I'm so sorry. Did we wake you? We shouldn't have woken you. You and the baby need your sleep." Anata smiled at him and then at Kevin and Zara. "It's okay, honey. It was the baby that woke me up. Who are your friends?" Q introduced Kevin and Zara to his girlfriend, Anata. Kevin added his congratulations for the new baby Q and Anata were obviously expecting. He thought about his own darling Lily and the life that was growing inside her. He couldn't wait to get back to her. He had promised Lily to be back in time for their gender reveal party. Kevin felt the pressure of the time constraint and wanted to complete his mission more than ever. Zara had fallen into a discussion about robots with Q again. Anata smiled at Kevin. "I think getting some air would help the baby settle down and let me sleep. Will you come with me to our rooftop garden?" "I'd be happy to." Kevin agreed like a gentleman. He offered his arm, knowing that pregnant women sometimes found their balance affected by their bellies. Anata took it with only the lightest of touches and gracefully showed him the way. The garden was lush and sprawling, covering most of the building's rooftop. The views of Tokyo were even more incredible here. Kevin looked out, appreciating all of it. "Very different from Chicago, isn't it?" Anata asked. Kevin stared at the tiny pregnant woman. There was no way Anata could know he was from Chicago, unless she knew he was Kevin Williams, too. Kevin and his team earned the trust of Q, Quentin Covington's son and lieutenant, by helping him escape the Tokyo police officers, who raided the underground BattleBot Club. Unaware of who Kevin is, Q invited Kevin and Zara back to his Tokyo penthouse apartment, where they met his robot butler Jeeves and his pregnant girlfriend Anata. Anata lured Kevin away to the penthouse's rooftop garden and revealed that she knew his true identity. Anata raised her chin and looked at Kevin defiantly. She was a petite woman with a very large pregnant belly. The warm Tokyo wind made the silk of her kimono robe flap and ruffle at the hem of her silken pajamas. "Of course I recognized you, Kevin Williams," she crowed. "Quentin Covington sent me a folder on you and all of your most important associates weeks ago." Kevin glared down at Anata. "Q didn't show any signs that he knows who I am." "Of course he didn't. Q is a brilliant engineer, a gifted computer programmer, and an inspired leader. Quentin wanted Q to concentrate on his work at the robotic factory and not be distracted by minor details like a Chicago hoodlum like you trying to interfere in his master plans." Anata put her hands on her hips. "The real security concerns were left to me." Kevin covered his surprise. "So does that mean that you're actually Q's bodyguard and Quentin's operational security specialist here in Tokyo? Are you just pretending to be in love with Q?" Kevin looked pointedly at Anata's belly. "Is that even really his baby?" Anata glared at Kevin and hissed like a cat. "Don't you dare say anything like that about my baby, Kevin Williams. This baby is Q's. There was never any doubt about that." She stroked her belly lovingly. Kevin softened his tone, understanding immediately. "Then you really are in love with Q." Anata looked away, slightly embarrassed. "I didn't mean for it to happen, but we fell in love. He's the kindest, sweetest, most decent man I've ever met. Maybe he's too trusting sometimes." She turned her back on Kevin. "Which is why I'm not going to let you do anything to hurt him, physically or in the eyes of his father." Kevin didn't want to mock the security specialist turned girlfriend turned mother-to-be, but the woman barely came up to his shoulder. It was almost laughable. If she truly knew who Kevin was, she must know that Kevin had already made his way through hundreds of Quentin's guards and soldiers and toppled more than one of his compounds. "Well, what is it that you think you can do to stop me?" Kevin wondered aloud. Anata smiled in a way that Kevin didn't like. Was there something here that he was missing? He reached out with his senses and his mind. There it was. Anata had levels. That made sense. A lot of Quentin's other security personnel were also experts, but Anata was a level 3 at best. Something still didn't make sense. Kevin shook his head. "I know you have levels, Anata, but I'm a level 7. You're no match for me. And don't think that I'll let you stop me from my mission just because you're pregnant. I can think of a dozen ways to neutralize you with absolutely zero risk to you or the baby." Anata took a phone out of her kimono robe's pocket and tapped a few keys. "Oh, it's not just me you have to worry about. You also have to worry about them. The door of a garden shed tucked in the corner of the balcony suddenly rolled up and opened. 4 robots, each the size of a sumo wrestler, stepped from the garden shed. Q hasn't just been working on robots for construction purposes, Anada explained. That's just his latest assignment from his dad. These robots were his first success. Kevin eyed the robots. They were humanoid in design but had longer than usual arms that ended in razor-sharp claws. They're robotic, armored security personnel, Anada explained. Q calls them Raspies for short. Stronger, faster, and more vigilant than any human security guard. They can be deployed with absolutely no risk to any human life. Before Kevin could reply, Anada tapped a few more keys. All 4 Raspies lunged at Kevin at once, deadly razor claws reaching out to cut Kevin to ribbons. Kevin rolled to the side. The claws missed him by inches, striking sparks off the garden stone pavers. The robots pursued him, lashing out with their heavy feet as well as their claws. Kevin dodged and spun. His mind raced as fast as his body, working out a plan in just seconds. Kevin dove into a planter full of tall, lush bamboo. It was excellent for cover, but terrible for seeing his attackers. He couldn't risk poking his head out to look around for fear of the robots spotting him. He reached out with his other senses, especially his hearing. The Raspies were fairly quiet, but it was impossible to completely muffle the sound of their metal feet on the stone pavers of the rooftop garden. In fact, one Raspie was approaching from his left. The noise was unmistakable, suspiciously unmistakable. Kevin reached out further with his excellent hearing. There, he heard 2 more Raspies getting into position on his right. They were setting Kevin up in a pincer movement so the one on the left could drive Kevin into the 2 on his right. If that's what they wanted, Kevin was happy to give it to them. Kevin jumped up before the Raspies were ready for him and ran right for the 2 on his right. He had caught the robots off guard. Perfect! Kevin jumped onto the edge of a high planter and off the wall of the metal garden shed, high into the air. He landed on the head of one Raspie. Kevin gripped the robot with his legs and rained down blows with his fists. It was no use. Despite Kevin's incredible strength and power, the Raspie's armor was too strong for him to even make a dent. Kevin pounded lower, looking for any kind of vulnerability, an unprotected plug, a weak joint, anything. But Q had designed the armored security personnel too well. The Raspie swiped at Kevin with his sharp claws, but the robot's long arms made it difficult to get the correct angle. The Raspie shook and swung, trying to dislodge Kevin, but he held on tightly as the second Raspie approached, claws raised high. If Kevin couldn't damage the robot on his own, he'd just have to get some help. Kevin waited until the last second and then leapt free of the Raspie he'd been riding. The second robot's claws slammed into its colleague's head. The claws were very sharp indeed and easily sheared through the metal head of the first Raspie. Kevin dodged the sparks flying from the robot that had nearly been decapitated by its compatriot. There was a sharp smell of ozone, and the damaged robot kneeled over, taking out a large planter of begonias on its way down. "That's 1 down," Kevin crowed in triumph. "And 3 to go," answered Anada. "There's no way you can defeat them all before I tell Q who you really are." She turned and ran for the stairs leading back down to the penthouse she shared with Q. Despite her pregnancy, she was graceful and fast. Anada was right. Kevin didn't have time to take out each robot individually. He needed a way to end this quickly. He raced ahead of Anada. "You can't get out that way," Anada yelled, thinking he meant to beat her back to Q. "I locked the door to the penthouse behind us. Only I have the key." But Kevin wasn't worried about that. Not yet. He leapt onto the low wall at the edge of the roof. It was covered with graceful, trailing ivy that poured over the side of the skyscraper. Anada pointed the 3 remaining Raspies at Kevin. "What are you waiting for?" she demanded. "Get him!" The Raspies charged. Their deadly claws were only 3 feet away when Kevin stepped back and dropped out of sight into the thin, warm air of Tokyo's night. The Raspies had too much momentum to stop. They hurtled over the edge of the building and plunged 100 stories down to smash into harmless pieces on the alley pavement. Anata ran to the wall and looked out and down to see what had become of her robot security guards. And that's when she saw Kevin skillfully clinging to the ivy that flowed down the side of the building. He grinned up at her. "I don't think that took me nearly as long as you thought it would." Kevin indicated the smashed Raspies below with a jerk of his head. Kevin began to climb back up the ivy to the safety of the roof. This whole incident had taken him far longer than he could afford. Lily was waiting for him back in Chicago. He had made her a promise, and he always kept his promises. That's when Anata pulled a tiny knife from the pocket of her kimono robe and slashed at the ivy Kevin was clinging to. The ivy parted easily for the sharp blade. Kevin fell backwards off the side of the skyscraper to join the smashed robots 100 stories below. Kevin won the trust of Q, Quentin Covington's son and lieutenant, after saving Q from a police raid on an underground BattleBot club. Fortunately, Q has no idea who Kevin is, and Kevin hopes Q can get him and his team of Zara, Hiro, and Yuki access to the next piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint. But Anata, Q's pregnant girlfriend and bodyguard, knows exactly who Kevin is and sends armored security robots to kill Kevin. Kevin managed to defeat the robots, called the Raspies, in a daring move that left him clinging to the ivy on the side of the rooftop garden of Q's penthouse Tokyo apartment building. But Anata had come prepared and sliced through the ivy Kevin was clinging to, causing him to fall off the side of the building. Anata smiled down at Kevin as she watched him plunging down through thin air. Kevin knew that he was falling, and that there was absolutely nothing between him and the alley pavement 100 floors below where the smashed bodies of the armored security robots already lay in pieces. Kevin twisted in the air, desperately scanning the building for anything he could use to stop this fall and save himself from certain death. There it was, a flagpole stuck out from an apartment balcony 20 floors below. Kevin knew he would have to time this just right. Not only did he have to catch the flagpole, but he also had to work the physical forces at play in his favor, so he didn't wind up tearing his arm from its socket in the process. Kevin spread his body wide, creating as much wind resistance as possible. The flagpole was only 10 stories away, then 5, then 1. At the last second, Kevin twisted again. He snagged the flagpole with only the tips of his fingers, but it was enough. Centrifugal force whipped him around the pole, and Kevin continued to twist his body, trying to take the strain off his joints. It worked. Kevin had executed the move perfectly. Kevin looped easily around the flagpole twice. Unfortunately, the flagpole wasn't designed to take this kind of strain. The flagpole broke away from the building just as Kevin reached the top of the third arc. Kevin's momentum was perfectly balanced between the centrifugal force launching him upward and the gravitational force pulling him back down. Instinctively, Kevin's hand shot out and caught the balcony's railing. He managed to hang on as the flagpole plunged 80 stories down to join the mangled remains of the Raspies on the sidewalk far below. But now, Kevin had another problem. He had to get back to the rooftop garden before Anata had time to warn Q about Kevin's real identity, and Kevin was 20 floors below Q's penthouse apartment. Fortunately, the balcony railings climbed in decorative swirls up the entire side of the Tokyo high-rise. Kevin began to climb hand over hand, foot over foot. But this was too slow. It was taking too long. If Anata told Q that Kevin and his team were actually there to steal a piece of his father's blueprint, Kevin would lose his best chance to complete his mission and make it back to Chicago in time to keep his promise to Lily, to be there for their baby's gender reveal party. Kevin never broke a promise to Lily. Kevin had to move faster. He began springing from foothold to foothold and leaping vertical distances. First for 2 feet at a time, then 5 feet, then 10 feet all at once. It required exquisite, perfect timing. Not just once like catching the flagpole, but again and again and again. The tiniest error would send Kevin plunging backward to the hard pavement more than 1,000 feet below. Anata stroked her pregnant belly protectively as she ambled to the door leading from the rooftop garden back to the penthouse. There was no reason to hurry now that Kevin Williams was lying dead in the alley 100 stories below. She reached to unlock the door, but just then a soft plastic mesh fell over her body, enveloping her completely. "What the hell?" Anata exclaimed as she was lifted into the air. She kicked and struggled, but the soft plastic mesh was elastic and stretched with her movements. She struggled until she got into a sitting position and saw that she had been twisted up in a large swath of gardener's mesh. Kevin Williams was holding it up in the air on the end of a rake. He smiled at her. "You know," he began, "I was wrong." "About what?" Anata twisted, trying to reach for her tiny knife, but she lost her grip on the knife and it fell through a hole in the mesh. "I can't just think of a dozen ways to neutralize you with absolutely zero risk to you or the baby." Kevin headed for the garden shed nearby, the rake over his shoulder with Anata swinging from the end of it. "I can think of 13 ways," Kevin finished. Before Anata used it to store the armored security robots, the garden shed had been a place for gardeners to store supplies, to rest, and to eat their lunches. Among the gardening equipment was a sofa and a mini fridge that still held snacks and drinks. Kevin gently lowered Anata onto the sofa and snipped a hole in the mesh with a set of pruning shears so he could grab her phone. He ignored her hissing and screaming as he shut the shed's door and secured it by simply breaking off the doorknob. Anata would eventually work her way free of the mesh. She had food and water. She and the baby would be perfectly safe. Once Kevin and his team had secured the next piece of the blueprint, Kevin would make a call to emergency services to make sure that Anata didn't spend any more time in the shed than necessary. Back in the penthouse, Kevin found Q still showing Zara his office and discussing various computer programming strategies for creating large-scale robots. Although Kevin looked only slightly rumpled after his altercation with the robots in his plunge off a Tokyo skyscraper, Zara got the idea his rooftop visit hadn't been a peaceful one. "How was the garden?" she asked meaningfully. "More exhilarating than I expected," Kevin confirmed. "Where's Anata?" Q asked. "She didn't want to interrupt your discussion with Zara," Kevin explained, "so she asked me to tell you she decided to go stay with her mom for a few days." Q frowned. "Really? That's not like Anata." He checked his phone and then relaxed. "She sent me a text message saying the same thing, though." Kevin smiled. He had been the one to send Q the message from Anata's phone. "Sometimes women like to be with their mothers the closer they get to their due date," Zara offered, lending her authority as a woman. Zara turned to Kevin. "Q's been telling me about the new coding language he's developed to work with the advanced superconductors his father discovered." "It's kind of hard to explain in the abstract, though," Q added. "It would be much easier to demonstrate." "I'd love to see that," Kevin smiled. "Would you be willing to give us a demonstration?" Very early the next morning, Kevin, Zara, Hiro, Yuki, and Q left Tokyo in Q's private super train car, bound for Quentin Covington's robotics factory in the northern region of Tohoku. At the train station, Q had a self-driving private car transfer them to the factory itself. Q showed them around several departments and labs. Kevin instantly noticed something strange. Where are all the employees? Kevin wanted to know. They hadn't seen a single other person since arriving. "Mostly they work remotely from home," Q explained. "There's a crew that comes in to do maintenance, but that's not until the end of the week." "So we're the only people here?" Yuki asked. Personally, he thought being alone there made the place rather spooky. "Yup," Q was unconcerned. "It really reduces security concerns." Q turned to Kevin. "I'd really like to get your input on some of our latest work." "I'd be happy to give it." Kevin hadn't spotted any place that seemed like it would contain the piece of the blueprint they were after. Q didn't even have an office at the factory, so it must be elsewhere. Q led them into a room the size and shape of an airplane hangar. Several huge robots stood in the corners. These were far bigger than the robots Kevin had fought on the roof of Q's apartment building. These were 20 feet tall and weighed many tons each. "What's the problem with these?" Kevin wanted to know. "No problem, really," Q answered. "But my father would like to reduce their weight in any way possible." Kevin and Zara examined the giants. Kevin noted, they all have more gyroscopic actuators than I'd think you'd need. Maybe you could remove a few. It wouldn't affect their balance much. Q shook his head. No, those have to stay. My father was very adamant about how these robots need to perform in unstable conditions. You mean like on the deck of a boat? Hiro wondered. Q shrugged. I have no idea. He didn't say. He just gave me a set of performance metrics to meet and told me to design the robots so they could be operated either manually, automatically, or by remote. Kevin left the robotic giants. His attention was drawn to another part of the hangar. A solid metal cube sat here, 8 feet on each side. What's this? He asked Q. Q flapped a hand. Oh, that's more of a joke. My father asked me to keep something safe for him, so I designed the ultimate safe. Really went overboard, really overboard, but Dad said I did a great job. Q smiled proudly. I call it my safe. Kevin shot Hiro and Yuki a look. Hiro and Yuki nodded back. They knew what to do. Hey, is there a bathroom in this place? Hiro asked. Yeah, with no people, did you bother to have a toilet installed? I could really use one. Yuki crossed his legs and looked like he had to go. Sure, I'll show you where it is. Q offered politely. He showed them out of the hangar. Kevin turned to Zara. This must be where the blueprint is being kept. Can you put that algorithm I taught you to use and crack it open? Kevin asked. I'm already on it. Zara had her laptop out. There's no dial or keypad on the safe, so it must need a computer interface. The outside of the cube was featureless except for one tiny USB port. Zara plugged a toggle into it in order to connect wirelessly from her laptop. We better hurry, Kevin urged her. Q could come back at any moment. Don't worry, Zara assured him. Once I get your safe-cracking program up and running, it will take less than 5 seconds. Just need to enter my password and... Incredibly, a huge robotic arm unfolded out of the side of the cube and snatched Zara up in its fist. Zara! Kevin yelled in alarm. Hold tight. I'll get you out of there. He ran to look for a weapon. Hurry, Kevin, you have to... But her words were cut off. Kevin looked back to see the robot hand squeezing hard, threatening to crush Zara to death. After befriending Q, Quentin Covington's son and lieutenant, Kevin and his team of computer programmers, Zara and the twins Hiro and Yuki, traveled north from Tokyo to Tohoku. Q agreed to show them around his robotics factory where Kevin believed the next piece of the mysterious blueprint was surely hidden. While Hiro and Yuki distracted Q, Kevin and Zara attempted to break into one of Q's inventions, the safe, hoping to find the blueprint inside. However, the safe was cleverly designed to fight back. Zara gasped as the robot hand jutted out of Q Covington's mega safe compressed against her sides. Her feet dangled off the floor and she felt her ribs creak as the mechanical hand squeezed her again. Kevin gave up on his search for a weapon and ran back. Zara could be squished to paste any moment now. He dashed to her laptop, which she had just been booting up in order to hack into the electronic safe. We need to crack the code as quickly as possible, he shouted at her. That should override any other security measures. I hope so, Zara gasped. Her face was turning red. Kevin scooped up her laptop. What's your access code for the laptop? It's based on a Lucas sequence, she told him. She pushed and strained at the robotic hand holding her, but it was no use. George? Asked Kevin. No, Francois. Zara had to fight for breath. Spots danced in front of her eyes. The first digit is 2, then 1, 3, 4, 7. The horrific electronic arm was coming from inside the 8-foot cube that was Q's safe. Before Zara could get the next digit out, a whirring and grinding noise was adding to the chaos. Kevin stared in astonishment as the safe started to move, unfolding itself as it transformed. A second arm peeled away from the cube's side while the bottom half transformed into legs. The safe stood up, unfolding its legs under itself. Still clutched in its fist, Zara rose through the air until she was dangling 20 feet up. At its full height, the safe robot was well over 30 feet tall. and the largest of all of the mega robots Kevin and his team had encountered so far.
"Security violation,"
boomed a deep voice from the center of the safe.
"Security violation. Engaging defense protocols. Level of authorized force. Lethal."
A small dome popped out of the top of the safe's blocky torso and rotated, as if seeking a target. Kevin grabbed Zara's laptop and slowly backed away as the safe stepped forward. "Zara, hurry up," he yelled. "I need the rest of your access code." But Zara was hanging limply in the safe's fist now. Kevin could only hope that she had passed out due to a lack of oxygen and not damage to her internal organs. The safe dashed forward with surprising grace and grabbed for Kevin with its free hand. Kevin leapt up and rolled out of the way, clutching the laptop to his chest to protect it.
"You cannot escape me,"
boomed the safe.
"I have been programmed to withstand the most sophisticated safe-cracking techniques, physical and computational."
Kevin came out of his roll and immediately button-hooked to the left, hoping to get the towering robot off balance. But Q's advancements in robot design had improved to an astonishing degree. The safe smoothly pivoted like a ballet dancer and made another grab at Kevin. Kevin leapt straight up into the air, grabbed the hand of one of the construction robots Q had shown them earlier, and swung out of Safe's grasp. He glanced around and found what he was looking for by the door. Kevin dropped to the floor and shot across the huge hangar in a dead sprint.
"Run if you want, coward,"
the safe taunted.
"I will find you anywhere you go."
Of course, Kevin was no kind of coward. He wasn't trying to run out the hangar door or abandon poor Zara. He was trying to get to the panel beside the door. Kevin raked his hands over the light switches there and then punched the panel for good measure. Sparks flew from the panel and all the lights in the hangar instantly died. Kevin had memorized the hangar's layout before he had turned out the lights and kept the rest of his extraordinary senses on high alert. He was able to navigate the space almost as well as the safe, and without the benefit of infrared. He ran for his next destination once the safe's focus was turned to the far side of the room.
"That won't do you any good, foolish human,"
jeered the safe.
"Don't you think I come equipped with infrared capabilities? We'll need it where we're going."
Kevin saw his chance to learn more about Quentin Covington's ultimate evil plan. "And where is it you and these other mega robots are going?"
"That would be telling,"
growled the safe. Its head pivoted through 360 degrees, searching for Kevin with its night vision. "I don't think you know," Kevin jeered back. "Q didn't know. How could you know where Quentin Covington plans to send you and the other robots when the person who designed you doesn't even know?"
"I know far more than the little fool Q will ever know," crowed the safe. "I am connected to my master Quentin Covington in ways his son could never hope to be."
Kevin sprinted faster, careful that his feet made no noise on the concrete floor, and gave his location away. If the safe guessed his destination, saving Zara and getting his hands on the next piece of the mysterious blueprint would be that much harder. Finally, Kevin reached his goal, one of Q's construction mega robots. Q had mentioned they could be run manually, and Kevin had noticed something when they had been examining the robots earlier. Each one had a cockpit built into the torso of the robot. Kevin slipped inside and locked the hatch behind him. The space was dark and small, but almost instantly a bank of monitors and controls began to silently light up. They showed video feeds from all of the robot's external cameras, giving a 360-degree view of the hangar. "That's better," Kevin smiled to himself. Now he could see the safe, but since Kevin was concealed in the chest of the mega construction robot, the safe couldn't see him.
"Where are you?" demanded the safe. "I know you're here somewhere. Save yourself the agony of anticipation and show yourself right now."
Kevin didn't even dignify that ridiculous suggestion with a reply. He allowed safe to continue to roar out insults and threats as he returned his attention to Zara's laptop and cracked her access code. He already had part of the Lucas sequence she used for her password. He just had to continue the calculations. Kevin's superior intelligence raced ahead, easily supplying the rest of the digits: 11, 18, 29, 47, and on and on. Once no more characters were allowed, Kevin hit enter, and the laptop booted up smoothly. Unfortunately, it also made the typical booting up chime. On his robot's monitors, Kevin saw the safe stop and spin around at the sound.
"I heard that," the safe roared. "I know what you're doing. Don't bother. I will not allow you to hack into my systems."
The safe grabbed the toggle that connected it to Zara's laptop and yanked it free of the USB port on the safe side. It threw the toggle across the room. The construction robot's microphones perfectly picked up the ping as the toggle hit the concrete somewhere in the massive hangar. Damn! The safe had no external keypad or combination dials. If Kevin was going to crack its code, turn off its security protocols, and save Zara, he had to get that connection toggle reinserted in the safe. Kevin secured the laptop in easy reach, grabbed the cockpit shoulder harness, and strapped himself in. It was time to find out if the robotic construction monster had the same manual dexterity and delicacy Kevin had seen Q's robotic butler exhibit with a tray of priceless antique porcelain. Kevin punched a few buttons and glanced over the user instructions zipping by on the construction robot's internal monitors. His ability to operate damn near any car, boat, or aircraft came in handy as he soaked up the information like a sponge. He threaded his arms, hands, and fingers through the controls to work the robot's arms and pushed his feet against the pedals controlling its feet. The mechanisms were meant to be intuitive. Kevin just needed to move his body naturally and the robot should follow. Kevin suddenly hoped Q really was the genius he seemed to be. Kevin stepped forward, and to his delight, the robot copied him, treading just as silently as Kevin himself. Good, Kevin thought. Now to find where that toggle wound up. He punched a few more buttons to get the camera scanning and found it. There it was. Kevin pushed the robot forward, only to be blindsided by the safe as it slammed into the construction bot. Kevin's bot was knocked off its feet and crashed to the floor.
"There you are," bellowed the safe. "You think you're so clever, but I'm the most advanced robot Q ever made. You and that tin can are no match for me."
Kevin would have to be smart about this. He couldn't risk Zara getting injured if he attacked the safe head-on. He stayed down, playing possum as the safe came closer, still clutching the unconscious Zara in one hand. The safe raised a foot to stop Kevin's robot into spare parts, but at the last second, Kevin rolled his body to the side, and his robot mirrored the motion, tumbling across the vast hangar's floor, ending right where Kevin wanted it to, within arm's reach of the tiny connection toggle. Kevin reached out and snagged the toggle with the robot's hand. The toggle was no bigger than a quarter and the robot could easily crush it, but the robot's fingers were able to conceal it from the safe while holding it at the ready. Now Kevin just had to get close enough to the safe to plug it in. Kevin got the robot to its feet, found the microphone, and thumbed it. He put a note of panic in his voice. "What did you do to me?" Kevin wailed in something like distress. Kevin was rarely in distress, so he didn't have much practice at sounding that way. "The cockpit hatch is jammed and I can't get out," he added, calling upon all of his acting skills. Just as Kevin planned, the safe stomped over.
"Those construction bots never should have been built for humans to operate," it bellowed. "You puny little bags of flesh only slow our kind down."
The safe raised its free hand for another punishing blow. Kevin shot out one hand and his robot jammed the connection toggle into the safe's side. With the other hand, Kevin punched the laptop's keys and the safe-cracking program he'd created fired up.
"What are you doing to me?" whined the safe. "What's... No, you can't crack me. Stop it. Stop it or the woman dies."
The safe raised Zara above its head, ready to fling her 30 feet to the concrete floor of the hangar, and then froze. Inside the construction robot's cab, the laptop blinked at Kevin, indicating the safe's combination had been cracked and all of its security protocols had been overridden. A door in the center of the safe's chest popped open. Kevin relaxed, flipped on the robot's external lights, and tucked Zara's laptop into his trusty satchel. He then climbed from the construction robot's cockpit. That's when the safe's fist relaxed and Zara slipped from its grip. Still unconscious, she plummeted toward the hangar's concrete floor, more than 30 feet below. Thanks to Kevin making friends with Q Covington, Quentin Covington's son and lieutenant, Kevin and his team gained access to his robotics factory. Kevin identified where Q was holding the next piece of Quentin's mysterious blueprint inside a massive robotic safe that Q dubbed the safe. Kevin and Zara attempted to crack the safe's combination, only to have the safe take Zara hostage. Kevin used another giant construction robot to defeat the safe and override its security protocols. But just when Kevin thought he could relax, the safe shut down, causing it to drop an unconscious Zara from more than 30 feet above toward the concrete floor. Still unconscious, Zara's limp body fell from the safe's unpraised fist. It was more than 30 feet to the concrete floor of the massive hangar Q Covington kept his giant robots in. Zara was an ordinary person with no levels. There was no way she could survive the brutal impact a drop from that height would cause. Kevin forgot everything and dashed forward, his arms out. His timing, as usual, was perfect. He caught Zara and brought her gently to the ground. He gave her a gentle shake. Zara's body, no longer squeezed in the safe's massive fist, resumed its normal function. Her lungs took in deep breaths of air. Her color improved as the oxygen hit her bloodstream, and her eyes fluttered open. "Kevin, what happened?" she asked as soon as she was able. Kevin helped her sit up and she looked around. She saw that safe's door was open. "You did it! I knew you would!" "And not a moment too soon," Kevin added. "I don't know how much longer Hiro and Yuri can keep Q distracted in another part of the factory. Let's hope he didn't hear any of the banging around." Suddenly, the safe swayed on its feet and crashed down on its side. Kevin covered Zara's body with his own to guard against any flying shrapnel, but the safe was incredibly tough and undamaged by the fall. Zara insisted on getting to her feet. "I shouldn't have let the safe capture me." "None of us knew Q's invention would grow arms and legs like that," Kevin reassured her. "True," Zara agreed. "But if I wasn't an ordinary and had special powers like you, I might have been able to avoid it grabbing me." Zara squared her shoulders. "I'm not going to slow you down anymore, Kevin. Let's get that blueprint and get out of here." She marched up to the safe and grabbed the only item in its chest compartment. It stuck to the compartment in a strange way, and Zara had to give it a good tug to free it. "That's strange," she told Kevin. "It was almost like it was magnetized." Zara showed Kevin the piece of blueprint. It definitely matched the others Kevin had acquired from 3 of Quentin Covington's other compounds, but the paper felt thicker and heavier. "This isn't ordinary paper," Kevin declared. "I think this was printed." "Of course it was printed," Zara frowned, confused. "How else would the schematics get on the paper?" Kevin shook his head. "I mean, the paper itself was printed in a 3D printer, and these lines aren't ink, they're some kind of flexible metal." "Why would this piece of the blueprint be 3D printed when none of the others were?" Zara wondered. Kevin looked back at the safe. He was getting a bad feeling. Maybe as an extra security precaution. What do you think happened when you broke the magnetic connection between the blueprint and the safe? Zara thought. "If I was designing it, I would add an independent security measure to make sure that even if the safe was defeated, the thieves still wouldn't get away with my property." "Exactly," Kevin said, glad that Zara was always able to see the conclusion he was leading her to with his questions. Safety lights lit up around the hangar as the warning klaxons blared on. "I think Q Covington had the same idea," Kevin yelled over the alarms. Suddenly, the safe sat up. Kevin and Zara scrambled out of their way, but the mega robot didn't make any threatening moves. Secondary security measures engaged, it said in a voice far more robotic than the one it had used earlier. Self-destruction countdown has begun. Kevin didn't wait to hear how long they had. He grabbed Zara by the hand and the two of them ran for the door. Together they dashed down the corridor. Ahead they saw Hiro and Yuki chatting with Q, obviously keeping him distracted so Kevin and Zara could break into the safe. "We gotta get out of here now," yelled Kevin at them. Hiro and Yuki tensed, instantly on high alert. They instinctively trusted the urgency in Kevin's voice. No explanation was needed. Q, however, didn't know Kevin that well. "Why?" Q demanded. "What's going on?" Kevin thought fast. He needed Q's cooperation to get his team safely away from the self-destructing robotics facility. "Your safe malfunctioned," Kevin told Q. All of a sudden it started yelling about secondary independent security measures and self-destruction. "That's impossible," Q declared. "I would have gotten a notice on my phone if there was any breach at all to the safe security protocols." He patted his pockets looking for his phone. Hiro and Yuki exchanged glances. Behind Q's back, Hiro held up Q's phone so Kevin would understand that they had taken it off Q when he hadn't been looking. I think this belongs to you." Hiro handed Q back his phone. Q took one look at the screen and went white. "Oh my God, you're right. We have to get out of here before the whole factory goes sky high." "What's the fastest way out of here?" demanded Kevin. "This way," Q pointed. Sure enough, they could see the fire doors further down the corridor slowly start swinging shut. "We have to move fast," Q told them. "The whole building is locking down in order to contain the blast zone." Hiro and Yuki looked at each other. They shared a special bond as twins that allowed them to communicate without a single word in times of high stress and danger. Each grabbed Q by an arm, hoisted him into the air, and began running for the closing fire doors. Likewise, Kevin scooped Zara up in his arms. Like Q, Zara had no levels and couldn't run nearly as fast as Kevin. Everyone made it through the fire doors with time to spare, but Kevin knew they still had a long way to go before they were outside the blast radius of the machine as huge and complicated as the safe in Q's other inventions. "If one of your toys is self-destructing, shouldn't we be getting a countdown to the big blow-up or something?" Hiro demanded of Q as they raced down the silent corridors. "We didn't want to alarm anybody," Q explained. "How thoughtful of you," Yuki responded dryly. In fairness, the robotics factory was usually operated remotely by its staff. Kevin was just grateful he didn't have to clear any more humans from the facility. "Then how do we know how much longer we have?" Hiro demanded as they sprinted through another set of fire doors. Q consulted his watch. Held suspended between the much taller twins, his toes didn't even scrape the ground. "Hard to know for sure with the malfunction," Q proclaimed. "But my guess is another 30 seconds. Ahead of them, Kevin could see the daylight streaming into the factory's visitor's entrance. "We're almost there," he encouraged his team. Yuki and Hiro put on extra speed and smashed through the factory's front doors without even bothering to open them. Q threw up his hands to protect his face as glass exploded outwards as the steel shutters began to descend over the doors and windows. Kevin, cradling Zara in his arms, wasn't so lucky. The shutters snapped into place at the base of the windows just as Kevin approached. He knew he couldn't stop his momentum in time. He twisted at the last moment, and his shoulder, instead of Zara's vulnerable body, slammed into the steel shutter just as it locked into place. Outside the factory, Hiro and Yuki stared in horror at the blank steel shutters now cutting them off from Kevin and Zara. "You have to open those shutters," Hiro demanded of Q. "We have to get Kevin and Zara out of there," added Yuki. Q was shaken from his quick trip through his factory and out its windows. He punched ineffectively at his phone. "I'm trying the manual override, but nothing is happening," Q wailed. From inside the steel shutters came another terrific thump as Kevin rammed into them again with his shoulder. It created a significant dent. "Maybe if we ram those shutters from both sides, we can break Kevin and Zara out," suggested Hiro. "But those shutters are 3-inch reinforced tungsten steel plates," exclaimed Q. They're rated to take the equivalent of the force of 7,000 sticks of dynamite. We have to try something, declared Hiro. Otherwise, Kevin and Zara will be blown to bits, added Yuki. After befriending Q, Quentin Covington's son and lieutenant, Kevin and his team of computer programmers, Zara and the twins Hiro and Yuki, recovered the next piece of the mysterious blueprint from a robotics factory. Unfortunately, in the process, Kevin and Zara tripped the facility's self-destruct mode, which also shut down the factory to contain a looming explosion. Kevin and Zara didn't make it out in time. Now Q, Hiro, and Yuki are stuck outside while Kevin and Zara are still in danger of being blown to bits by the auto-destruct function. Kevin stared in horror as all around him in the visitor entrance of Q Covington's robotics factory steel shutters, 3 inches thick, blocked him and Zara from escaping to the outside world. As long as they remained inside, Kevin and Zara were in danger of being blown apart by the factory's self-destruct mechanism. According to Q, it would detonate in less than 15 seconds. Suddenly, there was a giant clang from the central shutter as a dent appeared. Kevin understood immediately that Hiro and Yuki had just rammed the same shutter Kevin had run into seconds before. Kevin took a few steps back to gain momentum and dashed forward, bashing his shoulder against the exact same spots the twins had hit. Less than a second later, another blow to the shutter came from the opposite side. "Kevin, I don't know if this will work," Zara exclaimed. "We don't have time." "It's got to work," Kevin told her. "Otherwise, you and I are about to be blown to Kingdom Come." Kevin rammed the shutter again, and again Hiro and Yuki rammed the other side. It was like working the pull tab on a can of soda back and forth in order to break it off entirely. Kevin just prayed that they would be able to weaken the steel shutter enough with their blows to break it off before the entire factory self-destructed. It took 3 more sets of blows, but just as Zara was sure that the auto-destruction was imminent, the steel shattered with a terrific screech, and the entire shutter fell to the ground. Metal fatigue had worn through it from the tremendous blows from Kevin, Hiro, and Yuki, aided by Kevin's fantastic high-powered levels. Kevin helped Zara crawl through the hole in the shutter and followed through himself. Kevin grabbed Zara and immediately rolled to the side as a fiery blast of superheated air exploded out from the hole in the shutter. The ground shook under their feet. All around the factory complex, windows exploded and doors were blasted off their hinges. Q actually toppled to the ground from the force of the explosion, but as soon as it began, it was over, although the factory was left a ruined, smoking mess. Kevin helped Zara up as she patted the dust from her clothes. On one hand, she still clutched the next piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint. She had carried it all the way from the robotics hangar and hadn't lost her grip on it once. Hiro and Yuki helped Q up, dusting him off and making sure that the brilliant inventor and robotics genius wasn't hurt. "I don't understand what happened," Q muttered to himself. "The safe had been run through every testing protocol we could imagine. It never malfunctioned once. Why would it happen now?" "I understand why you're confused," Kevin told them, even though Kevin knew exactly what had happened. Q's brilliant safe had been an 8-foot cube of steel that could transform into a robot capable of defending itself. And the safe hadn't malfunctioned at all. In fact, it functioned exactly to plan. After Kevin and Zara had been able to use one of his programs to crack the combination, the behemoth robot's secondary security protocols kicked in and instigated the self-destruct procedures. But Q thought that Kevin and his team were Q's friends. Kevin thought it would be cruel to reveal themselves as enemies of Q's father, the evil billionaire Quentin Covington. Q seemed like such a sincere and kind young man. Kevin even would have liked to have had Q as a real friend if Kevin hadn't been sworn to stop whatever the evil billionaire's dastardly plan was. "Sometimes it's impossible to know what went wrong," Kevin started to say as he clapped Q on the back sympathetically. "But the important thing is that nobody was hurt or injured when your factory self-destructed. I just hope you didn't lose too much of your research. It seemed like there was a lot in there that could help improve the world." Kevin wondered if with a little encouragement, Q would find a way to use his brilliance toward bettering the world, rather than devoting it to furthering his father Quentin's evil schemes. I'm not worried about lost research, Q said. Everything was backed up on the company servers off-site. I did lose the prototypes of those construction robots, though. Q hung his head. My father will be so disappointed in me. Kevin, Hiro, Yuki, and Zara all traded looks. Q didn't know who Kevin and his team were, but Quentin Covington would instantly know. Q straightened his shoulders bravely. There's nothing in it for me now but to come clean, he declared. But first I better call my girlfriend Anata and make sure that she's okay. I worry about her and the baby. Q's girlfriend Anata was far along in her pregnancy with their first child. Anata had admitted to Kevin that she had been originally hired by Q's father to act as Q's bodyguard and to be the security officer for Quentin Covington's operations in Japan. But Anata had fallen in love with a kind young man she had been tasked with protecting. Kevin had left her safely locked in a garden shed after she had attacked him in Tokyo, and told Q that Anata had gone to visit her mother for a few days. Maybe you shouldn't worry Anata quite yet, suggested Zara. Didn't she text you that she was going to stay with her mom? Q looked at his phone. The glass was cracked, but otherwise it was working perfectly. But Anata is due to arrive here any moment, Q informed them all. What? Kevin couldn't keep the surprise from his voice. There was no way Anata should have been able to escape her comfortable prison in a garden shed so soon, much less make the journey from Tokyo to the northern area of Tohoku. Yeah, Q continued. She messaged me to say she was arriving in our SpaceX Mega Tesla. Yuki frowned. I'd never heard of one of those. What does a SpaceX Mega Tesla do? It's not as cool as it sounds, Q said as he shook his head sadly. The windshield is way more prone to cracking than you'd think a $100 million vehicle would be. That's why it's not recommended for altitudes above 25,000 feet. Q's phone now displayed a map with a dot showing the SpaceX Mega Tesla's approach. Hiro's eyes went wide. So that means it flies? Of course, Q scanned the skies. There she is now, Q pointed. Sure enough, a small jet-powered aircraft was shooting across the sky toward them. It was eerie for two reasons. First of all, it almost made no sound. Secondly, the front of the aircraft had a peculiar muffled look since the electric jet engines required no air intake. Before any of them could say another word, the SpaceX Mega Tesla swooped low, cutting Q off from Kevin and the others. From inside, Anata threw the passenger door open. Q, there you are. You need to get in right now, Anata yelled at him. Q frowned. Honey, I can't just leave my guests. The factory self-destructed and my friends Kevin, Zara, Yuki, and Hiro helped me escape unharmed. Even from 50 feet away, Kevin could see Anata roll her eyes. They're not your friends, Q, Anata told him. They're your father's enemies. They're only pretending to like you so they can steal that piece of blueprint your father told us to keep safe. Q turned angry, hurt eyes on Kevin, Zara, Yuki, and Hiro. Is this true? Q demanded. After all we've been through together? After saving me from the police raid on the underground robot battles, being welcomed into my home, meeting the mother of my unborn child, and getting a personal tour of my factory? Were you really just using me after all? Before Kevin could stop her, Zara stepped forward. Q, we're sorry, we didn't mean... I don't care what you meant to do, Q exclaimed. I thought you were my friends. But really you're just my father's enemies, and that makes you my enemies too. He reached out and snatched the precious piece of blueprint from Zara's hands and ran for the SpaceX Mega Tesla. Yuki and Hiro dashed after Q. They were much faster than the robotics inventor, but Anata was ready for them. She turned the electric jet engines around and unleashed a furious blast of electric jets at the twins, forcing them backwards. With a yell of rage that surprised even herself, Zara dashed after Q and tackled him to the ground. The piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint sprang from Q's hands as he hit the ground from Zara's impact. At the same time, Anata steered the SpaceX Mega Tesla in a wide circle, firing the electric jets to keep the twins at bay. The blueprint wafted into the electric jet's pathway. Kevin stared in horror as the 3D printed blueprint met the white-hot electric jets. The blueprint instantly turned to ash, along with whatever secrets to Quentin Covington's evil master plan it held. Kevin and his team of Zara and the twins, Hiro and Yuki, just lost the next piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint when Quentin's son Q and his girlfriend Anata blasted it to ashes with the electric engines of their SpaceX Megatesla. Kevin, Zara, Hiro, and Yuki stared in horror at the last ashes that had been the blueprint of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's unknown scheme. Quentin's son Q took advantage of this distraction and jumped into the SpaceX Megatesla, piloted by his pregnant girlfriend Anata. Q gave Kevin one last sad, hurt look before he slammed the door shut, and Anata engaged the throttle. The SpaceX Megatesla silently shot into the sky on its electric jet engines. Zara, Hiro, and Yuki slumped to the ground, disheartened by the loss of the precious blueprint that they had come so far to find. "Don't look so defeated," Kevin told them. "We're not out of ideas yet." "How can that be?" Hiro ran a hand through his hair. "We came all the way to Japan to recover that piece of the blueprint, and now it's just blowing in the wind." He waved his hands around. The air was still full of ash and smoke, though most of that was from the factory behind them that had self-destructed in a fireball. "But we know that piece wasn't the original blueprint," Kevin told them. Zara snapped her fingers. "That's right, Kevin. You thought that piece of blueprint had been made on a 3D printer so that Q could embed metal into it so it could be used in a secondary security device with his giant robotic safe. "That's right," Kevin answered. "And if Q printed it on a 3D printer, that means there's a copy of that blueprint somewhere still in a computer system." Yuki looked at the destroyed smoking factory behind them. "Maybe, but I doubt that any computer in that building is still working, even if we could get to it." Zara shook her head. "But Q just told us that he kept most of his research on a server off-site. That's probably also where he kept the files relating to his father's blueprint." Suddenly excited, Zara jumped up to her feet. "Kevin, do you still have my laptop?" "I've got it right here." Kevin pulled her laptop from his trusty satchel. Zara turned it on and started typing away. "That's what I thought," she exclaimed. "When Kevin's computer program cracked the SafeSafe's combination, it also downloaded all of the SafeSafe's existing files, including the IP address of where its programs originally came from." "That's great," Yuki smiled. "So now we just have to figure out where that IP address came from." Zara clicked a few more keys. "I'm afraid it's not going to be that easy. This IP address looks like just one in a long string that got bounced around the globe." Zara turned apologetic eyes on Kevin. "I'm a whiz at computer programs and cracking codes, but backtracking and forensic computer investigation is pretty far out of my wheelhouse." "That's okay," Kevin gave her a brotherly pat on the shoulder. "I know just who to call for help with something like that." He pulled out his cell phone and started a video call to an international number. Seconds later, a smiling young girl appeared on Kevin's screen. "Hi, Kevin. How can I help you today?" It was Lala, the Girl Scout and crack computer forensic investigator whom Kevin had met while he had been looking into another of Quentin Covington's dastardly plots in Africa. "Lala, it's great to see you," Kevin smiled. "I need your help again on a new assignment." Lala showed her dimples. "I'd love to help you, Kevin, but it's still Girl Scout cookie season. I have to focus on meeting my sales quotas if I'm going to support my Girl Scout troop. You know how much it means to me to support the organization that's done so much for young women across the globe." Kevin nodded. "They got you your first computer classes, didn't they? I know all about the great work they do. What if I bought $2 million of cookies from you?" Lala whipped out her order pad. She always had it at the ready. "Yeah, I think that'd be enough to fill my sales quota. Just tell me where to send them." "You can send the cookies on to the Red Cross," Kevin told her. "But right now we need you to track down the original location of a string of IP addresses. Can you do that for us?" "No problem, Kevin." Lala smiled so wide she revealed 2 missing baby teeth. "Just send those babies over to me and I'll have an answer to you before you can say Thin Mints." Kevin and his team retreated from the factory to a nearby ramen house where they slurped noodles and drank hot coffee, while they waited for Lala to do her thing. Even before the green tea ice cream was served, Kevin had an answer from Lala. The Girl Scout had tracked the IP addresses back to a set of geographical coordinates less than 50 miles away. Lala had also included a note saying this was a very remote area on top of a mountain. As far as Lala could tell, there weren't any server farms or other commercial computing institutions in the area. Kevin sent a reply with his thanks along with the payment for the cookies. Lala was going to be the top cookie-selling Girl Scout for another year. While still in town, Kevin and his team outfitted themselves for a trek through some of Japan's most thickly forested mountains. The area they were headed to was extremely remote. Kevin then called a taxi driver who wasn't happy when he heard their destination, but wouldn't say why. Kevin promised him a tip big enough that the cabbie could buy an entire fleet of cabs of his own if he wanted to. Not surprisingly, the cabbie stopped his protests and just flipped on the meter. Hours later, Hiro and Yuki were slashing machetes through a dense bamboo forest while Kevin tracked their progress on his phone. They were close to the exact GPS location that Lala had provided. Kevin's enhanced hearing picked up on a strange noise. Shh, be quiet for a moment. Yuki and Hiro put their machetes down. Kevin turned in slow circles trying to locate the noise that he heard. Do you hear that? Kevin asked the others. Where's that sound coming from? Hiro rubbed his ears. I hear something, but I'm not sure what it is or where it is coming from. Finally, Kevin got down on the ground and pressed his ear to the forest floor. The humming got louder. This is where it's coming from, Kevin declared. There's a hum coming from deep within the mountain itself. That must be where the servers are located, Zara exclaimed. That happens sometimes with really large server farms. The air conditioning and exhaust fans needed to keep them cool create a tremendous amount of noise. That's great to hear, noted Yuki. But how do we get down there? Do we just start digging? A slight rustling of bamboo leaves made them look up. 3 men stepped from the depths of the bamboo forest. One was a very old monk with a bald head. He was wrapped in ceremonial robes and 2 short bamboo rods dangled from a cord at his waist. The other 2 men were much younger, but also much larger. They also might have been monks based on the fact that their robes were similar to the old monks, but if so, they had been street brawlers before they had got religion and joined a monastery. Hello, Kevin said in Japanese, stepping forward with a friendly expression. He bowed low to the old monk, showing respect. My friends and I mean you no harm. We've only come to investigate this mysterious noise, Kevin said as he motioned to the ground. The old monk picked up the 2 bamboo sticks hanging from his robes. He began tapping them together in a quick, meaningful pattern. Why is he doing that? Hiro wanted to know. I've heard of monasteries like this, Kevin explained. All the monks take vows of silence. Their only means of communication is by tapping together 2 sticks like this. So it's kind of like Morse code, Yuki wondered. Something like that, Kevin frowned. The tapping language of monasteries was said to be incredibly subtle and nuanced, but all Kevin was getting from this monk's tapping was the same basic message. You must go away. You must go away. You must go away. The other monks nodded along, obviously agreeing with the old monk's simple message. Kevin frowned and bowed again. We can't go away yet. We've come a long way, and it's very important we find the answers we seek. Is there anything you can tell us about the sound that comes from the ground here? The old monk's eyes went wide. Yes, Kevin assured him. I can understand your tapping language. I have an affinity for languages of all kinds and can pick them up very quickly. Your message was simple enough that I could understand it immediately. The old monk tapped out a new message. You must be hungry. Please accept our hospitality. Come and dine with us. The other 2 monks exchanged surprised looks. But once you've eaten, you must go, the old monk quickly tapped out. We have no information to help you. Kevin looked at his teammates. It was better than nothing, and the best invitation they were likely to get in such a remote place. We would be honored to join you. Kevin bowed to the monk again. The monks led Kevin and his team on an hour's trek through the bamboo forest to a large and beautiful temple concealed among the highest mountain peaks. Once there, they were shown the central hall where dinner was served. The old monk guided them to a table that was just large enough to seat himself, Kevin, and his team. Looking unhappy, the two larger monks took the talking sticks from the old monk and went off to seek their dinner elsewhere. The team was hungry after a long, tiring hike up the mountain and through the forest. They eagerly dug into the excellent soup the other monks served to them. But after a few sips, Kevin stopped and stared at the old monk. The old monk wasn't eating at all. He was just stirring his spoon through his soup. The spoon occasionally tapped against the sides of the bowl. The old monk noticed Kevin looking, and the tapping came faster. Kevin's eyes went wide. The old monk was not just picking at his dinner. He was trying to tap out a message to Kevin, and it was most definitely an SOS call for help. After the next piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint was destroyed by Quentin's son Q and his girlfriend Anada, Kevin realized there may still be an electronic copy of it on one of Quentin Covington's master servers. In search of the servers, Kevin and his team of Zara, Hiro, and Yuki ventured into a remote mountain forest. They knew they were close when Kevin could hear the servers humming underground. But then they were greeted by 3 monks who had taken vows of silence and only communicated through tapping sticks. Kevin finds out not all is as it appears when the oldest monk begins tapping out an SOS message to Kevin at dinner. Kevin stared at the old monk as he began to repeat the message he was tapping out against the edge of his supper bowl with a spoon. "Help us. Please help us. You must help us." The old monk tapped out the message again and then stopped. The old monk looked around the room as if frightened. Kevin saw that the 2 huge monks who had been accompanying the old one when they'd met were glaring at him from a table not far away. All the monks in the remote monastery had taken vows of silence, so the dining hall was very quiet without any conversation or chatter. Even Kevin's team, Zara, Hiro, and Yuki, were quiet out of respect for their hosts. Kevin picked up his own spoon and tapped out a reply to the old monk in between sips of his soup. "I will help you any way I can," Kevin tapped out with his spoon. "But I must know what is going on here. What help do you need?" But the big monks were staring harder than ever at Kevin. Kevin worried they may have heard his message to the old monk. Kevin leaned over to Hiro and Yuki. He spoke in a low whisper. "Hiro and Yuki, I need you two to make some noise. Start talking." Hiro frowned. "I thought this was a silent monastery. Wouldn't that be kind of rude?" "Yeah," Yuki added. "Isn't that kind of like eating cake in front of someone who's on a diet?" "Don't worry about that," Kevin assured them. "You weren't the ones who took vows of silence, and the old monk here agrees with me." The old monk nodded. "We don't want anyone listening in, so I need a distraction," Kevin explained. "Tell a story, crack jokes. I don't care. Anything." Hiro and Yuki exchanged looks, shrugged their shoulders, and launched into a rousing rendition of "I am Henry VIII, I am." All the other monks turned to stare at them. Some of the monks, all of whom were suspiciously large and battle-scarred, showed their annoyance. Other monks showed signs of amusement. Far more of the monks than Kevin would have expected appeared to understand English, given that these supposedly silent monks were living in isolation on a remote mountaintop in Japan. Kevin turned back to the old monk and picked up his spoon to resume their tapped conversation. "That should provide us some cover," Kevin assured the old monk. "Tell me what's going on." The old monk began his story. "My order has existed in this monastery peacefully for thousands of years, but it has been difficult to move with the changing times. Not much food grows at this high and cold elevation, and we must import much of our food." "So you needed a source of income?" Kevin asked through his tapping. "That's right," the old monk replied. "Once we sold ice from the ice caves under the mountains to the lowlands, but now people have their own ice makers. We thought we might have to close the monastery." The old man continued, "We received an offer from a man who was interested in the ice caves under our monastery. At the time, we did not know why." Kevin tapped a question here. Was this man Quentin Covington? The old monk's eyes went wide and he nodded. But then he looked scared and darted a glance around the room, worried he might have been observed. But all eyes were on Hiro and Yuki, who'd thrown their arms around each other. Even Zara had joined in the old vaudeville classic when the twins had belted out, "Second verse, same as the first, a little bit louder, a little bit worse."
"That was him," the monk confirmed by tapping. "We allowed him to send a representative to discuss the matter. The man showed up with a giant crate of rice as a gesture of goodwill, but as soon as we brought the crate inside the monastery, the crate burst open. There were 6 men inside armed with guns and rifles."
The old man closed his eyes, remembering the horror of that day.
"They captured my brothers and have been keeping them locked up in our storehouse. They left me free because I am known by the local people to be the face of the monastery."
If you see the local people and they know your tapping language, why have you not sought help before now? Kevin tapped out.
"These evil men made me teach them our sacred tapping language so they could make sure I didn't ask any of the local people for help. Besides, local people are shepherds and workmen. They are no match for trained killers like these,"
the old monk explained. He leaned forward, looking into Kevin's eyes.
"But I think you are different. I think you could take on all these evil men single-handedly and win."
Kevin shrugged. He never liked to overestimate his abilities and knew he was still adjusting to being a level 7 expert. He had to be careful not to overtax his powers or let them get out of hand. The Night King had warned him that abusing his powers, especially powers that Kevin had gained at such a young age, could easily deplete them and perhaps even render Kevin less powerful than he was before he started his journey. "What happened after they took your brother monks hostage?" Kevin asked.
"They brought huge computer servers in here and installed them in the ice caves. In the caves, the temperature would keep them cool and prevent them from overheating."
Kevin understood. He had been right about the location of Quentin Covington's computer servers. The servers had to contain a digital copy of the mysterious blueprint Kevin needed to figure out exactly what Quentin's evil plan was. "That's what we're here to find," Kevin tapped as an explanation. "Can you get us access to the servers?" The old monk thought before tapping.
"Yes, but first, you must help me free the other monks and get rid of these terrible men who have invaded our sacred temple."
Kevin put a hand to his heart and tapped out 5 simple words. "It would be my honor." Kevin allowed Hiro, Yuki, and Zara to keep singing until their voices went hoarse. They seemed to be having a lot of fun with it, making up hand motions and encouraging the fake monks to join in with the gestures since they couldn't join in the singing. Finally, Kevin gave his team the signal to stop and stood up. He bowed to the old monk. "Thank you for sharing your meal with us. We came here to investigate the mysterious noise under the mountain, but we see that you can't share any information with us." Kevin looked around at the rest of the monks. "This is the end of our journey, so we will have to give up finding out anything about the humming noise coming from the ground to go home. It's sad, but that's the way that it goes sometimes." Kevin had found a new talent while in Japan. His acting skills were clearly leading the monks to believe every word he said. Around the room, the other fake monks tried to hide their relief, but Kevin's sharp eyes and sharper mind picked up on the tiny release of tension in many of the big, brawny shoulders. On the other hand, Kevin's team exchanged glances and perked up. They knew Kevin would never give up on a quest once he started. They knew he must be planning something, even if they didn't know exactly what. They would stay on alert, ready for his signal. Kevin bowed to the old monk again. "Would you do us the honor of walking us out, sir?" Like Kevin's team, the old monk also had faith in Kevin's persistence. The old monk only raised one eyebrow before motioning for his fake bodyguards to join them. As Kevin and his team were led back to the main gates of the temple, he kept a careful eye on the 2 big fake bodyguards. He would only have one chance to pull this off, and he couldn't tell his team what he was planning for fear that he would alert the guards. Fortunately, the fake bodyguards were focused on the old monk, making sure he did nothing to try to communicate with the departing visitors. Kevin saw his chance and sprang forward. grabbed the two guards by their heads, and smashed their skulls together. One fake guard dropped to the ground unconscious, but the other guard must have had a thicker skull. He kept on his feet, shook off the blow, and opened his mouth to raise the alarm. Kevin delivered a swift punch to his throat, shattering the man's voice box and driving him backwards. Yuki and Hiro delivered simultaneous blows to the fake bodyguard's diaphragm, robbing him of all breath. He quickly passed out and crashed to the ground. "Which way to the storehouse?" Kevin asked the old monk, who gave the other guard a kick in the ribs for good measure. The old monk pointed to a large building to the side of the temple. "And the entrance to the ice caves?" The old monk pointed in the same direction and mimed opening a trap door. Kevin understood immediately. There was a way into the ice caves and the servers through the floor of the storehouse. Kevin ran off in the direction that the monk pointed. Yuki, Hiro, and Zara automatically followed. "Kevin, what's going on?" Zara asked in a whisper. "We're going to save the monks," he told her. "The real monks." Kevin and his team of Zara, Hiro, and Yuki ventured into a remote mountaintop forest, hoping to find the location of Quentin Covington's computer server farm, from which they would retrieve a digital copy of the next piece of the mysterious blueprint. Quentin's men had invaded a sacred monastery and taken the silent monks living there captive, so they could use the ice caves in the mountain to keep Quentin's massive computer servers cool and functional. Kevin had promised to free the monks before going on to seize the servers. Kevin peered through a thick stand of bamboo at the monastery storehouse. The old monk had told Kevin that all of his brothers were being held captive there by Quentin's goons, who were posing as monks who had taken vows of silence. In fact, two of the fake monks were standing guard outside of the storehouse. Kevin motioned to the twins, Hiro and Yuki, to run ahead and take the two guards out, but quietly. They couldn't risk the fake monks who were still at dinner hearing a struggle and coming to investigate. Hiro and Yuki grinned. They had been left out of a lot of the action lately, and they were happy to have the opportunity to get a few blows of their own in on Quentin Covington's men. "We can get to the computer servers in the ice caves under the monastery through a trapdoor in the storehouse," Kevin told Zara. "Will you be ready to try to access them once we're down there?" Zara held up the bag containing her computer and nodded. She was all ready to go. Kevin looked back to the front of the storehouse. The two guards were now unconscious. Hiro and Yuki stood over them, grinning. "Great work, you two." Kevin praised the twins. "Maybe Hiro and I should stand guard here in case anyone comes looking for the other guards we took out at the gates," Yuki offered. "If we take their robes and pull the hoods up, no one should be able to recognize us." "As long as they don't need us to tap something out," Hiro added, holding up the two sticks all the real monks used to communicate while under their vows of silence. Quentin's men had also learned a simple form of the tapping language so they could play their roles as fake monks. "Good idea," said Kevin. "It should only take Zara and me a few minutes to free the others." Inside the darkened storehouse, the space had been divided into smaller areas, each surrounded by chain-link gates and secured with thick padlocks. Each area contained several large, dark sacks. "Where do you think they're keeping the monks captive?" Zara whispered to Kevin. "They're right there," Kevin said, pointing to the sacks. Suddenly, one of the sacks moved. It stood up, revealing itself to be one of the prisoner monks. In the gloom, Zara had mistaken their dark robes for rough bags. One by one, all of the sacks stood. There were fewer real monks than Quentin's fake ones. The real monks would be outnumbered if it came down to a fight, and monks weren't known for their skills with their fists. They all stared at Kevin and Zara. It was obvious that Kevin and Zara weren't part of Quentin's squad of fake monk goons, but the real monks didn't look like they were ready to trust any strangers anytime soon. Kevin was surprised to see they were an international bunch. A large number were Asian, but every continent on the planet was represented in their faces. Kevin had no way of knowing if they all spoke Japanese or English, but there was one language he was sure they all knew. He grabbed one of the thick padlocks and started tapping out a message to them all. We are friends. We are here to help. The old monk has sent us to free you." Kevin tapped out. The monks looked at each other. They obviously still suspected some kind of trap. One of them tapped out a reply on the bars of his cage.
"How do we know you really spoke to the eldest of our brethren? We have not seen him in a long time. The evil ones may have killed him."
"He is alive," Kevin assured them through his tapping. "I learned your language from him." Kevin tried to think of something that would prove he was on the real monk's side. His conversation with the old monk had been short and direct. There had been no personal details about life at the monastery Quentin's goons wouldn't already know. Except maybe one thing. Kevin took a chance and started tapping. "This is how you can know I speak the truth. Your honored elder told me of the trapdoor in this storehouse that leads to the ice caves where the computer servers are kept." All the monks traded looks. Their spokesperson nodded.
"The invaders don't know about that trapdoor at all. Indeed, you must have spoken to our eldest brother," he tapped out.
The other monks nodded as well.
"We will trust you. The keys to our cages are kept on the hook by the door."
Zara raced to the door and started unlocking the cages one by one, starting with the monk acting as their spokesperson first. He instantly retrieved a bag tucked on a high shelf. Inside were the talking sticks Quentin's goons had taken from them. He handed them around as the other monks were freed.
"Thank you, stranger,"
the monk tapped out when all the monks had been freed.
"We will go rescue our eldest brother now. You may continue your journey. The trapdoor is over there."
The monk pointed to the darkest corner of the storehouse, but it wasn't necessary. Kevin had located the trapdoor as soon as he had entered. Still, Kevin appreciated the monks keeping their end of the bargain. Kevin and Zara bowed to the monks. The monks bowed out and silently left the storehouse in a single file. Kevin left Hiro and Yuki to guard the door while he and Zara descended into the ice caves below the monastery by way of a series of ladders bolted to a set of vertical tunnels. Soon Zara's breath was fogging in the dim glow provided by the industrial safety lights that had been installed every 20 feet. "I thought the temperature was supposed to stabilize the further underground you went," Zara observed. "This whole mountain must be an area of polarized electromagnetic convection, creating an inverse thermal sink," Kevin observed. The walls were now coated with permafrost that thickened into ice the deeper they got. The noise increased as well. On the surface, the hum of the servers had barely been audible. Down here, it was almost a roar. Kevin and Zara left the ladders and followed a short corridor to a massive cavern. "Wow," Zara breathed. Even to Zara, who had worked on some of the biggest computer projects in the country, this was a massive server farm. She and Kevin quickly found the operational center of the server farm. Zara plugged her computer in and ran a code cracking program. In minutes, they had access. But Zara realized she had another problem. "Kevin," she exclaimed, "how are we ever going to find the one file we need with the 3D printer instructions for the blueprint in amongst the trillions of gigabytes this server holds?" "We're going to have to be smart about how we search for it," Kevin said. He used his calmest voice, doing everything he could to quell Zara's rising panic. "I'm trying to do a search by 3D printer files, but that still gives us millions of files." Zara cleared her search parameters and entered a new search term. "I tried blueprints, but that gives us even more hits." "We need to think like Q Covington did when he created the 3D printer file. That's how we'll find where it is," Kevin proclaimed. "But we can't search for what the blueprint is for because we still don't know that ourselves." Zara was trying random searches one after the other and not reducing her search results significantly. "I don't think Q knows what Quentin is up to either. He still thinks his dad is the best thing since sliced bread, the poor deluded guy. But what Q did know was that the blueprint came from his father." "So I should search by father?" Zara's fingers were already flying. "No, by dad. That's what Q called Quentin," Kevin explained. Zara reversed her entry and replaced it with Kevin's suggestion. "That's better, but there's still too many hits. I could download them all," Zara offered, "but it would take hours." All around them, the lights flickered. The hum of the servers cut out for a second only to roar back on. "I don't think we have that long," Kevin grimaced. "I think those fake monks are onto us. They're trying to cut the power before we find what we're looking for." The lights flickered again. "I think they might make it," Zara exclaimed. "Try this," ordered Kevin. "Combine the search terms Dad, Blueprint, and Change the World. Filter it to only include 3D printer files." "On it." Zara's fingers flew across the keyboard. "There," she pointed at the screen. "That's got to be the file we need. Downloading it now." There was a commotion in the tunnel leading back to the ladder to the storehouse. Kevin spun around, ready to fight if need be, but it was Hiro and Yuki. "How are things up top?" Kevin wanted to know.
"You should see those monks fight," Hiro breathed. "They started screaming as soon as they saw the fake monks. I guess the vow of silence doesn't apply when you're kicking ass," Yuki added. "After so long into quiet, I think the screaming scared the fake monks more than anything else," Hiro finished.
Yuki handed Kevin a rolled-up piece of parchment and a set of talking sticks.
"The old monk gave me these and motioned for me and Hiro to follow you down the ladder in the storehouse. I think he wanted you to have them."
Kevin unrolled the parchment and looked at it while asking, "How much longer on that download, Zara?"
"I'm almost done,"
Zara told them. Kevin realized what the map was immediately. This is a map of the ice caves. It shows a way out of the caves through the mountain. I think the old monk is telling us not to go back through the monastery. Kevin studied it more closely. The map marked a twisting and dangerous route that included narrow ledges, deep crevices, and areas prone to cave-ins. It's a treacherous path he's marked for us, but should be easy to follow as long as... The lights flickered again, came back, and then died completely. They did not come back on. "As long as that doesn't happen," Kevin declared as they were thrown into complete darkness. Kevin and his team of Zara, Hiro, and Yuki located Quentin Covington's computer server farm under an ancient monastery. After freeing the monks from Quentin's men, Kevin and the others descended into the ice caves under the mountaintop monastery, hoping to retrieve a digital copy of the next piece of the mysterious blueprint and escape through the caves. But Zara hadn't completed the download of the blueprint file when the light suddenly went off. It was so dark in the cave that even with his enhanced sight, Kevin couldn't see his hand in front of his face.
"I guess Quentin's goons finally succeeded in cutting the power,"
Kevin heard Hiro say from his right. "Zara, did you finish downloading the 3D printer file of the blueprint before all the servers went down?" Kevin wanted to know.
"I don't know," Zara fretted. "When the servers went down, the power surge took my laptop with it. I can't risk turning it back on until I have it backed up."
"Don't worry about it," Kevin assured her. "You did the best you could."
"So now we're stuck here in the dark?"
Hiro worried. Kevin could sense Zara shivering beside him. Kevin took off his jacket and wrapped it around Zara. Without the heat of the massive servers working away, the temperature in the ice cave was already beginning to drop.
"Brr!" exclaimed Yuki. "We didn't come dressed for this much ice. We have to get out of here fast, or Quentin's men will find us frozen here like a bunch of popsicles." "How?" Hiro wanted to know. "We can't see a damn thing. Does anybody have a light?"
Kevin had one way to create light, but he wanted to save it for an emergency. It wouldn't last them long. "I can get us out of here," he told the others. "The old map the monks sent down with Hiro and Yuki showed a way out under this mountain."
"But you barely had time to glance at that map, and that way is super dangerous," Yuki exclaimed. "It'll be even deadlier in the dark."
"I had enough time to memorize every detail," Kevin assured him, confident in his superior mental abilities. "I took a mental precision pill just before the lights went out. I suspected that we'd have trouble, and I wanted to make sure I had a leg up on any unforeseen circumstance. With my enhanced senses, I don't need to see to lead us out of here safely." There was a pause as Hiro, Yuki, and Zara considered this. Kevin felt Zara reach out and take his hand like a small child reaching out to a big brother for guidance and comfort.
"I trust you, Kevin."
If you say you can get us out of here, I know you can." Yuki and Hiro added their agreement to Zara's. Their faith and trust in Kevin was enough to make Kevin's heart feel warm and full. He always took the safety of all of his people very seriously. "Join hands," he told them. "We're going to go slowly and cautiously, and I will guide us out of here via the path on the map that the old monk gave me." Zara already had a hold of Kevin's hand. Hiro took her hand, and Yuki grabbed onto his twin's hand. This started a long, cold shuffle through the maze of treacherous ice caves under the mountain. With his super senses, Kevin could have dashed through to where the caves led out at the base of the mountain in less than half an hour. But his team could not move with the same swiftness or sureness, and unfortunately, he'd had only one mental precision pill in his satchel. He knew it was important for him to take it and help his team to safety. Kevin had to guide them along one step at a time. He reached out with all his senses, not just the senses that his levels gave him. He felt for changes in the temperature with his skin, sniffed the air to see if it was getting fresher, and even listened to the way their footsteps echoed back to gain an idea of the topography around them, the way a bat uses sonar to navigate in the dark. It was a slow, tedious, exhausting process. After an hour, Zara begged for a break. She was so cold Kevin could hear her teeth chattering. Although Yuki and Hiro kept their jaws clenched and their teeth still, Kevin knew that they were suffering from the cold just as much. "Okay, we'll take a break here," Kevin told them. "I remember that there's a wide, flat place where it will be safe for us to rest. You must be careful to stay near the wall. There's a deep crevice less than 20 feet in front of us." Slowly, step by step, Kevin led them around the deep hole in the floor of the cave to the far side. Once there, Zara, Yuki, and Hiro could relax. "I'm so cold," Hiro said. "I can't feel my toes anymore." "Me too," added Yuki. "I can't feel your toes either, and I think I'm standing on them." Hiro gave him a friendly shove and then grabbed onto him in case his brother lost his balance. "Be careful, you two," Zara exclaimed. "But you're right. I'm freezing too. I wish I could just stop shivering." She reached out with a hand hoping to find the wall to lean on, but she had misjudged her distance and tipped over. Her feet scrambled as she tried to steady herself, but the floor of the cave was slick and icy. Zara fell and slid like a hockey puck on a foosball table. "Kevin!" she yelled. Kevin grabbed for her and caught the sleeve of the jacket he had lent her, but the jacket was so big it pulled off up over Zara's head. She slipped out of his grasp. "Help!" she screamed. "I'm falling!" Indeed, her voice disappeared down into the crevice in front of them. "Stay here," Kevin ordered the twins and felt his way towards the edge of the deep hole as quickly as he could. "Zara!" he yelled down. "Can you hear me? Say something!" From the depths of the icy crevice, Zara's voice came up thin and cold and obviously in pain. "I'm here, Kevin. It wasn't as bad as I thought. I think I hit a ledge or something." "Do you think you can climb back up?" Kevin asked. "I don't think so. I can't see what to reach for, and I think my ankle might be broken." Hiro and Yuki had wisely stayed near the wall, obeying Kevin's orders. "Maybe we can form a rope out of our clothes and lower it down to Zara," suggested Yuki. "That's a great idea," Kevin replied. "But I'll have to go down and help Zara make sure she can get back up with her injured ankle. There's nothing in this cave that we could attach the rope to, so I'll need you two to stay up here to anchor the rope." Hiro and Yuki tried to tie their shirts and jackets into a rope, but their hands were so cold and numb that they couldn't form knots in the garments. Kevin knew that there was no way that they would be able to hold on tight enough to be able to haul Zara out of the icy crevice. He needed to find a way to warm his team up. Not only did he need Yuki and Hiro to be able to anchor the rope, but with the icy walls of the crevice surrounding Zara, she'd be losing body heat even faster. Hypothermia would set in a matter of minutes. Mentally, Kevin ran through all of the supplies he had in his herbalist satchel. There should be something there that he could use to create a thermal pill that would enable the others' bodies to increase their internal temperature to offset the freezing air around them. There was just one ingredient that he was missing: the helix vine. Fortunately, the helix vine was an incredibly deep-rooted plant. The leaves were soaked in tons of light, but its roots required chilly temperatures to offset the heat the plant took in. Chilly temperatures just like those found in these caves. Kevin had noticed the tops of the plants on their hike up the mountain. Now he just had to find where the roots were coming out down here underground. This would have been obvious if Kevin had light to see by, but here in the dark he had to use another strategy. Helix vine created a tiny increase in the temperature around its roots, which in caves like these meant a little bit of ice melt. Kevin got down on his hands and knees and swept the ground with his hands, looking for any trace of moisture. He had covered most of the area when he felt it, the tiniest trickle of wetness. He followed the trickle back up to its source and touched a tiny thread of helix vine root sticking out of the sheet of ice that made up the wall of the cave. This was exactly what Kevin needed. He pulled on the thread of the root. The ice surrounding the helix vine root shattered as Kevin pulled harder. More and more roots came out as the ice around it continued to break. Soon he had 2 giant handfuls of helix vine root, more than enough to make the thermal pills his team needed in order to survive this dangerous journey. But the roots needed to be refined, and that was going to take fire. This is what Kevin had been saving his one opportunity to create light for. Hiro, Yuki, I'm going to need some of the down from your jackets, just a small handful. Kevin took a small knife and nicked each of the cuffs of their jackets and withdrew the handful of the down lining. He gathered it into a small pile and then took out his one chance to make a friction fire. The 2 talking sticks the old monk had included when he had sent Hiro and Yuki with the map to get out of the caves. Kevin broke one stick into tiny fragments. He would need them to fuel the fire that would refine the helix vine root. The other he broke in half and swiftly started rubbing together. It was tough going. The bamboo was soft and pulpy, the worst kind of wood to use to try to make this kind of fire. Kevin poured all of his speed and skill into rubbing the sticks together as fast as possible. A tiny pile of sawdust grew amongst the down and kindling, and then all at once coal sparked to life and dropped into the feathers. The coal puffed up in a ball of flame. Yuki and Hiro reeled back away from the sudden light. The tiny fire seemed as bright as the sun after so much time in the darkness. "Here we go," Kevin cheered. "This will just take a few minutes." He added water and the roots to an aluminum pot he kept in his satchel. Within minutes, the ingredients were ready. Kevin carefully ground the roots with a variety of other ingredients and crafted the thermal pills. He handed them over. Yuki and Hiro popped them in their mouths. Both of them knew what an herbal genius Kevin was. In less than a minute, Hiro and Yuki stopped shaking. "That's incredible," Hiro said. "I feel toasty warm now." Yuki flexed his fingers. "Yeah, I bet I could even play the piano now," he declared. "Seriously?" Hiro asked. "Because you couldn't before we came down here." "Enough joking around," Kevin commanded. "Zara still needs our help." The twins perfectly wove their shirts and jackets into a rope and anchored Kevin as he rappelled down to Zara. Zara was blue with cold. Hypothermia had set in and she was barely conscious. Kevin had to force the thermal pill into her mouth and help her swallow it. At first, nothing happened. In fact, Zara seemed to get worse. Her breathing slowed and her lips went from blue to dead white. Was it too late for Kevin's herbal thermal pill to save Zara's life? Had he let one of his teammates die? Kevin and his team of Zara, Hiro, and Yuki hoped that Zara was able to download a digital copy of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint before his goons cut the power to his server farm. Then Kevin used his super senses to lead them out through a treacherous series of ice caves in the pitch darkness. When Zara fell into a crevice, Kevin found a rare ingredient and started a friction fire to create herbal thermal pills for his team to stave off hypothermia. But was it too late for even Kevin's herbal wizardry to save Zara? Kevin stared into Zara's white, frozen face. The light from the tiny fire he had built to refine the herbal thermal pills barely reached this icy ledge in the crevice. The The thermal pills had helped Hiro and Yuki in less than a minute, but Zara had been much further gone with hypothermia, with the narrow, icy walls of the crevice sucking away at her body heat. But suddenly, Zara's eyelids fluttered. She opened them fully and smiled at Kevin. Already the color was returning to her lips and cheeks. "Kevin, you came for me?" Zara remarked with wonder. "Of course I came for you. I will never leave any of my team behind," Kevin promised. "Just hold on to me. Hiro and Yuki will haul us up." Zara wrapped her arms around Kevin the way she would around a dear brother or a beloved uncle. Kevin tucked her against him like a child with one arm. With the other, he held on to the makeshift rope. Yuki and Hiro pulled with all their might and quickly had Kevin and Zara back up to the floor of the cave they had started at. Zara had injured her ankle in her fall into the crevice. Kevin gave it a professional examination and determined it was only sprained and not broken. He whipped up an herbal poultice to take away the pain and swelling, while Yuki and Hiro unwove their shirts and jackets from the rope they had created. Yuki looked at the remains of the tiny fire Kevin had started. It was already dying and they had no more fuel for it, nor could they take it with them. "I'm sure not looking forward to going back to shuffling along in the dark while Kevin tries to lead us out of here." "Me either," added Hiro, "but I guess there's nothing for it." "It's okay," Kevin assured them. "We're almost there, and this crevice was the last of the dangerous parts." True to his word as always, Kevin led his little team onward. Soon they came to another cave that was entirely free of ice. On the far side they could see daylight streaming in, and beyond that was the town they had started their journey from. Kevin immediately booked his team into the best guest house in the area. He knew they deserved it after their frozen adventure in the caves. They rested, relaxed, ate, and all took long soaks in the natural hot springs. Meanwhile, Kevin made discreet inquiries around town and learned the monks, the real monks, had requested the police's help in carting away the dozens of Quentin Covington's goons who had invaded their sacred monastery. Apparently, the goons were in rough shape, and more than a few would require long hospital stays before they could be turned over to the justice system. Kevin knew they'd be regretting messing with the silent monks for a long time, regardless of what Quentin had been paying them. Kevin's only worry now was if Zara had really been able to download the 3D printer file of the next piece of the blueprint before the servers had shut down. It was one more reason to get back to Chicago and Lily as soon as possible. As soon as the private jet Kevin hired touched down in Chicago, Kevin was thinking of getting home and seeing his darling wife Lily again. Kevin couldn't wait to see how she was and how her pregnancy was progressing. Yuki and Hiro would return to their duties at Williams & Williams, Kevin's successful pharmaceutical company, while Zara went directly on to Kevin's war room to start the tricky job of recovering as much as possible from her laptop, which had been damaged in a power surge. Less than an hour later, Kevin walked into his beautiful home in the suburbs, where he was happily greeted by Missy the cat and Hank the dog. Kevin was their favorite human, although Lily ran a very close second. Kevin was giving them happy to see you two scratches and pats when Lily's mother, Dorothy, breezed into the room. She stopped and glared at Kevin. "Oh, you're back," Dorothy said flatly. "I guess that means that all the windows on your plane didn't simultaneously fail at high altitude and the abrupt change in cabin pressure didn't rip your limbs from your body while you watched your intestines get sucked out in long, bloody ribbons into the void at 50,000 feet. No, Kevin replied slowly. Nothing like that happened. Why do you ask? No reason, Dorothy sighed as she walked away, muttering, God really doesn't answer prayers anymore. Before Kevin could think of a response, he heard his favorite sound in the whole world, his wife calling his name. Kevin, is that you? Lily called from the next room. We're in here, planning the gender reveal party. Come join us. Kevin entered Lily's study to find the big conference table awash with lookbooks, party samples, and tasting menus. Lily was consulting with Dr. Serafina Willow, the doctor who had agreed to oversee Lily's pregnancy. Dr. Willow's admiration for Kevin had her also admiring and adoring Lily for all of her charitable acts. The two had quickly become great friends. Lily jumped up to greet Kevin with a hug and a simple peck on the cheek. She was never one for excessive displays of affection in front of other people, which Kevin appreciated. But he could see her love for him and the happiness for his return shining in her eyes. "I'm so glad you're home." Lily couldn't help giving him one more little squeeze. Kevin felt that the swell of her baby bump had grown while he'd been away. It made him so proud and happy to think of their child growing inside her. With a welcome like that, what man wouldn't be overjoyed to be home? Kevin replied. "Hello, Dr. Willow. I hope everything is okay with Lily, and this isn't an emergency visit." Dr. Willow waved at the crowded conference table. "The only emergency here is that we can't decide what kind of method to use to make the big gender reveal at the party." "Some people do a big cake," Lily explained. "You cut into it, and if it's one kind of cake, it's a boy. And if it's another kind of cake, it's a girl." "There's also the balloon route," Dr. Willow added. "The parents open a big box and pink or blue balloons burst out. Those are both fun, but..." Kevin rubbed his chin. His superior intellect was hard at work. There was nothing he loved more than coming up with special and unique ways to make Lily smile. "Why don't you let me figure out a new way to do the gender reveal?" "Kevin, no," Lily pouted. "I want us to find out together." Kevin smiled at her. "I want that too. I'll just devise the way of doing the reveal. It will be up to Dr. Willow to add the actual answer as to whether we're having a boy or a girl." He looked at Dr. Willow, who smiled and nodded. She was game for whatever Kevin could come up with. Lily nodded, understanding now. "Oh, I see. That would be wonderful, Kevin. You always come up with the most amazing ideas and make everything so special." "Now that I've solved that emergency for you, what else can I do to help you, ladies?" Kevin wanted to know. "I can fetch and carry, go hither and yon. I even give excellent foot rubs." Dr. Willow laughed. "I think that last one is just for Lily. But actually, I think we've got everything else under control." Lily checked the time. "And a good thing, too. I have a meeting to get to." She smiled apologetically at Kevin. "I'm sorry to run off like this, darling, especially since you just got back. But I think this might be important." Kevin smiled. He loved that his Lily was so busy doing so much good in the world. "Who's this very important meeting with?" "It's with C.C. Dunhill, the president of the Chicago City Council." Kevin was impressed. "That does sound important. May I offer to drive you to your meeting?" Lily frowned. "I don't want to drag you all the way back into the city when you just got home." Kevin shrugged. "I need to check on a few things at my lab anyway," he smiled. "And anything that gives me a little more time with the beautiful glowing mother of my child is more than worth it." Lily beamed back and accepted Kevin's offer with pleasure. Kevin dropped Lily off at City Hall for her meeting with the president of the Chicago City Council with a promise to pick her up again once it was over. Lily was gratified to be shown into the huge office of C.C. Dunhill. C.C. was a tall, full-figured woman who embodied the dignity of her office perfectly. "Mrs. Williams," she greeted Lily, coming around to shake her hand and show her to a seat on a plush leather sofa. "Thank you so much for agreeing to meet with me on such short notice." "I'm always happy to do whatever I can to help the city," Lily assured C.C. as C.C.'s assistant brought them chilled glasses of French mineral water. "Is this about my work with the lily pad, or the clinic we've been operating on the south side?" Lily had founded the nonprofit LilyPad to help others less fortunate than herself. The free community medical clinic had been one of the LilyPad's first big projects and had already had a huge positive impact on the area. "In a manner of speaking," Cece replied, sipping her water, "but it's also bigger than that. As you know, Chicago is without a mayor after the shameful shenanigans that went down recently with Mayor Walsh." Lily nodded. Kevin had been responsible for the fall of the former corrupt Chicago mayor, although he hadn't shared all the details of that adventure with Lily. The elections to replace the mayor are quickly approaching, Cece continued, and we need a strong candidate who truly cares about the people in this city. I couldn't agree more. How can I help? Offered Lily. Are you looking for candidate recommendations or campaign donations? Cece shook her head. What I'm looking for is you, Mrs. Williams. Lily nearly choked on her water. Me? Cece leaned forward. That's right. Lily Williams. How would you like to be mayoress of Chicago? After returning home, Kevin dropped Lily off for her appointment with the president of the Chicago City Council, C.C. Dunhill, who shocked Lily by proposing that Lily run for mayor in the upcoming election. Kevin, meanwhile, has continued on to his war room at Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals to find out if Zara was able to retrieve the download of a digital copy of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint from her laptop. Kevin walked into his war room to find Zara hooking her old laptop into the Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals mainframe. I'm glad you're here, Kevin. I'm just about to see if I was able to actually download the 3D printer computer file of that piece of the blueprint before the power surge fried my old laptop, Zara explained as she toyed with cords and plugs. I'll keep my fingers crossed, Kevin said. Me too, Zara agreed. After everything we went through in Japan, it would be really terrible if it was all for nothing. Kevin had taken Zara, Hiro, and Yuki to Japan to raid Quentin Covington's next base of operations. There they had crafted battle bots from scrap metal, met Quentin Covington's son Q, fought giant robots, trekked up a remote mountain, saved a monastery of silent monks, and escaped through icy mountain caves. Zara herself had suffered a badly sprained ankle and would have died of hypothermia if it wasn't for Kevin's herbal prowess. But now she was looking in the pink of health, and the limp from her sprained ankle had disappeared completely. Here goes nothing. Zara hit enter to begin recovering her files. She and Kevin held their breath, but sure enough, the computer file popped up on the screen of the Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals mainframe. There it is, Zara crowed. She quickly opened the file and scanned through it. It looks like everything's here and intact. I knew you could do it, Kevin told her. Zara had to counter Kevin's glee. We did it. I wouldn't have been able to figure out the download process without your technical advice. I'm just glad the download had enough time to process before the blackout in the caves. And don't worry about your laptop, Zara, Kevin said. My company will of course replace it with the best available. Zara blushed. I wasn't worried about it, Kevin. You're the most thoughtful and conscientious employer ever. She turned back to the screen. I'm more worried about finding a solution to this. It's great we have this file, but it actually doesn't do us much good as it is. We need a 3D printer to produce the piece of blueprint so we can match it up with the others. Zara pointed to where the 3 other pieces of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint had been assembled. They offered clues as to Quentin's master plan, but the picture was far from complete. I know, Kevin said. There are companies all over the world that would be happy to run this program and produce the piece of blueprint for us, but this is too important and top secret to trust to just anybody. Zara nodded. Even if you can find somebody trustworthy, there's nothing to say that they couldn't be hacked or broken into or become a victim of industrial espionage. Kevin considered everything he needed. It would have to be done on a state-of-the-art 3D printer, but one that's also completely off the grid and not able to be ruined by cyber attacks. Zara frowned. Does that even exist? I mean, what's the point of having a 3D printer if you're not plugged into the rest of the world? I don't know if it does exist. Kevin pulled out his phone and started a 3-way holographic video call. But I know who would know if it does. The figures of Stanley Cooper and Agent Karen Stone of Interpol appeared as holograms in the room. Hello, Stanley. Hello, Agent Cooper, Kevin began. There's something I need your help with.
Always happy to help you, Stanley replied.
If we can, Agent Stone added in a darker tone. Some of her superiors at Interpol would not be happy if they knew how much information she had provided to Kevin, who was, after all, only a civilian in their minds, even if his talents and skills were far beyond anyone's employed by the agency. Kevin explained what he was looking for. I'm not sure if something or someone like that actually exists, but if he does, I need to find him. Stanley immediately had an answer.
I have heard of one person who might fit what you're looking for, but there's just one problem.
What's that? Kevin wanted to know. Agent Stone rolled her eyes. The guy with the off-grid state-of-the-art 3D printer. He's a certifiably crazy conspiracy theorist. Stanley, I know who you're talking about. You mean Kermit, don't you, Stanley? Kevin frowned. Just like Kermit the Frog Kermit?
Only if Kermit the Frog was a 40-something swamp-dwelling crackpot who was really more myth than man, Stanley replied. This guy is more like Kermit the Hermit. He lives in the 100-mile swamp down in Louisiana. It's a backwoods country full of gators, snakes, and vermin.
So you're saying he'll be hard to track down? Kevin asked. Agent Stone scoffed. This guy is so far off the grid even the other swamp folk aren't entirely sure he exists. There are crazy rumors about stores getting broken into, robbed blind of basic supplies, but then the guy nails $1,000 bills to the cash registers for payment.
Frankly, the storekeepers don't know whether to be angry about it or hide the money from the insurance company,
Stanley added. Nobody knows where he lives, Karen continued. They say he moves around like he's a ghost or something. We've been trying to pin him down for years, but nothing works. Not GPS tracking, not human and canine tracking, not overhead drones. The swamp's way too thick down there, but the weird thing is, if our information is right, he's got a pretty big tech setup, so it must be something like an underground bunker we just haven't located yet. Kevin shook his head. No way it's a bunker. What you're talking about is serious Louisiana bayou. The water table is far too high for anything to exist underground. They don't even bury bodies down that way.
Then Kermit's got to have something big and something movable, and that's exactly why we can't find it. Though damned if I can think of how he's pulling it off, Stanley shot back.
Kevin smiled. Well, if anybody can find him, I can. This guy sounds like exactly what I need. Kevin checked the time. Lily should have been finishing up her appointment with the Chicago City Council President, C.C. Dunhill, at any minute. Sorry, you two. We'll have to pick this up again later. Send me a file with everything you know about this Kermit guy and I'll see about getting a hold of him. I don't care if he's a myth or a man, but if he has what I need, I'm going to find him. Stanley Cooper and Agent Karen Stone promised to do their best and ended the holographic video call. So you're going to Louisiana, Kevin? Zara asked. Can I come too? Yes, once we find the 3D printer, your computer expertise could come in handy, Kevin replied. Put in a call to Kyle Thompson and Marcus Watford too. They're just the people I need if I'm going to hunt up a crazy man in the Louisiana swamps. Meanwhile, in the posh office of Chicago City Council President C.C. Dunhill, Lily tried to wrap her mind around the suggestion the woman across the table from her had just made. Me? Mayor of Chicago? Lily gasped. Of course. You're the perfect candidate, Cece gushed. Not only are you at the forefront of Chicago society, thanks to being married to the city's richest and most brilliant man, but your work in the charity sector is second to none. Lily was flattered, but at the same time it seemed like an overwhelming position. Lily had never thought of herself as a politician. Not to mention that your husband helped to expose the last corrupt mayor, Mayor Walsh, and Kevin cleaned up our beautiful rivers here in Chicago, Cece continued. If only he were in town more, I'd be talking to him now. Lily agreed that Kevin would be a brilliant mayor. He was brilliant at everything he did. Unfortunately, his responsibilities took him out of town far too often to take on that kind of political role, but Lily did prefer to stay closer to home. "You'll have to let me think about it," Lily said. "It's a lot to take in." "I understand," Cece agreed. "It's just that election day is coming up so fast, so you would need to make a decision sooner rather than later. Not to mention a pregnant lady would be great for the sentimental vote." Lily frowned. She wanted people to vote for her because she was smart and caring and knew how to bring people together to create positive change, not out of some sort of misplaced sentimentality. Still, the idea of being mayor was an interesting one. Lily promised to let Cece know as soon as she made up her mind. Lily stepped outside of City Hall, still deep in thought. Kevin, exactly on time as always, was waiting for her and held the car door open for his darling wife. He could tell that she had a lot on her mind and wanted some quiet time to think as they drove home together. Kevin was happy to do that. Just sitting beside Lily in the car made him happy. He knew that she would tell him what was going on as soon as she was ready. Just as they pulled up to the house, Nancy was leaving. "Hi, Nancy," Kevin greeted her. Nancy was Lily's house guest and pregnancy buddy. Nancy's baby bump had swelled since Kevin was gone the same way that Lily's had. "Kevin, welcome back," Nancy chirped. "So sorry I can't stay to hear about your travels, but I have to go. I've got a hot date. It's our second one. I really think this could go somewhere." "Hey, that's great. Have fun." Kevin wished Lily's friend the best. Nancy had had trouble with an abusive ex-boyfriend right up until he died unexpectedly. Kevin hoped finally being free of the brute was helping Nancy trust in the promise of love again. But Lily was suddenly worried. Nancy had recently gone on a date with Kevin's problematic cousin Ethan Williams. Lily had hoped the whole thing would come to nothing. But if Nancy was heading out on a second date, it meant that this could be serious. Lily didn't know what kind of drama Nancy and Ethan's relationship could cause, and Lily wondered if she should alert Kevin to the situation that was arising in Nancy's love life. Lily was right to be worried, though not in the way Lily thought. Nancy wasn't her friend. She wasn't even pregnant. Nancy was being paid to keep a close eye on Lily by Juanita Hernandez, who had something terrible planned for Lily's precious unborn child. Kevin finished making plans for his trek to the Louisiana Bayou. He needed to track down a crazed techie with a powerful 3D printer, which Kevin needed to recreate the latest piece of Quentin Covington's blueprint with Kyle Thompson and Marcus Watford. Lily had paused in considering the possibilities of running for mayor of Chicago to enjoy a quiet evening at home with Kevin while Nancy drove off for her date with Kevin's scheming cousin, Ethan Williams. Nancy checked the address that Ethan had texted to her against the numbers on the crumbling apartment building she stood in front of. Sure enough, it was the right address, but for the life of her, Nancy couldn't understand why a scion of the rich and powerful Williams family was living in a cruddy apartment in one of the least glamorous neighborhoods of Chicago. Nancy hoped that maybe it was a joke. Ethan had offered to cook her dinner for their second date. Their first date had been in a classy uptown cocktail bar. But now that Nancy thought of it, Ethan had only ordered tap water, claiming that he had to drive later. He'd also made an early night of it, saying that he had to get home to help his ailing father. Women were supposed to admire that kind of crap, but Nancy just hoped that the old man wouldn't be too much of an obstacle to their relationship. Nancy was determined to marry rich, very rich, and that's what the Williamses were. She couldn't live with Kevin and Lily forever. She needed to secure her meal ticket for the rest of her life before Kevin and Lily found out that she'd been faking the pregnancy. She adjusted her cleavage and the small pillow she had tucked under her shirt to give her the appearance of a baby bump for her fake pregnancy. Then she knocked on the apartment door. Ethan answered the door with his hair mussed, a spatula in one hand, and some kind of gross stain on his tie. "Nancy, welcome to my home." Nancy's heart sank when she stepped inside. So this wasn't a joke. She looked around the tiny two-bedroom apartment. All the furniture looked like it had been picked up secondhand off of street corners. There was the smell of something burning in the kitchen, but it couldn't quite hide a musty dampness that came up from under the floorboards. "So, this is where we're having our date?" Nancy prompted Ethan. "Well, You said you wanted to see where I lived. Ethan shrugged. Yeah, I did. Nancy decided to keep things light while she tried to figure out this mystery. She smiled brightly. What are you cooking? It's my culinary specialty, Ethan declared, waving the spatula. Pancakes. Nancy spied the box of pancake mix on the counter. Pancakes from a box is your culinary specialty? This was getting worse by the minute. Breakfast for dinner was always one of my favorite meals growing up as a kid, so I learned how to make them. Ethan decided to be fancy and try tossing a pancake into the air and catching it in the frying pan. That always looks so cool on TV. That's sweet. Nancy saw a cockroach scuttle by her shoe. She drove the tip of her stiletto heel through its back. You bet it's sweet, Ethan grinned. I always add chocolate chips, marshmallows, and rainbow sprinkles to the batter. Ethan tossed the pancake up. It hit the ceiling and instantly cemented itself in place with the scum of old grease and dirt already there. Ethan decided to pretend that had never happened and poured more batter into the pan. Nancy closed her eyes. It was astounding that Ethan had ever managed to pull off kidnapping Lily. Lily had mentioned the kidnapping to Nancy days ago. Ethan must have outsourced most of the job. Ethan was an idiot, but he was a rich idiot, which meant he was ideal husband material. Nancy just needed to make sure there weren't any impediments to her seducing him, marrying him, and taking him for every dime he had. So, do you live here alone? She asked. No, I actually live here with my father. Ethan shot a look at one of the closed bedroom doors. His father, Thomas, had become gravely ill, and though Alan, Kevin's father and Thomas's brother, ensured Thomas that Kevin would use his herbalism and pharmaceutical skills to save Thomas's life, Kevin had done the exact opposite. Thomas was in a perpetual state of near death, and he waffled between being bedridden and angry and being nearly comatose. Kevin had also stripped Thomas and Ethan of their portion of the Williams wealth after Kevin had to rescue his wife, Lily, from Ethan's basement, where she was being held captive. That only added to the anger Kevin still felt about the family shunning him and his parents when, years before, it seemed as though his ill-advised investment had brought them a financial setback. No one knew that it was going to be the opposite. Kevin suddenly became far wealthier and more powerful than any Williams family member had ever been. Usually mild-mannered and even-tempered, Kevin was a vicious and vindictive enemy to anybody who threatened him or his beloved wife Lily and his parents. The revenge Kevin had plotted against the enemies inside his own family had been one of his great successes and one of the worst experiences of Ethan's life. Ethan had been forced to leave the high society he had grown up in. This was also why he was now trying to meet women on dating apps like Fizzle and SadSacksForYou.com. He hadn't matched with a single woman. But now there was Nancy, and new hope for Ethan. Ethan smiled to himself as he flipped another pancake. Nancy was obviously looking for a man of class and substance, and didn't care about frivolous material things like wealth or power. At least Ethan had convinced himself of that. I'd love to meet your dad, Nancy smiled wider. Maybe the father kept the purse strings tight to keep Ethan in line. Nancy had no problem switching her focus to the old man if that's what it took to make sure she would be able to retire to a tropical paradise before she was 40. Maybe after dinner. Ethan guided Nancy to the table and poured a glass of wine from the box on the radiator. She gulped down half of it and then froze. She was supposed to be pregnant. She wasn't supposed to be drinking. Had Ethan noticed? He had. I poured that wine for myself. Nancy smiled. It's okay, my doctor cleared me to have an occasional glass of wine. Ethan frowned. That's a thing? It's a thing. Nancy nodded harder, hoping to convince him. French women do it all the time. Nancy had no idea if that was true. The closest she'd been to France was when she worked at a French fry station in a fast food place in high school. She'd lasted less than a day. Let me get you a glass of water, just in case. Ethan brought her a glass of cloudy tap water. Nancy stared at it. Even if she had been pregnant, there was no way this beverage was better for a baby than the boxed wine. The wine at least had been pasteurized. Meanwhile, Kevin was enjoying his quiet evening at home with his dear Lily. Hank the dog and Missy the cat were curled up at their feet. A fire crackled in the fireplace. Their house guest Nancy was out for the evening, and even Lily's mother Dorothy had found somewhere else to be. Lily read a book, pausing occasionally to look up and smile at Kevin, happy to just have him safe at home. This was exactly the kind of evening Kevin always dreamed of having, but something always seemed to get in the way of his simple pleasures. Like his phone going off at a time like this. Reluctantly, Kevin checked the message. It was from an unknown number, but the message read, "I have located the portal to the upper realm. Meet me at the end of Navy Pier and I will give you its location." The message ended with the initials NK. Kevin frowned. The only person he knew with the initials NK was the Night King. Reluctantly, Kevin got to his feet. This required further investigation. Lily looked up as Kevin stood. "Kevin, where are you going? I thought we were going to have a nice evening together." "That's what I was hoping for, too," Kevin replied. "But I have to make a quick trip into the city to check on something. I'll be back as soon as I can, I promise." Kevin gave Lily a quick but sincere kiss on the cheek before hurrying out the door. Chicago's Navy Pier jutted out into Lake Michigan. It had gone through several renovations and was now an entertainment and dining center for the city. There were restaurants, bars, and shops, along with an amusement park and Ferris wheel, public art displays, a grand ballroom, and places to fish. Kevin strolled along the pier, his senses on high alert. It was a busy place full of lights and sound. At least 200 people milled about, playing carnival games, dining at restaurants, sightseeing, or even getting a little night fishing in. Kevin reached the end of the pier without encountering the Night King. He stopped and stared out at the vast, dark expanse of Lake Michigan. Although there were few people at this end of the pier, the lights, music, and sound behind Kevin filled up the night. "You have come, at last," boomed an ominous voice behind Kevin. Kevin turned to see a tall, shadowy figure approach him. "I would have thought you would have obeyed a summons from the Night King faster," reprimanded the dark figure. Kevin leaned back against the railing and crossed his arms. For the real Night King, I would have, assuming he ever stooped to text messaging. Kevin noticed the dark figure's startled reaction. It was subtle, but Kevin's superior senses picked up on it easily. "I know you're not the Night King," Kevin continued, "so why don't we end this silly charade and you just tell me why you called me out here when I was having a lovely evening at home with my wife?" The dark figure stood taller and brushed back the hood that had cast its face in shadow. The face revealed was one that Kevin didn't recognize. "So then who are you?" Kevin asked, his annoyance growing by the moment. "Nobody you know," the unknown man replied. "That's the point. Secluded Valley assassins are always anonymous." Kevin wanted to laugh. The Secluded Valley hasn't learned much if they think that they could just send one assassin after me. Kevin reached out with his senses. This man had levels, maybe as high as an advanced level 5. But that was still no match for Kevin's level 7. Even if Kevin did still have to be cautious about overextending his powers when they were still so new to him. "We've learned quite a bit about you, Kevin Williams." The man's smug tone was unmistakable. Suddenly, all the lights on the pier died. The music cut off abruptly. Dozens of conversations instantly ceased. The Secluded Valley assassin smiled at Kevin. "They didn't just send me." Everybody on the pier, all the restaurant goers and the people playing carnival games, those on the amusement park rides and the night fishermen, all 200 people, stopped what they were doing and headed for Kevin. Their movements were silent and deadly. Every person on the pier was a Secluded Valley assassin. Kevin leaned back against the railing at the end of the pier, Each one of these assassins was at least a level 3, and most of them were a level or 2 above that. There were 200 assassins. There was only one of Kevin, and Kevin was trapped at the end of the pier with nowhere to go. Kevin sighed. So much for being cautious about overextending his powers. While on her date with Kevin's cousin Ethan Williams, Nancy began to wonder if Ethan's father Thomas would be a better candidate to become her next late husband, which was probably a safe bet since Thomas Williams was in a coma. At the same time, Kevin had been lured to the end of Chicago's Navy Pier on the Lake Michigan waterfront, only to find it was a trap set by Secluded Valley assassins. The 200 Secluded Valley assassins closed in on Kevin. Kevin was trapped at the end of Chicago's Navy Pier, overlooking Lake Michigan. The Secluded Valley assassins were all between levels 3 and 5. One-on-one, they would have been no match against Kevin's level 7 skills, but the odds were overwhelmingly in favor of the Secluded Valley assassins due to their numbers. Kevin was usually cautious when using his level 7 powers. He had been warned that at this early stage in his development, his level 7 powers were finite and exhaustible. Until Kevin got to the upper realm and could refine his abilities, he had to be careful. The Night King had made that clear to Kevin, and Kevin always heeded the wise advisor's warnings. Unfortunately, Kevin did not have the luxury of caution if he was going to survive 200 of the world's deadliest assassins and get back home to keep his promise to Lily to not be gone too long. The assassin who had been posing as the Night King pulled a sword out from under his long coat and ran at Kevin. A dozen of his companions did the same, unsheathing weapons from hidden places around their bodies. Kevin grabbed an abandoned fishing pole from nearby. The lead assassin swung at the pole, slicing it clean through. Kevin was left holding only a 2-foot length with a sharp point. Kevin ducked under the assassin's defenses faster than the human eye could follow and speared the broken fishing pole through the man's eye. The assassin dropped. He was dead. Kevin caught the assassin's sword before it could hit the ground. Kevin pivoted barely in time to bring up the sword to parry the attacks of the next wave of assassins. He left them with sliced throats, their life's blood bleeding out onto the wide, ancient boards of Navy Pier. But 50 more assassins were running at Kevin at full tilt, all of them armed. There were far too many of them for Kevin to fight one-on-one. Kevin waited until the last moment possible, and then jumped high into the air, coming down hard on his fist, which slammed through the industrial-strength steel of the pier. A gaping hole opened up at Kevin's feet. Unable to stop their forward momentum, the 50 assassins all fell helplessly into the hole in the pier and down into the icy waters of Lake Michigan. It still was not enough. Navy Pier was a large entertainment area. It had been full of people apparently innocently enjoying themselves when Kevin had arrived. Now every last one of those people was Kevin's enemy. Kevin needed a way to eliminate all of them at once without fail. Not only did he need to send a message to the Secluded Valley that he was not to be toyed with, but he couldn't leave even one of these deadly assassins alive to follow him back to his home in Lily. Kevin backed away from the hole in the pier. The next wave of assassins easily went around it. Now Kevin was cornered in an even smaller space. He only had this tiny section of the undamaged pier to stand on. Kevin backed up further. He needed to make sure that all of the assassins were there. But Kevin was running out of room. He climbed up onto the pier's railing, which shook and swayed under his weight. He slashed at the first few assassins, easily disarming them. But more kept coming. They began hurling their weapons at Kevin, forcing him to dodge, while keeping his feet on his shaky perch on the unsteady railing. It still wasn't enough. Kevin could see more assassins running from the restaurants and the amusement park to join their deadly brothers and sisters. Kevin climbed a tall light pole, swinging wildly around it to avoid the daggers and stars the assassins threw at him. At the top of the light pole, Kevin found he had nowhere else to go. He began swaying back and forth, the light pole bending and flexing under the strain of his weight. As a moving target, Kevin would be more difficult for the assassins to hit. But these were the best assassins in the world, and their expert aim was second only to Kevin's. He used the sword to bat away the projectiles, knocking them back into the crowd of assassins and taking out a few more potential killers with every strike. Finally, all of the assassins were gathered at the broken end of the pier. Kevin saw his chance. He swung the light pole wildly around and leapt off just as he felt the steel under him crack. Kevin flew over the gaping hole in the pier, landing safely on the landward side. Kevin could not let these people live. He knew that they would just keep coming after him. Once a Secluded Valley assassin was given an assignment, he never stopped for anything. Kevin gathered all of his powers, reaching deep within himself for every last glimmer of strength and will. He focused that power through his body, down his arms, and into the sword in his hand. With a mighty scream, Kevin plunged the sword into the thick wooden steel of the pier and ran along its length. The sword, now strengthened with Kevin's level 7 powers, sliced through the industrial materials making up the pier like a hot knife through butter. The assassins were all now cut off from the mainland. It was not enough. Kevin reached even deeper. He could feel that his well of power was diminishing. Perhaps it would refill itself with time and rest. Perhaps not. But Kevin had to end these assassins now. He pulled everything out of himself and pushed. A bone-chilling cold blue light burst out of every one of Kevin's pores. The light rolled over the Secluded Valley assassins, creating a pressure that popped eyeballs like grapes and collapsed throats like tin cans. Blood poured from every orifice, flooding the old pier and washing down into the murky depths of Lake Michigan. As one, the remaining assassins fell dead to the ground. The damaged end of the old pier could take no more and collapsed, taking the bodies of Kevin's foes with it into the silent depths of the lake where no one would ever find them. Kevin released the pulse of power. He sagged, suddenly bone-tired and dizzy. He dug through his herbal satchel. He never went anywhere without it, and he swallowed a recovery pill. Instantly, he felt better. He'd taken no permanent damage from the huge use of his power. He stood straighter and turned for home and Lily without another look back. Meanwhile, at Ethan's apartment, Ethan's date night was not going nearly as successfully as Kevin's evening had been. Ethan saw the wary look Nancy gave the glass of grimy tap water that he handed her. Ethan realized his date, the first he'd had in months, was not going well. Worse, he finally remembered that he might have exaggerated the tiniest bit on his dating profile. It was just possible that Nancy had gotten the impression he was into the finer luxuries in life, that he was able to pay his rent, and that he had marketable job skills. He brought the pancakes to the table along with a bottle of fake maple syrup, so old the contents had turned from liquid to a solid. "Of course, I'm only living here for my father's sake," he told her. Nancy poked at her pancakes with the plastic fork Ethan had pulled from his neighbor's last food delivery order. "For God's sake, why?" slipped out before she could hide her true thoughts. Ethan hoped to play on her sympathies. "You see, my father doesn't have that much longer left to live." "That's so sad." Nancy wiped away an imaginary tear and mentally moved the father up her list of potential soon-to-be late husbands. "He's been really sick for quite some time." Ethan continued to spin the tale. "One of his last wishes before he slipped into a coma was that he wanted to go back to his roots. Unlike some other members of our family, our branch wasn't born with a silver spoon in their mouths." "It is unfair how some have so much and others have so little," Nancy agreed in a sympathetic tone. "It really is," Ethan agreed. "My father built his fortune using nothing but his wits and his lawyers, but he started out in a place just like this." Ethan waved a hand around the crumbling apartment as he continued to spin his web of lies. Perhaps one of Thomas's nannies had come from such a similar living situation, though in fairness to the nannies, they would have kept the place cleaner. A mouse ran over the toe of Nancy's shoe. She squished it, and it died with an agonized squeak. "What was that?" Ethan looked up from his pancakes. "It was me." Nancy covered her mouth with her hand. "Just a little gas. Keep telling me about your father." Ethan smiled. Nancy was obviously entranced by his charm and magnetism, or so Ethan thought. "I'd be happy to. Of course, now that my father has made his fortune, he can afford to live anywhere in the world and receive the very best medical care. But he wanted his final days to be peaceful and simple, with only his nearest and dearest close by." Ethan laid a hand on his heart to indicate himself as the aforementioned nearest and dearest. He didn't realize that he had melted marshmallows from his pancake on it, and his hand stuck to his tie. "That's so admirable of you." Nancy gave him the full warmth of her smile as she pushed her plate away. The pancakes had begun to disintegrate under their own weight in sugar. "I really admire a man who remembers where he came from because he didn't stay there." "I agree." Ethan nodded quickly and dropped his voice. "Despite what some other people might think, my father is really the brains of the family. The Williamses wouldn't be anywhere near as an important and powerful family as they are now if it wasn't for my father." Nancy thought the father was sounding like a better option for her affections by the minute. He must also still control the purse strings, or Ethan would have at least have someone in to cook and clean. She tossed her paper napkin dramatically on the table. "I can't wait another minute to meet him. You have to introduce us right now." Ethan's heart swelled. Wanting to meet his family was clearly a sign Nancy was falling for him. Of course, Thomas wouldn't have been happy that Nancy was already pregnant, but it wouldn't be the first bastard in the family. Besides, it was unlikely Thomas would ever find out about Nancy's child in his state. He'd been in and out of a coma for the past week, and even before that, he'd had trouble mumbling more than a few syllables each day. "Right this way." Ethan showed Nancy into Thomas's bedroom. Nancy plumped up her cleavage a little while his back was turned before following him in. "Mr. Williams, it's an honor to meet such a successful, distinguished, handsome man." Nancy began, but then stopped dead. Thomas Williams lay in a hospital bed, his wicked, arrogant face shrunken and twisted by his long health ordeal. "Dad, this is Nancy. She's my date," bellowed Ethan at Thomas's ear as if he was just hard of hearing and not on life support. Nancy stared. This was no good at all. This man was a vegetable. She was good, but even Nancy couldn't seduce a man who wasn't even breathing on his own. Though maybe if she bribed a priest to do the wedding and Nancy made Thomas nod like a puppet for the I do's. No, it was too risky, she decided. Thomas wasn't a real husband option, and Ethan wasn't one either until he inherited his father's estate. He couldn't do that while Thomas was technically still alive. But Nancy could fix that. "Darling," she said to Ethan, "I think we should do a toast to celebrate this important occasion." "What occasion?" Ethan asked blankly. Nancy motioned to Thomas. "Of me meeting your father, sweetheart. Grab us a couple of fresh drinks from the kitchen." Ethan grinned. Of course. He trotted off to fulfill her request. Nancy made sure he was gone and slipped the baby bump pillow out of her blouse. In his state, Thomas should only need a minute of suffocation to finish him off. It would take Ethan twice that long to find clean glasses in that filthy kitchen. She wouldn't be able to return the pillow to the store once her baby charade was over, but Nancy was willing to make sacrifices in the name of fortune and fame. Nancy held the pillow at the ready. It was still warm from her body heat. She leaned over Thomas. He didn't stir so much as an eyelash as the fluffy murder weapon cast a shadow across his ashen face. Nancy arrived at Kevin's cousin Ethan Williams' rundown apartment for their second date. When Ethan tried to impress her with lies, Nancy got the impression Ethan would inherit a fortune from his father Thomas as soon as Thomas's ongoing health issues ended in death. Nancy came up with a plan to use her fake baby bump pillow to smother Thomas while Ethan was out of the room to move the process along faster. Nancy leaned in closer to the comatose Thomas and held the pillow over him. She was nearly ready to press it over his face. She was sure if she held it to his nose and mouth for a few minutes, the old man would expire, and his son Ethan would inherit a large portion of the Williams family fortune. Then Nancy would convince Ethan to marry her, thus securing Nancy's future forever. She would never have to set foot in a crappy apartment like this one ever again. The pillow just grazed Thomas's nose when a rat, fat and sleek as a Cocker Spaniel puppy, ran across Nancy's shoe. Nancy screamed, threw the pillow into the air, and stomped her feet, desperate to drive off the humongous rodent. Ethan ran in with a chipped water glass in one hand and the box of wine in the other. "What is it? What happened?" he demanded to know. Nancy realized that her baby bump pillow had disappeared under Thomas's bed when she had thrown it. She had no way to retrieve the pillow without Ethan realizing she suddenly no longer appeared pregnant. Instead, she hunched over and wrapped her arms around her now much flatter belly. "Oh, cramps! Maybe contractions, I don't know, it hurts." Ethan was suddenly overtaken with concern. "I hope the baby's okay. Should I call a doctor or take you to a hospital?" No, it's fine." Nancy stayed hunched over and crab-walked back into the living room. "Are you sure? You look like you're in a lot of pain," Ethan continued. He glanced at the box in his hand. "You don't think it was the wine you drank, do you?" "It couldn't possibly be that," Nancy exclaimed. "I just need to get home and lay down. Thank you for dinner. See you later. Bye." Nancy snatched up her purse and ran out of the apartment as quickly as her ridiculous posture would allow. Meanwhile, Lily was still pondering the suggestion that the president of the Chicago City Council, C.C. Dunhill, had made to her earlier that day. C.C. had suggested that Lily run for the mayor of the city, citing Lily's position at the forefront of Chicago's society and her excellent charity work through her nonprofit, the Lily Pad. It was an exciting idea, but Lily knew it would also be a lot of work just to get herself elected, not to mention everything she would have to do when she was actually mayor. Could Lily fulfill the duties of elected office while still overseeing the Lily Pad, as well as being a devoted wife and mother to her darling Kevin and her unborn child? Lily's mother, Dorothy, entered the room and immediately noticed the expression on Lily's face. "What's the matter with you?" Dorothy demanded. "Are your pregnancy farts backing up again?" "Oh, Mom, no." Lily made a face and tried not to blush. "You know that's not really a thing, right?" "I speak from experience," Dorothy declared. "If you're not suffering from gas, then something else must be on your mind." Lily sighed. Unlike Kevin, who was endlessly patient and understanding when Lily needed time and space to think, Dorothy was never one to let an opportunity to pick at Lily's every waking thought pass her by. "C.C. Dunhill asked me to come to City Hall for a meeting today," Lily decided to reveal. "Was she begging for more charity money to run this city instead of using taxpayer money the way God intended it? To pack poor people into cattle cars and ship them all off to Phoenix?" Dorothy wanted to know. "Mom!" Lily exclaimed at her mother's cruelty. "What?" Dorothy wanted to know. "It's much warmer in Phoenix than in Chicago. Think how much money the poor people could save by not buying winter coats." Lily knew arguing the point with Dorothy would only get her a headache. Lily would get the headache, not Dorothy. "For your information, Cece asked me if I would be willing to run for mayor. As you might know, the office has been empty ever since Kevin exposed how terrible and corrupt Mayor Walsh was." Dorothy's eyes lit up. "You as mayor of Chicago? That's a fantastic idea." "You really think so?" Lily was surprised because Dorothy never had much ambition for her daughter beyond whom Lily married. Since Lily was ecstatically happy to be married to Kevin, she had thought her mother would have no more hopes or dreams for her daughter. But Dorothy was a woman who never stopped dreaming. "Of course it's a fantastic idea," Dorothy gushed.
Once you're mayor of Chicago, just imagine how many politicians you'll have the opportunity to get to know. And you know what most politicians are, right?
Devoted public servants? Lily guessed.
Men, proclaimed Dorothy.
Well, some politicians are men, Lily said slowly. But a lot more women are into politics than you might think, particularly at the local level. There's a lot of good to be done, and so much of public office is really about creating policy that is good for all, and building bridges. Women have so many skills that really can shine at the forefront of those activities.
Dorothy waved a hand dismissively. I'm not talking about the low-level nobodies no one cares about. I'm talking about the real politicians. Governors, congressmen, presidents. Dorothy gave a wistful sigh. It would be so nice if you would just meet a nice president and settle down and get married.
Mom, I'm already married to Kevin. He is the president and the chancellor and the prime minister of my heart, Lily declared.
Dorothy crossed her arms and mumbled, I could always hope for a recall.
What was that, Mom?
Dorothy didn't like Kevin the way that house cats don't like cold bubble baths, but she did like living on his sprawling suburban estate where she would be close to her precious grandchild once it was born. So she quickly changed her response to, I said I'm sorry, I don't recall. If you said whether or not you were going to run for mayor of Chicago.
Mayor of Chicago? A voice asked from the doorway. Lily looked up to see Kevin standing there. He was smiling at her in a way that she loved and that made her feel loved. She jumped up to give him a loving peck on the cheek. C.C. Dunhill asked if I would run for the open office of the mayor in the next election. Lily frowned. But I'm not sure I'm up to it, what with the house and the lily pad and the baby on the way.
Is being the mayor something you really want to do? Kevin asked.
Lily thought about it and smiled. Actually, I think I would. There is so much good that I could do as mayor. It's an incredible opportunity that not everybody gets to have.
If it's a thing that you want to do, then Chicago will be the luckiest city in the world to have you as its mayor. You can do anything you put your mind to, and I'll be here to support you every step of the way, Kevin declared.
Lily threw her arms around Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. With your love and support, I feel like I could do anything in the whole wide world.
Kevin hugged her back. Just let me know what I can do to support you and I will be there, Kevin paused. Though I should let you know that I have to go out of town again soon. It's business, I'm afraid. Kevin had gotten word through Stanley Cooper and Agent Karen Stone of Interpol that there might be a man in Louisiana who had exactly the kind of ultra-secure 3D printer Kevin needed to create the next piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint. Kyle Thompson and Marcus Watford would be joining Kevin the next day to begin their trip south.
That's okay. I understand.
Lily hid her disappointment well, but Kevin knew his darling Lily well enough to hear it come through loud and clear. It's a short trip, Kevin promised, and I don't think I'll be gone very long. If nothing else, I will be here for the gender reveal party, just like I promised.
That's good enough for me,
Lily proclaimed. She started pacing around the room excitedly.
I better call Cece and let her know that I'm ready to throw my hat into the ring.
Half an hour later, C.C. Dunhill, president of the Chicago City Council, hung up the speakerphone she'd been talking to Lily on. She was quite satisfied with Lily's decision, and so was the other woman sitting in her office. I told you I could convince Lily Williams to run for mayor of Chicago, C.C. gloated. The other woman took out her checkbook and wrote a donation to C.C.'s re-election campaign fund for $47 million. Yes, I can see how you're a woman who knows how to get things done. That's exactly what the union looks for in its members, said Juanita Hernandez as she handed over the check to Cece. The union was a group of women who Juanita had gathered together to promote their own agendas regardless of the legalities. They had been the real power behind one of Lily's previous kidnappings. Cece was their newest member. Now, do you want to tell me exactly why you want a little spoiled do-gooder like Lily running for mayor? Cece asked. Juanita only smiled.
My plans for Lily Williams and her baby are my business. Your job is just to make sure that she wins that election, no matter what.
While in Chicago, Juanita was scheming with Cece and luring Lily into a run for mayor, which was an evil plot to bring down the Williams business empire. Kevin had recently gotten word through Agent Stanley Cooper and the Reaper Squad and Agent Karen Stone of Interpol that there might be a man called Kermit the Hermit in Louisiana who had exactly the kind of top-secret, state-of-the-art 3D printer Kevin needed to recreate the next piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint. Kyle Thompson, Marcus Watford, and Zara, a tech genius being mentored by Kevin in his Chicago lab, joined Kevin in Louisiana. But true to his name, Kermit the Hermit was proving difficult to locate. Zara stepped out of the Airbnb cabin that Kevin had rented for his team on the edge of Louisiana's 100-mile swamp. The air was close and thick. The cabin's back porch overlooked the beginning of the 100-mile swamp that stretched in a maze of backwaters, cypress groves, muck, bugs, and alligators all the way to the Mississippi Delta. The plant life was so thick and dense that Zara could see no more than a few feet into the swamp itself. She stepped down off the back porch to try to get a closer look. Zara jumped back as a 12-foot gator glared up at her from its place under the porch. It had nearly taken Zara's toes off. "Get out of here," Kevin yelled. Zara turned to see Kevin striding out of the cabin's back door. "Me?" Zara exclaimed. "No, sorry. I wasn't talking to you, Zara. I was talking to the alligator." Kevin focused his mind and connected to the cold prehistoric brain of the gator resting under the porch. He commanded the gator to return to the swamp and not come back. He also told the gator to tell all his friends that they were not to venture close to the cabin for as long as Kevin and his team were there. The gator immediately obeyed, scrambling with that disconcerting speed of large reptiles, and disappeared into the swamp behind the cabin. Zara's knees were still weak from the close encounter. She sat down on the porch heavily. "Thanks, Kevin. I didn't even see that alligator hiding under the porch." "He won't bother us again," Kevin told her kindly. "Your ability to communicate with animals always astounds me. You're such an amazing person, Kevin." Zara felt better just knowing that Kevin was nearby. He'd never let anything bad happen to her or any other member of his team. Just then, Kyle Thompson and Marcus Watford came around the corner of the house. They looked hot, sweaty, and discouraged. "We didn't have any luck locating this Kermit the Hermit guy at all," Marcus informed the others. "Yeah," Kyle added. "Half those swamp people looked at us like we had two heads, and the others kept feeding us all these wild stories and rumors. One guy with about 3 teeth tried to tell us that Kermit can't be tracked in the swamp because he's able to actually walk on water," Marcus huffed. "Another guy tried to tell us that Kermit never actually leaves the swamp. He keeps kidnapping unwary tourists, turning them into weird voodoo zombies and sending them out into the world to do his bidding," Kyle added. "I'm so sorry we couldn't get more information, Kevin. We tried our best." "That's okay," Kevin said. "The guy isn't called Kermit the Hermit for nothing. Stanley Cooper and Agent Karen Stone of Interpol warned me that he was going to be difficult to locate. That's why I came up with a plan to draw him out." With the amazing timing that Kevin was generally known for, 2 cars pulled into the cabin's driveway right at that moment. One was an unremarkable subcompact, but the other was a luxury town car, long, sleek, black, and incredibly shiny, especially given how muddy and overgrown the cabin's driveway was. The driver got out of the luxury town car and handed Kevin a set of keys. "Here you are, sir. My instructions are to deliver this town car and its contents to a gentleman matching your description at this address. Everything has been taken care of. I don't even need to know your name. My associate there in the compact will give me a ride home and you'll never see either one of us again," the driver said. "Thank you," Kevin said. "You followed the directions to the letter." Kevin gave both drivers a tip generous enough to rebuild a small neighborhood after a major hurricane. The 2 drivers expressed their gratitude profusely and hurried off. "What's all this?" Kyle wanted to know. "Like I said, we need a plan to help draw Kermit the Hermit out of the swamp," Kevin explained. I figured the best way to do that was to threaten the one thing that we know the Kermit depends on to stay hidden." "I'm not sure I follow you," said Marcus, frowning. "The swamp itself. That's why no one can find Kermit. But if we threaten the swamp, he'll have to come to us." Kevin opened the trunk of the town car. Inside were several garment bags and briefcases, along with 2 magnetic signs that could be attached to the town car's doors with magnets. Kevin held up a sign. It read, "Shady Gator Developers, turning swampland into subdivision since 1992. Zara lit up, understanding Kevin's clever plan. "I get it. We're going to pose as land developers and put the word out that we're here to buy up swampland in order to turn it into housing developments." "Not just housing developments," Kevin added. "The worst kind of vacation-gated communities for rich city people. It's the perfect way to lure Kermit the Hermit out of his hiding place and out into the open where we can finally talk to him." "But isn't this Kermit guy dangerous?" Marcus worried. "Don't worry," Kevin said. "No matter what, we'll be ready for him." Kevin handed out the garment bags to his team. They put on the slick city suits that they found inside, complete with loud ties and oversized dark sunglasses. Even Kevin gave up his usual comfy chinos in order to look the part of a sleazy developer. He refused to give up his kets, though. They piled into the town car and Kevin started driving towards the nearest little town, which was really just a wide place in the road that rose slightly above the swampy waterline. They were still a few miles out from town when suddenly 3 lime green Lamborghinis roared up behind them, passed them on a double yellow, and zoomed ahead. "Wow," remarked Marcus. "Where do you think the fire is?" Kevin steered the town car around a tight curve. Fortunately, Kevin's reflexes were second to none because he suddenly had to slam on the brakes. All 3 Lamborghinis were parked nose to bumper, completely blocking the road. 6 large, tough-looking men in suits not nearly as nice as the ones that Kevin had bought for his team, stood leaning against the cars with their arms crossed. "What the hell is this supposed to be?" Kyle wondered. "I think that they must think that we're rival developers." Zara pointed to one of the green Lamborghinis. It also had a magnetic sign not unlike the ones that Kevin had attached to their town car. "Slash and Burns Land Developers," it read. Kevin sighed. He didn't have the time or inclination to get into a petty turf war with a bunch of underdressed millennials with terrible taste in cars. But there was nothing for it. These young idiots were in his way, and he had to do something about it. Kevin and his team piled out of the town car. "You can't be here," one of the land developers yelled. "This is our territory. We were here first." "Yeah, well," Kyle yelled back, "we were here second, and 2 is a bigger number than 1. Zara rolled her eyes at Kyle. "What?" Kyle asked. "I have 3 older brothers. That's the standard response." "Leave now and nobody will be hurt," the land developer yelled again. Marcus cracked his knuckles. "We can take these guys, Kevin. They look tough, but I can tell there's nothing but flabby gym muscles and a lot of ego under those cheap suits. Let Kyle and me handle this." "If you insist." Kevin gave his permission with a shrug. Marcus and Kyle were Kevin's protégés, and Kevin knew that as their mentor, sometimes he needed to step back and let them solve problems on their own. It was the only way his students would grow and develop and get to higher stages in their levels. 4 of the 6 land developer thugs stepped forward to meet Kyle and Marcus. It was 4 on 2, but Kevin figured that didn't even come close to being even when it came to students who had trained under him. Kyle surprised his opponents with a single roundhouse kick that broke first one opponent's jaw and then the other's. Marcus wanted to make his fight last. He dove for the larger of his 2 opponents, dodging a haymaker punch. Marcus ducked under the thug's defense and came up with a punishing series of blows to the thug's solar plexus. Even before the first thug hit the ground, gasping for air, Marcus grabbed the second thug's flying fist. Marcus twisted the arm up around the man's back and tossed him over his shoulder, so the thug landed face first on the hard, hot asphalt. Kyle grinned back at Kevin. "See? There was nothing to it, just like we said." Don't forget the other two guys, Kevin reminded them. The two remaining land developer thugs had ducked back into the garish green Lamborghinis and come out with long metal sticks with two prongs at the ends. White-hot electricity jumped between the prongs, visible even in the strong morning light. Kyle and Marcus took steps back. "I don't think those are just cattle prods," Kyle remarked. "They're gator prods," laughed one of the developers. "But these babies aren't set to stun. These are set to kill bull alligators." "So just imagine what they'll do to you," the other thug sneered. Kyle and Marcus backed up another step, but the thugs jumped around them. Kyle and Marcus were now hemmed in. The thugs with the gator prods cut them off from Kevin and the town car. The Lamborghinis cut them off from retreating much further. An impenetrable swamp was on either side of the road. Kevin hated to do it, but he knew he had to interfere in some way, or else Kyle and Marcus would be dead within minutes. Kevin, along with computer expert Zara and his protégés Kyle Thompson and Marcus Watford, ventured to the 100-Mile Swamp in Louisiana, looking for a shady character known as Kermit the Hermit. Kevin suspected that Kermit had exactly the kind of high-tech 3D printer Kevin needed to create the next piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint. Kevin decided he and his team should pose as shady land developers in order to draw Kermit out of his hiding place in the swamp. But other developers in the area already were determined to defend their territory. They set up a roadblock, and when Marcus and Kyle tried to fight back with fists, the land developer thugs came back with deadly alligator prods. Marcus and Kyle took another step back. The land developer thugs swung the alligator prods in deadly arcs closer and closer. There was nowhere left for Kyle and Marcus to run, and it seemed like Kevin was too far away back at the town car with Zara to help them. But Kevin was never too far away to help his protégés when they needed it. He reached out with his mind into the swamp. Just as he had hoped, he quickly found what he needed. A couple of 15-foot bull alligators had been basking on a sunny rock nearby. Kevin called the alligators, telepathically communicating to them what Kevin wanted them to do. One of the land developer thugs poked his gator prod at Marcus's face, forcing him to jump back. "We'll show you what we do to people who invade our territory," he sneered. "We'll show you what we do to little jumped-up upstart The thug screamed as the bull alligator chomped down on his leg. The gator prod went flying. The thug turned to his friend to see what had happened. He never noticed the second gator approaching his rear. That gator reared up, slamming the full force of its 1,000-pound body into the thug's back. The thug hit the pavement with a wet smack. Kyle and Marcus gave the gators a wide berth as they circled back to Kevin. The gators dragged their fresh prey into the swamp, sending their thanks for the tip about a delicious meal of fresh meat back to Kevin. The other land developer thugs pulled themselves up off the ground. None of them were critically injured, but all of them would be hurting for a long time. "Let's get out of here," one yelled. The four thugs piled into the garish green Lamborghinis and peeled off, tires squealing. Marcus hung his head before Kevin. "I'm sorry, Kevin. I thought we could handle those guys on our own, but I guess we couldn't." "You both did just fine, and I'm proud of you," Kevin assured them. "Anybody can be taken unaware. The important thing is that you learn from this experience, so a similar thing doesn't happen to you again. The more experience you have, the higher levels you can achieve. But you must be patient, and you must learn." Kyle and Marcus nodded. They would remember this for the rest of their lives and be grateful for Kevin's guidance. Kevin drove Zara, Kyle, and Marcus to the nearest little town, which was really just a wide place in the road that rose slightly above the swampy waterline. Kevin and his team looked exactly like the kind of sleazy land developers that locals were used to dealing with, thanks to their expensive suits, dark sunglasses, and a shiny town car with signs advertising that they were shady gator developers, turning swampland into subdivision since 1992. Once in town, Kevin and Zara set up a table and laid out the fake brochures and contracts that Kevin had ordered as part of the ruse. They smiled and nodded to anybody who passed by. Meanwhile, Kyle and Marcus went door to door. They handed out business cards along with a short speech claiming that they were willing to buy any piece of land, no matter how big, no matter how small, no matter how damp and soggy. They made it a point to tell everyone how worthless and unattractive their land was. No one else would possibly want it, but Shady Gator Developers was willing to do them a favor and take their swampland off their hands for pennies on the dollar. The team met up at lunchtime at the only cafe in the area. It served local specialties, gumbo and etouffee, both of which were delicious. But Kyle couldn't stop frowning. I'm going to need a long shower to feel clean again after today, and not just because I'm sweating like a pig in this suit. I feel like such a sleazeball. I know what you mean, Zara agreed. For so many of these people, this land is all they have. Their families have been here for generations. Can you imagine how terrible it would be if real developers came in and bought it all out from under them, and didn't even pay them a fraction of what it was actually worth? Just then, several people approached their table. Are you those fancy land developers? A lady in an alligator vest with a matching necklace demanded. That's us, Kevin said, going into his character. We're looking to turn the 100-mile swamp into a gated vacation community complete with golf courses, clubhouses, day spas. And armed guards all around the gates to keep out the riffraff, Marcus added for good measure. That's right, Kyle confirmed. We're going to drive off all the wildlife and drain the swamp into other nearby areas. And if those areas are suddenly more prone to flooding, well, then they should have invested more money into their infrastructure. The local people exchanged looks. The woman planted her hands on her hips. Well, I've got 14 acres. Just show me where to sign. Zara blinked at her hard. You really want to sell your land? But hasn't it been in your family for generations? Isn't this where you're raising your kids? It's where I'm trying to raise my kids, the alligator lady shot back. You think it's easy raising kids in a swamp? They have an hour bus ride to the nearest school. They're always tracking mud and muck into the house, and don't get me started on the snakebite problem. Kevin was alarmed. Ma'am, I may be an untrustworthy and sleazy land developer, but I also happen to have some expertise in the herbal arts. If your children are suffering from snake bites, I'd be happy to help them in any way I can. What? No, the problem isn't that the snakes are biting the kids. The problem is that the kids are biting the snakes. Half the snakes in Louisiana are now on the endangered species list. Every time one of my kids mistakes a snake for a strip of beef jerky, the EPA shows up and reams me out. If I could get just enough money to move my kids into a real town, I'd save myself a fortune just in game warden fines. Kevin looked at the other people. Is this how you all feel? You all genuinely want to get out of the area. Another man spoke up. We're not saying everybody's gonna sell. Some people love living in the swamp. Some of us are here because we've got no place else to go. We're willing to take our chances on whatever little money we can get for what we have. Kevin came up with an idea. All right, if that's the way you all feel, make appointments with my associates here and we'll get the paperwork started today. As soon as they had everyone organized, the townspeople left, promising to come back for their scheduled appointments later in the day. Zara looked at Kevin. What's going on, Kevin? We know you're not really going to scam those people out of their land and put up a gated community. Of course not, replied Kevin. But I had an idea. The only better way to lure Kermit the Hermit out of his hiding place than pretending to buy up a lot of land is to actually buy it. But instead of scamming people, I will pay a fair and reasonable price, and I can turn the land into a wetlands wildlife sanctuary. That's brilliant, Kyle grinned. It'll also help protect the people who want to stay in the area because other developers won't be able to get big enough parcels to make it worth their while. It took hours to get through all the contracts for the land deals. Kevin's idea of a fair and reasonable price was roughly 1,000 times greater than the average going rate for land in the area. Kevin's great success with Williams Media, Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals, and his other business ventures had made him fabulously rich, and though he always wanted to secure the future of Lily and their family, he was also happy to be able to help people who truly needed what his money could buy. Word spread throughout the region like wildfire, and more people showed up eager to sell their land. Kevin smiled. He had been relying on the local rumor mill to get the word out. No matter how deep in the swamp Kermit the Hermit was hiding out, he'd hear about the land grab in no time. The team stumbled home late that night. All of them except Kevin were exhausted by the work, the heat, and the happy people who had sometimes thrown their sweaty arms around Kevin's team members in happiness when the deals were completed. Two eyes poked up from the dirty, stale swamp water behind the rented cabin. They didn't belong to any alligator or snake. They were very human eyes, even though they were as cold as any reptiles. For a long time, those eyes were motionless, waiting for all the lights in the cabin to go off. One by one, they did move as Kevin's team fell exhausted into their beds. When at last the cabin was dark and quiet, the figure in the swamp slithered up the slimy bank and into the cabin's backyard. He was so covered in muck and decaying plant matter, it was impossible to make out any details about the man, but he moved with a quiet, deadly assurance. Slipping to the back door, he pulled a set of lockpicks from a hidden waterproof pocket inside his filthy clothes. In a second, he had the door unlocked and he slipped inside. The man wore no boots or shoes. His callous, dirty feet made no sound on the floorboards as they carefully made their way to the master bedroom. He knew this cabin like the back of his hand, the same way he knew every inch of the 100-mile swamp and all the homes and businesses surrounding it. Knowledge was power, and this man knew things few others did. He eased the door open. This room belonged to the chief land developer, the one who's been writing all the big checks that those fools in town had been so quick to snap up. The town idiots would realize how foolish they'd been once this scumbag was dead. The man from the swamp pulled a long Bowie knife from the scabbard strapped to his thigh. He raised it high over the sleeping figure and plunged it down, burying it deep. Blood spurted up everywhere. So much blood. He felt no guilt, only happiness, because he knew he'd just killed the developer named Kevin Williams. Kevin decided to lure the mysterious Kermit the Hermit out of the 100-mile swamp in Louisiana by posing with his team as shady land developers. Kevin hoped that Kermit had exactly the kind of ultra-secure 3D printer needed to create the next piece of Quentin Covington's blueprint. However, Kevin's plan might have gone astray. An unknown figure broke into the cabin where Kevin, Kyle, Marcus, and Zara were staying and stabbed the figure sleeping in Kevin's bed. The unknown figure, who had crawled, filthy and disgusting, from the depths of the swamp, pulled the bloody Bowie knife free from the figure in Kevin Williams' bed. He threw back his head and laughed in triumph, not caring if he woke the others staying in the rented cabin. They'd be no match for him. Suddenly, the lights clicked on. The unknown figure threw up a hand to block the sudden glare and spun around. Kevin Williams, the man he was sure he'd just stabbed to death in his sleep, leaned against the doorway, smiling at him like an old friend. "Kermit the Hermit, I presume?" Kevin asked politely.
"What the hell?"
exclaimed the man, who was indeed Kermit.
"If you're there, who did I just kill?"
"See for yourself," Kevin replied. Kermit yanked back the bedclothes to reveal nothing more than some cleverly positioned pillows and a few bags of chicken blood that burst all over the bed when Kermit poked them with his knife. Kermit glared back at Kevin. "Okay, I admit it. You tricked me, but good. Now what the hell do you want with me? Murder? Kidnapping? Cutting off my head and freezing it cryogenically the same way they did to that poor guy who came up with all those cartoons?" "No, nothing like that," Kevin said. "And that's a myth. Walt Disney didn't freeze his head." Kermit scoffed.
"So I'm supposed to believe that you're just another hotshot land developer here to build a bunch of overpriced vacation homes for yuppie low-life scum?"
"I'm not even here to do that," Kevin promised. "All the land I bought today will be turned into a wetlands wildlife refuge. It'll never be at risk to any land developers ever again." Kevin gave the prearranged signal to the rest of his team, and Kyle, Marcus, and Zara stepped out of their bedrooms where they had been waiting. "It's true," Zara tried to assure Kermit. "We've already filed the paperwork for the 100-mile swamp nature preserve with the state. I can show you a copy of the application.
I don't believe it, said Kermit, glancing around at all of them. It's a conspiracy.
What makes you think that? Asked Kyle.
Because everything's a conspiracy, Kermit replied. Everything.
You mean like you don't think Lee Harvey Oswald shot Kennedy? Marcus asked. Kermit laughed. It went on so long that it made them all except Kevin uneasy.
That's just the tip of the iceberg,
Kermit proclaimed with wide, flailing gestures.
Which, by the way, was not what sank the Titanic, at least not the first time. We're talking about Phantom helicopters causing the bombing of the Kashmir Princess. Jimmy Hoffa's body was actually being stored in Al Capone's vault. At least 3 of the former First Ladies were replaced by state-of-the-art Simbots after their husbands took office. You can tell because they never got the hair quite right.
Zara opened her mouth, possibly to ask which former First Ladies, but Kermit steamrolled right over her.
Chemtrails cause male pattern baldness. Nixon was framed. Aliens from the far side of the universe cause crop circles to appear in rural farming communities.
Hey, wait, cut in Marcus. I know that one's not true. I've seen how those circles are made. It's not some kind of alien ship that makes crop circles. It's just some guy with a board, a piece of rope, and too much time on his hands. Kermit glared at Marcus.
I didn't say it was the aliens doing it directly. They do it with mind control. Why else would some hayseed spend all night out in his field destroying his own crops to make pretty pictures?
Zara nudged Marcus. He's got you there, Marcus. Kermit raged on for the next 20 minutes, citing conspiracy theories about everything from New Coke to the Dyatlov Pass incident to the 1987 Helderberg disaster to why Harper Lee waited 55 years between novels.
And,
Kermit finally declared, wrapping up his very long list of conspiracy theories,
the Illuminati control the worldwide economy by secretly manipulating the price of cheese in every country that eats dairy.
I don't know about the cheese, muttered Kyle to Kevin, but this guy is definitely a cracker. You can't possibly think he's the answer to getting a 3D printout of that piece of Quentin Covington's blueprint, Kevin. He's so paranoid he probably attacks his own shadow. That's exactly what makes him the perfect person to help us, Kevin replied. But all this conspiracy theory stuff is nonsense, protested Zara. They're just the imaginings of people with a misplaced feeling of anger, a need to feel superior to others, and an unwillingness to take responsibility for their own situations. Sometimes they are nonsense, Kevin agreed, but sometimes they're not. They're not? Zara asked.
They're not?
Echoed Kermit, who apparently had been listening in. Kevin shrugged. I have gone places and witnessed things far more unlikely than any conspiracy theory I've ever heard. I can't blame those experiences on feelings of anger, a need to feel superior, or an unwillingness to take responsibility for my actions. Kevin, I didn't mean, Zara protested. Kevin smiled at her kindly. I know you didn't. Kermit eyed Kevin.
So these experiences you claim that you've had, you have proof of them? Real honest-to-goodness proof?
For some of it, Kevin admitted.
I'd love to see some of it.
A dreamy, far-off look came into Kermit's eyes.
I would give a lot just for the tiniest bit of proof.
Kevin shot Kermit a look. This was exactly how he was hoping Kermit would react. You know there are conspiracy theories about you, too. Kermit blushed, but looked pleased.
Really? About little old me?
Marcus caught on first.
That's right. Some people say you can walk on water.
Some people say you can turn tourists into zombie slaves, added Zara.
Some people say, Kyle thought quickly, that your left foot and your right foot are exactly the same.
Some people say, began Kevin with a smile, that you have the most advanced 3D printer in a completely secure location where it is impossible to be hacked. Kermit waved dismissively.
Yeah, that one is true.
Good, Kevin replied. I want to use it. Kermit looked suspicious again.
What for?
Kevin shrugged. That's my business. All you need to know is that the end product will be made of a paper and metallic alloy, so you can be sure to have the raw printer materials on hand. Kermit looked around at them all.
If you came all the way out here to the far end of the 100-mile swamp, threw all that cash at those people for that land, and set up that little charade with the pillows and the chicken blood, you must need this end product pretty badly.
Kevin wasn't one of the most successful businessmen in the country for nothing. He knew when a deal was in the offering. "So what do you want in return for access to your 3D printer?" he asked.
"I want to see it all."
Kermit's eyes lit up like the tilt signs of a pinball machine.
"All what?" wondered Marcus. "I want to see all the proof. Proof for every conspiracy that ever was, that ever will be."
"How would it even be possible to show you proof of conspiracies that don't exist yet?" demanded Kyle.
"Time travel," declared Kermit.
"Time travel isn't real." Zara threw up her hands in despair.
"That's just what the government wants you to think," Kermit shot back.
Marcus shook his head.
"All we want is one 3D printout. Just a minute ago you were saying how you'd give a lot just for the tiniest bit of proof, and now you want proof of everything?"
Kermit smirked.
"I might be paranoid and deluded, kid, but that doesn't mean I'm a wimpy negotiator."
"Let me see what I can arrange with my government contacts," Kevin offered. A few minutes later, a sleepy-looking Reaper agent Stanley Cooper and Interpol agent Karen Stone joined Kevin on a video conference call. Kevin explained how he managed to meet the legendary swamp man Kermit the Hermit, who was now sipping coffee with his team. Agent Karen Stone shook her head. "I can't believe you actually managed to track Kermit the Hermit down. That's like getting Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster on film at the same time." "Unfortunately, it's only half the job. Kermit's not going to help me without getting something in return." Kevin then explained to his government allies exactly what Kermit wanted. Cooper and Stone were not happy about Kevin's request. Kevin knew it was a big ask, but Kevin also knew that both the Reaper Squad and Interpol had a vested interest in keeping him on their side. Kevin never doubted the two agents would get the government to play ball. Finally, they had an agreement worked out. Kevin thanked the agents with his usual good manners, wished them a good night, and returned to his team and his guests smiling. "I think you'll be really pleased with what I can offer you," Kevin told Kermit. "It's a personal tour of a very special place." Hope lit Kermit's face as he slowly stood.
"Is it the big one?"
he asked in an almost whisper. "Is it Area 51? "Better," Kevin smiled. "Area 52. Kermit's eyes went wide. He thrust his hand at Kevin.
"Shut up and shake my hand. We have a deal."
After recovering a digital copy of the next slice of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's circular blueprint, Kevin set off to locate a 3D printer disconnected from the modern world so that he could print the invaluable piece of information without fear of Quentin hacking the system. Kevin was put in touch with a legendary conspiracy theorist named Kermit the Hermit, who had the last analog 3D printer in the world. At first, Kermit was unwilling to help, but when Kevin offered him a VIP trip to Area 52 and a chance to see everything the government had been hiding for decades there, Kermit was more than happy to help Kevin. Kevin and Kermit had embarked on an unexpected partnership. As they journeyed toward the fabled Area 52, the Swamp Hermit shared wild tales of government cover-ups, extraterrestrial encounters, and time-traveling conspiracies.
"I know things like Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster are all just crazy folk tales, but there's so much that isn't," Kermit offered, excited to have an eager ear listening. "Aliens have to be real, and the government has known for years."
Kevin nodded agreeably. "I hope this trip gives you everything you're hoping for, Kermit. I really do." Their plane landed, and Kevin and Kermit were driven via an unmarked black SUV to the middle of Death Valley.
"California?"
Kermit remarked curiously.
"Area 51 is in Nevada."
"That's true," Kevin offered, "but this isn't Area 51. This is Area 52, and Area 52 is in the middle of Death Valley, California."
"Fascinating,"
Kermit noted, taking a random picture of the endless desert with his disposable film camera. The SUV stopped and the two got out. Kermit was confused. There was nothing but endless desert in front and behind them.
"What is this?"
Kermit shouted.
Is this a trap? You lure me out into the middle of the desert and kill me. Help! Someone help!
Kermit began to run around screaming wildly. Kermit! Kevin called out, doing his best to calm the wild conspiracy theorist down. It's not a trap. Look. Kermit turned to Kevin, who pointed forwards towards a single wooden door, attached to seemingly nothing, standing alone in the endless desert.
What the?
Kermit whispered to himself. Kermit followed Kevin towards the random nowhere door.
What is that? Kermit asked. That's just an old door.
Not quite, Kevin grinned. He opened the door, revealing a long hall lined with elevators. Kermit couldn't believe his eyes. From the outside, the door looked like it was standing alone in the desert, but inside was a labyrinth of options.
Son of a... Kermit murmured to himself. It's some kind of invisible force field, isn't it? Or a hologram? Or alien clocking technology?
Kermit followed Kevin inside. They walked up to the elevator door at the end of the long hall, where they were met by two unlikely figures. Reaper agent Stanley Cooper and Interpol agent Karen Stone. Kermit, meet your guardians for the duration of your trip, Kevin said, gesturing towards the agents. Stanley Cooper and Karen Stone. They'll make sure you don't get into too much trouble. Kermit grinned, seemingly unbothered by the presence of the formidable agents.
Trouble? Sonny, Trouble and I are old friends.
Agent Stone looked over the Kermit with mild annoyance. I hope you understand that this is all top secret.
Yes, ma'am,
Kermit responded. If you speak of anything you see here, you'll be hunted down and arrested. Is that clear? Agent Karen Stone continued.
Yes, of course. I won't say anything to anybody. I don't talk to anybody anyway,
Kermit replied excitedly. Good. And be an adult, and don't touch anything. Agent Stone finished her instructions and opened the elevator door. The group all stepped on. Kevin turned to Stanley Cooper. Thank you for making this happen. Stanley nodded.
When Kevin Williams calls and tells you he needs your help, you listen,
Stanley said with respect for Kevin in his voice. The elevator descended for what felt like a full 2 minutes. When the heavy doors finally reopened, Kermit's eyes widened with childlike wonder. The dimly lit facility ahead housed an eclectic mix of the inexplicable.
Oh my goodness, it's real. It's all real.
The quartet embarked on a guided tour unraveling the mysteries hidden within the confines of Area 52. The first revelation was the extraterrestrial section, where Kermit gawked at preserved aliens in cryogenic chambers. He poked Kevin.
I told you they were among us.
Kermit peered through the thick, transparent glass panel. An interstellar viewing cage waited before him, a wild mix of colors, shapes, and sounds where colossal monster aliens brushed shoulders with big-headed gray aliens.
Aliens! So many different aliens,
Kermit noted. He snapped a photo with his disposable camera. Agent Stone took the camera and snapped it into two. Kermit continued to watch as a massive spider-looking alien lumbered through the marketplace, leaving Kermit in awe. Amidst the chaos, the big-headed gray aliens navigated with an air of intellect that set them apart. Their sleek, featureless faces betrayed no emotion, and they conversed through a complex system of telepathy that resonated in the minds of those around them. As he continued his observations, a peculiar group of aliens caught Kermit's attention. Small squid-like creatures, each no larger than a terrestrial hummingbird, moved gracefully through the air. Their iridescent bodies pulsed with bioluminescence, casting an ethereal glow across the bustling marketplace. Kermit marveled at their fluidity, their movements synchronized in a mesmerizing dance. Then, as if choreographed by the cosmos, the 1,000 small squid aliens converged into a harmonious formation. Their bodies intertwined, forming a colossal entity that resembled a giant squid alien. It stretched its tentacles towards the heavens, an otherworldly manifestation of unity. The giant squid alien turned and began to battle the giant spider alien.
They're fighting, Kermit hollered. The two big ones.
Just a little exercise, Agent Stone offered. Should we keep moving? There's plenty more to see. Kermit's mouth dropped. Let's go. Next on the itinerary was the celebrity holding cage. Kevin peered through a new set of glasses at Elvis Presley and Michael Jackson, alive and well, who waved at him with big smiles. They were having a dance competition, and Michael Jackson was winning easily, much to the annoyance of competitive and surprisingly slim Elvis. Tupac Shakur nodded from a recording studio, and in a corner, Jimmy Hoffa sipped cappuccinos with Amelia Earhart. Am I in heaven? I can't tell, Kermit exclaimed, awestruck. Kermit's gaze darted from one marvel to another, his excitement escalating with each discovery. It's all here, he exclaimed, a gleeful cackle escaping his lips. Kevin and Stanley Cooper exchanged bemused glances. Agent Stone rolled her eyes. This is going to be a long day. The procession continued through a hall of wonders, an assemblage of mythical creatures and legendary artifacts. Jack and the Beanstalk towered in one room, while unicorns grazed in a meadow of gumdrops in another. Peter Pan and Tinker Bell were tossing hoops around the horn of one cooperative unicorn, while Captain Hook kept score for the two on a giant scoreboard held up by fairies. The tour continued through vast chambers filled with wonders beyond imagination. A man-made lake held a perfectly preserved Noah's Ark, guarded by the Loch Ness Monster being ridden by Bigfoot. Nessie, Kermit exclaimed, and Bigfoot. Even I didn't think they were real. There just wasn't enough evidence. Until now. This is crazy. But the big reveal was a colossal bunker that emanated an otherworldly aura. Kermit squinted at the inscription. Chrono Nexus. What's that? Kermit asked, pointing at the mysterious structure. Cooper exchanged a glance with Agent Karen Stone before offering a cryptic explanation. It's from the future. We're not sure what it is or how it works just yet. Kermit's eyes gleamed with curiosity. The future? Is it a time machine? Agent Karen Stone chimed in. I repeat, don't touch anything. Of course. What's that? Kermit asked as he pointed in the opposite direction. Kevin and the agents turned to look as Kermit slipped inside the Chrono Nexus and closed the entry door behind him. He had to laugh to himself. How could that have been that easy? Kermit was glad he hadn't spent too much time concocting his plot and just acted on the spur of the moment. Now, Kermit marveled at all the blinking lights and strange symbols adorning the machine. The air hummed with an electric charge, and just as he approached the control panel, a blinding flash enveloped him. Sensing that something was amiss, Kevin turned and spotted Kermit inside the Nexus as it began to power up. Kermit, no! Kevin called out. The agents exchanged alarmed glances, realizing what the eccentric hermit had done. Panic set in as they rushed to investigate, but the massive entry door wouldn't budge. He's in there, Stanley exclaimed, pounding on the cold metal. We have to get him out. As they scrambled to find a way to breach the strange futuristic machine, a strange energy enveloped the room. The air crackled with an otherworldly force, and the colossal machine hummed to life. Lights flickered, and the ground quivered beneath their feet. Then, in an instant, with a blinding flash, the machine disappeared. After recovering a digital copy of the next slice of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's circular blueprint, Kevin set off to locate a 3D printer that was disconnected from the modern world so that he could print the valuable piece of information without fear of Quentin hacking the system. Kevin was put in touch with a conspiracy theorist named Kermit, who had the most secure analog 3D printer in the world. At first, Kermit was unwilling to help, but when Kevin offered him a VIP trip to Area 52 and a chance to see everything the government had been hiding from the world, Kermit was more than happy to oblige. But while visiting Area 52, Kermit snuck into a time machine and disappeared. A humming surrounded Kermit and sank into his mind, a powerful glow intensified as Kermit stood on the precipice of the unknown. Something was happening. A surreal vortex enveloped him, distorting the very fabric of reality around his body. And in an instant, Kermit found himself no longer standing inside Area 52, but instead outside on a grassy knoll. Kermit looked around confused. The sky was clear and the distant sounds of excitement filled the air. Hundreds of people stood in anticipation. A banner hanging across the road read plainly, "Welcome President Kennedy." Kermit's eyes widened as he realized the significance. "The Kennedy assassination," he whispered. "JFK, 1963. It's today. It worked. I'm actually back in time." The president's motorcade approached from a distance in all its presidential glory. Kermit tried to settle his nerves and tried to remember exactly the events of the assassination as they happened over 60 years earlier. He suddenly remembered. His eyes darted towards the book depository looming at the far end of the road. "That's where Lee Harvey Oswald is," Kermit murmured, remembering. "He's gonna kill John F. Kennedy." Kermit dashed toward the depository. He pushed past excited families and happy couples enjoying picnics as they waited to see the President of the United States. The abrupt change in his surroundings left Kermit feeling disoriented. He raced up the stairwell inside the depository. He reached the 6th floor out of breath, but still running. Kermit's pulse quickened as he approached an open door at the end of the hall. Pushing the door open quietly, Kermit found himself in a dimly lit room filled with stacks of cardboard boxes and scattered paperwork. But what caught his attention most was a lone figure standing by the window, a rifle cradled in his arms pointed towards the road below. Kermit's eyes widened in recognition. "Lee Harvey Oswald," he muttered under his breath. Lee Harvey didn't hear Kermit. He just continued to take aim. Kermit's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. He didn't fully understand what was happening, why the time machine had brought him back to this exact moment in American history. Maybe it was because Kermit was such a huge conspiracy theorist. Maybe the machine could sense the moment Kermit wished he could be part of most and sent him there. Kermit didn't know. But what he did know was that he couldn't allow the course of history to unfold as it had before. He couldn't let John F. Kennedy die again. Gathering his courage, Kermit stepped forward. "Hey, you!" Kermit called out, his voice shaky but determined. "Get your damn hands off that rifle!" Lee Harvey's eyes narrowed as he turned to face the unexpected intruder. "What the? How did you get in here? Who are you?" "My name's Kermit, and I'm here to stop you," Kermit replied, his mind racing. He was no fighter, but he couldn't stand idly by and let history play out in front of him. Lee Harvey lunged at Kermit, the rifle now a makeshift club in his hands. Kermit stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding a swing that would have surely cracked his skull. The two men grappled, an awkward dance for dominance and survival. Kermit was no match for Lee Harvey's wild strength and crazed determination, but he fought with the cold tenacity born from years of surviving alone in the swamps. Lee Harvey punched Kermit in the face over and over again. Kermit tried to fight back, but he just didn't have the strength. I won't let you do it. I won't," Kermit mumbled, fading out of consciousness. Ready to finish things, Lee Harvey picked up his rifle and pointed it at Kermit's chest. Kermit closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Mr. President." Kermit's eyes flew open, not at the sound of a gunshot, but at the sound of the door being kicked wide open. Kermit turned, stunned to find Kevin now standing in the entryway. But how? Lee Harvey Oswald was confused too. "And who the heck are you?" "Kevin Williams, time traveler." Kevin moved with the grace of a seasoned fighter, a level of skill that Kermit could only dream of possessing. He launched a series of precise strikes, each one landing with brutal efficiency. Lee Harvey Oswald, caught off guard by this unexpected challenger, faltered under the onslaught. He dropped his rifle as he tried to fight back against Kevin's barrage. Kermit, taking advantage of the distraction, stumbled toward the discarded rifle lying on the floor. He picked it up, his hand shaking. As Kevin continued to pummel Lee Harvey Oswald, Kermit raised the rifle, aiming it at the man who would alter the course of history. "Wait!" Kevin's voice echoed through the room. "Don't shoot him." "I'm not going to shoot him," Kermit replied. "I'm finally going to get some answers." Kermit cocked the rifle. "Who are you working for? The CIA? Cuba? Who sent you to kill Kennedy?" Lee Harvey Oswald suddenly calmed, blood dripping down his lip. "I guess you'll never know." Kermit's expression sank. "What?" In a single swift motion, Lee Harvey Oswald threw himself out the sixth-floor window. Screams could be heard outside as his body crashed in front of the president's motorcade. "No!" Kermit cried out, but it was too late. Lee Harvey Oswald was dead. Kermit's shoulders sagged. He turned to Kevin. "I just wanted to know the truth." Kevin took the rifle from Kermit's hands. "I know." "How did you get here? How did you find me?" Kermit asked, still distraught. "I got here the same way you did," Kevin offered. "Once you disappeared, I followed you back, and once I arrived and realized where we were, I knew exactly where you'd be." "I didn't get my answers," Kermit moaned. "It was all for nothing." Amidst the tumultuous emotions, a voice interrupted their thoughts. "Lads, I can't thank you enough for what you've done." Kermit and Kevin turned to see John F. Kennedy himself, alive and well, standing before them with a mix of gratitude and curiosity. "Mr. President," Kermit stammered, "you're alive." "Thanks to you two," JFK extended a hand. "And call me Jack, please. My Secret Service boy spotted the sniper and then watched you fight him off. Your country thanks you." "Mr. President, Jack, it's our pleasure," Kermit fawned. "Well, you've earned my gratitude. How can I repay you?" JFK asked, his charismatic smile beaming. "You don't need to do anything," Kevin offered. "Wait," Kermit, never one to miss an opportunity, grinned. "How about inviting us to the White House for dinner?" JFK chuckled. "Consider it done." Later that night, Kevin and Kermit found themselves in the opulent surroundings of the White House. The table was adorned with delicacies and the air was filled with laughter and camaraderie. Jackie Kennedy, radiant in her grace, approached Kermit with a twinkle in her eye. "How about a piggyback ride?" Kermit, ever the eccentric, obliged. The room erupted in laughter as he carried the First Lady on his back, creating a surreal tableau of joy and absurdity. Kermit turned to Kevin. "Can you believe all of this is actually happening?" Kevin didn't reply. He just stared at Kermit blankly. "Kevin?" Kermit repeated. "You all right?" A strange sensation rushed over Kermit as he suddenly realized that everyone was now just staring at him blankly. Reality wavered, and the scene dissolved into a blur of colors and shapes. When the world steadied, Kermit found himself back in the bunker in Area 52 and near the so-called time machine. "Kermit! Kermit, can you hear me?" Kevin repeated, slapping the conspiracy theorist lightly in the face, trying to wake him up. What happened?" Kermit wondered aloud. "You stepped into the Chrono Nexus like a real chump, and it played out a simulation of the JFK assassination for you." "Simulation?" Kermit asked with disbelief etched on his face.
"That's right," Stanley Cooper offered. "Turns out it's a video game from the future. Plays out scenarios you create in your mind."
"No," Kermit pushed back. "Kevin and I—" "That wasn't me," Kevin cut in. "You put the idea of me into the simulation. We watched it all from out here." "So none of it was real?" Kermit asked, trying to make sense of the whirlwind of events. "I didn't save JFK. I didn't get invited to dinner at the White House. Jackie Kennedy didn't ask for a piggyback ride." As the reality of the situation sank in, Kermit couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. The line between truth and fiction had blurred in ways he could have never imagined. "So, you broke the rules. You touched something," Agent Karen Stone noted coldly. "Am I in trouble?" Kermit asked. "No," Kevin replied, "but I think your trip to Area 52 is over. I think it's about time you took me to that 3D printer of yours." As they left Area 52, Kermit couldn't help but smile. Maybe it wasn't real. Maybe he'd never given Jackie Kennedy a piggyback ride. But what a wild time it had been. After recovering a digital copy of the next slice of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's circular blueprint, Kevin set off to locate a 3D printer disconnected from the modern world so that he could print the valuable piece of information without fear of Quentin hacking the system. Kevin was put in touch with a conspiracy theorist named Kermit, who was in possession of the last analog 3D printer in the world. At first, Kermit was unwilling to help, but after Kevin took him on a VIP trip to Area 52, where Kermit hopped into a virtual reality time machine and saved John F. Kennedy from being assassinated, Kermit changed his tune and was more than happy to oblige. Kermit's hands trembled as he typed in the access code to his most secret Bayou bunker. The heavy copper door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit underground chamber filled with the musty scent of damp earth. "Welcome to my humble abode," Kermit said, his voice echoing off the tin walls. "This is where I keep all my most special things." He motioned for Kevin and Zara, who waited patiently nearby, to enter. Kevin, fearless as always, led the way. Zara, whom Kevin wanted by his side during this mission so she could both learn and advise, dutifully followed. The bunker was a maze of corridors and rooms, each filled with survival supplies, makeshift furniture, and walls lined with newspaper clippings and photographs, connecting seemingly unrelated events. It was a sanctuary for Kermit, a place where he believed he could ride out any apocalypse, whether it be caused by aliens, a government-created apocalypse, or something far more sinister. "You can set up shop over there." Kermit gestured to a corner of the bunker where a cluttered workbench held an array of peculiar devices. "The 3D printer is pretty self-explanatory. I'll power up the generator. Hopefully that's enough juice for you all, and don't touch anything else without asking first." Kevin smirked. "Us?" Kevin had recently exposed Kermit to the unimaginable secrets hidden within the confines of Area 52 on a visit that was not without incident. Kermit had been told not to touch things there, and he hadn't listened with nearly catastrophic results, or at least Kermit thought they were catastrophic, until he learned his adventures had been nothing more than a virtual reality video game. Kermit shook his head apologetically. "I told you I was sorry about that." As Kevin took his simple thumb drive and connected it to Kermit's unique 3D printer, Zara, his tech-savvy accomplice, hovered nearby, studying the array of cables and screens. "This really is old school," Zara noted. "Only way to keep prying eyes away," Kermit countered as he opened a can of baked beans and ate a spoonful. Over the next few hours, Kevin, Zara, and Kermit huddled around the Cold War-era 3D printer, discussing the intricacies of the blueprint and how they could use the outdated piece of technology to recreate the missing piece. As the three worked tirelessly, configuring the printer and fine-tuning the parameters, a sense of excitement and tension filled the bunker. This was their chance to unlock the secrets of the blueprint and, perhaps, stop Quentin Covington for good. The 3D printer was so old-fashioned that Zara had a hard time getting it to work, but Kermit was eager to contribute his expertise. "My gas generator isn't going to have enough power. One of you has to ride on this exercise bike with a hand crank on the wheel while the blueprint is printing," Kermit noted. "And everyone take off your shoes. If any random charge touches the circuit board, it could fry the whole thing." Kevin and Zara exchanged a look. How strange. They took off their shoes and Kevin climbed aboard the exercise bike as Kermit powered on the gas generator. After numerous attempts and adjustments, the 3D printer whirred to life. emitting a soft hum that reverberated through the underground chamber. The anticipation hung thick in the air as the machine meticulously crafted the new form of the missing blueprint piece. "There it is!" Zara exclaimed as the printer completed its task. She carefully extracted the newly printed piece, examining it with awe. "Kevin, we did it!" Kevin grinned, relief washing over him. The missing piece now lay before them, a tangible manifestation of their collective efforts. The puzzle was coming together. As they marveled at their creation, Kermit's eyes glittered with a mixture of pride and curiosity. "I never thought I'd be part of something like this," he admitted. "Changing the world from the safety of my little bunker." Kevin clapped Kermit on the shoulder. "We couldn't have done it without you. Now we need to get this piece to the others and complete the blueprint. It's late. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning." Later that night, as Kermit snoozed in his makeshift bed, Kevin and Zara gathered near the entrance of the bunker. Kevin held a mind erasure pill, a last resort option he had prepared for just such a situation. Zara looked at Kevin with concern. "Are you sure about this? Erasing his memory?" Kevin sighed, conflicted but resolute. "It's for the greater good. Kermit can't carry this burden, not with the government's eyes on him. If he talked about anything he saw in Area 52, then they'd come after him. Actually come after him. Not just a paranoid fantasy. I won't let that happen to him. I can't let that happen to him." Kevin knew the pill would erase the memories of the past 2 days, leaving Kermit with a blank slate and sparing him from potential danger. No other memories would be affected. Silently, Kevin approached Kermit's bed and carefully slipped the pill into his half-eaten can of beans. Kevin and Zara slipped out of the bunker with the blueprint as the pill dissolved into Kermit's thick, sweet beans. In the morning, when Kermit enjoyed his bean breakfast, the last 2 days would simply fade away. Back in Chicago, the relentless wind howled through the concrete canyons of the city, sweeping across the streets with a ghostly chill. It was a fitting backdrop for the political storm brewing in the heart of the metropolis, where ambitions clashed, alliances shifted, and hidden motives festered and rotted beneath the surface. Lily's aspiring mayoral campaign had gained momentum quickly, transforming into a whirlwind of positive press. There had been interviews, news stories, and smiling photo ops. In the eye of this political hurricane stood Rachel, Lily's friend turned campaign manager, who handled calls from reporters with a cool efficiency. Lily's home had turned into a makeshift campaign office, and the many women who were staffing the campaign were working late on strategy. It was hard work, but Rachel was sure her friend had what it took to become the next mayor of Chicago. However, not everyone shared Rachel's unbridled optimism. Cece, the city councilwoman who had suggested Lily run for mayor, stood in the living room with the other women. She wore a big smile but harbored darker intentions. Behind her public support for Lily lurked a shadowy agenda, a sinister plot that extended far beyond the corridors of City Hall. "Great job so far, Lily. The press is really eating this story up," Rachel noted. "Kudos to you too, Rachel," Cece remarked. "Behind every great candidate is a great campaign manager." Rachel couldn't help but blush. Cece's alliance with the conniving and vengeful Juanita Hernandez was a scheme that Rachel didn't know a thing about. Cece and Juanita's secret meetings in dimly lit corners were the breeding ground for a secondary scheme that would shatter the illusion of Lily's perfect candidacy. The plan was simple yet diabolical. At some point, Juanita was going to snatch Lily's baby and then plunge her mayoral campaign into scandal, destroying Lily and Kevin's lives in the process. But amidst this brewing storm, a new player suddenly emerged, disrupting the carefully laid plans with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. Rachel's phone rang. She picked it up. "Yes, this is Rachel," she stated. Rachel's expression suddenly turned grim. "What channel?" Rachel hung up the phone and picked up the TV remote. "Who was that, Rachel?" Lily asked. "There's something you need to see," Rachel noted with concern. "Something we all need to see." The TV sprang to life. Rachel switched over to the local Chicago news station where a live news conference was underway. The anchorwoman set the scene. "We're here live outside City Hall where Hayden Smart has announced his official candidacy for mayor." Hayden Smart? Lily knew the name. "Mayor?" Rachel repeated. Hayden Smart, a charismatic carpetbagger candidate, stepped up to the waiting microphones. Wolfish grin betrayed the pleasure he took in what he was about to say.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Hayden Smart. You might know my family. We have a long history in Chicago. That's why I want to serve this great city as your next mayor. Now I know another member of a famous family recently made her intention to run crystal clear, and tonight I want to ask that person the question I think we all have on our minds." Hayden turned directly to the camera. "Lily Williams, wife of the supposedly great and brilliant Kevin Williams, you tried to win our sympathy by telling the world that you were pregnant. But let me say this. Kevin Williams has been traveling for months. He's been in and out of every country, barely ever home. Your husband has been gone for months. We have plane ticket receipts to prove that. Yet here you are saying you're less than 2 months pregnant. I guess what I'm saying is that I think it's quite a coincidence that you get pregnant just as you decide you also want to run for mayor. I think it's a lie. My belief is that Lily Williams is lying about her pregnancy to get your sympathy, to steal your votes. If Lily Williams is pregnant, then I say prove it." Lily stared at her TV screen in utter disbelief. "What?" After recovering a digital copy of the next slice of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's circular blueprint, Kevin set off to locate a 3D printer disconnected from the modern world, so that he could print the valuable piece of information without fear of Quentin hacking the system. Kevin was put in touch with a conspiracy theorist named Kermit who was in possession of the only analog 3D printer in the world. After some negotiating, Kermit allowed Kevin to use the printer, and with that, Kevin headed home to Chicago where his beloved wife Lily was embarking on a campaign for mayor of the city. Kevin had arrived home from the bayou in the morning, and all he wanted was to see his beautiful wife Lily, but she was in meetings all day. Kevin had learned that Hayden Smart, the brother of one of Kevin's enemies, Wilhelm Smart, had entered the race for mayor, and rather than running on a campaign of ideas, he was questioning Lily's pregnancy. There was damage control for Lily's campaign and meetings to try to figure out how to best challenge such awful and unfounded accusations. Kevin wanted to go on air and refute the accusations, or at the very least take obnoxious and unskilled Hayden Smart into a dark alley and beat the living daylights out of him. But Lily needed to keep up appearances while she campaigned, so she begged Kevin not to do either. She needed time to figure out what the best move forward could be. Kevin agreed but wasn't happy about it. Trying to distract himself, Kevin turned his attention back towards evil billionaire Quentin Covington. Kevin entered his war room at his penthouse offices as the heavy metallic door slid closed behind him. The low hum of electronic equipment greeted him as he surveyed the sleek high-tech space. The war room looked different. Changes had been made. Kyle Thompson and Marcus Hayes, Kevin's trusted colleagues, were huddled over the central console, their heads buried in the screens. "Kevin, you're back," Kyle said, looking up with a grin. "We've made some serious upgrades while you were off wrestling alligators in the bayou." Marcus chimed in. "You're gonna love this, boss. Step over here." Kyle gestured toward the wall where a series of sleek black panels blended seamlessly with the metallic surface. "Motion sensors," he explained. "State of the art. No one gets in here without us knowing about it. The moment someone tries, alarms will go off and the lockdown sequence will engage." Kevin raised an approving eyebrow. "Nice touch. Security is one of the most important things, especially now that I'm going to have a family and as Lily runs for mayor, and as we near getting the answers to Quentin Covington's evil scheme." Marcus nodded. "But that's not all. Come check this out."
He led Kevin to the corner of the room where a small, inconspicuous safe was nestled. "We've upgraded the safe," Kyle announced proudly. "Face scanner technology. Only authorized personnel can access." Kevin examined the safe, its surface glinting with a sophisticated sheen. He couldn't help but appreciate the attention to detail. As he took a step back, Marcus tapped a tablet and the safe emitted a soft beep. The door swung open smoothly, revealing a collection of meticulously organized blueprint slices, each one representing a piece of the puzzle they had been unraveling. "We've also added a new layer of encryption to the digital copies," Marcus added, a mischievous glint in his eye. "No hacker can break through this." Kevin grinned. These were the kind of upgrades he needed, especially considering the adversaries they were up against. Kyle pulled out a small device from his pocket. "And here's the cherry on top, a prototype gadget we've been working on. It detects any foreign devices in the vicinity. Bugs, trackers, you name it. If someone tries to eavesdrop on our conversations, we'll know." Kevin couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in his team. Their dedication and ingenuity were unmatched. "You guys think of everything, don't you?" Marcus chuckled. "We wish we could take credit for it, but we found the drawings you had made for the safe before you left for the Amazon a while ago. We knew you just didn't have time to finish the project, so we took over. It was you who thought of everything, Kevin." Kevin had so many designs and inventions up his sleeve and so much to do with his work at the pharmaceutical company and with his and Lily's growing family that he had almost forgotten that he was at work on the safe. Kevin was glad his protégés Marcus and Kyle had snooped around his desk. With his busy schedule, he might not have been able to get back to the safe project for months. He was already letting his mind head toward other matters. "Get in contact with Dalton and Olivia," Kevin stated. "We need to brainstorm. Fast." Later, Kevin sat in the brightly lit war room surrounded by the low hum of electronics and the constant buzz of information. The TV screens that lined the walls flickered with images from around the world, each one telling a story of chaos and uncertainty. Marcus and Kyle flanked Kevin on either side, their expressions reflecting the seriousness of the situation. Dalton, Steele, and Olivia paced nearby. Kevin placed the 4 pieces of the circular blueprint up on the wall for everyone to see. "All right, team," Kevin began, his voice steady and focused. "We now have 4 pieces of the circular blueprint, and we know that Quentin Covington, in cahoots with the Pinnacle, is planning something big, something that in theory could destroy all mankind. Pinnacle has come close to destroying the Foundation in the past, and by teaming with Quentin, who is admittedly brilliant if wholly evil, they just might be able to achieve their goal this time." Marcus nodded, his eyes narrowing. "But what's the end game? Why go through all this trouble? What is Quentin Covington doing?" "Is it a suicide mission?" Kyle asked. "Does Covington just want to watch the world burn? Or is there more to it?" "That's what we need to figure out," Kevin noted, his fingers tapping on the table. "We've got fragments of the puzzle, but we need the whole picture." Kevin wore the weight of the world on his face. In addition to solving the mystery of Quentin Covington's master plan, Kevin had also been told by the Night King that he would have to ascend to the upper realm if he had any hopes of defeating Covington and protecting Lily. But something was wrong with the upper realm, and Kevin wasn't sure what to think anymore. All Kevin knew was that he was running out of time. "There's a lot of moving parts," Kevin took a deep breath as he assessed. "But the first thing we need to do is secure the last 2 pieces of Quentin Covington's blueprint. Without them, we're just sitting in a room making educated guesses." The war room's atmosphere was charged with tension. The team exchanged glances, each member grappling with the weight of the impending threat.
"Do we have any new leads?" Dalton asked.
"No," Kevin responded. "Unfortunately, our well of Covington clues has dried up." "Agent Stone hasn't been able to track his location yet?" Olivia inquired. "Again, no," Kevin noted. "We don't know where he is or where the next blueprint could be. We're flying totally blind." The group took in all the information in front of them, the 4 pieces of the blueprint, the locations they had found, each of them. "I think his son is the key. Q. You dealt with him in Tokyo. Maybe there's something there we missed," Marcus suggested. Kevin nodded his head. Q's long gone. We've got eyes all over the world looking, but when these lieutenants go underground, they go far underground. What about the other lieutenants? The Scarlet Empress? Ivan the Terrible? Kyle asked. Dead, Olivia chimed in. Both dead. I killed the Scarlet Empress myself. Well, there's got to be something. There has to be a clue we haven't considered yet. Kevin's mind raced, desperately trying to connect the dots. The fate of the world depended on him. But more than that, the fate of Lily and their unborn child also rested in his hands. Just then, Kevin noticed something. He moved closer to the map displayed across the far wall. He spotted a pattern. Look at that, Kevin said, gesturing to the global map. The locations of the first 4 blueprints. It's a shape. A pentagram. Do you see? Olivia and Dalton stepped closer. Yes? Olivia exclaimed. She took a red Sharpie and connected the dots so everyone could see.
What are the odds it's the same length?
Dalton asked. A good question. Kevin took an electronic ruler and measured from the first location to the second. Once he had the number, he measured from the second location to the third. It's the same, Kevin whispered. 11,000 miles apart each. Kyle's eyes went wide. Whoa, that can't be a coincidence, right? Not a chance, Kevin stated. So if that's the case, Olivia offered, if this forms a perfect pentagram and each compound is 11,000 miles apart, Kevin nodded in agreement. Then we should be able to find the next piece of the blueprint just by measuring. What's the angle of descent? Kevin asked. A perfect pentagram, Olivia explained. Your line is moving at a 52-degree angle. Kevin took his Sharpie and stepped back over to the map. At an angle of 52 degrees, he drew a line that was the equivalent of 11,000 miles. Kevin looked at where the endpoint landed geographically. And based on that, I believe the next piece of Quentin's blueprint is in Dust Storm, Kansas. Dust Storm, Kansas? Marcus raised an eyebrow. Never heard of it. That's in the middle of nowhere, Kyle added. There's nothing around that spot for hundreds of miles. Exactly, Kevin replied, a hint of determination in his eyes. Covington is hiding something there, and we need to find out what. The team exchanged skeptical glances, but they trusted Kevin's instincts. They knew that his brilliant mind often saw patterns and connections that others missed. What do we know about this town? Kyle and Marcus did a quick search. Dust Storm, Kansas? Population 84?
Crowded, Dalton joked.
There's only one road in, Kyle offered.
But there is a train line,
Marcus countered. Kevin's eyes lit up. All right, then train it is. We leave in the next 2 hours. Olivia turned to Dalton. All aboard the Dust Storm Express. Using the 4 pieces of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's circular blueprint that he had already retrieved, Kevin was able to pinpoint where the next blueprint could be. Desperate to uncover Covington's master plan, Kevin and his team, including good friends Dalton and Olivia, hopped on a train en route to a small desert town in the middle of nowhere known as Dust Storm, Kansas. Population 84. The train rumbled through the vast expanse of the American heartland, carrying Kevin and his team toward the remote town of Dust Storm. The landscape outside was a patchwork of random cornfields, distant silos, and nothing for as far as the eye could see. Inside the train, Olivia glanced at Kevin. Are we sure about this? The math and geography you used to pick out this location was nothing short of brilliant, but doesn't this all just feel so random? A small desert town in the middle of nowhere, Kansas? Kevin nodded, his gaze fixed on the passing scenery. What better place to hide a secret compound? Olivia grinned. Good point. Olivia noted as she realized that there was brilliance behind even Kevin's most simple thoughts. She sat back in her seat.
I, for one, am excited,
Dalton, who was sitting nearby, said. He wore a cowboy hat and boots and looked like a kid playing dress-up on Halloween.
I finally get a chance to wear my John Wayne boots.
Dalton put his feet up, happy with himself as he spun his spurs so that they rattled loudly. Kevin and Olivia shared a look. "You look ridiculous," Olivia poked at him.
"Ridiculous?" Dalton countered. "This is Kansas, deep Kansas. I'm gonna blend in like a tumbleweed."
As the train pulled into Dust Storm's small local station, the team disembarked. The town seemed frozen in time. Only a few dozen buildings could be seen. "Population 84, Olivia repeated sarcastically, her eyes scanning the area. Dust Storm lived up to its name. The small desert town nestled between vast stretches of barren land greeted Kevin, Dalton, and Olivia with swirling winds and thick dust. As the three travelers stepped onto the sun-baked ground, Dalton got an unexpected welcome. A tumbleweed bowled them over. "Some nice cowboy work there, Dalton," Olivia quipped. "Very natural, just like a tumbleweed."
"I meant to do that."
Dalton quickly picked himself up and dusted off his now dirty cowboy hat. He placed it back on his head when he noticed something strange.
"Hey, look."
He motioned forward. As Kevin and Olivia turned, they found themselves face to face with 24 townsfolk. They stood just beyond the platform, silently observing the newcomers. "Hello there," Kevin greeted the group casually. The townie's eyes went wide with delight at the interaction. One of them, an old man, stepped forward. "Hello," he bellowed, and that was all he said. The other members of the town standing around patted him on the back for a job well done. Some clapped. The awkwardness of the moment was punctuated by the constant rustling of the wind. Kevin tried to connect further. "We're new in town, just stopping by for a few days. Know any good hotels or restaurants you might recommend?" The townsfolk all just continued to stare with blank excitement. They pushed the old man forward again. "Hello," he repeated once again.
"Okay, great," Dalton chimed in. "Very helpful."
Ignoring the bizarre interaction, Kevin, Dalton, and Olivia walked through the eerily quiet town, the residents from the train platform following them like shadows.
"We all seeing this?"
Dalton noted, gesturing back to the 20 or so people following their every move with keen interest. "Just stay cool," Olivia offered. "It seems like a pretty quiet town. They must not get many visitors."
"Or they're crazy,"
Dalton countered. As they made their way down Main Street, Kevin took further note of the air. It was windy and felt heavy with dust, making it hard to easily breathe. Some of the townsfolk wore bandanas over their faces, or more unnervingly, scuba masks and oxygen tanks to navigate the outdoors more easily. "So strange," Olivia noted. Kevin, Dalton, and Olivia exchanged wary glances as they approached a lonely hotel on the outskirts of town. They stepped inside, and the young woman at the reception desk seemed genuinely startled by their request for rooms. No one had ever sought accommodation in Dust Storm before, and her curiosity spilled forth in the form of simple questions. "A room? At the hotel? I guess that's all right, but why are you here?" she asked, her eyes wide with curiosity and excitement. "Just passing through," Kevin replied casually. "Why?" the woman asked with genuine curiosity. Dalton, with a shrug, answered, "Just curious about the town, ma'am." "Curious?" she repeated. "About the town?" The woman handed over the keys to their rooms. The three travelers went up to their respective quarters. As Kevin, Dalton, and Olivia settled in, the realization that no one had ever rented a room in Dust Storm settled heavily upon them. It was a ghost town in more ways than one. A place seemingly frozen in time with its strange townsfolk and dusty air.
"What is wrong with these people?"
Dalton asked bluntly. "They seem harmless, but definitely off," Olivia added. "Something's wrong for sure," Kevin noted, "but we need to find out exactly what that something could be." Kevin went to the sink to wash his hands. No water flowed. "Water doesn't work," he said.
"Forget the water," Dalton exclaimed. "There's no toilet in the bathroom."
"What?" Olivia questioned. They all stepped over to the open bathroom door to find nothing waiting inside. No sink or shower or toilet.
"How did they go to the bathroom?" Dalton wondered.
It's a desert town, Olivia stated as she tried to reason it out. Maybe it's like camping rules? But why put in the sink if you're not going to put in the pipes for water? Kevin countered. It's all very odd. An ancient television with aluminum foil on its rabbit ear antenna sat in the corner of the room. Olivia turned it on. Nothing but static filled the screen. She tried another channel. More static. Strange. The trio headed down into the dining room. Their first meal in town added another layer of strangeness. The dining area offered nothing but a huge box of turkey sandwiches on white bread with plenty of mayo. Turkey sandwich? The receptionist stood by the box with a pleasant smile. They're free? No, thank you, Kevin responded. The woman stared at them in confusion once again. You don't want the turkey sandwich? But why? Kevin played peacemaker. Just not very hungry.
And there's no place to go to the bathroom, Dalton quipped.
Olivia jabbed Dalton in the side. Don't be rude. Okay. The woman bit into the sandwich herself. More turkey sandwiches for me, I guess. The trio exchanged perplexed glances, their appetites waning as the peculiarities of Dust Storm continued to unfold. Stepping outside, they discovered a man diligently churning a massive vat of something. Dalton, his curiosity piqued, inquired, "What's that?"
Daily Mayo,
the man replied matter-of-factly. Daily Mayo, Olivia echoed, exchanging bewildered glances with Kevin and Dalton.
The mayonnaise for the day,
the man clarified and then continued his task, seemingly unfazed by their obvious confusion. The trio exchanged glances once more, a shared sense of unease settling in. As they explored further, they passed a general store with several televisions for sale inside. They were all turned on and playing nothing but static, but several townsfolk stood inside, watching the static.
Hey, bathroom, over there.
Dalton motioned to the center of town where a single wooden outhouse stood waiting. Why is there only one bathroom? Olivia wondered aloud as they ventured forward. That's got to be, well, highly unsanitary. The line of people waiting to use the lone restroom stretched out, emphasizing the scarcity of facilities in Dust Storm. Dalton, with a mix of curiosity and desperation, waited in line and eventually entered the outhouse, only to emerge moments later with wide eyes.
You won't believe what's in there, Dalton exclaimed.
Olivia had enough of Dalton at that point. We know what's in there, Dalton. Dalton had to show his seriousness.
No, I mean you really will not believe what's in there.
Intrigued and somewhat apprehensive, Kevin and Olivia followed him into the outhouse, expecting nothing more than a rustic, unpleasant experience. Instead, they were met with a sight that defied all expectations. A futuristic pod with advanced technology vacuum suction in an airtight seal. Dalton, still recovering from the shock, explained,
That toilet almost sucked my skin off. It's like something out of a sci-fi movie.
The three stepped away from the outhouse and regrouped. This doesn't make any sense, Olivia noted as she wrapped a piece of cloth around her face, the dusty wind starting to bother her. These people seem almost catatonic.
That's true, Dalton confirmed. And the town itself. It's like they're playing pretend. Nothing works, nothing's here. But then you step into a bathroom and it's the most advanced technology available. But why?
That's the question, Kevin added, and we can't leave until we have the answer. The trio exchanged incredulous glances. Dust Storm, a town frozen in time, harbored secrets that defied logic and reason. As the wind carried whispers through the dusty streets, the realization dawned that something far more profound than isolation gripped the peculiar town. The answers they sought were hidden in the very fabric of Dust Storm, waiting to be unraveled. Using the 4 parts of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's circular blueprint that he had already successfully retrieved with the help of his team, Kevin was able to pinpoint where the next piece of the blueprint might be located, the desolate middle of the United States. Desperate to uncover Covington's master plan, Kevin and his good friends Dalton and Olivia hopped on a train en route to a small desert town known as Dust Storm, Kansas. But once they arrived, the team found themselves in a place that was oddly disconnected from the world, where the townspeople stared blankly and nothing seemed to work, except for one fantastical science fiction-like toilet. The sun hung low in the Kansas sky, casting long shadows across the desolate town of Dust Storm. Kevin, Dalton, and Olivia had arrived seeking answers, but all they had found were more questions.
"What a strange town,"
Dalton noted. As Kevin and his companions wandered through the eerily quiet streets, they couldn't help but notice the peculiar behavior of the townspeople. It was as if they were caught in a perpetual daze, sleepwalking through life without a care for the world beyond their bleak existence. "Could it be drugs?" Olivia asked. "Or are they all just really bored?"
"Maybe it's an act," Dalton countered. "All these people could be working for Covington and just playing dumb because we're here."
The air was thick with wind and dust, and the town's 84 total inhabitants moved about like ghosts, oblivious to the strange monotony of their existence. What would they be doing for Covington? Olivia probed. Making him daily mayonnaise? These people seem like they can barely function on their own.
"And don't get me started on that outhouse," Dalton added.
"It's something," Kevin offered. "I don't sense any real danger from anyone, but I agree something is wrong. If we stay here long enough, hopefully the truth will reveal itself."
"What do we do until then?" Dalton joked. "Stare at each other? There's literally nothing to do here."
Kevin's focus suddenly shifted. He became instantly alert. "Wait," Kevin took focus. "Do you hear that?" Dalton and Olivia shared a look. Their attention was abruptly diverted by the distant rumbling sound.
"I can hear it," Dalton agreed.
"I feel it too," Olivia noted. "Look." Kevin pointed forward. In the distance, a cloud of dust could be seen.
"What is that?" Dalton wondered aloud. "A storm?"
"No," Kevin responded. "It's the mail." A cloud of dust heralded the arrival of one of the town's few lifelines, the postal truck. To the inhabitants of Dust Storm, this simple everyday event was a spectacle worth abandoning whatever they were doing to witness. People came out of their homes and stepped out onto the street in anticipation, eager to catch a glimpse of the long-awaited mail delivery. Some people waved at the truck, while others shouted greetings. The dull atmosphere in Dust Storm was suddenly electrifying. "It's the mail!" one little girl screamed. The postal truck rolled into the center of town, and the townsfolk gathered with an enthusiasm that seemed out of place for such a common occurrence. The mailman, a weary old soul with lines etched deep into his face, cautiously stepped out, eyeing the crowd with suspicion.
"Okay now, everybody, this isn't a big deal. I'm just bringing out the mail."
The mailman, who had clearly dealt with this extreme amount of attention from the town before, emerged from his truck with 3 letters in a large stick in hand. The crowd, now like paparazzi at the arrival of a celebrity, erupted into cheers.
"All right, folks, back up,"
the mailman warned, swinging his stick around, his voice a mix of confusion and apprehension.
"I just gotta deliver this mail."
The mailman navigated through the throng of eager onlookers, making his way to the general store. The owner, an elderly man, greeted him with a grin.
"Hello."
"Hi," the mailman replied. "This is for you." Nervous, the mailman handed the general store owner the mail.
"It's just junk mail, credit card applications and political junk."
The general store owner smiled.
"Hooray!"
Back outside, the crowd's anticipation reached a fever pitch. The mailman, sensing the excitement, backed out of the general store slowly, holding the stick like a protective barrier. The townspeople surged forward, their desperation to get a glimpse of the mail turning the square into a chaotic battleground. Kevin, Dalton, and Olivia found themselves swept up in the frenzy, pushed and pulled by the excited mob. "What is happening?" Olivia exclaimed. Kevin grabbed hold of her arm. "Stay together. Don't get separated." Bodies pressed against each other, and the air buzzed with a palpable energy. The townspeople, usually reserved and unremarkable, were now transformed into a sea of faces hungry for the smallest chance to see the mail.
"I want to see,"
one man shouted.
"Let me touch it too,"
another cried out. The townspeople began to wrestle with each other, each trying to get closer to the credit card applications and political junk. "Hooray!" the general store owner shouted again as the townspeople tore at his clothes and began to trample him. Kevin observed the bizarre spectacle, a frown creasing his brow. The mailman catching sight of him seemed to recognize an outsider in the sea of strange. Their eyes met and the mailman's expression shifted from weariness to a momentary jolt of fear. The mailman quickly retreated to his mail truck. He climbed back inside when Kevin stepped into view. "Hello there, friend," Kevin greeted the man. "I was hoping I could ask you some questions." The mailman sighed.
"I figured."
Purposely distancing themselves from the commotion at the general store, Kevin, Olivia, and Dalton stood with the mailman by the train platform. The postal worker, fidgeting with his cap, nervously whispered,
"You poor souls have stumbled into the strangest place on earth. I deliver mail here maybe 3 times a week and it's always the same. It's like these weirdos think I'm the Beatles or something. It was nice at first, but after a while."
"And they've always been this way?" Olivia asked.
"I started about a year ago and this place was always the strangest stop on my route," the mailman offered. "Actually, that's not true. The only weirder spot is that barren ranch about 20 miles from here, but that guy hasn't gotten a piece of mail in at least 5 months.
The revelation hung in the air like a thick fog settling over Kevin's mind. A barren ranch devoid of communication for months presented an intriguing puzzle. The mailman, eager to escape the oddity of dust storms, said his goodbyes.
"If I was you all, I'd get on the next train out of here," the mailman offered. "But that's just me. I've got grocery store flyers to deliver."
The mail truck drove off, leaving Kevin with a newfound sense of purpose.
"What do you think?" Dalton asked. "You want to go to the ranch, don't you?"
"We need answers," Kevin responded. "A ranch 20 miles away that's stranger than this place sounds like a good place to look." "But it's 20 miles, Olivia noted. "You thinking we should hoof it the whole way on foot with the air this dusty?" "Let me see if I can get us some transportation," Kevin offered. He stepped away from his team and focused his mind. He closed his eyes and just existed. He could sense wild horses in the distance. He tried to connect with them, to ask them for help. However, an eerie silence enveloped the area. The animals remained absent, unresponsive to Kevin's calls. He reopened his eyes. That's so odd. It was as if the town itself resisted any external influence. "What's the problem?" Olivia inquired. "I can't get any horses to come this way," Kevin explained.
"I get it," Dalton chimed in. "If I was a horse, I wouldn't come this way either."
Olivia, her eyes scanning the town's peculiar residents, said, "Maybe the town is hiding something, and the animals sense it."
"So what do we do?" Dalton probed.
Puzzled by the unexplained and weird events of the town, Kevin furrowed his brow. "You were right the first time. I guess we'll have to hoof the 20 miles on foot." Dalton, realizing the impracticality of his newly acquired cowboy boots, sighed.
"So much for playing cowboy. Let me change into tennis shoes."
Back at the hotel, Dalton changed clothes as Kevin paid their bills. As they walked, Dalton grumbled about the inconvenience of the situation.
"Finally get a chance to wear my John Wayne boots, and of course we have to hike it out of town. Just my luck."
Kevin, his senses attuned to the subtle differences of the environment, replied, "There's a reason this town is so peculiar, and the barren ranch might hold the key." As they walked out of the town, the townspeople all gathered in the street once again and waved at them. An eerie goodbye. Kevin, Dalton, and Olivia continued forward through the wind and dust. The landscape stretched before them, a vast expanse of flat terrain broken only by the occasional tumbleweed. The trio pressed forward, driven by the need for answers and the promise of unraveling the enigma surrounding Dust Storm, Kansas.